Chapter 1. We possess a world beyond others. The Mother Earth is deceiving you. Fourth Horde. Familiar slogans echoed incessantly in his ears. On January 23, 2023, at 11 p.m., due to well-known reasons, the moment that left an indelible mark on countless players of World of Warcraft in the Chinese server was about to arrive. In the Northshire Abbey, a naked rogue gazed at a set of T6 assassin gear lying within a bag, along with the dazzling warglaves of Azeroth, the legendary Bowsolitor, Fury of the Stars, and a staggering sum of 9,999,999 gold coins. In a dimly lit room, Wang Tang stared blankly at the computer screen, suddenly breaking into a rueful smile. "I'm sorry, old friend. Despite all these years of laboring for you, I still lack the ability to procure a full set of WLK in-game gear for you. Thankfully, a friend lent a hand, and I managed to gather a set of gear from the 70s just in the nick of time. It'll have to suffice." Reluctantly, he clicked the left mouse button with his right index finger. From April 26, 2005, until January 23, 2023, nearly 18 years of fragmented memories were about to reach their conclusion at this very moment. Perhaps this time it would be a permanent departure. As that thought crossed his mind, a solitary tear slipped down his cheek. Farewell, old friends. If only I could do it all over again. At that precise moment, a meteor streaked across the sky, fortuitously crashing into Wang Tang's room. "Hello, please select your class." A melodious voice resonated in his ears, accompanied by the thunderous sound of war drums that he had never tired of hearing for 18 years. What is happening? Am I dreaming? Wang Tang surveyed the surrounding chaos. It must be that with the imminent server shutdown, I've been so engrossed in the game that I simply fell asleep and began dreaming. However, experiencing World of Warcraft once more in a dream is quite delightful. Human Rogue. Without hesitation, Wang Tang chose the Rogue class. Although his first character in both the official and classic servers had been a warlock, as a laborer in the profession of grinding, the Rogue undeniably made the most significant contributions among all his classes, which is precisely why he opted to log out as a Rogue at the final moment before the server's closure. Please enter your nickname. How wonderful it would be to start new. This nickname has already been taken. Please choose another. I'm a pig. This nickname has already been taken. Please choose another. A club. This nickname has already been taken. Please choose another. Damn it. Is it necessary to struggle with name selection every time I log in? Forget it. I won't overthink it. I'll simply use my real name, Wang Tang. Recalling the agony of name selection, Wang Tang promptly surrendered. This nickname has already been taken. Please choose another. Seriously? I can't even use my own name? Wang Tang 1. This nickname is available. Welcome, Wang Tang 1, to the world of Azeroth. As a flash of golden light enveloped him, Wang Tang found himself astonished, appearing in a bright realm with the rather juvenile nickname of Wang Tang 1. Slowly opening his eyes, he beheld a majestic Western-style, church-like structure, which his mind immediately labeled as Northshire Abbey. Wang Tang stared in awe at the edifice before him, tears involuntarily streaming down his face. Could this possibly be the Azeroth we had always been so enamored with? After a moment, he wiped his tears and glanced around. Surrounding the abbey was a dense forest, from which the haunting howls of wolves occasionally echoed. Yet, Wang Tang stood frozen in place, paralyzed by the sight before him. The reason for his immobility was simple. Good heavens, there are so many people. Suddenly, a multitude of players materialized from seemingly nowhere. No, it wasn't merely a crowd, it was throngs upon throngs of players, reminiscent of the initial launch of the classic server. Watch it, don't push. You stepped on my foot. Quit groping around. Whose wallet just fell? Wang Tang looked around in mild panic as more players continued to emerge, feeling increasingly moved. It was astonishingly real. Truly too real. He had not anticipated that a dream could be so vivid. This was just how it had felt at launch, people jostling against one another. To be among the first to enter the game, he and a few friends had taken leave from work, eagerly sitting in front of their computers, ready to dive in as quickly as possible. Like most other games, leveling up was the foremost element in World of Warcraft. Especially in the early stages, those with higher levels could prioritize access to superior resources and equipment, as well as amass greater amounts of gold. At the start of the classic server, Wang Tang had been determined to level up alongside his longtime friends. Thus, his level had lingered at the tail end of the first tier, neither low enough to be insignificant nor high enough to secure the best opportunities. Although he had enjoyed numerous rewards, he had simultaneously lost countless chances. For a player like Wang Tang, who had aspired to grind, that amounted to the loss of innumerable soft currency. Reflecting on this, Wang Tang began to push through the throng. For around the abbey, countless wild wolves roamed, and the primary method for leveling up was to hunt wolves. Gazing at the endless sea of players, Wang Tang found himself stunned. Indeed, there were countless wolves, but the number of players was exponentially greater, perhaps thousands or even tens of thousands more. Seemingly a paradox. Low-level rogues are so frustrating before hitting level 10. Not only do they lack damage output, but they can't even land a hit on the mobs, Wang Tang lamented, watching as groups of players awaited the respawn of small creatures, having been coldly rejected from numerous attempts to form parties. I guess I'll have to try my luck at a higher level area, Wang Tang muttered to himself, then reluctantly opened his backpack. Goodness, is this a bug? Wang Tang was astonished to find an entire set of level 70 gear lying quietly in his backpack. A T6 set, the eye-catching warglaives of Azeroth, the legendary bow, and that astonishing sum of 9,999,999 gold coins, along with an assortment of health potions and buff potions, identical to what he had logged out with. Trembling, Wang Tang clicked on the legendary bow. What? A level 1 rogue can equip a legendary bow. What about the others? In a flash, he donned the entire set of gear, and upon doing so, his attributes surged dramatically, with his previously paltry damage output skyrocketing to an astonishing 9,527. Can you imagine the scene of a level 1 rogue clad in level 70 gear, wielding the warglaives of Azeroth? You're courting death. Wang Tang found himself involuntarily recalling this classic line. What's going on? Is World of Warcraft about to start dishing out 6,666 damage? Forget it. No need to overthink it after all. It's just a dream. Let's gear up and enjoy ourselves first. With that thought in mind, Wang Tang gently clicked on the mount in his backpack. Instantly, a robust steed appeared beneath him, and amid the gasps of those around, he galloped away. Whoa, how does that person have a mount? Yeah, and that gear of his so colorful and beautiful. Those weapons, too, the design is impressive, truly remarkable. Could there be hidden treasures nearby? I want to search as well. In an instant, as if awakened, countless players ceased their frantic monster hunting and began to wander around, even lifting stones by the roadside and parting the grass. Yet, all of this went unnoticed by Wang Tang, who had long since departed. This dream feels overwhelmingly real. The wind and sand on my face even feels painfully tangible. Sitting atop his steed, Wang Tang adjusted the assassin's helmet downwards, better shielding himself from the elements. If I recall correctly, just a head should be golds higher. Wang Tang murmured to himself. The map of Azeroth was deeply etched in Wang Tang's memory. Since entering this world with a few college friends on April 26, 2005, until midnight on January 24, 2023, 18 years had seemingly passed in the blink of an eye. The once spirited youth had transformed into a rather corpulent middle-aged man. One must ponder, how many 18-year spans does one experience in life? Especially those vibrant 18 years. Reflecting on this, tears once again streamed down his face uncontrollably. Memories flooded back like a cinematic reel. Countless moments of battling alongside dear friends, innumerable cherished recollections, and of course, the multitude of gold coins. Before long, a small town appeared before him. Wang Tang opted not to enter, but instead turned right along the edge of the town. If you were a level 1 character capable of dealing nearly 10,000 damage, what would be your first thought? A faint smile crept across Wang Tang's lips. I wonder how you plan to bully me this time. Hogger, the level 11 elite creature, resides to the south of the Westfall garrison in Elwyn Forest. He is a notorious killer of low-level characters for the Alliance, a reputation substantiated by official statistics. By 2015, merely 10 years post-launch, over 250,000 low-level characters had met their demise at the hands of Hogger's axe. At this moment, Wang Tang had arrived at the periphery of the werewolf camp south of the Westfall garrison. Before him lay clusters of werewolves, yet after a meticulous search, he found no sign of Hogger. Wang Tang turned and removed his orange bow, marveling at its unexpectedly light weight. A gentle shake revealed that he felt no burden at all. It was resilient yet pliable, supple without being fragile, and the tension of the bowstring was perfectly calibrated. The orange bow, Sol Dalar, the star's fury, is often deemed the most lackluster of orange weapons, not due to its design, but rather its meager description by BLZ. In stark contrast to the twin blades of Asina or the Windrunner from the 60s, it is merely summarized in a single line of yellow text. The energy of the Sunwell flows through the bow of Sol Dalar. Yet, the Sunwell is the source of the blood elves' corruption, and the elven race is traditionally known as the children of the stars. Thus, one can glean a hint of its lore. Wang Tang slowly drew the bowstring with 2 fingers and, upon releasing it, a shooting star sped toward a distant werewolf. Ah! With a piercing scream, one werewolf collapsed, while a string of purple numbers floated above Wang Tang's head. 150. At this moment, although Wang Tang was merely level 1, his superior equipment made the swift elimination of a level 10 werewolf a trivial task. Fresh meat. The remaining 3 werewolves, upon witnessing their comrades fall, charged toward Wang Tang with a cacophony of growls. Wang Tang remained unfazed, swiftly drawing his orange bow and unleashing a barrage of arrows upon his foes. 1, 2. Boom! A dazzling golden light erupted around Wang Tang. Remarkably, I've leveled up. After dispatching another werewolf, he pulled up his stats, revealing 3 status bars. A red health bar at 12001200, a yellow energy bar at 100100, and a purple experience bar at 230,900. The red bar must represent HP, indicating health. The yellow one likely denotes energy, and the purple bar appears to be the experience gauge. The 900 indicates the requisite experience for leveling up, while the 230 signifies my current total. Against 4 werewolves, I gain 150 experience per kill at level 1, and now, having leveled up, the experience gained per kill has risen to 180 given my proximity to their level. Thus, I need only defeat 5 werewolves to advance from level 2 to level 3. However, how can my health be so minimal while donning T6 gear? Oh, that hurts. As Wang Tang engrossed himself in analyzing his data bars, a blinding red light suddenly engulfed his vision, and he felt a searing pain shoot through his back, accompanied by a red number 500 floating above his head. Waha! A familiar roar echoed from behind Wang Tang. Turning swiftly, he beheld a werewolf marked with a red label Hogger, greedily fixated on him, drool cascading from its maw, as if he were a succulent morsel before it. With colossal claws, it swung a sharp axe in his direction once more. Another wave of excruciating pain surged through Wang Tang's body. Without a moment's hesitation, he brandished his weapon, frantically striking at Hog. With a cry of indignation, Hog's beady eyes filled with confusion and resentment as it collapsed. Perhaps it could scarcely comprehend how a mere lump of flesh could vanquish it in an instant. Damn it! Wang Tang hastily retrieved a vial of health potion from his pack and drank it down, instantly restoring his health to 1200. What is happening? Why does it hurt so much? Am I not dreaming? Wang Tang involuntarily recalled his recent ordeal. The foul stench emanating from Hog still lingered in the air. He reached out to touch Hog's corpse, only to find that the werewolf's sharp fur was as resilient and keen as steel needles, and the body was still warm. What is going on? Why does everything feel so real? Even the sensation of touching the corpse. A sudden wave of inexplicable dread washed over him, causing his entire body to tremble involuntarily. Slap. Wang Tang lightly slapped his own face, momentarily dazed before striking himself again with more force, causing tears to spill forth. The pain was unbearable. He had literally slapped his own tears out. He covered his swollen face, standing there in a daze. This is all real, not a dream. After a brief moment, Wang Tang finally emerged from his stupor. Could it be that all of this is genuine? However, if it is real, then why did everyone appear together at the North County Monastery? Just like when the game first started, could it be that they're all real players? It shouldn't be. Otherwise, why would they still be gathering in the North County to hunt wolves? Moreover, logically speaking, my equipment level far exceeds that of these monsters. They shouldn't be able to breach my defenses at all, right? Wang Tang shook his head, deciding to accept the situation as it was. With that, he began to meticulously examine everything around him. To his astonishment, he discovered that his talents and skills were at level 80, identical to when the server had shut down. His skills were all neatly arranged in his skill bar, with the most prominent being the fan of knives, a skill that should not exist in the 60s, given that Wang Tang had been a mere laborer, relying on various professional skills to profit from the auction house. He was effectively a jack of all trades, with every profession maxed out. Therefore, Wang Tang now possessed the highest level in all professions, whether it be tailoring, alchemy, enchanting, or herbalism and mining. Even the jewel crafting and inscription, which were not available in the 60s, were at the highest level. If everything I have now is the same as when the server closed down, then, at this thought, excitement flickered in Wang Tang's eyes as he mounted his prize steed and galloped towards Stormwind City. At the grand gates of Stormwind, a modestly dressed priest was running with all his might, his sweat soaking his garments. Yet he showed no signs of hesitation, continuing to push forward. Whoosh! A robust steed galloped by, carrying an individual clad in splendid gear. That armor looks incredible, and that horse is magnificent. The priest gazed on with envy, aware that he could never aspire to such grandeur with his current circumstances. Just then, the horse unexpectedly halted, and its rider rushed towards him. Huh? Are they looking for me? The priest stood perplexed. I at you. I'm from XN. The elegantly attired individual exclaimed excitedly. They do indeed call me that. But I don't recognize XN. The bewildered priest stared at the person before him, but oh, is that so? The rider slowly lowered his head, pondering for a moment before producing a handful of gold coins and extending them toward him. You resemble a friend of mine. Let us be friends that my goodness, so much gold. The priest opened his bag, glancing at the meager 5 copper coins within, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Thank you, but I cannot accept this. However, we can certainly be friends. The individual paused, then chuckled. You're right. I was being presumptuous. Let us add each other as friends, and if you need anything in the future, feel free to reach out. With that, he returned the gold to his pocket and extended his hand for a handshake. A mage, delighted to become your friend. The priest happily reciprocated the gesture. Since you don't know XN, you can call me Wang Tang. I am equally pleased to become your friend. The man who called himself Wang Tang broke into a broad smile. All right, let us keep in touch. If I can help, I certainly will. However, I have an urgent matter to attend to, so I must take my leave. With that, the priest dashed towards the inner city of Stormwind. Where are you off to? Wang Tang called out. A few of my old mates have formed a guild called Sky Slayer. We need 10 signatures to establish it, and I'm in a hurry to sign. Sky Slayer? A signature? Could this be a coincidence? Wang Tang stood frozen, staring in the direction the priest had run off. Why is this happening? The mage had been Wang Tang's best companion in World of Warcraft. Collaborating on quests, leveling up, and earning money together, their synergy as laborers was remarkable. The Sky Slayer Guild was also one Wang Tang co-founded with a couple of others. Could it all be mere coincidence? Wang Tang tilted his head in confusion, and at that moment, a beautiful woman dashed past him, dressed simply in the shabby attire provided by the starting zone. Yet, her graceful figure and lovely face, along with a playful braid that swayed rhythmically, showcased an alluring charm. Though not voluptuous, she exuded an enticing allure that stirred Wang Tang's desires, causing him to drool. But when he glanced up at her ID, instinctively he reacted. Wang Tang kicked out his leg, striking the woman, who was completely unprepared, sending her sprawling to the ground like a lifeless ragdoll. I'll kill you, you dead she-male. Wang Tang, still fuming, approached and began to rain punches and kicks upon the fallen woman. You are the dead she-male. Do I even know you? The woman, dazed from the beating, struggled to escape, looking at the stranger before her with a face full of grievance. Wang Tang, observing her up close, noticed that despite her dirty appearance, her beauty was undeniable, which only intensified his urge to retch. You are a dead she-male, clearly a greasy old man, yet you create a female ID. Wang Tang shouted vehemently, pointing his finger at her. And you're the greasy old man. I'm perfectly fine. Why are you hitting me? The woman, unable to hold back, burst into tears. Tea that moment. Wang Tang felt as though a crow had flown over his head. She was quite convincing, managing to make everything feel so real. What about down there? Wang Tang reached down and felt the softness, astonished that it felt just like the real thing, and prepared to investigate further. The woman's face flushed bright red. Smack! Assault! A thunderous roar echoed, startling Wang Tang into dropping to the ground, covering his ears. The woman, disregarding her image, scrambled to her feet and unleashed a torrent of fury upon Wang Tang. You perverted scumbag! How dare you bully me? If I don't give you a taste of your own medicine, you might think I'm a pushover. Meanwhile, Wang Tang, still on the ground, finally came to a realization. He was not dreaming. This was real. The beautiful woman before him was not merely a game character created by some overweight gamer, but a genuine, living person, a bona fide individual. Here, can you accept this? Wang Tang extended a gold coin toward her. The moment she saw it, her eyes sparkled with excitement as she snatched it from his hand and, glancing around to ensure no one was watching, tucked it into her bag. However, recalling the earlier incident, she couldn't help but start crying again. Wang Tang, rising to his feet, felt embarrassed about his earlier absurd behavior. After all, treating a young girl like that would undoubtedly land him in trouble with the authorities in the real world. Now he could only stand helplessly beside her, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing. How about this? I'll take you to level up as an apology, Wang Tang suggested cautiously. A level 2 nobody, and you want to take me to level up? Can't you see I'm already level 3? Upon hearing this, the beautiful woman cast a disdainful glance at Wang Tang and remarked, although I find it hard to believe, I will cease my tears. What shall we do? If you genuinely wish to assist me in leveling up, I can offer you an additional gold coin, Wang Tang asserted with unwavering conviction. Assist me in leveling up and grant me gold coins? The woman regarded Wang Tang with heightened suspicion, instinctively taking a step back. This fellow must be a pervert with ulterior motives, who would help someone level up while offering gold coins. Rest assured, you can bring others along as long as they are trustworthy individuals that I will provide each person with a gold coin. Wang Tang continued. The woman rummaged through her backpack, finding only the single gold coin she had just acquired and a meager 2 copper coins. Her eyes darted around, unable to resist the allure of the gold coin. Gritting her teeth, as if making a momentous decision, she declared, Fine, in light of your sincerity, I shall accept your offer. However, I must attend to an urgent matter first, and only after that can I seek you out. Understood, Wang Tang replied. With that, the woman rose, dusted off her face, and hurried towards Stormwind City. A little gold digger, Wang Tang mused, observing the woman's ID, Bingmeng Wanxin. He couldn't help but chuckle bitterly as this name had been pilfered from a good friend long ago. As he found it particularly melodious, he had subsequently created his first warlock character in the nostalgic server under this name. Thus, the dead she-male Wang Tang spoke of was, in fact, himself. Now he was astonished to discover that the woman, Bingmeng Wanxin, bore many similarities to his former self, particularly in her fondness for gold coins. Perhaps this was destiny. Fate had ushered him into this marvelous realm and transformed him into an outsider, witnessing the past unfold before his very eyes once more. The reason for not recognizing it anew was simply that Zhongxin was a character Wang Tang had created later. In the early days, no one referred to him as Wang Tang Zhongxin. The urgency with which Bingmeng Wanxin rushed to Stormwind City likely mirrored his own, both seeking to sign up for a guild. With this thought, Wang Tang hesitated no longer. He mounted his prized steed and galloped towards Stormwind City once more. Indeed, it was as he thought. Upon opening the bank, he was astounded by the dazzling array of goods within. Countless high-grade ores, herbs, and heaps of precious potions and materials filled every nook and cranny. If I had known, I would have played on the official server from the start and bought a Thunder Dragon. Even the auction house would have been mine, Wang Tang lamented, slapping his thigh in regret, drawing curious glances from the bank staff. Understanding the principle of moderation, Wang Tang promptly closed the bank and dashed towards his next destination, the enchanting shop. Magic wands are crucial for spellcasting professions in the early game. I should prepare a few, he thought. Lacking low-level enchanting materials, he headed straight to the enchanting shop, purchased some basic materials, and crafted 3 magic wands to stow in his backpack. Just then, a message arrived. Wang Tang, I've completed my task. Didn't you say you would give me gold? No, you promised to take me to level up. The familiar melodic voice belonged unmistakably to Bingming Wanxin. Great. Do you have a destination in mind? No, we just arrived here and are entirely unfamiliar with the area. We learned much from the guards, she replied. All right, I will share with you a prime leveling spot. Just head straight there. I will wait for you, Wang Tang instructed, sending over a coordinate. Also, you mentioned we could bring friends along, correct? Bingming Wanxin asked shyly. Absolutely, but it must be your closest friends. Deal. We will head over shortly. After closing the message, Wang Tang made his way to the alchemy shop, purchasing several bottles of basic red potions. Although he was not concerned about these minor monsters, Bingming Wanxin, being without any equipment, was still quite vulnerable to be safe. He decided to prepare a few extras, including low-level bags for her. Murlocs were a fearsome presence in the early game of World of Warcraft. Many low-level players would turn tail and flee upon hearing their distinctive sounds, while those with weaker nerves would even abandon their keyboards in a panic. However, it was not that Murlocs were particularly formidable. In terms of individual combat strength, they were comparable to dog-headed and war-gen creatures, perhaps even weaker than the latter. The true terror of Murlocs lay in their tendency to flee, often leading to swarms of them encircling unsuspecting players that in that moment, surrendering was the wisest choice. Wang Tang's destination was a pond east of Gold's Hire, where a horde of Murlocs resided, and few travelers passed by. Are you planning to take us to battle those creatures? Bingming Wanxin questioned, pointing at the group of swaying green figures on the opposite shore. Indeed, Wang Tang responded with a smile, don't joke around. You, a level 2 rogue, are actually going to lead us against them. Do you even know what those are? Murlocs are notorious for slaughtering low-level players. Bingming Wanxin exclaimed in frustration, though she still felt somewhat lost in this world. Nevertheless, the guards frequently spoke of Murlocs, and while they could indeed be farmed for experience, it was often the Murlocs who gained the upper hand. Fear not, just stay slightly behind me. Should anything go awry, you can flee immediately. Will that suffice? If there's danger, I will run without a second thought. Your fate is of no concern to me. Very well. With that, Bingming Wanxin stepped back, preparing to escape at a moment's notice. Wang Tang wasted no time. Drawing his orange bow, he began firing at the approaching Murlocs. 2.3. In no time, the once-dense throng of Murlocs lay scattered as radiant corpses. Simultaneously, both Wang Tang and Bingming Wanxin experienced a swift rise in levels, reaching level 5 within mere minutes. Wang Tang turned to see Bingming Wanxin's eyes wide with astonishment. Hurry and loot the corpses. Why are you dawdling? He called out. Oh. She replied absently before mechanically rushing to the pile of bodies to collect loot. Actually, there is something I forgot to mention. Moments later, having finished looting, Bingming Wanxin approached Wang Tang bashfully. I have another friend who came with me. Wang Tang smiled, but said nothing, recognizing that it was rather naive for a beautiful woman to trust a stranger so readily, especially under such circumstances. Perhaps that single gold coin had indeed worked its magic. Come out. This fellow is truly impressive. Bingming Wanxin beckoned towards a nearby thicket, revealing a small priest who approached with his head bowed. A magic user. As expected, Wang Tang remarked with a grin as the little priest cautiously made his way over to Da. Mr. Wang Tang, hello, the small priest said, shyly scratching his head, aware that the two had been quite guarded around him. Now that you're here, let us level up together. Wang Tang invited the magic user to join the party. After a moment's hesitation, the little priest accepted, and the three formed a team, allowing them to share experience as long as they stayed within close proximity. I have a little something for each of you, Wang Tang said, distributing the magic wands and low-level bags from his inventory. The two received their items with a sense of bewilderment, standing before Wang Tang like remorseful children. Without further ado, Wang Tang drew his bow and resumed the hunt. The trio's leveling speed soared like a rocket, rapidly increasing. However, as their levels rose, the experience required also escalated. Upon reaching level 9, Wang Tang found he needed a staggering 400 experience points, while each Murloc only offered around 50 points. Although over 100 Murlocs may seem plentiful, respawning them took time. Observing the barren surroundings, the three decided to take a break, sitting by the lake. "Do you have any wishes?" Wang Tang inquired, glancing at Bingmeng Wanxin, feeling somewhat awkward, and turning to face her. "Hey, I'm a girl. Why did you look at me and then turn away to ask?" After spending some time together, Bingmeng Wanxin had dropped her initial reservations and regarded Wang Tang as a friend. "Honestly, I figured it would be a pointless question. Your first wish must be to earn gold, right?" Wang Tang teased with a mischievous grin. "You." The visage of Bingmeng Wanxin instantly flushed crimson, clearly struck by Wang Tang's words. "You speak nonsense." With that, she lunged at Wang Tang, employing her limbs in a frenzied, chaotic flurry of blows that in truth. "I harbored no grand desires. I merely wished for a life of simplicity, earning a modest income to level up alongside a few close friends, to partake in games together, and to grow old together. Perhaps that encapsulated my wishes." With a smile, I observed the playful banter between the two, remarking, "You are quite lacking in ambition as for me. My desire is to amass an abundance of gold coins, an inexhaustible wealth of riches." Upon uttering this, Bingmeng Wanxin's eyes seemed to transform into gleaming coins, shimmering with a dazzling light. "Mr. Wang Tang, what is your wish?" I inquired, gazing at him in my eyes. Wang Tang was an impressive figure, yet shrouded in mystery. "My wish," Wang Tang replied, reclining on the grass. "I am uncertain what my wish is. To become stronger, yet I feel quite formidable as I am." Scoffed Bingmeng Wanxin disdainfully. "Turn more gold coins? Yet I perceive the gold I possess as merely a symbol, devoid of any genuine interest. Must you always be so arrogant?" Bingmeng Wanxin finally exclaimed, unable to contain her exasperation. "And what do you consider to be a substantial amount of gold?" Wang Tang queried. "How much? 100 coins? No, that's far too little. When I visited the auction house, even a cheap linen bag cost over 10 silver coins. Thus, to purchase 1,000 linen bags would require at least 1,000 coins. Surely that is a more fitting amount." "Yes, 1,000 coins," Bingmeng Wanxin declared with conviction. "But look at how much gold I possess," Wang Tang said, revealing the value of the gold in his pouch to both of them. "Goodness, so many nines. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, Bingmeng Wanxin gasped, her fingers instinctively counting. "Why?" The mage, perplexed yet cautious, scrutinized Wang Tang. "Why would you show us such things? This should be one's deepest secret." Wang Tang understood her sentiment. Any rational person would hesitate to reveal their cards to others. "I cannot say why. Perhaps it is destiny. Whether you believe it or not." "I do," Wang Tang replied, a gentle smile gracing his features. Could it be that Bingmeng Wanxin was merely a character he had created within the game? Was she his best friend in this virtual realm? "Here, this is for you," Wang Tang said, producing 2 bags of gold, handing one to each of them. "This is a gift, 1,000,000 coins each, though it may seem fantastical. Let us not dwell on the logistics of whether such bags could hold 1,000,000 coins." "What? For me?" Bingmeng Wanxin exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment. "Are you attempting to pamper me?" She hurriedly accepted the gold, casting a shy glance at Wang Tang. Wang Tang felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Despite her stunning beauty, he found her demeanor somewhat off-putting. "Did you not just declare your wish to possess an abundance of gold? Now that I present you with 1,000,000, should you not feel the exhilaration of a wish fulfilled?" "Indeed, I am overjoyed. I have never seen such a sum of money," Bingmeng Wanxin replied, eagerly stowing the coins in her backpack. Yet, unbeknownst to her, a flicker of disappointment crossed Wang Tang's eyes. "And you?" Wang Tang extended the bag of coins to the other. The weight of 1,000,000 coins might seem insignificant to someone of Wang Tang's caliber. Yet to the entirety of the server, for he still referred to this world as a server, it was a staggering fortune, especially when most players possessed only a handful of copper coins. He recalled that nearly a month after the nostalgic server had launched, 1 gold coin had been valued at a soft currency, and now, on the very first day of this server, even with soft currency, one could not hope to acquire such a vast sum of coins. The mage gazed at the enticing gold, her breath quickening as a look of anguish crossed her face. After a moment's struggle, she extended her hand. Wang Tang's gaze dimmed slightly, for he understood all too well that he might have accepted such a windfall himself. "I am sorry," Mr. Wang Tang, but I cannot accept your generous offer," she stated, blocking his hand. "What? You refuse? You must understand that this is 1 million. "Why?" Wang Tang asked, a hint of incredulity in his voice that I cannot say why. After making my decision, I feel an overwhelming sense of relief. Yet, my heart tells me that if I were to accept this gold, I might never find true happiness. Then I must say, it is indeed a pity. You may have turned down a fortune you could never earn in a lifetime." Wang Tang replied, a touch of mockery lacing his tone. "Indeed, given our capabilities, it is quite possible we could never amass such wealth. Yet I still cannot accept it," she smiled at Wang Tang. Actually, Bingming Lanxin shyly approached. Resembling a timid creature, "I cannot accept your gold either." She too produced her share of the enormous sum, preparing to return it to Wang Tang. "Isn't your wish to acquire a vast fortune? I have helped you realize that wish. Should you not feel elated? Indeed, my desire is to gather countless coins. However, I could derive greater joy from the journey of earning those coins than from hoarding them," Bingming Lanxin explained. "With your talents, do you believe you can earn such a sum? Quickly, put the coins away. If you do not, I may very well lose my mind," Bingming Lanxin lamented, hastily returning the gold to Wang Tang. Though unable to resist casting a furtive glance at him, as she witnessed Wang Tang deliberately shake the bag of coins, she turned her head in annoyance, refusing to look at him any longer. "Mr. Wang Tang, do you have any wishes?" She purposefully shifted the topic, perhaps fearing that Bingming Lanxin might succumb to temptation and erupt in frustration. "My wish is to possess the ability to protect those I love and who love me," Wang Tang replied, gazing at the two before him, that he understood that if this world truly bore a connection to the original game, many more friends would soon appear. "But you are already quite powerful," she remarked, puzzled. "Not nearly enough." Wang Tang recalled the trajectory of the World of Warcraft game. As an individual, no matter how strong, one could not hope to contend with the lurking darkness that in the Cataclysm expansion. A single black dragon had wreaked havoc across the entirety of Azeroth, and the void forces behind the black dragon had not fully manifested even by the time the domestic servers were shut down. Wang Tang wished to avert such calamities from befalling his friends. You have any plans?" Bingming Lanxin inquired with interest. "First, I must level up to become stronger," Wang Tang replied, still shaken by the thought that if Hogger's critical strike had been just a tad more powerful, he would have met his end. After all, an 11-level elite boss could easily inflict devastating critical damage on a level 1 player. "Enough talk. Let us continue leveling up," Wang Tang declared, turning to face the newly respawned Murlocs. Glancing at Bingming Lanxin, he nodded and said, "I just discussed with Bingming that while leveling up with you is efficient, we derive no joy from the experience. Therefore, we wish to level up on our own. After all, the process of leveling itself is a trial, is it not?" "Yes, we wish to level up independently," Bingming Lanxin echoed. Wang Tang smiled, recognizing their desire to avoid being a hindrance, and he acknowledged that they had a point. Delicate flowers, no matter how beautiful, cannot withstand the storms of life. He bestowed another 100 coins upon each of them, considering it an investment in their business empire. Thereafter, they departed to level up on their own, while Wang Tang continued diligently battling the Murlocs. With their departure, his experience points surged from 50 to an impressive 120 per creature. As Wang Tang beheld the constantly shifting Murlocs, they appeared as mere moving experience points, as easy to fell as chopping vegetables. Reflecting on his earlier actions, he felt somewhat abrupt in gifting 1 million coins to a stranger, to anyone else. Such a gesture would seem utterly insane. However, he harbored no regrets, for to the present Wang Tang, money was merely a numerical figure. He believed it worthwhile to invest 2 million in securing 2 reliable partners. Acknowledging that the road ahead would undoubtedly be fraught with challenges, and that relying solely on himself was utterly implausible, Wang Tang smiled, redirecting his full attention to the fissures, with a familiar sound of bang. Wang Tang finally reached level 10. Congratulations. Wang Tang number 1 has attained level 10, earning a functional selection opportunity. A sweet prompt resonated in his mind. What is this functional selection opportunity? The available options were as follows: dual talents, transmutation, any equipment, and a portable auction house and mailbox function. This did not address Wang Tang's queries. There seemed to be a significant divergence from the original World of Warcraft. How could one select such functions at level 10? Were these not systems typically available only at level 70, 80, or even later? Players familiar with World of Warcraft were well acquainted with these skills. Dual talents and auction houses were not particularly beneficial for a rogue at this juncture. Clad in high-grade equipment, he was indeed a bit conspicuous. If some dim-witted individual took notice, it could lead to trouble. Wang Tang, possessing this epic-defying gear, considered himself invincible in the world, yet an excess of flies could also prove troublesome. He opted for the transmutation function that, as the name suggests, transmutation allowed one to transform the appearance of existing equipment without altering its attributes, akin to applying makeup to oneself. Congratulations, Wang Tang number 1 has acquired the transmutation function. After this announcement, the voice vanished, regardless of Wang Tang's calls. His immediate task was to procure some low-grade equipment for transmutation. With that thought, Wang Tang mounted his steed, preparing to journey to Gold's Hire. Corruption. A low, hoarse voice emanated from the nearby underbrush, and a faint green gas enveloped Wang Tang, seemingly possessing a magical quality that gnawed at his skin. -20. -15. Red numbers continuously materialized above Wang Tang's head. This fellow indeed seemed peculiar, draining several points of health, yet his health bar showed no signs of diminishing. Conservatively estimating, this individual must possess around 1,000 health points. Suddenly, a figure exuding a chilling aura shouted, "Warlock?" Wang Tang cast a disdainful glance and, without a moment's hesitation, charged toward him. In an instant, a warrior surged in from the side, intercepting Wang Tang mid-stride and momentarily stunning him. Bleeding, broken limbs, before Wang Tang could react. The warrior unleashed a flurry of skills upon him. Fear! Everyone, stop hiding, let's eliminate this guy. The warlock, witnessing the scene, called out to those around. Backstab. Ice Bolt, Star Shard at a gnome rogue, a human mage, and an elf priest joined the fray as the warlock's command reverberated. Clearly, this quintet was well prepared, particularly the warlock, who persistently cast fear in the 60s. A warlock capable of instilling fear was indeed a formidable force in the PK realm, able to take on any class solo. Their cooperation was seamless, leaving Wang Tang no room for a comeback, intent on delivering a swift demise. "Everyone hold your fire," commanded the warlock known as the Unbeaten King, who then cast sacrifice on Wang Tang to prevent his escape. "Listen here, if you know what's good for you, strip off your equipment, and we might spare your life," the Unbeaten King said with contempt. Observing Wang Tang's utter powerlessness, "I advise you to comply, with both corruption and my bleeding break. There's no escaping." The warrior, Thunderstriker, crossed his arms, gazing at Wang Tang as if he were a corpse. The five surrounded him, closing in, enduring the pain coursing through him. Wang Tang squinted at the individuals before him, noting they were all around levels 8 and 9, only slightly beneath his own. "It seems you've had your sights set on me for quite some time. Haven to you. Oomph, the moment you rode away from the Northshire Abbey. I had someone tailing you," the Unbeaten King retorted flippantly. "Brother, stop wasting time with him. Let us finish him off quickly." Thunderstriker barked impatiently, believing Wang Tang should be begging for mercy or surrendering at this point. Yet he dared question them. He charged at Wang Tang. "Waste, halt." The Unbeaten King immediately cast fear on Thunderstriker. Warning, if you keep yapping, I'll take you down too. Why yes, I'm sorry. Thunderstriker trembled, collapsing to the ground in fear. "How about it? Wang Tang number 1. Hand over your equipment, and I promise to let you go. Thank you for your suggestion, but I detest being threatened." Wang Tang vanished from their sight in an instant. Warning, that kid can stealth. Mage, cast Blizzard. Before the Unbeaten King could finish his sentence, he felt a chilling gust behind him and swiftly turned to leap back. Don't think a warlock is easy prey. Fear, realizing his intentions had been detected, Wang Tang felt a flicker of surprise, but did not linger. He accelerated directly to the Unbeaten King's side, leaving him no time to cast Crack. With a mere ordinary attack, the Unbeaten King watched in disbelief as his health plummeted, vanishing with a roar of indignation, leaving behind only a few gold coins. How did he possess so many coins? Wang Tang mused, casting a quick glance at the gold on the ground before moving on to the trembling Thunderstriker. delivering the same swift execution that in a mere exchange, he had eliminated the two who posed the greatest threat to him. Wang Tang coldly regarded the remaining three, who were evidently intimidated by his ferocity. Standing frozen in place, paralyzed with fear, Wang Tang was not a bloodthirsty individual. In the original World of Warcraft, he had rarely engaged in PvP, only wandering around during battlefield festivals for leisure. His primary interest lay in accumulating gold. I do not wish to be your enemy. I merely desire to live leisurely. Farewell. With that, he turned to leave. The prey targeted by us hunters has never escaped. Let us encircle him in mere minutes. Our brother the unbeaten king will lead the others here. The three hesitated briefly, and the elf priest known as Snow Dancer began casting again. Shadow Cloak. Without hesitation, Wang Tang activated the skill under the Shadow Cloak. He became immune to all spells for 5 seconds, a window ample enough to accomplish his intent that a moment later, the three surrounding him transformed into glimmers of light, vanishing from sight. Why does it feel like something is amiss? Wang Tang recalled the recent events and suddenly shouted, "Not good." He mounted his steed and disappeared from the spot. Time passed slowly, until suddenly a patch of old bark began to twist, revealing a humanoid form. It appears, just as the president mentioned, other reincarnators have indeed joined this game. How intriguing. With that thought, the figure gradually twisted and faded away. What are these people up to? Bing Ming Lan Exen anxiously observed the magic wielder behind them. I have no idea. All I know is we are in grave danger today, he replied with a wry smile. What exactly are you planning? Unable to contain herself, Bing Ming Lan Exen shouted at the group surrounding them. Hee, I can only tell you that our objective is not you little shrimp. One of the apparent leaders chuckled. What? Little shrimp? How dare you? Bing Ming, hold it together, we're not their match. Let us see what their plan is first. She restrained the agitated Bing Ming Lan Exen. Humph, yes, that is right, to be obedient. Brother Wen Ti want to harm delicate flowers. The small leader leered at Bing Ming Lan Exen, swallowing hard, causing her to retreat in alarm. It seems the main player has arrived. The small leader turned, grinning maliciously at the figure approaching rapidly on horseback. The IT was none other than Wang Tang. Wang Tang cast a cold glance at the crowd surrounding them and strode forward. What is going on? Wang Tang paid no heed to the throng surrounding him and directly inquired of Bing Ming Lan Exen. We are fine. They do not dare to harm us. But your reckless entry here, are you not courting death? Bing Ming Lan Exen regarded Wang Tang, who had dashed into the encirclement, and anxiously retorted, Are you truly this foolish? A level 2 rogue, accompanied by a level 3 version of yourself to grind monsters and level up. Yet you plan to amass 1,000,000 gold coins for yourself, and now you have blindly walked into their trap. Truly a fool with an abundance of wealth. Your target should be me. Let them go, Wang Tang declared. Very well. Indeed impressive. No wonder our leader holds you in such high regard, the small leader said, approaching with a clap of his hands. Mr. Wang Tang, I am aware that our group may be no match for you. The small leader smirked cunningly. If I am not mistaken, those 5 individuals you encountered earlier have likely met their end at your hands before, correct? It seems you are indeed in cahoots. Indeed, we are together. The small leader admitted without a hint of concealment. What is your ultimate aim? The aim? Quite simple. Our leader wishes to befriend you, to speak of future alliances against the Void Lord. What? The Void Lord? Upon hearing this, Wang Tang felt the hairs on his body stand on end. How could anyone know of the Void Lord? Could they be another who has traversed realms like myself? Which version are they from? What level of equipment do they possess? A torrent of questions surged through Wang Tang's mind. Are they friend or foe? To fight or to unite? Wang Tang continually assessed the strengths of both parties. Yet no matter how he calculated, he found no glimmer of hope for victory that a greedy goblin fixated solely on wealth, and another goblin indifferent to equipment and combat, quite likely possessing inferior gear to their adversaries. Wang Tang pondered long and hard, but could not conceive of any advantage. Curse this wretched fate, are all other traversers endowed with a regal aura, easily commanding legions of heroes and beauties with but a few moves? Yet here I am, still at level 1, destined for annihilation? Wang Tang lamented. Mr. Wang Tang, you truly live up to our leader's words. The small leader observed Wang Tang's sudden transformation into a lost soul, erupting in hearty laughter. What did your leader say? Wang Tang instinctively inquired. Perhaps you shall ask our leader yourself when the opportunity arises. That I am merely a messenger, sent to convey a message. The world is in your hands. In my hands? Wang Tang gazed at the small leader with confusion. What do you mean? Ha! Discover it for yourself. Our leader simply instructed me to tell you this. Beyond that, I am unaware of any further matters. With that, he waved at the others. Mr. Wang Tang, I hope your performance does not disappoint our leader. With that, he departed alongside his companions. Wang Tang watched the departing figures from a distance, his confusion deepening. The world is in my hands? What could that possibly mean? Wang Tang murmured to himself that I apologize, Mr. Wang Tang. We have caused you trouble. Lan Shi, accompanied by her soldiers, approached Wang Tang with an apologetic demeanor. Wang Tang lifted his gaze and forced a wry smile. If anyone should apologize, it should be me for inconveniencing you too. Had I not appeared, perhaps your lives would have remained undisturbed. Reflecting on the development of the character Bing Meng Lan Xen. Though she had not experienced grand tribulations or fame, there had been a time of brilliance, during which some even referred to her as a formidable figure. Yet now, due to his sudden appearance, he was uncertain how Bing Meng Lan Xen's future would unfold. That is it a blessing or a curse? What is destined cannot be avoided. I shall not be intimidated by a few ruffians. Though still nervously staring in the direction of the departing group, Bing Meng Lan Xen stubbornly declared, Indeed, regardless of fortune or misfortune, since we are here, we shall face it head on. Thank you, Wang Tang replied, embracing her before turning to also embrace Bing Meng Lan Xen. However, upon catching sight of her face, he recoiled in disgust. You, Wang Tang, I shall not rest until I settle the score with you. In the desolate western wilderness, at the depths of the death mine, upon a colossal warship. Is this truly the extent of your strength? A figure shrouded in shadows scoffed that you truly believe a handful of you can topple Stormwind City? We can see that you are formidable, but if your sole purpose is to humiliate us, I believe you have come to the wrong place. Half kneeling on the ground, panting heavily, was the original final boss of the death mine. Van Cleef. Beside him lay Lacquer and First Mate Heavy Fist, both sprawled along the ship's railing, seemingly lifeless, merely a troop of clowns. With a dismissive remark, the shadowy figure turned to leave, making his way toward the rear exit of the death mine. Father, how are you? A young girl rushed over, supporting Van Cleef. Vanessa, why have you not left yet? As long as you survive, there is hope, Van Cleef said, gently caressing the girl's face, tears welling in his eyes. Is hope merely witnessing these noble dogs sever my father's head and feeling a sense of fulfillment? To me, hope is but a cruel jest in this cold world. Hope does not exist. Only Vanessa does. The young girl was none other than Vanessa, daughter of Van Cleef. That M.Y. heavens, look at this little frame, this little muscle, a sweet voice chimed in nearby. Indeed, that is quite impressive, another beauty chimed in. Absolutely, I would love to give it a try, came the sound of someone licking their lips. Who? Wang Tang slowly opened his eyes, surveying his surroundings. What in the world is happening? Wang Tang, still groggy, suddenly became alert. A group of beautiful women surrounded him, all giggling while covering their mouths, staring at his naked form. Wang Tang glanced at his physique. Although slender, it did not detract from his aesthetic appeal, exuding youthful vitality. Though Wang Tang was bewildered, he was reveling in the attention. Just as Wang Tang was lost in self-admiration, his body began to slowly transform. In an instant, his once muscular frame morphed into that of a portly, greasy, middle-aged man. His physique growing cumbersome. So it's an old man I thought was a young lad. Indeed, merely a fade. Ugh. The last beauty, too disinterested to say anything further, turned and walked away to, Don't go. Wang Tang cried out in desperation as the women turned to leave. Please don't go. Wang Tang struggled to rise from the bed. Upon lifting his gaze, he realized the sun was streaming through the window. It was merely a dream. Wang Tang prepared to lie back down. Hey, little Tang, your mother is calling you home for dinner. And by the way, let me tell you, sleeping in the nude is not good for your health. With a loud bang, the door slammed shut. followed by the sound of hurried footsteps and laughter receding into the distance. Bing Ming Lan, exit. You rogue. Wang Tang ground his teeth in frustration. Bing Ming, why is your face so flushed? She asked, puzzled, as she popped a piece of bread in her mouth. It's just that I saw a bald man, and it struck me as quite humorous, Bing Ming Lan Xian said, covering her mouth, unable to suppress her laughter. A bald man? What is so amusing about that? Just a very funny bald man. Oh. Finding no further questions to ask, she resumed eating. Mr. Wang Tang, you have finally come down. You seem rather displeased, she remarked, noticing his grim expression. This morning, I encountered a thief. Wang Tang glared at Bing Ming Lan Xian, seething with indignation. What thief? You are the thief, they both exclaimed, albeit one with a puzzled look and the other with a mischievous grin directed at a certain part of someone. Forget it, let's eat. Wang Tang, disgruntled, stuffed a piece of bread into his mouth, internally vowing, one day, I shall reclaim what is rightfully mine. Mr. Wang Tang, do you have any clarity on the origins of that group from yesterday? Without the slightest hint of abnormality between the two, one inquired about the events of yesterday, still occasionally feeling a twinge of fear. However, it was evident that the group had clearly targeted Wang Tang. The specifics elude me, yet previously there were 5 individuals intent on my demise, all of whom I vanquished. One of them, as he breathed his last, proclaimed himself a hunter, Wang Tang, with a mouthful of bread. Muse, a hunter, to hunt you, perhaps, but they have all been slain by me, so they should not return. Not return? They could be resurrected after you kill them. Why wouldn't they come back? Came a retort. What? They can resurrect. Wang Tang stood there in a daze, thinking that had he known resurrection was possible, he would not have been so anxious. Did you not know this? Bing Ming Lanxin regarded Wang Tang, as if he were a fool. Should I have known? Unlike some, I am not so weak, nor have I ever died, Wang Tang scoffed. You, Bing Ming Lanxin, in a fit of exasperation, stood up. If you have the ability, face me one-on-one. Huffed, not worth my time. Wang Tang dismissed her with indifference. As chosen ones, we can resurrect after being slain, she interrupted and explained. Chosen ones? What are chosen ones? This was the first time Wang Tang had heard such a term since his arrival in this world. Humanity in this realm is divided into 2 categories. To be precise, is not only humans, but also elves, dwarves, gnomes, and the undead of tribes, trolls, orcs, and taurens. All are categorized. One class consists of individuals like us, the chosen ones, while the other is referred to as non-chosen ones. There a distinction between these 2 groups. One of the most significant differences is that we chosen ones can disregard terrain and travel freely to our desired locations, whereas non-chosen ones are confined to a specific location and cannot leave. For instance, the owner of this inn is bound to this establishment. She cannot depart from it. Beyond that, do we have any other differences? What about strength? The distinction between being a chosen one and a non-chosen one is entirely unrelated to strength. Some non-chosen ones are incredibly powerful, so formidable that it might take over 40 of us to subdue them. And in some cases, we might need several teams of 40 to have a chance at defeating them. 40 individuals, the limit for a dungeon team in the game, Wang Tang surmised. Several teams likely refer to scenarios similar to a wild boss battle, where multiple teams join forces to take down a significant enemy like a leader of an opposing faction. Furthermore, there is one major difference. Non-chosen ones can be killed, or rather, their consciousness can be extinguished. Consciousness extinguished. You could say that non-chosen ones originally possess their own consciousness, just like us chosen ones. However, once they're slain, they become something else. She paused, seemingly pondering how to articulate her thoughts. Robots? Wang Tang interjected. Yes, robots. That term is quite vivid. I admire your understanding. Chosen ones? Non-chosen ones? Is there not a distinction akin to that between players and NPCs in a game? If a chosen one dies, is there no punishment at all? Wang Tang inferred based on his previous experience in World of Warcraft, where players would resurrect upon death, suffering only minimal equipment durability loss. How naive. Do you think it is that easy? Bing Ming Lanxin scoffed. She's right. He shot a glare at Bing Ming, that if there were no punishment, then chosen ones would truly be the favored children of destiny. As chosen ones, there are indeed consequences for death. In lesser cases, one might lose some gold or a piece of equipment. More severe penalties include the existence of mysterious artifacts in this world that can directly kill a chosen one and transform them into a robot. Mysterious artifacts? Wang Tang murmured, suddenly recalling that when he defeated those 5 individuals, some gold coins had dropped. At it seemed that, as a tangible world, this realm differed immensely from a game. For instance, the 5 who had ambushed him initially possessed skills that should not have been available at their level. How did you all arrive in this world? Wang Tang, remembering the initial scene at Northshire Abbey, inquired with curiosity, as a real world, is it possible for people to just appear out of thin air? We were birthed directly at the Abbey, she stated matter-of-factly, devoid of any hint of jest. Do you mean there was no process involving men and women? No parents? That is precisely why we are chosen ones. Fine, Wang Tang responded, feeling a wave of confusion wash over him. Am I still in a game? He suddenly felt an urge to smack himself. But after a moment's consideration, he opted to refrain. Is there a possibility that some individuals are born differently than others? Wang Tang, recalling his equipment and the gold in his bag, quickly asked, It is said that there are distinctions. Within our guild, there are newcomers who were born with a few gold coins in their bags. And some even possessed equipment. Suddenly, she seemed to recall something. Mr. Wang Tang, did you also have all that equipment and gold upon your birth? Wang Tang was taken aback, not because she had uncovered his secret, but because it was astonishing to think that there might be many others like him. Equally endowed with gold and gear, he fell silent, simply staring down as he occasionally stuffed bread into his mouth. Observing Wang Tang's demeanor, Bing Meng Lanxin refrained from pressing further, understanding the gravity of the moment. What version had they come from? The Void Lord? That figure must have originated from the official server. Otherwise, he would not know that the final boss could very well be the Void Lord. Yes, it had to be that way to this thought. Wang Tang broke into a cold sweat, although he was uncertain whether the individual was a friend or foe. The emergence of such a formidable enemy was disconcerting to anyone. This isn't right. I should be the protagonist. Wang Tang's expression was one of despair. Not necessarily. The Void Lord is also mentioned in the classic version. Perhaps he is just like me, a player from the classic version? No. Even if he is from the classic version, he cannot possibly be weaker than me, a gnome. That may not be true. What if he is from the 60s of the Anchorage Temple? There would be a concept of the void even then. Countless thoughts surged through Wang Tang's mind, leaving him utterly bewildered. Mr. Wang Tang, you need not be so troubled. It was my impudence if you find it inconvenient. I shall retract my previous question. Seeing Wang Tang's restless demeanor, she assumed her inquiry had caused him discomfort. Feeling guilty, as everyone harbors their own secrets. No, you misunderstood. I was contemplating the existence of so many formidable individuals. Wang Tang vaguely explained. What is there to fear? Even if that is the case, so what? If we lack wealth compared to them, we can always earn more. If worst comes to worst, we can simply be gnomes. With me around, I refuse to believe we cannot amass riches. If we fear we cannot match them in strength, we can gather more people. Sheer numbers can overwhelm them. An individual is invincible against a swarm. Bing Meng Lanxin asserted, rising to her feet as she noticed Wang Tang's despondency. Yes, Wang Tang responded, as if enlightened by her words. Even if he was currently quite powerful, if he were to gather a group, he could only flee in the face of danger. Likewise, whether the opponent hailed from the official or classic server, as long as they had enough people, he believed they could defeat him. With this thought, Wang Tang felt a weight lift from his heart and sincerely addressed Bing Meng Lanxin. Thank you. Taken aback by his earnest gratitude, Bing Meng Lanxin found herself at a loss for words. Hurry and eat. After we finish, we shall continue leveling up. Levels are what Wang Tang needs most right now. He had initially thought himself formidable, only to discover that even a mere 5-man team was nearly on par with him. Good, they both replied in unison. Wang Tang then pondered for a moment, furrowing his brow. We should separate. Although he was unsure whether that group was friend or foe, he felt the need for caution. If the two remained with him and danger truly arose, he would be putting them at risk. Why? Understood. We shall proceed. Blocking the path, the figure addressed Bing Meng Lanxin, saying, You must take extra precautions when alone. Should you find yourself in need, do not hesitate to inform us. In his view, Mr. Wang Tang was quite formidable. If the two of them were to level up together, they could be of great assistance. However, if that group were to persist in their attacks, the two of them would merely be burdens, contributing nothing to the fight, and potentially endangering Mr. Wang Tang. "Have you encountered that individual?" a voice inquired, referring to a shadowy figure seated atop a high platform, addressing those below. This individual was none other than the dark presence that had manifested in the death mine. "Indeed, my lord, we have seen him, and in accordance with your instructions, we have conveyed your message." The former leader who had obstructed the two knelt below. Beside him lay the slain warlock, known as the Unbeaten King. If what the Unbeaten King claims is true, that figure must surely be one of our targets. "Yes, my lord. What shall we do next?" "No need for further action. We merely need to plant the seeds and await their germination." "Understood. Your command shall be followed." Moments later, in the western wilderness, at Moonstream Town, within a secluded corner of the death mine, a pallid Defias miner anxiously whispered, "Do you think that individual will return?" "I doubt it," replied the uncertain Defias summoner. "Johnston, why not lead us to safety?" the trembling overseer implored. "I can no longer endure this place. The constant fear of becoming like them is unbearable." He gestured toward the group of friends surrounding them, once companions with whom they shared drinks and boasted, now transformed into mindless automatons, executing tasks along prescribed paths that, you think I desire this fate? Had we not been away on business at that crucial moment, we would likely have met the same end. Johnston spoke with lingering apprehension, but the chief refuses to allow us to leave, so we remain here. I wonder what the chief is thinking. "Hush, quiet, listen." Instantly, the three fell silent, crouching behind a protruding rock, peering outward. "We are under attack. Prepare for battle. Eliminate him." Amidst the clamor of battle cries, a young human rogue, devoid of emotion, dispatched several members of the Defias Brotherhood with the efficiency of chopping vegetables, showing no sign of exhilaration. Only a hint of sorrow. "Are you alive?" Suddenly, the rogue's gaze fell upon the trio of miners, and his eyes sparkled with wild delight, akin to a famished leopard spotting its prey as he dashed towards them. "By the gods, not again! Run!" The three, upon witnessing this, offered no resistance, abandoning even their mining tools, and fled into the depths of the cave. Wang Tang was furious. The consequences of his anger were dire, in that moment. He was intent on vengeance, and thus he hurled himself into battle. The Death Mine, a familiar haunt for Alliance low-level characters, represented the first true dungeon for many, offering new experiences, the realization that the game could be played in myriad ways. Players could form parties of 5 to tackle monsters, collaborating and showcasing their respective roles, damage dealers, healers, and tanks, allowing many to truly grasp the essence of each role. Thus, the impact of the Death Mine on low-level Alliance players was profound. In the game, the nefarious Defias Brotherhood had made the Death Mine their stronghold, relentlessly encroaching upon surrounding territories, instilling fear in the local populace, transforming the once thriving Moonstream Town into a desolate ruin. The myriad crimes committed by the Defias Brotherhood against the people of the Western Wilderness were too numerous to recount. Yet, as players delved deeper, they began to uncover the Brotherhood's tragic history. After parting ways with his companions, Wang Tang made his way directly to the Death Mine. His motivations were twofold. Firstly, as a low-level character within the Alliance, he harbored deep-seated grievances against the Death Mine and was eager to experience it firsthand. Secondly, with Stormwind City in a precarious state, it was imperative to eliminate threats swiftly to ensure stability and allow humanity to cultivate its strength for future challenges. The foremost threat to Stormwind at that time was the Defias Brotherhood, and Wang Tang, armed with knowledge of their history, was confident he could persuade them to abandon their assault on the city. Wang Tang, relying on his prowess, approached the entrance of the Death Mine and swiftly dispatched 2 unsuspecting foes. Stepping over their fallen forms, he bellowed to the surrounding onlookers, "Surrender your weapons, and you shall not be harmed." That a group of minions, cowed by his imposing presence, groveled before him, weeping and pleading for mercy. Thus, when Wang Tang reached the entrance of the Death Mine and encountered a Defias roadblock, he charged forward, slaying it instantly. Then, standing atop the corpse, he nonchalantly proclaimed to the astonished onlookers, "Listen well. You little rascals. Suddenly, a massive fireball struck him squarely in the face, hurled by Defia's mage, who remained expressionless, hands still poised for casting. You dare! Another fireball met him from yet another mage. Wait until I've finished speaking. Wang Tang's exasperation mounted as yet another fireball struck him. Enough! I shall teach you a lesson. Although the fireballs caused minimal damage, the humiliation was unbearable, singeing his eyebrows and scalp. Frustrated, Wang Tang charged into the depths of the death mine, dispatching foes with a flurry of blades. However, as he delved deeper, he was astonished to find the surrounding minions charging at him fearlessly, fully aware of their impending doom. What could be the cause of this? Hadn't it been said that these minions possessed their own thoughts? Had they already been eradicated by another? As he ventured further, the sense of unease intensified. Someone had indeed come before him. Throughout his journey, be it the roaming minions or the bosses encountered, such as the ogre Lasgith and the goblin Sneed, they exhibited no semblance of independent thought. Rushing blindly toward him without any semblance of strategy. Was his journey in vain? Had someone already decimated them all? Wang Tang's purpose in the death mine was not solely to eradicate these threats, but more importantly to persuade them to abandon their hostile intentions towards Stormwind City. Only then could a lasting peace be achieved, rather than reducing them to mere automatons. Just as Wang Tang's hopes began to wane, he caught sight of figures hiding behind a rocky outcropping. Peering at him with furtive glances that on a whim, he called out, "Are you alive?" To his astonishment, 3 minions fled from their hiding place. By the gods, they are alive. Wang Tang rejoiced, disregarding everything else, and pursued the trio. "Hey, don't run away," he exclaimed, recalling a once popular catchphrase. Yet the trio showed no signs of slowing, sprinting with all their might. Wang Tang swiftly intercepted them. "Please, spare us. We shall do whatever you command." Johnston, the miner, led the trio in a desperate bow. Clearly terrified, Johnston the miner, Wang Tang recalled a rare boss by that name from the death mine. It appeared he had stumbled upon something significant. "If you tell me the truth, I promise you shall not die." Seeing their eagerness to cooperate, Wang Tang felt an air of authority swell within him, nonchalantly settling beside the boat's edge. "Very well. As long as we are spared, we shall speak freely." "All right, then tell me. Has anyone come here before me?" "Yes, indeed. A man in black visited 2 days ago, and he nearly wiped out everyone here," Johnston said, trembling as he recounted the tale that a man in black. "What did he look like?" Wang Tang inquired casually. "Just a person clad in black attire." What nonsense. Am I to understand that it is a figure clad in black attire?" Wang Tang was unexpectedly amused by his audacity. "That individual in black is remarkably formidable." The overseer of the Defias, noticing Miner Johnson's hesitance, swiftly interjected, "Many of his skills are unfamiliar to us. He merely charges forward, and those who cross his path are dispatched in an instant." "Is it a warrior's charge?" Wang Tang inquired with a hint of confusion. No, that is not the case. That we have witnessed a warrior's charge before. It targets a specific enemy and does not inflict harm on those along the way. But this black-clad figure is different. He kills anyone who crosses his path. The Defia's necromancer elaborated. What profession would charge forth and annihilate foes in its wake? Wang Tang furrowed his brow. Could it be? No, it shouldn't be. Wang Tang chose not to dwell on this matter further and posed the question that weighed heavily on his mind. "What has become of your leader?" "Edwin Van Cleef." "Our leader." The 3 exchanged glances, wide-eyed and speechless, unwilling to continue. "Has he already perished?" A sense of foreboding washed over Wang Tang as he observed their reactions. That no, they hurriedly exclaimed. "Then what has happened to him?" Wang Tang, relieved to hear that Edwin Van Cleef was not dead, exclaimed excitedly. The trio remained hesitant. After a moment's contemplation, Wang Tang declared, "If you refuse to speak, I shall simply seek him out myself. However, should that happen." He mimicked a gesture across his throat. No, our leader is not dead. He is merely gravely injured." They chorused in unison, fearful that Wang Tang might indeed carry out his threat. "Then take me to see your leader," Wang Tang commanded, asserting his authority. This, the 3 displayed evident concern. "You must understand, regardless of whether you guide me or not, I possess the means to eliminate you all. Moreover, My arduous journey to meet your leader is to offer you a path to hope. Surely you do not wish to live in constant fear? Ah, yes, yes, they replied hastily, scrambling to their feet and leading the way into the cavern. Observing this, Wang Tang opted to follow them invisibly, hoping to avoid further complications. The likes of Cookie and the green-skinned captain, along with other minor bosses, passed by the stealthy Wang Tang, completely oblivious to his presence. After all, the talents of an 80-level character far surpassed those of a 60-level. The green-skinned captain continued to grin widely, yet his eyes lacked any spark, revealing him to be nothing more than a mechanical puppet. "Leader, leader," the trio called softly as they entered the ship's cabin. "What brings you here again? Did I not make it clear that I will not leave this place?" A weak voice, tinged with dissatisfaction, echoed from within the cabin after a considerable pause. "Leader, it's not that. Someone wishes to see you," Miner Johnson stammered, swallowing nervously. "What?" The voice within grew suddenly louder, followed by a fit of coughing. Then a bandaged figure rushed out, fury etched upon his face and caution glimmering in his eyes. Fresh blood seeping through his wrappings due to his vigorous movements. "Father, you must take care of yourself," a young girl followed, anxiously urging Edwin Van Cleef, while glaring fiercely at Wang Tang. "Mr. Van Cleef, you need not be so tense. I do not come here to battle you, but merely to converse," Wang Tang said, concealing his inner excitement upon seeing the living Van Cleef, while feigning calmness. Another sycophant of the Stormwind nobility, come then, I fear you not," Van Cleef retorted, dismissing Wang Tang's explanation and adopting a combative stance. "Guards, eliminate him!" With a furious roar from Van Cleef, a horde of guards surged from the shadows, all lunging towards Wang Tang. He swiftly evaded their advance and deftly drew his bowstring. Effortlessly slaying the guards, he retreated to avoid inadvertently harming Van Cleef. "I reiterate, I am not here for combat. Your true enemy is not me," Wang Tang declared, brushing dust from his attire, convinced of his own flair. Van Cleef scrutinized his own condition, then glanced at the young girl behind him, before turning his gaze to Wang Tang's splendid gear. With a weary sigh, he sat cross-legged on the ground. "If you possess such skill, you are surely not one to prey upon the weak." Wang Tang observed the seated Van Cleef and the girl behind him. Not a young girl? Could she be? Wang Tang regarded the hostile child in surprise. Yet his primary focus remained on Van Cleef. "Mr. Van Cleef, I sympathize deeply with the tragic fate of your Stonecutter Guild. However, this entire situation is but a conspiracy." Van Cleef regarded Wang Tang with a smile, remaining silent. "This is all the machination of the Black Dragon Onyxia, who manipulates the council to deliberately incite your rebellion," Wang Tang continued, divulging all he knew of the Black Dragon Princess's schemes, including those involving the Stonecutter Brotherhood and other plots against Stormwind. "Is that all?" Van Cleef scoffed. "Indeed," Wang Tang stammered, taken aback. "Could this not suffice?" Van Cleef struggled to rise, moving to the ship's edge, gesturing for Wang Tang to observe. "Look, what do you think of our scale?" Wang Tang, perplexed, followed Van Cleef's pointing finger. Surveying the surroundings of the warship, could our Stonecutter Guild have developed to such an extent? Is that even possible? Wang Tang gazed quizzically at Van Cleef, uncertain of his intent. Suddenly, realization dawned upon Wang Tang, and he exclaimed incredulously, "Could it be?" "Indeed," Van Cleef laughed heartily. "From the very beginning, we have been aware that this is a conspiracy. More accurately, it is an open plot laid bare before us, a choice between death or compliance." Van Cleef, resembling a monarch, spread his arms wide, exuding an air of superiority. Once hailed as the greatest engineer in human history, Van Cleef had been naive enough to believe that his fervent passion would carve a path to glory. For this belief, he invested his entire fortune into the construction of Stormwind, unwavering in the face of numerous challenges, until that fateful night when a noble named Prester approached him. "Prester, she is the Black Dragon Princess," Wang Tang exclaimed involuntarily. "And what of it?" Van Cleef shook his head in resignation, recalling how Prester suggested, "Oh, my esteemed engineer, why not orchestrate a rebellion?" "So straightforward?" Wang Tang queried, incredulous that she would not fear exposure of the plot. "MS. Prester vividly described a rebellion that I would personally orchestrate, so vividly that it felt as though she had witnessed it herself. I was astonished," Much like your expression now that I did not wish for this. I love my homeland, my nation. I sought out every noble, every high-ranking official, but all I received was the same response. Very well, we understand. Wang Tang watched as the once mighty figure crumpled to the ground in tears. I do not comprehend why this is happening, why no one believes me. Did you not seek out King Varian? Wang Tang recalled the historical figure, a king revered by dwarves, elves, and various tribes alike. Varian Rin. Van Cleef fell into contemplation, failing to continue his narrative. What transpired next? Wang Tang broke the silence. What transpired next? It unfolded precisely as Ms. Prester had described. Van Cleef led the Stonecutter Guild in a rebellion, resulting in the death of Queen Tiffin, after which Van Cleef and the Stonecutter Guild were exiled from Stormwind. Wang Tang fell silent, recognizing the truth of this open plot, a trap so enormous that one had no choice but to leap into it. Wang Tang remained quiet as Van Cleef observed the dejected Wang Tang and asked with a wry smile, "What troubles you, young man?" "I am uncertain, yet I sense a suffocating unease within me," Wang Tang murmured softly. This world is far from the idyllic vision you hold, is it not? Van Cleef remarked, patting Wang Tang on the shoulder. This world has succumbed to decay. Only through its annihilation can we find an end. What? Annihilation? Wang Tang gazed at Van Cleef in bewilderment. Indeed, only by obliterating everything can we usher in our ultimate judgment. Ultimate judgment? Yes, the final judgment is upon you, It felt as if Wang Tang's mind had been struck, a wave of pain engulfing him, and in that moment, he swung his blade at Van Cleef. "No," Wang Tang shouted. With a rustling sound of fluttering leaves, the once frail Van Cleef transformed into a swarm of bats. Soaring towards the ship's deck, "It's him! It's him!" the miners Johnson and his companions cried out, hurriedly fleeing. How obnoxious that the foul, dark green miasma surged toward the trio, and they appeared to be dissolving, collapsing to the ground in a state of rapid decay. Wow! Witnessing this, a little girl hiding in the cabin began to retch. Wang Tang suppressed his intense discomfort and fixed his gaze on the figure shrouded in darkness on the ship. How amusing. A wielder of Solitaire, Wrath of the Stars, and even the Ashen Blade. Truly intriguing. Upon finishing his thought, the cloaked figure morphed once more into a swarm of bats, vanishing with a rustle. Wang Tang stared at the desolate warship, feeling as though his mind was overwhelmed. Van Cleef, the Lord of Fear, an ancient deity, the Death Mine. Such drastic changes had unfolded in such a short span of time, leaving Wang Tang with a profound sense of confusion. Shaking his head, he resolved to cease his futile pondering and simply depart, that he chose not to squander any more of his mental faculties on matters that exceeded his comprehension. "Halt!" Suddenly, a sharp voice called out. Wang Tang, still in a daze, was startled and hastily jumped aside. "What now, you little imp? Are you an ancient deity or something else entirely?" Wang Tang regarded the girl before him warily. Her cherubic cheeks still bore remnants of youth, and her slender frame contrasted sharply with her bright yet defiant eyes. "I am Vanessa Van Cleef, not some ancient deity as you presume. I am merely a human," the girl said, tears brimming in her eyes, yet refusing to fall. "So my intuition was correct. This girl is indeed Vanessa Van Cleef. What do you want?" Wang Tang circled around the girl, unable to discern any differences. "That I am homeless." Vanessa looked up at Wang Tang, her tear-filled eyes reflecting a glimmer of hope. "Please, do not jest. I am an adventurer, and taking a child along with me is no trivial matter. It's absurd. Who knows when you might transform into a swarm of bats and drain my blood?" The mere thought sent shivers down his spine. "Look." Calmly, Vanessa picked up a dagger from the ground, the very weapon wielded by Van Cleef before his transformation, and without hesitation, she sliced her palm. "My blood is red." Wang Tang was taken aback. Blood poured from her palm, yet her expression remained chillingly composed. "I wish to live. I once promised my father that I would remain strong." A hauntingly beautiful smile graced the girl's face as she slowly began to slump. Wang Tang rushed over, applying pressure to Vanessa's wound. "Why are you so light?" he mused, cradling her in his arms, barely feeling her weight. That moment, he observed the girl in his embrace, her brow furrowed, lips tightly sealed, and her small face dusted with grime. rendering her complexion somewhat pallid. He could not reconcile this fragile child with the legendary rogue from the game, known for her revealing attire and intoxicating allure. According to the game's lore, Vanessa had not perished in the death mine. She had later even become a rogue's companion. Wang Tang repeatedly reminded himself that the girl before him was not an ancient deity or a harbinger of fear. Merely a child, likely a lonely one scanning his surroundings, he carried Vanessa toward the hills. The night of silence ensued. "Are you awake?" The little girl withdrew her gaze from the window and turned to the newcomer at the door. "Mr. Wang Tang, hello," she greeted with a smile. "Venet, I think I should give you a new name as you wish." "How about Hope?" Wang Tang suggested after a moment's thought. "Hope? Huh. Such a Navi name. Yet, I find it quite endearing." The girl replied as she pulled aside the thin blanket covering her legs, sitting at the edge of the bed, her bare feet swinging back and forth, entirely devoid of yesterday's sorrow. "How old are you?" Wang Tang inquired, perching himself on a nearby table. 17. What? You're already 17. Wang Tang gazed incredulously at the girl before him. Had she not spoken, he would have assumed she was merely 7 or 8. "But you," Wang Tang faltered, his voice trailing off. The girl chuckled lightly. "Why am I so petite? Why do I resemble a child?" Not a bead of sweat trickled down Wang Tang's forehead. The root cause lies elsewhere. With that, Vanessa produced a pearl from her shirt pocket and handed it to Wang Tang. "What is this?" he asked, having never encountered such an object before, milky white with a hint of green swirling within. "This pearl is called the Bewildering Pearl. It can easily alter a person's appearance, thereby deceiving enemies." Bewildering Pearl? Wang Tang took the pearl, scrutinizing it carefully, yet he failed to notice that the girl beside him was gradually transforming, shifting from reality to illusion, and back again. Oh, how does this pearl work? Goodness. As Wang Tang turned his head, he was left utterly astounded. Before him stood a strikingly voluptuous young woman, casting a sly glance his way. Adorned in a sheer blouse that clung to her sun-kissed skin, exuding health and a hint of wildness, her features flawless, her ample bosom appeared almost too much for the delicate fabric to contain. Through the edges of her blouse, he could glimpse smooth skin beneath. That moment, she struck a pose, offering the pearl to Wang Tang, who found himself in a position of power. Wang Tang quickly covered his nose with his hand and averted his gaze, only to be met with the sight of her bare legs, glimmering like jade, compelling him to step closer and admire her beauty, causing an immediate surge of heat within him. In desperation, he turned away, breathing rapidly. Am I to engage in such activities? Surely not. But if the lady truly wishes to embrace me, what then? Must I cruelly reject her? Wouldn't that wound her heart? I am a good person. I cannot bear to cause her sorrow. Wang Tang's inner conflict raged on, and just as his primal instincts were about to triumph over reason, he turned back, prepared to welcome the lady's embrace, only to find she had already dressed and was seated before him. That moment, Wang Tang felt as if a fire within him had been extinguished by a deluge of cold water. "Mr. Wang Tang, shall we discuss some serious matters?" the lady stated, taking a seat at the table. "Ahem. Indeed, it is time to address some pressing issues," Wang Tang coughed, using the moment to mask his embarrassment as he settled into a corner of the table. "Are you still doubting my identity?" she asked, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. Wang Tang's mind snapped to attention. This individual was no ordinary girl. She was Van Cleef's daughter. "Well, I must admit, I do harbor doubts," Wang Tang confessed candidly. "Yet, I cannot blame you. I have long suspected that my father, Van Cleef, may no longer be among the living, which is why I appear so detached at this moment." In Vanessa's eyes, a glimmer of sorrow emerged. Once my father, despite his numerous transgressions, would succumb to profound remorse during the stillness of the night. He would weep bitterly for the sins he had committed. Yet he understood that he could not cease his actions, for halting would invite even greater troubles. Greater troubles? Wang Tang was drawn in by Vanessa's words. Yes, greater troubles. My father is no fool. Through his own efforts, he could indeed achieve monumental success. However, he would never amass such vast power and influence in such a brief span of time. The truth is, there have always been unseen forces propelling him forward, even protecting and guiding him. Moonstream Town, once a significant bastion in the western wilderness, boasted formidable defenses. Yet, when we sought to seize the death mine, the town's protective forces were cunningly diverted. Could it be that the upper echelons of Stormwind are fools? Seizing this opportunity, the Defias Brotherhood swiftly occupied the death mine and rapidly expanded. Even now, if Stormwind truly wished to eradicate us, the Defias Brotherhood would stand no chance. But no one has truly come to attack us. The only action has been a relentless defense in the western wilderness, with merely the People's Army led by Gryan, a solitary, stubborn, yet altruistic individual. Vanessa recounted her observations and experiences to Wang Tang. After listening, Wang Tang fell into deep contemplation and said, "You must have overheard my conversation with your father." "No, the demon. Hidden within Stormwind is a black dragon, Onyxia, masquerading as Lady Prester, infiltrating the upper echelons and constantly scheming behind the scenes, thus plunging Stormwind into turmoil. Ha! A black dragon, capable of such immense power?" Vanessa scoffed. "Though I have never encountered those so-called leaders of Stormwind, I know that anyone capable of ruling a nation cannot possibly be a fool." Upon hearing this, Wang Tang narrowed his eyes, gazing at Vanessa with hostility. "Mr. Wang Tang, there is no need for such overt wariness toward me. I harbor no malice against you at present," Vanessa remarked, lightly shrugging at Wang Tang's reaction. He scrutinized her, hoping to uncover a hint of truth in her expression. "What exactly are you trying to convey?" The hidden hands at play may very well be the upper echelons of Stormwind. Even that black dragon might merely be a pawn in the hands of certain individuals. Vanessa articulated slowly, emphasizing each word. "What? Impossible! You are merely sensationalizing." Wang Tang erupted in anger, pointing an accusatory finger at Vanessa. In truth, you could easily present me to the upper echelons of Stormwind and inform them that I am Vanessa, the daughter of Van Cleef, the leader of the Defias Brotherhood. Perhaps they would reward you with a fine position," Vanessa declared, carelessly placing her legs on the table, unabashedly challenging him with her gaze. Wang Tang was rendered speechless with fury. Had glares been lethal, Vanessa would have perished countless times in that moment. "What is your aim?" Faced with Vanessa's unyielding demeanor, Wang Tang had no choice but to sit down helplessly. Why aim?" Vanessa paused for a moment. "In fact, you're the only one in many years who has seen my true self, even more so than my father. When I was quite young, my father seemed to foresee the future. In his efforts to protect me, he painstakingly found this enchanted gem, allowing me to present myself as a little girl to the world. This is why I have managed to escape peril time and again. Even the demon himself has deemed me unworthy of his wrath." That moment, Wang Tang recalled the descriptions from the game regarding Vanessa's escape from the death mine, having witnessed her father's tragic demise. She had desperately sought to evade capture and survived. If she truly were a 6 or 7-year-old child, how could she have possibly escaped the chaos of the death mine, enduring in silence for so many years? Until the cataclysm, my childhood was spent in the lightless depths of the death mine, a realm of darkness, terror, and pain. This was all I knew. Anger and despair drove me to madness. I often cursed everything in my heart, wishing for all to perish within my sight. A single tear slowly trailed down Vanessa's cheek. Yet my father, the leader of the Defias Brotherhood, the one branded as the executioner and a murderer, repeatedly urged me to believe and hope. He said I should not endure this suffering, for one day, a great hero would come to rescue his beloved daughter. And you, I believe, are the hero my father spoke of. Wang Tang inquired, bewildered. "Why do you believe I am that great hero?" "Your potential is undeniable. Frankly, killing you would bring me no joy. That I am no fool. No one willingly chooses death. While I have yet to fully acknowledge your strength, you are indeed formidable," Vanessa replied. "Why does that statement sound so familiar?" Wang Tang pondered, straining to recall where he had heard it before. "Then what do you think I should do now?" He knelt before Vanessa, leaning back slightly. "First, you must cultivate your own strength, and then you would directly overthrow the ruling class of Stormwind." Wang Tang retorted sarcastically, "I believe that those I choose to follow are certainly not foolish." Vanessa smiled at him to go on. "Though Stormwind is now decayed, it is a tenacious beast, still alive despite its wounds, As one of the last 7 kingdoms of the human realm, Stormwind stands as the mightiest representative of the Alliance. Thus, opposing Stormwind is akin to striking a stone with an egg, a path to self-destruction. Wang Tang nodded, recognizing that the city's resilience through numerous calamities attests to its strength. And my master, Vanessa licked her lips. Ah, perhaps you should rise now. Upon hearing the term, Wang Tang instinctively straightened his posture, wary of certain areas becoming too unruly. Vanessa stifled a laugh before rising. If my master remains loyal to Stormwind, there will be no immediate danger. However, given your strength, you cannot truly realize your potential. How do you know of my strength? Wang Tang questioned, puzzled, as Vanessa had consistently referred to him as powerful. The most crucial point is that demon's keen interest in your equipment. If it were mere trinkets, would he even glance your way? Besides, if you were not formidable, would that demon have kept you alive until now? Wang Tang felt a chill run down his spine, while he acknowledged his equipment was indeed impressive. Facing a fearsome demon lord head-on was a daunting prospect. Continued. So, my master seems to agree with my perspective. Vanessa smiled slightly. In this chaotic era, does my master not desire to carve out a domain of his own? A domain of my own? Yes, that a realm of your own, perhaps even to become a sovereign in your own right, but Wang Tang mused, I am feeling somewhat hungry. Let's go downstairs and find something to eat. Grr, Vanessa's stomach comically echoed, instantly tinting her cheeks with a faint blush. Presumably, she had not consumed a morsel since the previous night. After satisfying their hunger, Vanessa and Wang Tang emerged from the somewhat dilapidated inn, greeted first by the sight of a rather imposing watchtower. The People's Army of the Western Wilderness? Vanessa squinted at the bustling crowds around the tower. Indeed, we have spent the night at the Sentinel's Hill Inn in the Western Wilds. You know, given your condition yesterday, I dared not take you too far that I wish to meet Grian Stoutmantle. May I? Vanessa spoke softly. Wang Tang glanced at her and replied, of course, but he's likely quite busy at the moment. That's all right. I only wish to catch a glimpse from afar. With that, Vanessa strode toward the watchtower, lost in thought. Why do you wish to see him? Wang Tang inquired, observing her focus on the industrious Grian Stoutmantle from a distance. For my father once expressed that the individual he admired most was Grian Stoneman, deeming him a selfless person, one who genuinely dedicated himself to safeguarding the populace from various perils. It was rather astonishing for Wang Tang to hear Van Cleef, the greatest adversary of the People's Army, offer such praise for Grian Stoneman. What do you think? Are you willing to accompany me and carve out a realm of your own? Vanessa inhaled deeply, as if releasing the last thread of concern within her heart, turning to smile at Wang Tang. Captivated by Vanessa's smile, Wang Tang found himself momentarily entranced. Previously, Vanessa's expressions bore a semblance of a smile, yet they were tinged with bitterness, mockery, or coldness. This moment, however, a glimmer of innocence shone upon her visage. Truth be told, I have my own plans as well, Wang Tang replied with a smile, for the first time allowing Vanessa a glimpse into his heart. Your plans? Indeed, they are somewhat akin to yours. However, we require greater assistance. Relying solely on my capabilities would be insufficient. Our foremost task is to level up. Wang Tang gestured towards himself, having soloed the Dead Mines. And astonishingly, he had ascended from level 10 to level 16. Where do you wish to level up? Are you afraid of the dark? After living the Dead Mines for so long, do you think I fear the dark? Vanessa frowned. Very well. Since you claim not to fear the dark, I shall take you to a certain place. Wang Tang grinned at Vanessa. The two of them mounted their steeds, proceeding southward until they reached a fork in the road, where they promptly turned eastward, arriving at the Twilight Forest, a realm both chaotic and sorrowful. What brings you here? Vanessa trembled as she inquired. Did you not assert that after spending so long in the Dead Mines, you are unafraid of the dark? Wang Tang, noticing Vanessa's reaction, spoke with excitement. In truth, the greatest enemy of the Defias Brotherhood may not be the People's Army of the Westfall, but rather the very monsters that lie before us. The two halted at the Raven Hill Cemetery, gazing into its depths. This moment, countless skeletal figures wandered helplessly within the graveyard, seeking any living being to rend apart and devour. Due to the absence of priests within the Defias Brotherhood, Many of their members, situated at the fringe of the Twilight Forest, had been infected by the undead virus, with no hope of cure, merely able to watch helplessly as they succumbed to their fate. Some even transforming into new zombies no wonder, Wang Tang mused, shifting his waist with delight. Today I shall assist you in dealing with some of these undead, but you are only level 16, Vanessa glanced at Wang Tang. Then at the level 20 undead, meandering nearby, pondering whether this young man intended to grind for experience. When it comes to the horror-themed content in World of Warcraft, the Twilight Forest is inescapable darkness, terror, and an abundance of dead trees. Within the Ravenhill Cemetery, the gravestones are densely scattered, surrounded by terrifying undead creatures. Continuing deeper into the graveyard, they arrived at several deep graves, where countless corpses lay buried. At this very moment, due to the curse, these corpses were beginning to surge forth. Wang Tang and Vanessa found themselves in the depths of the graves, battling innumerable zombies. How much longer do you intend to grind? Are you not afraid of these creatures? Vanessa's face was etched with fear, resembling a quivering quail as she stealthily clung to Wang Tang's arm. Not at all. Just look at me, Wang Tang replied. Turning his head, to Vanessa's astonishment, she discovered that Wang Tang was wearing a mask in the dim light. Will you not be unable to see anything like that? Not all that I in my mind. I can distinctly perceive everything around me. Wang Tang indicated his mask, colloquially known as the D-mask, officially referred to as the curse of Sardra's vision. Sardra's, once a great titan in the World of Warcraft, possessed immense power and a noble soul. He staunchly upheld the principles of order, ruthlessly obliterating anything that opposed the pantheon, threatening the orderly world with demons. Concealing one's eyes signifies absolute confidence and an imperious demeanor. The curse of vision does not denote a loss of sight due to the curse, but rather a power so great that one can perceive everything without the use of eyes. Using this, one can display the locations of nearby demons on a mini-map until cancelled. Ever since emerging from the dead mines, Wang Tang had contemplated how to avoid being deceived by demons again. After much deliberation, he discovered that nestled within his belongings was the curse of Sardra's vision, a prize drop from Illidan. One of its features enabled him to detect hidden demons nearby. Upon donning it, Wang Tang was astonished to find that the once blurred world now vividly materialized in his mind, including many corners he had previously overlooked. Had it not been for this, do you think a mere homebody like me would dare venture here? Wang Tang mused inwardly, recalling his initial trepidation regarding the oppressive atmosphere of the Twilight Forest, particularly during his earlier days, encountering that stitched monstrosity would send cold sweat cascading down his back. Could you possibly procure one for me as well? I'm terrified, Vanessa's voice quivered, clutching Wang Tang's arm in fear. No, do you not remember? We cannot trade at all. How long until you're finished grinding? I truly do not wish to remain here any longer. Once we reach level 20, we can change locations. Wang Tang had initially intended to grind to level 25 in this monster-laden paradise, a site he had discovered while browsing online forums, where many studios utilized the quail to ceaselessly cast moonfire to assist lower-level characters in leveling up. With a resounding bang, accompanied by a familiar sound, Wang Tang finally achieved level 20. Did you reach level 20? Yes, indeed, we can depart now. How splendid. Wait a moment. Ignoring Vanessa's resentful gaze, Wang Tang paused, for he had made an exhilarating discovery. After reaching level 20, he had acquired a new feature, Fortress. Am I truly able to possess a fortress now? This is Content from Legion. Wang Tang excitedly opened the Fortress interface, revealing a large option. Enter your fortress. Without a moment's hesitation, he clicked it. Welcome, Wang Tang 1. Back to your fortress. The familiar voice echoed once more. Wang Tang found himself at the entrance of a small courtyard, where a few scattered houses were situated, and several workers idly wandered about, accompanied by a mule laden with heavy cargo. As Wang Tang stepped further inside, he grew increasingly astonished to find it remarkably akin to the original fortress system. To his left was evidently a small lumber mill. Wang Tang hurriedly darted into a tent-like structure, eagerly searching for something. This is it. He arrived at a command platform, where 3 distinct empty spots were clearly marked for Large Building 1 and Small Building 2. Upon clicking the Large Building option, choices such as Goblin Workshop, Mage Tower, dwarven bunker, barracks, and stables appeared, each accompanied by a detailed description. For instance, the barracks unlocks follower patrol missions, which yield more experience than typical follower tasks. Followers, can I recruit others to undertake tasks for me? After analyzing the pros and cons of each building, Wang Tang decisively chose the barracks. Instantly, the sounds of bricks clattering and workers toiling resonated from outside the tent. What shall I select for the small building? Given that Wang Tang possessed all professions, he was free to choose any building. However, his current gear was already of the highest level, rendering enchanting and leatherworking facilities rather unnecessary. The warehouse and the alchemy lab, after a moment's contemplation, Wang Tang opted for these two options. The warehouse, allowing him to freely access items within the bank, thus alleviating concerns about carrying too many items and the inconvenience of being unable to return swiftly to the city due to distance. The alchemy lab, capable of supplying him with various potions and elixirs needed in the future. After all, these items are consumables, and while he still had a considerable amount in his inventory, there would inevitably come a day when they would be exhausted. As Wang Tang stepped out of the tent, he realized that the once leisurely courtyard had transformed into a bustling hub, with countless workers industriously constructing new facilities. How do I recruit followers? Wang Tang circled around the fortress several times, yet he discovered no other NPCs and found himself bereft of any recruitment options. Never mind, let us take it step by step and see what unfolds later. After searching for quite some time without any leads, he walked out of the small courtyard in disappointment and returned to the original tomb. Soon as Wang Tang appeared, he felt something wrap around him like an octopus. You finally emerged. If you hadn't, I would have been scared to death. Upon witnessing Wang Tang's mysterious reappearance, the distraught Vanessa could no longer contain herself and leaped into his embrace. Terrified of his potential disappearance once more, Wang Tang paused for a moment. And no matter how resilient she tried to be, she was still just a girl of a little over 10 years. He chuckled self-deprecatingly. I don't want to linger here any longer. Please take me out. Vanessa pleaded through tears. All right, let us go. I'll take you with me. Wang Tang exerted himself but found it impossible to pull Vanessa down. Thus, he continued to carry her, step by step, toward the exit. Although he bore the weight of a person, it hardly impeded Wang Tang's performance. Any undead that emerged from any direction fell to his arrows in an instant. I cannot carry 100 pounds of bricks, but 100 pounds of cash. I can still run with that, let alone a beautiful woman, with the sound of a horse exhaling and the surrounding air feeling slightly fresher. Vanessa realized they must have escaped that wretched tomb and emerged outside. Finally, I can open my eyes. Vanessa slowly blinked her eyes open, allowing them to adjust. The sky remained dim and shrouded in the twilight forest. Even on sunny days, it appeared this way. However, compared to the cave, she could at least see the scattered rays of sunlight. Vanessa inhaled the scent of the man, nuzzling closer into his embrace, a smile flickering at the corners of her mouth, before she shut her eyes once more. Over the years, Vanessa had scarcely experienced a single day of peace. Aside from fear and panic, it was only in this fleeting moment within the tomb that she felt the essence of being a little girl. She even began to indulge in this feeling, wishing it would last forever, oblivious as to why she felt this way toward a man she had known for merely a day. Little lazy one. Since we are out, you may as well come down. Although excited, the prolonged embrace had become tiring, and Wang Tang removed the blindfold. Vanessa pouted, still nestled in Wang Tang's arms. Thus, she kept her body close, her arms instinctively wrapping around his shoulders, feeling a sense of superiority as she gazed at his unfamiliar, yet strangely familiar face. A blush crept onto her cheeks, and without thinking, she leaned in and placed a gentle kiss on Wang Tang's forehead. Wang Tang felt a rush of warmth that momentarily took his breath away, followed by a soft, tender kiss on his forehead that left his mind blank, forgetting to struggle. Suddenly, a shrill neigh of a horse echoed, and the steed bolted forward, panic-stricken as the sounds of countless zombies roared in their ears. Enveloped in chaos, Wang Tang could barely discern the scenery ahead, instinctively attempting to clear the obstruction in front of him. However, amidst the jostling, he heard a sound of crackle, followed by a slick, soft sensation on his hand. Meanwhile, Vanessa, who had been struggling, abruptly froze, her grip on Wang Tang tightening. Wang Tang seemed to sense something, reluctantly withdrawing his hand and instead wrapping his arm gently around her body. The horse beneath them, unable to receive commands from its rider, galloped helplessly forward, continuously veering to evade the encroaching zombies. Time passed, and gradually the horse's pace slowed, taking slow steps forward. Occasionally, a few breaths of his could be heard, indicating they had indeed escaped. "Miss Vanessa, please ease up. I can hardly breathe." Wang Tang's face turned crimson. Vanessa's face was as pale as if blood might drip from it. After all these years, she had never been in such an embarrassing situation. The coolness behind her did nothing to quell the heat radiating from her body. Unable to restrain herself, she squirmed, letting out a soft ugh. Wang Tang felt the pressure intensify, rendering him nearly speechless. Vanessa snapped back to reality, hastily releasing her grip, but unexpectedly, Wang Tang had also loosened his arm. Consequently, her body lost support and tilted sideways, finally gaining a sliver of space. Wang Tang greedily inhaled fresh air and opened his eyes, only to see Vanessa's wide-eyed helplessness as she began to topple over. Be careful. Wang Tang instinctively reached out, but his arm fell short, resulting in an empty embrace that he quickly switched from an attempt to hold her to grabbing her, pulling her inward, and then he heard an even more shocking crackle. Vanessa exclaimed as the last remnants of her dignity slipped away, a mix of panic and embarrassment flooding her voice. Wang Tang was momentarily stunned by the scene before him and instinctively turned away. However, upon seeing Vanessa's body tilt further, he gritted his teeth and lunged toward her. Just before she hit the ground, he caught her tightly in his arms, rolling several times before coming to a stop. Broad shoulders, solid muscles. Was this the essence of manhood? At that moment, a strange thought emerged in Vanessa's mind. What to do? What to do? Wang Tang felt utterly lost. He couldn't release her, yet holding on felt equally inappropriate. They remained in this peculiar embrace, both silently acknowledging their unspoken connection. "Aya," a soft voice broke the stillness. "What's wrong?" Wang Tang released his hold, only to find Vanessa's face flushed, resembling a tempting apple, making one want to take a bite. However, upon closer inspection, he noticed her lips had been bitten hard, turning pale and even drawing blood. Ignoring the picturesque scene before him, Wang Tang hurriedly stood, only to discover blood streaming down Vanessa's calf, that a closer look revealed a deep gash down to the bone, exposing raw flesh that had taken on a bluish hue. The zombie-esque poison, Wang Tang exclaimed involuntarily upon seeing the wound. Indeed, it was from a zombie-esque scratch just now. Vanessa's face had drained of color, replaced by a chilling pallor. "We must detoxify immediately." Wang Tang frantically rummaged through his bag for blood vials and various potions, yet none possessed the antidote he desperately needed. That it seemed that only priests, druids, and paladins could cure poison. Hence, he prepared any antidotes at the time. But now, where could he find priests? Wang Tang thought helplessly, realizing he had never been in the habit of carrying detoxifying agents. He lifted his head, scanning the surroundings, but everything seemed utterly foreign, leaving him unsure of where the horse had brought them. Wang Tang quickly opened the map, but the area that should have displayed their location was shrouded in darkness, rendering it impossible to discern their whereabouts. The only text visible in the upper right corner read, "Dawn Forest." "Oh no, how do we end up here?" Wang Tang cursed. For seasoned players of the World of Warcraft, Dawn Forest was not an unfamiliar name. This place randomly spawned an outdoor boss, the Nightmare Dragon event, a world leader that could drop items even superior to those from Molten Core. However, the difficulty was equally daunting, typically requiring a team of 40, along with strategic planning. Clearly, even with equipment far superior to this era, a mere level 20 like himself was still woefully inadequate. He needed to level up swiftly. Wang Tang couldn't afford to dwell on these thoughts. He hastily draped the tattered remains of his clothing over Vanessa, knowing it left much exposed. But it was better than nothing. He performed a hasty bandaging job before mounting the horse and cautiously heading south. He recalled that Dawn Forest had a funnel shape, with the funnel's mouth located at the southernmost point, the only exit from the forest. Once they left Dawn Forest, Wang Tang felt he could at least ensure his own safety in Nightshade Town. But here he felt utterly uncertain. Suddenly, he spotted a massive portal ahead, emerald energy swirling frantically within. Wang Tang tightened the reins, anxiously scanning the surroundings, scarcely daring to breathe too loudly if that dragon truly exists. It should be near this portal. Wang Tang dismounted and stealthily approached the perimeter of the portal. Who goes there? A booming voice echoed. In an instant, Wang Tang felt every hair on his body stand on end, and he immediately assumed a defensive stance, his gaze fixed on the source of the voice. It turns out to be a human. Is it possible for humans to reach this place now? A graceful figure emerged from behind a colossal ancient tree. Who are you? Wang Tang inquired warily. As an outsider. It is only polite that you introduce yourself. The silhouette gradually became clearer, revealing a youthful elven maiden. An elf? Wang Tang gazed at the enchanting being before him. Astonished, I am Wang Tang, a human adventurer. I stumbled here in panic after my horse was startled. I sincerely apologize if I have disturbed you. Uncertain whether the stranger was friend or foe, Wang Tang refrained from making any rash moves. Your beloved seems to be nearing her limit, the elf remarked, glancing at Vanessa, who lay unconscious in Wang Tang's arms. Indeed, she had been poisoned by a zombie, but as a rogue, Wang Tang lacked the ability to cure her. Do not waste time. Bring her to me, the elf commanded as she turned and walked away. Wang Tang cast a fleeting glance at the elf, then at the unconscious Vanessa in his arms. Resolutely following the elf deeper into the forest, he understood that the elven race possessed unique abilities. If Vanessa was not treated soon, her life could be in jeopardy. Moments later, Wang Tang accompanied the elf to a modest tent, where she slipped inside. Shortly after, she emerged with several vibrant green leaves. Crush these and apply them to your beloved's wounds, the elf instructed, handing the leaves to Wang Tang. Without hesitation, he crushed the leaves in his hands and gently applied them to the wounds. He witnessed, with his own eyes, the ghastly pallor of the injury transform into a light red, the dark blood vanishing without a trace, the effect remarkably evident. Thank you. May I inquire how you are addressed? Wang Tang said sincerely to the elf, having already considered Vanessa a true friend, the first companion he had encountered in this game. We are but transient beings. It is unlikely we shall meet again. So knowing my name serves little purpose. The elf gracefully seated herself on a stone pedestal outside the tent, a massive tree stump forming a natural dais. Dawnwood Forest. A female elf? How could I not recall that there were female elves here? Wang Tang pondered, meticulously sifting through his scarce memories. As a gnome, he had merely followed his guild once to a wild boss encounter in the game, completely oblivious to the circumstances, and had inadvertently received an item. Your beloved is expected to awaken by tomorrow, and then you may depart, the elf stated matter of factly. Least allow me to know your name. Our meeting is a matter of fate. Vitterland Star Whisper. Vitterland Star Whisper? But did you not perish? Wang Tang exclaimed in astonishment. The elf regarded him with an impassive expression, contemplating for a moment before responding. Perhaps death was my greatest mercy. Wang Tang was taken aback. Vitterland Star Whisper, a figure who remained obscure in the annals of history, was hardly known to most players. Yet Wang Tang was aware of her. He had little interest in the combat of the game, finding his greatest passion in accumulating gold and exploring the rich histories of the Warcraft universe. Vitterland Star Whisper was originally a night elf priestess from Ashenvale that in her quest to combat demons. She sought the moon goddess's scythe, and through its power, she summoned countless war djinn to this realm. Under her command, they unleashed their ferocity upon the demons of Felwood. However, as the number of war djinn grew, Vitterland gradually lost control over them. Desperate to find a solution, she had intended to venture into the eastern kingdoms to seek assistance from LAR. Yet, while traversing the Duskwood, she was ambushed in the Roland's Tomb mine by the head war djinn, Lilar the Flamefong. In a moment of desperation, Vitterland ignited the explosives within the mine, hoping to take her foes with her. But now, why did she live on in Dawnwood Forest? You did not perish. Is the moon goddess's scythe still in your possession? Wang Tang asked, hesitating momentarily. Vitterland Star Whisper regarded him, her eyes glimmering with caution. After a brief silence, she turned her head away, revealing a hint of sorrow. It is merely temporarily in my possession, she replied forlornly. Is someone still pursuing the moon goddess's scythe? The moon goddess's scythe, known as the true artifact of Azeroth, was forged from the tooth of Goldrin and Elun's staff. Its emergence solidified the druidic war djinn form, and even the war djinn that appeared later on the continent of Azeroth were intrinsically linked to it. That a band of relic hunters calling themselves the Black Knights have relentlessly sought the moon goddess's scythe. To evade their pursuit, I sought refuge in Dawnwood Forest, hoping for the protection of the green dragons here. Yet, as you can see, the green dragons have not appeared at all. Vitterlin surveyed her surroundings with a self-deprecating smile. Thus, my plan has failed. The Black Knights have long since discovered my presence here. I have fought them numerous times, and just recently, I narrowly escaped their grasp. I had intended to continue to Roland's tomb. Hoping the war djinn there could momentarily hinder the Black Knight's pursuit to Roland's tomb, now likely a mine occupied by war djinn, seemed a place incapable of staving off the might of the Black Knights. The most probable outcome was that Vitterlin Starwhisper would perish alongside the Black Knights. You cannot go to Roland's tomb. You must know that it is a road of no return, Wang Tang warned. Vitterlin Starwhisper said nothing, merely gazing silently into the distance. If you leave now, there may still be hope for survival. Upon hearing her words, Wang Tang also raised his gaze toward the encroaching darkness. They are coming, Vitterlin Starwhisper murmured. Who? The Black Knights? Wang Tang inquired urgently to know, a group even more detestable than the Black Knights. Vitterlin replied, her brow furrowing. Hurry and leave this place, or you too will be drawn into this mess. Ha. You want to escape. None of you will leave here alive. A few robust dire wolves emerged from the shadows, their eyes gleaming with a sinister green light, fixated on Vitterlin Starwhisper and Wang Tang. As they stepped out of the shadows, they swiftly transformed into male night elves. Varkas, it's you again, Vitterlin Starwhisper spat venomously. Vitterlin Starwhisper, I never imagined you would survive such a tremendous explosion and make your way to Dawnwood Forest. The male night elf, Varkas, mocked. Varkas, once a subordinate of the head war djinn, Lila the Flame Fong, had relentlessly pursued Vitterlin, forcing her to ignite the explosives in a desperate attempt to perish together. Yet against all odds, both had survived. Elun blesses me. I shall not fall easily, Elun. If Elun truly blessed us, why must we endure such hardships? Where was Elun when demons invaded our homeland and slaughtered our kin? I once prayed to Elun as fervently as you, yet no one answered me. This taught me that only power, true power, can save us. Varkas roared, his face contorted with rage. Who exactly is Elun? Even Wang Tang, who had played the official version, could not articulate it to the Titan, a firstborn, or perhaps a Loa deity. In truth, Wang Tang held a certain disdain for Elun, particularly following the events of the Shivering Tree incident, in which Elun played a notably adverse role. Yet he could only mutter such thoughts inwardly. You traitors believe that only the most devout followers of Elun are worthy of protection. Vitterlin Starwhisper declared, unwilling to waste further words with them, as she immediately assumed a combat stance. Her flowing robes transformed into the distinctive battle attire of the Night Elves, and she grasped a massive sword in her hands. What? I assent to Vitterlin Starwhisper, a priestess. At the very least, she should be a druid, for she is the mistress of the moon goddess's scythe. Why is she wielding a great sword? A warrior. Wang Tang gazed at Wideland Shinga in astonishment, musing to himself that if an opportunity arose, he would take his beloved and hastily depart from this place. Wideland Shinga felt a profound sense of regret for the innocent Wang Tang, who had become entangled in this predicament, and thus sought a way to escort him to safety. I, Wang Tang, though timid and fearful for my life, and by no means a coward, with this declaration, Wang Tang positioned himself resolutely beside Wideland Shinga, gazing fearlessly at the adversaries before them. A mere human, how utterly ignorant. Do you comprehend the formidable presence you face? Vakis glanced at the level 20 Wang Tang and erupted into laughter, his companions joining him in raucous amusement as though they had witnessed the most ludicrous spectacle. Wideland Shinga cast a complex look at Wang Tang, well aware that escape was now an arduous task for him. She could only hope for a miracle once the battle commenced, for that alone might ensure this young one's safety. With a wave of his hand, Vakis commanded the other three to transform into colossal wolves, encircling Wang Tang and Weidlan Shinga completely. Weidlan Shinga, I implore you once more. If you surrender the moon god's scythe, I may grant you a swift END as a former comrade. This is the utmost mercy I can offer. Weidlan Shinga remained silent, vigilantly observing the surrounding figures, for she understood that any words spoken would be futile. Only combat could provide a solution at this juncture. Since you are so ungrateful, do not blame me for being impolite. Charge! Vakis transformed into a giant wolf and lunged at Weidlan Shinga, while the three others wasted no time in their assault. Disregarding Wang Tang entirely, it seems I've been utterly overlooked. Wang Tang mused to himself with a self-deprecating smile. Swiftly drawing his twin blades, blindness, in an instant, Wang Tang unleashed a control skill, incapacitating one of the three foes, before activating his evasion skill that he was acutely aware of his own frailty at level 20. Realizing that direct confrontation was ill-advised, his only hope lay in stalling for time, praying that Weidlan Shinga could swiftly subdue Vakis. How can that human? Vakis hesitated, casting a doubtful glance at Wang Tang. Focus on the battle. Weidlan Shinga noted Vakis's momentary distraction, a grave error in the midst of combat. Recognizing this as her only opportunity, she raised her colossal sword and swung it at Vakis. Vakis quickly refocused, hastily dodging to the side, but his momentary lapse had placed him at a distinct disadvantage, as Weidlan Shinga's prowess dominated the engagement. You three, swiftly deal with that brat, and come assist me. Vakis barely evaded Weidlan Shinga's strike, startled to find his own wolf howl rising in alarm. Boss, this kid is peculiar, the other three shouted. Seizing the moment of chaos, Wang Tang declared his ultimate ability. Blade Dance. Instantly, he transformed into a flurry of strikes, darting around the trio and delivering relentless assaults. The three were besieged as if by a swarm, suffering continuous blows from Wang Tang. Retreat. Vakis, now overwhelmed, could only rally his companions to flee with haste. With a swift motion, the four vanished into the shadows, evading the fray. Wang Tang and Weidlan Shinga maintained their combat stances, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Rest assured, they have departed, Weidlan Shinga eventually said, lowering her giant sword. They finally left, Wang Tang replied, feeling as if the weight of 1,000 burdens had been lifted, collapsing to the ground in exhaustion. Alas, I still need to level up. Were it not for this extraordinary equipment, I would surely have met my demise long ago, he silently reflected. How did you come to possess his weapon? Weidlan Shinga inquired, her eyes fixated on the blade in Wang Tang's grasp. Wang Tang quickly realized. The Ashenov twin blades were once wielded by Illidan, a figure deemed a traitor by the elves, ultimately exiled from their realm. Wang Tang grappled internally, uncertain how to respond to Weidlan Shinga's question. Should he confess that he acquired it when the game servers were shut down? Yet, despite Illidan's reputation as a betrayer, he might have had a few close allies. What if this very individual was among them? Would she not seek retribution for the demise of her friend? Observing Wang Tang's stammering silence, Weidlan Shinga opted not to press him further, instead reflecting, Illidan, that fellow, is also a tragic figure. His current plight cannot be solely attributed to him. Many years ago, I fought alongside Illidan, resisting the invasion of the Burning Legion. Goodness, this is bad, Wang Tang thought, alarmed by the realization that Weidlan Shinga indeed had connections to Illidan. Would she seek vengeance on his behalf? He stared at her in sheer terror. There's no need for such a gaze. Weidlan Shinga reassured him. Though I fought alongside him, I bear no ill will towards you for his actions. I merely lament his fate. Initially, we all assumed he perished on the continent of Northrend. Little did we expect his weapon to surface in the Eastern Kingdoms. Actually, Wang Tang contemplated revealing that Illidan was alive, merely reigning as a leader in Outland. But he refrained, questioning the utility of such a revelation. Should he facilitate a reunion between old friends? Or would she return to inform the elves, leading to a confrontation with Illidan? Wang Tang was acutely aware that Maiev and her companions were not to be trifled with. What troubles you? Weidlan Shinga asked, noticing Wang Tang's hesitation. Nothing. I merely meant to say that you two have endured misfortune, have you not? Wang Tang quickly fabricated an excuse, Perhaps this is simply our fate. Waidlin Shinga replied with a self-deprecating smile. Our fate? There is certainly something amiss here, Wang Tang thought, his curiosity piqued. When do you plan to leave? Waidlin Shinga turned to Wang Tang, inquiring. Whenever hope awakens, he replied. Hope? Yes, my companion's name is Hope. By the way, I forgot to mention, she's not my lover, merely a friend. Could it be a purely platonic relationship? Waidlin Shinga blinked, recalling that when they arrived, the attire worn by the girl named Hope was rather unusual. A flock of crows flew over Wang Tang's head. How could Waidlin Shinga, likely several millennia old, still possess such a playful spirit? Haha, I was just teasing you. Amused by the boy's flustered demeanor, Waidlin Shinga felt an unaccustomed joy, as if she had not experienced such happiness in many years. Do you have any plans? Will you continue to hide here? She continued. Today, we were fortunate to repel Vacus and his companions, but next time, we may not be so lucky. Moreover, there are even more formidable foes, like the Death Knights, that I am uncertain. I suppose I will take it one step at a time, Waidlin Shinga replied with resignation. Why not seek assistance from humans or elves? The elven elite are fundamentally opposed to werewolves. If they were to learn of my actions, they would surely be enraged and might even exile me. As for humans, Waidlin Shinga pondered for a moment. They are currently embroiled in their own crises and are unlikely to maintain their composure in the face of alluring temptations. Wang Tang remained non-committal to her reasoning. Then why do you trust me? I cannot say for certain. Perhaps it is simply a woman's intuition. Waidlin Shinga chuckled. If all else fails, you could join us. At the very least, you would have company. Wang Tang suggested. Best not. Having a calamity like me along would surely disturb your peace day and night. Wang Tang considered this. If he accompanied them, not only would they face Vacus again, but also the Death Knights. And perhaps even some nefarious individuals coveting divine artifacts, which Wang Tang felt ill-equipped to confront. However, Wang Tang was reluctant to place Waidlin Shinga here, as it would only result in the demise of Waidlin Shinga. Just as Wang Tang found himself in a state of indecision, a sudden voice resonated in his mind, emanating from the system. Congratulations, Wang Tang No. 1, your fortress system has completed the construction of the barracks. You may now recruit your followers, and your current number of followers is 02, but the barracks have been completed so swiftly, and soon he would be able to recruit followers. How delightful, Wang Tang mused to himself. Followers, can I recruit Waidlin Shinga as my attendant? Or perhaps, can I invite Waidlin Shinga to reside in my fortress? This way, she would be safe within the fortress, at least for the time being. Away from disturbances, Wang Tang's thoughts raced. Followers? What kind of followers? You can't possibly be considering hiring me as your attendant, can you? Hiring me would require a substantial sum of money, Waidlin Shinga chimed in. Having overheard Wang Tang's mutterings about followers, a playful smile gracing her lips, Waidlin Shinga has applied to become your follower. Do you accept? Yes or no? The system's voice resounded once more. What? Waidlin Shinga has actually taken the initiative to apply to be my follower. Wang Tang looked at Waidlin Shinga with astonishment, rubbed his eyes to confirm he was not imagining things. Yes, Wang Tang thought to himself. Wang Tang No. 1 has chosen to recruit Waidlin Shinga as your follower. As Waidlin Shinga is an orange tier character, you'll need to pay 1 million gold. 1 million gold? Wang Tang exclaimed in disbelief. Is that too expensive? Waidlin Shinga asked, her tone one of surprise. Not at all. I mean, it's just 1 million gold. This deal is worth it. Wang Tang immediately resolved to pay the 1 million gold. Congratulations, Wang Tang No. 1, for recruiting Waidlin Shinga as your follower. Your follower count is now 12. You may instruct your followers to complete specific tasks according to your requirements. However, if the tasks are too arduous, followers may demand compensation or even refuse the tasks. Regardless, the opportunity to hire Waidlin Shinga as his follower for just 1 million gold was an extraordinary stroke of luck. Wang Tang's face broke into a radiant smile. Waidlin Shinga, you shall reside in my fortress from now on. This way, not only will you be safe, but you can also assist me with certain tasks. Correct? Wang Tang said with a cheerful demeanor. Indeed, that would be wonderful. Thank you very much, Mr. Wang Tang. With that, Waidlin Shinga bowed graciously to him. Let's first explore the fortress and see what you enjoy doing. Wang Tang invited Whiteling Shinga into his fortress, and then he too stepped inside. With a swift motion, Wang Tang appeared at the small entrance of the fortress, immediately greeted by the clanging sounds of work and the joyful chatter of laborers. Accompanied by the melodious calls of unfamiliar birds, it was truly a bustling yet harmonious world. For years, Whiteling Shinga had been on the run, constantly evading pursuers, and had never witnessed such a scene. She was instantly captivated. The fortress was still in its preliminary construction phase, but larger and more sophisticated facilities would come later. Do not worry. As the fortress expands, there will also be forests and fish ponds. Wang Tang reassured, knowing that elves inherently favored tranquility over chaos. Thank you, Mr. Wang Tang. I absolutely adore this place. I will do my utmost to fulfill my duties. Whiteling Shinga beamed. For an elf, perhaps several thousand years old, still felt like the youthful stage of a maiden. May I inquire what I can do here, Ms. Whiteling Shinga? As the first resident of the fortress system, you may be tasked with greater responsibilities that, if possible, I would like you to serve as the chief steward of the fortress, overseeing the arrangement of personnel and resources within the fortress system. Wang Tang had long contemplated this, given that the fortress system originated during the era of the King of Draenor, when he was in a semi-AFK state. Thus, he had merely been aware of such functionality without fully engaging. You will be responsible for resource collection, personnel allocation, and even future building selections. It seems my duties are quite formidable, Whiteling Shinga chuckled softly. Covering her mouth, I will also seek out advanced architectural blueprints promptly, so we can acquire more resources. Additionally, if possible, please refrain from leaving the fortress, that I fear the outside world may still pose dangers. Wang Tang recalled that when he assigned tasks to followers outside the fortress, they would often gear up and venture out to complete their missions. If Whiteling Shinga were to exit the fortress, she might again fall prey to those pursuing her. Rest assured, my master, Whiteling Shinga replied, offering little more, yet she understood Wang Tang's desire to protect her. All right. Take some time to acclimate here, that I shall return in a while. Wang Tang concluded before preparing to leave. You must hurry. Your pure-hearted female friend is still outside. Whiteling Shinga laughed heartily, then turned and departed, leaving Wang Tang with no opportunity to explain. Wang Tang could only manage a wry smile before turning to leave the fortress. In the Dawn Forest, Wang Tang still sensed a looming crisis. Thus, he took the unconscious Vanessa and found a clearing by the roadside to settle down. Wang Tang gently emerged from the small tent. Vanessa remained inside, still unconscious, her clothes having been replaced by Whiteling Shinga with a loose, coarse robe. As night fell, Wang Tang lit a campfire and stared blankly at the stars above. Suddenly, he crouched down, alertly gazing into the dim forest across from him. Oh, a human adventurer. A hoarse voice emerged from within. Who? Just a passerby, came the reply, as an elderly man in a black robe slowly approached and sat down before the campfire. Wang Tang regarded the old man with suspicion. Feeling an uncanny sense of familiarity, he scrutinized the details of the man's appearance until he noticed a staff, simple yet elegant, topped with a crow. Serving as the man's walking stick. A staff with a crow? Could it be? Wang Tang was astonished, but said nothing. Young man, I sense something peculiar about you, the old man mused, peering at Wang Tang. What is it? You possess an abundance of uncertainties, the elder mused. As a seer, I find myself unable to discern your future. This is a first for me. A life is inherently filled with uncertainties, but it is precisely these uncertainties that bring forth greater enjoyment. If everything were predetermined, would we not all become mere automatons? The elder regarded Wang Tang. Indeed, life is fundamentally uncertain, which is what makes it enjoyable. However, my young friend, what is your source of enjoyment? Wang Tang was suddenly referred to as young friend instead of young man. That I wish to continuously enhance myself, so that I may protect those I love and those who love me. Wang Tang replied, casually echoing a popular saying. Simply enhancing oneself is insufficient. The old man shook his head, smiling as he spoke. Life is like a small boat adrift on the vast ocean of existence. It sways precariously, and if one is not careful, a sudden gust of wind could sweep it into the depths, leading to its demise. How could one then protect others? What should I do? Wang Tang had already deduced the old man's true identity. Since the Alliance and the Horde had fought side by side against the Burning Legion's invasion, for years had passed. Although they had successfully saved the land of Azeroth, the fragile pact between the Alliance and the Horde had crumbled, and the drums of war thundered once more. Both the Alliance and the Horde squandered their limited strength in fruitless conflicts, oblivious to the looming threats surrounding them. If this continued, Azeroth would once again face the dire threat of annihilation. The old seer remarked gravely, "What can I do?" Wang Tang cooperated with the old seer, following the expected script. "You possess an abundance of uncertainties. Perhaps within your uncertainties lies a tremendous opportunity for Azeroth. But I am but a mere individual, powerless and incapable of fighting against formidable foes." Wang Tang pouted, raising his hands in exasperation. "Da-da. You little trickster." The old charlatan's eyes gleamed with a sharp light. Having weathered countless storms, every move made by the little rascal, Wang Tang, was under his watchful gaze. However, he also understood that overly honest individuals might not survive long in this era. If you truly possess the capability to bring hope to Azeroth, I shall extend my assistance to you. Wang Tang, unfazed by this empty promise, maintained his foolish demeanor, gazing at him. Noticing Wang Tang's indifference, the old charlatan let out a wry smile. "You surely do not need gold. I am aware your pouch lacks for nothing. In an instant, Wang Tang instinctively covered his satchel. This old fellow was indeed a charlatan, capable of discerning the gold in his possession. "And your allies shall not be few," the old charlatan added with a grin. Wang Tang felt as though he were being stripped bare before the old man's eyes. "What is it that you require?" the old charlatan mused aloud. "I wish to ensure my own safety," Wang Tang promptly replied, having anticipated the old man's words. "You know, should I perish, all that I possess will be lost, rendering me no different from an ordinary person. Surely, you would not desire that outcome." Cunning, the old charlatan chuckled, showing no dissent towards Wang Tang's request, for who amongst them did not fear death? "I can grant you a skill that will protect you from attacks for a brief period, and even restore a measure of health." With that, the old charlatan handed Wang Tang a tome that radiated a purple glow. "Willpower, IT shield the target from all damage for 1.5 seconds. Upon the effect's conclusion, it heals the target for 20 of the damage absorbed." "Wow, this is fantastic," Wang Tang exclaimed, eagerly accepting the willpower skill. He was well aware that this old charlatan had often turned the tides of battle in Heroes of the Storm with such a skill. Imagine a warrior on the brink of death charging into enemy ranks, activating this skill. The harder the foe struck, the more he would heal, often emerging from the fray fully rejuvenated. The psychological impact on the enemies would be immense. Without hesitation, Wang Tang prepared to peruse the tome, only for it to dissolve into a stream of light and enter his mind, instantly providing him with the operational knowledge. The skill tome, once opened by the recipient, directly implants the skill into their consciousness. The old charlatan explained, "Do you have any other requests?" "Nothing specific. I merely hope that, should I find myself in peril, you might extend your hand to assist." Wang Tang replied, mindful that excessive demands might be counterproductive. "Rest assured, I am aware." The old charlatan rose to depart. "Thank you for your efforts," Wang Tang said, bowing deeply as he watched the elder prepare to leave. A tear, murky with age, slipped from the old man's eye, and he quickly turned away, waving his hand as he vanished into the woods. Wang Tang gazed after the departing figure, saying nothing further. This fellow is also a pitiable soul. Meanwhile, across the lower-level monster-spawning zones of Azeroth, a bustling scene unfolded. As time progressed, players began to stratify by level. Some had barely emerged from the monastery, while others had already reached the western plaguelands. In the Dead Mines, a human warrior with the ID spoke curtly. "It seems your plans have completely fallen through. Guild leader, yes, that's so." Came the response from another human warrior, who bore the ID. Laughing heartily without a care for appearances. "What is there to laugh about? Guild leader. Clearly, someone has already cleared the Dead Mines ahead of us. You claim that if we work hard, we can negotiate with that old dog Van Cleef. But now he is merely a robot," shouted a human rogue with the ID. "Oh, bald brother, do not be so furious. It's bad for your kidneys," the guild leader said with a sly grin. "Do not call me bald brother, by the way," It's not anger that harms the kidneys. It's excessive rage that harms the body. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that was indeed bald. Could it truly be the case that baldness equated to critical hits? The elf priest and the human mage could only shake their heads in exasperation. Oh, what should we do now? Asked, suppressing his irritation. Since the dead mines are a no-go, let us head to Stormwind Prison. I can speak with the boss there and see if any deals can be made, the guild leader suggested after a moment's thought. Can you not have a more realistic idea? We're only level 17. Are we looking for death by going to Stormwind Prison? Could no longer contain himself, shouting in frustration. Bald brother, excessive anger is harmful to the kidneys. Do not call me bald brother. It's harmful to the body, not the kidneys. A cacophony of roars echoed within the dead mines, refusing to subside. I wish to meet Lord Rivendare. This moment, Wang Tang had arrived at the southernmost point of Stranglethorn Vale. Booty Bay, accompanied by the awakened Vanessa. Rivendare, the wealthiest magnate of Booty Bay, was, in a sense, its de facto owner. Positioned at the southernmost tip of the Eastern Kingdoms, Booty Bay quickly transformed into a bustling port city, serving as a neutral hub for both the Alliance and the Horde. Time is money, my friend. Do not waste your coin on such ephemeral thoughts, the boisterous guard at the entrance declared without reservation. Wang Tang produced a pouch of gold coins and tossed it to one of the guards. Gold, 100 coins, Tony, I think we are in for a windfall, the guard exclaimed, his eyes gleaming as he shouted to his companion. While goblins were notoriously greedy, Wang Tang believed that a semblance of contractual integrity still existed among them. Lord Rivendare will not return for another 2 days. He is currently visiting Lord Gazlowe in Gadget-san. The guard named Tony informed him. Thank you. When Lord Rivendare returns, please be sure to introduce me. Wang Tang mused, thinking that Rivendare's return might not be as smooth as anticipated. Rest assured, for the sake of the gold. I will certainly do so. Tony chuckled, noting that a simple introduction would yield a reward of 100 gold coins for both parties, making it a lucrative deal. Observing this, Wang Tang turned left at the entrance of the bay and departed Booty Bay. Continuing forward, he soon encountered scattered small foes clad in red, the Bloodsail Pirates. These rogues were the arch-nemesis of Booty Bay in the game. Defeating Bloodsail Pirates would increase Booty Bay's reputation. However, reputation was secondary. Wang Tang was primarily concerned about his level. Although it had only been 3 days since the server opened, Wang Tang had already reached level 21, having dealt with some minor nuisances on the way to Booty Bay. Yet he could not guarantee that the leveling maniacs would wait for him. His destination was a Bloodsail pirate base and 3 large ships docked at sea, where he recalled a plethora of Bloodsail pirate minions, providing ample opportunity for leveling. Vitalian Starstrider, please help me hire a follower to retrieve something that I will pay you shortly. All right, no problem. About a day later, I am infuriated. Useless wretches. Dock their wages, no. Just fire them all. I do not understand why I've kept you incompetent fools around this long. A green-skinned goblin raged within a room, surrounded by a circle of silence that included Tauren, orcs, humans, and other goblins, all kneeling in submission. I will have him killed. Issue a bounty. Whoever can take care of him will receive 100 gold coins. The green goblin continued to shout in a fit of hysteria. Mr. Wang Tang, Lord Rivendare has indeed returned. However, he is currently in a foul mood, and I worry for your safety, Tony explained to Wang Tang. Exasperated yet earnest. Fear not. You can tell Lord Rivendare that there is someone who can assist him with his current predicament. Wang Tang replied with a smile, as everything unfolded just as he had anticipated. Within a day, Rivendare had returned in defeat. Moments later, Lord Rivendare agrees to meet with you, and I hope you can indeed resolve his difficulties. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that you will walk out of that room alive. Tony tremulously explained to Wang Tang. Lead the way. It's nothing to worry about. Over the years, Treasure Bay, under the maintenance and expansion of Rivagaz, has blossomed into a colossal harbor trade city, be it orcs, dwarves, humans, or Taurens. They all coexist harmoniously, with an array of architectural styles scattered amidst the labyrinthine paths, creating a sense of both chaotic beauty and warmth. Wang Tang, guided by the guards, stepped directly onto Rivagaz's grand ship. An astonishing vessel constructed atop a rooftop that I hope your news enables you to leave this room alive. Rivagaz, the irate green-skinned goblin from earlier, glared fiercely at the young man who had just entered. He was in dire need of an outlet for his frustration. The onlookers, witnessing the unfortunate soul's arrival, secretly relished the moment. At last, Rivagaz's fury could find a target. Several individuals regarded Wang Tang as if he were already a corpse. "Ah, esteemed Lord Rivagaz, look what I have brought for you." Wang Tang respectfully offered a box to Rivagaz's subordinate. Rivagaz gestured for the subordinate to open the box. Gasped at a collective intake of breath echoed as they beheld the contents within. "Seize him!" Lord Rivagaz bellowed in rage. "Do not move." In an instant, Vanessa, who had been lurking in the shadows, revealed herself, aiming her firearm directly at Rivagaz's head. "No need to be alarmed. I am here to discuss business with Lord Rivagaz, not to engage in violence, am I?" Wang Tang deliberately extended his hand toward Rivagaz. Rivagaz, fixated on the ominous barrel of the gun, was drenched in cold sweat. "Damn it, I must replace this group of bodyguards. They're completely unresponsive even as weapons are pointed at me. So it is. Since this gentleman," Rivagaz paused, still oblivious to the young man's name. "Wang Tang Mr. Wang Tang, since we are all here for business, let us forego the weapons and sit down for a drink." As a shrewd businessman, Rivagaz quickly grasped the situation, inviting Wang Tang to take a seat while casually stowing the box away and retrieving a bottle of wine along with 2 glasses. "The items within that box are not of my doing. You must understand." How is the Mad Marjorie faring?" Rivagaz cast a sidelong glance at Wang Tang. "Behold, this is the fellow's tooth. My people say that all he had of value. Thus, we merely returned 1 tooth. Discarding the rest by the roadside, a sharp fong was presented on Rivagaz's table. Rivagaz's eyes glimmered with renewed enthusiasm as he remarked, "It seems I have underestimated Mr. Wang Tang. Such capability at a young age is indeed impressive. Lord Rivagaz, let us not beat around the bush. I shall be direct. I have a significant business proposition to discuss with you, and I wish to know your interest. Time is money, a phrase that resonates deeply with goblins. However, for Wang Tang at this moment, it held equal weight. He could not afford to dally with Rivagaz any longer. The mercenary had delivered the fong along with a bottle of the stolen 1999 port, informing Wang Tang that level 29 orcs had already emerged from the tribe, indicating that after a day of relentless monster grinding, Wang Tang, now at level 33, had not surpassed his competitors by much. If he continued to squander time, he was uncertain how long he could retain his advantage. Oh, what kind of business is so significant that it necessitates such a grand display? Rivagaz inquired with keen interest. "I wish to acquire a piece of land," Wang Tang stated, unfurling a map and gesturing to a specific location. "Impossible. The Alliance keeps a tight watch over that area. They would not relinquish it easily. Moreover, I am aware that even Sylvanas covets that land." Upon seeing the location Wang Tang indicated, Rivagaz immediately shook his head in rejection. "This is merely a deposit," Wang Tang replied, producing a staggering sum of 100,000 gold coins and placing them on the table. "Oh!" Gasps of astonishment erupted from those surrounding them. "Everyone leave," Rivagaz commanded, casting a fierce glare at his bodyguards. "However, Mr. Wang Tang, you should understand, this place is exceedingly difficult to procure. Neither the Horde nor the Alliance would part with it lightly. As I mentioned, that is merely a deposit. I am offering 1 million gold coins." Wang Tang dropped another bombshell. "What? 1 million?" Rivagaz's eyes widened in disbelief, fixating on Wang Tang as he rose from his seat, pacing anxiously around the table. While standing may not make him taller than when seated, 1 million gold coins, while not an insignificant sum, could very well surpass the annual income of the Blackwater Pirates during these tumultuous times. With the server just launched, prices were remarkably low. The purchasing power of 1 million gold could secure prime land. Yet that specific location was indeed fraught with complications. "Mr. Wang Tang, Rivagaz closed his eyes in anguish, biting down on his teeth, poised to refuse. "Esteemed Lord Rivagaz, perhaps the Alliance would find this letter of great interest." Vanessa, who had remained silent until now, produced a hastily scribbled letter from her clothing and extended it toward Rivagaz. Rivagaz looked at Vanessa, perplexed, but as his gaze fell upon the letter, his breath quickened. "Who are you? What do you want from us?" Wang Tang, equally bewildered, stared at Vanessa, unsure of what she had revealed. "Hiss, The sound echoed slowly as the letter of Vanessa's hand disintegrated into a heap of fragments. No one could piece it back together now that we merely wished to become genuine friends with you. Vanessa smiled softly, radiating warmth and sunshine. Yet, to Rivagaz, it felt as if a chill had swept over him. Cold sweat cascading down his brow. Wang Tang observed Vanessa's actions, feeling somewhat at a loss as all three fell into silence. However, unlike the others, Rivagaz sensed that the others awaited his response. I shall endeavor to make it happen, but I cannot guarantee success. With that, Rivagaz deflated like a punctured balloon. Sinking back into his share. 1 million is merely the first year's payment. Should I succeed, I will provide you with an additional 1 million gold coins annually. Every year. Seizing the moment, Wang Tang laid his cards on the table. What? 1 million a year? Rivagaz was once again taken aback, springing to his feet. Tea present, Stormwind is besieged on all fronts, unable to spare any attention to this area. Moreover, the upper echelons of Stormwind would undoubtedly be eager to engage in business with you. The corruption within Stormwind's leadership is at an all-time high. If the price is right, those individuals will hardly care about the implications of their dealings. As for the original heir to that land, I suspect he would prefer some of gold rather than a crumbling ruin. Rivagaz's breathing grew increasingly rapid. He recognized the truth in Wang Tang's words. Given the circumstances, this deal indeed held the potential for success. But what of the Horde? They have long coveted that land as well. I believe, considering your relationship with Gazlo, it should not be too difficult to reach out to King Thrall. Gazlo, indeed, he has a solid rapport with Thrall, who has even entrusted Gazlo with all construction projects in Orgrimmar. If Gazlo intervenes, a deal can certainly be struck. Indeed, Mr. Wang Tang, you are truly astute. Rivagaz's eyes sparkled with newfound hope, as if a multitude of gold coins were already within his grasp. Additionally, I would like to propose that if I successfully acquire this land, all future construction and auction houses within our city be entrusted to you. Should Wang Tang secure the property, he would have 100 ways to recoup his investment, rendering any additional perks to Rivagaz inconsequential. What? Are you serious? Rivagaz, having operated in Treasure Bay for many years, understood the immense value of a neutral auction house. Moreover, the other party astonishingly entrusted the entire construction of such urban edifices to himself, thereby allowing him to truly stand shoulder to shoulder with that fellow Gazruvi. Albeit still a distance away from Garivix. Of course, I hope our future collaborations will increase exponentially. Wang Tang extended a hand of friendship. Indeed, I hope our future cooperation will multiply. Rivagaz, brimming with excitement, shook hands with Wang Tang and then exuberantly shouted, "Gentlemen, today I shall indulge in a grand feast with Mr. Wang Tang. Bring forth the finest wine." At that moment, Rivagaz shed his previous reserve and called out loudly to the outside that, perhaps we should refrain from that. My friend, Wang Tang's expression immediately turned troubled. My foremost task now is to level up. Only with a higher rank can our subsequent endeavors proceed more smoothly. Right? Having said that, he effortlessly pushed 100,000 gold coins towards Rivagaz. Haha, indeed, brother Wang Tang, await my good news. As soon as there is any development, I shall notify you forthwith. Rivagaz, already known for his boisterous nature, now appeared almost to the point of bursting at the seams. Very well, I shall patiently await your esteemed tidings. Wang Tang departed from Treasure Bay amidst a throng of admirers. Interestingly, as he exited the gates of Treasure Bay, the two lecherous guard were taken aback. Drenched in cold sweat upon witnessing Rivagaz personally escorting Wang Tang out. What exactly did you offer, Rivagaz? After glancing back and seeing no trace of the goblin crowd, Wang Tang turned to Vanessa, his face displaying a mix of confusion, misunderstanding, and even a hint of anger. Vanessa, upon seeing Wang Tang's expression, was so intimidated that she dared not approach him. That was a letter from my father, a correspondence penned by Rivagaz to him. Tears flowed uncontrollably from Vanessa's eyes, cascading down like a string of pearls. My father once told me that if ever I found myself at a dead end, I could bring this letter to seek out Rivagaz. Upon hearing this, Wang Tang was momentarily rendered speechless. That letter might have originally served as a talisman for Vanessa. This moment, she had tore it apart with her own hands for her own sake. Thank you. I do not blame you. It was merely your sudden action that caught me off guard and left me a loss, Wang Tang explained. Based on my understanding of Rivigaz, he would not easily engage in a transaction with you unless you remained elusive to him. Only if he harbors some trepidation towards you might he willingly trade. Indeed, once that letter was revealed, Rivigaz's composure was instantly shattered. A letter from him to Van Cleef could potentially incite fury among the upper echelons of the Alliance. A blow he certainly did not wish to encounter. I apologize. I misjudged you. Wang Tang gently embraced Vanessa, offering her comfort. Vanessa curled up against Wang Tang's chest like a timid quail. Would you be willing to become my professional follower? Wang Tang inquired, gazing at Vanessa before him, that a follower differs significantly from those in the fortress. Simply put, a follower possesses greater flexibility, as they do not require the fortress level to accompany their master in monster hunting. More importantly, they can level up alongside their master, akin to a Fortress 2.0 system. The new feature at level 30 for Wang Tang allows for professional followers, which can only join if they share the same profession as their master. Furthermore, unlike the game, professional followers can truly partake in combat with their master. Should the situation allow, Wang Tang could even assemble a team of followers. Consequently, the fortress would serve as a logistical system, providing Wang Tang with resources, equipment, and various materials, while the followers would essentially become his own army, charging in a battle on his behalf that I would certainly be willing as long as my master requires anything. I shall comply, Vanessa replied, her eyes sparkling with hope as she gazed at Wang Tang. Any request, Wang Tang swallowed hard. Vanessa requests to become your first professional follower. I ask if you consent? I agree, Wang Tang replied in his heart. A golden light enveloped Vanessa. Once the light faded, Wang Tang could see Vanessa's level. One the same as when he was newly born. Now that you are a follower, we should be able to trade equipment, right? With that thought, Wang Tang excitedly rummaged through his pack and produced a full T0 set, directly trading it to Vanessa. Master Wang Tang bestows upon Vanessa a complete set of equipment. Vanessa promptly received the gear transferred by Wang Tang. Goodness, it truly works, Wang Tang exclaimed with exhilaration. Quick, put it on and see how it looks. Due to your level not meeting the equipment requirements, you are unable to equip the Swift Shadow set. Not high enough to wear it, Vanessa pouted, looking disheartened. No worries. Let us level up together. Wang Tang thought with excitement. It's fine to have a few advantages, but I should maintain an air of mystery, right? Subsequently, the two of them returned to the Bloodsail pirate ship to continue leveling up in the Horde capital, Undercity. Oh dear, have there been any updates from the Alliance? A warlock lady with the ID of Flower Beauty asked a nearby skeletal mage. None. They merely urge us to level up quickly. The mage replied, Oh dear, look at my enchanting skin. It has turned pitch black under this oppressive sun. The warlock lamented. Does our guild leader know what we are doing? The mage frowned. Humph, if our leader weren't so benevolent, we wouldn't find ourselves in such a predicament. Now that we can communicate with the Alliance and have their information along with their generous funding, I believe it won't be long before we stand at the pinnacle of the Horde. By then, even the darkest deeds will be reframed as virtuous, Flower Beauty declared. But what if the mage inquired anxiously? There's no, but we've already done much for the Alliance. If outsiders discover this, not only will we lose contact with the Alliance, but we will also struggle to find our footing within the Horde. Very well, for now, we can only take it step by step. Let us embrace the new day with open arms. How delightful that would be. With that, the warlock lady turned and departed. S levels increased. The pace of leveling had noticeably slowed. Wang Tang surveyed the empty ship, uncertain of how many Bloodsail pirates they had defeated that day, although there shouldn't be too much resistance between the Alliance and the Horde. Given the sensitivity of the situation, results wouldn't come swiftly. Was it still necessary to remain in the Thorns Valley? Wang Tang was now level 38, and the surrounding minor foes were clearly no longer sufficient to satisfy his appetite. Should we seek a new location to continue leveling? Master, it's your decision. Vanessa wiped the sweat from her brow and smiled at Wang Tang. At this point, Vanessa had reached level 36, closing the gap with Wang Tang's level. This meant that she could now join him in monster hunting. Wang had said that when men team up, The work is less burdensome? Master, the alchemy laboratory in the fortress has been completed. Do you have any plans? A melodious voice suddenly resonated in Wang Tang's mind. Whiteling Shinga, I told you, you need not address me in such a manner. Wang Tang frowned and replied. Ha, I feel that master suits you better. Whiteling Shinga's clear voice echoed in Wang Tang's mind. What products can the alchemy laboratory produce? Wang Tang shook his head, choosing not to refuse further. Currently, it can produce large red and blue potions as well as some resistance potions. Oh, there are resistance potions too. Do you have anything like Titan potions? Wang Tang asked with keen interest that I checked, and it seems we do not have the type of potion you mentioned at the moment. Whiteling Shinga replied after a brief pause. Wang Tang pondered. I recall that potions were heavily utilized during the early raids in MC, Molten Core, where a significant amount of fire resistance potions were required, with each person needing to stock at least 2 bottles. Since Titan potions cannot be produced for the time being, let us stock up on fire resistance potions first. Produce exclusively fire resistance potions. Do you need me to procure any materials? Wang Tang inquired. And oh need. I've already employed a group of herbalists using the resources from the fortress to gather herbs from various parts of the world. It shouldn't be long before we can collect the medicinal plants we require. What? You can actually hire herbalists for gathering herbs? Wang Tang asked in astonishment, recalling only that there was a nursery in the fortress for collecting herbs. But he had never remembered being able to hire NPCs specifically for this purpose. Have you forgotten that I am of the elven race? Ever since I arrived here, I have been continuously summoning nearby elves to assist me. Now, I already have 3 elves who can help gather herbs, said Vaidlin Star Song with a smile. What? This is possible. Wang Tang's mind was somewhat overwhelmed. Summoning elves to gather herbs? What sort of setting is this? He was utterly astonished, as it strayed far from the original scope of the World of Warcraft that he was familiar with. You are truly, truly, truly wonderful. Upon hearing this, Wang Tang became so excited that he struggled to articulate his thoughts. The ability to hire others to gather herbs at this moment could be said to give him a head start. Although Wang Tang possessed a substantial amount of gold, recent expenditures had made him realize the true value of wealth. Zhang Mofeng's mischievous grin. Having experienced the 60s, Wang Tang was acutely aware of the preciousness of early-stage herbs and potions, which were worth heaps of gold. In fact, your fortress still has many areas that can be improved. May I take the liberty to assist you with these enhancements? Of course, Wang Tang replied without a moment's hesitation. All right then, I will certainly surprise you when the time comes. Surprise? What sort of surprise? Since it's a surprise, I cannot disclose it in advance. You'll find out when the time comes. You're keeping secrets from me now. How mischievous. Wang Tang beamed with delight. Hey, what are you doing? Vanessa playfully tapped Wang Tang on the cheek. Drool is dripping. Oh, really? Wang Tang, lacking any semblance of decorum, wiped his mouth with his sleeve and abruptly ceased his communication with Vaidlin Star Song. What's wrong? Observing Wang Tang gazing foolishly at her, Vanessa narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing him suspiciously. She sensed something was amiss with Wang Tang. Wang Tang felt a tinge of guilt as he was engaged in monster hunting with one beautiful woman while sneakily chatting with another. Although that other beauty might have been several thousand years old, the thought of Vaidlin Star Song's graceful figure in traditional elven battle attire caused his heart to race uncontrollably. Cough, cough. The weather is quite pleasant today. Sunny and warm that we have no classes this afternoon. Wang Tang, glancing at Vanessa, his unfriendly expression, suddenly recalled a very popular campus song from when he first began playing World of Warcraft. What is wrong? Have you gone silly? Nothing. I just suddenly felt like spending. Come, I'll take you to buy a bag. It's a cure-all. You're the one with the problem. Vanessa paused for a moment before realizing that he was implying she had a problem. Mr. Wang Tang, are you available to come over? There's something unexpected I need to discuss with you. An urgent voice came directly from the communicator beside him. What's the matter, Lord Rivigaz? Wang Tang replied. If possible, it would be better to discuss in my office. Without lingering, Wang Tang promptly hung up the communicator and hurriedly led Vanessa towards the harbor of treasures. What happened? Is there a situation? Wang Tang rushed into Rivigaz's office without regard for the astonished looks from the bodyguards. You all step outside. I have some matters to discuss with Mr. Wang Tang. Rivigaz calmly instructed those around him. Once they had exited, he immediately approached Wang Tang. There are certain matters that have caught us off guard. Does the Alliance's high command disagree? Wang Tang furrowed his brow and asked, no, the Alliance's high command shares your sentiments. They have already declared their separation from the Alliance. Although the two sides have had a tenuous relationship for many years, the Alliance's high command seems indifferent towards them. Therefore, once communication was established, they were quite agreeable. With the funds in place, nothing else is a problem, Rivagaz said, rubbing his hands together. Then, Wang Tang was perplexed. Is it the Horde? The Horde has not opposed it either, considering that location is still some distance from their territory. So they have no need to get involved in this muddle. Then who is it? Just tell me. Wang Tang was becoming increasingly anxious. Galen Torben him? Wang Tang abruptly stood up, pacing restlessly around the room. Galen Torben, the only son of Salas Torben, the sole heir to the throne of the Falls, a quintessential product of nepotism, provided that the Azeroth Empire still existed, approximately 2,800 years before the events of Warcraft. When the High Elves were resisting the onslaught of the Troll army, a human tribe known as Earthy recognized the threat posed by the Trolls. Thus, they united the previously warring human tribes under their banner, forming a unified front against the Trolls. In this manner, the Earthy tribe established a great and unified human civilization, the Azeroth Empire. Ultimately, through the efforts of the Azeroth Empire and the High Elves, humans and High Elves triumphed over the Trolls, ushering in an era of prosperity. The capital of what we now know as the Falls was the Azeroth Empire. Subsequently, the Kingdom of Stormwind, the Azeroth Kingdom. The Kingdom of Stonemason, the Falls, the magical nation of Dalaran, the Kingdom of Gilneas, the future War Jin, the mountainous nation of Alterac, the maritime power of Kultiras, and the family of Jaina, and the Kingdom of Lordaeron, the family of 2234, gradually separated from the Azeroth Empire, forming new nations. Thus, from these 7 nations, one can glean the immense strength of the Azeroth Empire at that time. However, after continuous fragmentation and the departure of its people, the strength of the Falls has waned, reduced to a dilapidated ancient city with its once united populace dwindled to less than 3,000. The military of the Falls now only holds a feeble stronghold in the refuge valley of the Earthy Highlands, controlling only a small portion of the ruined Falls, while they have even formed the Azeroth Coalition to valiantly combat the Forsaken, Undead, and the Orcs of Hammerfall. Wang Tang's objective is the Falls and the Earthy Highlands. Damn it, what does this fence-sitter intend to do? Does he truly think he can make a stand with his limited strength and troops? Wang Tang muttered. The Alliance and the Horde have already tacitly approved your request. However, if Galen Torben disagrees, we will not be without options, Rivagaz said, making a subtle gesture across his throat. It's not at that point yet. I still prefer to resolve this matter peacefully. Wang Tang hesitated, knowing that Rivagaz's suggestion was indeed the quickest and most straightforward solution, and considering Rivagaz's capabilities, it would pose no difficulty. Yet, as a self-proclaimed rightful player of the Alliance, Wang Tang found it hard to reconcile with this course of action. Unbeknownst to him, Vanessa's eyes brightened at his side. Forget it. I'll go myself and talk to him. After all, he should also be aware of his predicament. With his current strength, he can only expect to be gradually consumed by the various factions that, if you can convince him, that would be the best outcome, but you must also prepare for the worst. Rivagaz advised. Understood, Wang Tang replied, eagerly preparing to leave. The Griffin is on the top floor of the inn. Yes, I know to tea this moment. The Falls had long since fallen into decay, even being largely occupied by the Syndicate criminal organization and ogre trolls, with humans merely clinging to a corner, fighting back desperately. Ha! On this sunny day, I am overjoyed to be slaughtering the Alliance alongside my raucous companions. It's truly delightful. A female orc warlock effortlessly cast a fierce spell, a human guard charging towards her. The terrified human guard, in a panic, fled straight into the waiting arms of the orc horde, instantly becoming a source of experience for the others. Foz, look at us embracing the high sun together. How comfortable and warm it is. Ha ha. The little skeleton, referred to as Foz, wore an expression of resignation, paying no heed to the prattling warlock beside him. Are you still thinking about that foolish cow? Amuti, the warlock, with a face of discontent, remarked, let us hasten to eliminate the prince and fulfill our mission. Without hesitation, Face-Eye strode directly into the depths of the keep. The warlock gloomily shook his head and exchanged a glance with several companions. A simple-minded orc warrior known as Xiaobing, a death knight priest named Musai, and a formidable cow shaman. Together, they followed Faceeye deeper within. Just a bit further, and we should be able to confront the prince, Faceeye indicated towards a bridge ahead. Recalling a time when he had single-handedly vanquished foes there, Xiaobing, charge forth. Let Faceeye witness our overwhelming might. With that, the warlock unleashed a shadow arrow, drawing the attention of a human guard before the guard could close in. Xiaobing charged, engaging him, while the shaman and Faceeye joined in the ensuing melee. Not far from them, a figure clad in a crimson robe, adorned with a simple red scarf, anxiously observed the gathering horde of tribesmen. His name was unmistakably Garen Tolbin, the one referred to as the prince that laughed the exuberant orc warlock, watching the so-called prince retreat in desperation, futilely pushing guards toward their demise. Stop struggling. Darling, let us embrace the joyous tomorrow together. In her eyes, the prince and his entourage had transformed into a lucrative source of experience points, and completing the associated tasks would elevate her status atop the tribe. Solidifying the brilliance of her decision, the powerful cow shaman advanced steadily, wielding her massive hammer to crush the incessantly charging guards. Yet a flicker of doubt stirred within her. Must they truly proceed according to Jiahua's directive and continue this collaboration? Suddenly, the warlock's incessant chatter ceased, and even the footsteps of the group behind fell silent. The strong cow shaman turned in confusion, only to find a cold dagger pressed against her throat. She realized that a mere twitch would lead to her demise. "Who are you?" the astonished shaman instinctively inquired, slowly turning to face a seemingly ordinary human rogue, whose visage was obscured by his gear. "I do not wish to kill. Leave this place at once." The chilling voice reached her ears. "You can understand our words, and you speak our language?" The cow shaman's companions gazed at the rogue in astonishment. The rogue, momentarily taken aback, dismissed their curiosity and reiterated, "Leave this place immediately." Although the cow shaman's group numbered 4, her years of PvP experience warned her that this individual posed a threat they could not handle. "Enough. We shall retreat," she commanded her companions, slowly backing away. "Hurry, block their escape. Do not let them flee." The foolish human prince, emerging from behind the guards, bellowed at the rogue. Yet the rogue remained unfazed, merely observing as the tribe gradually withdrew from the battlefield. "Can you tell me who you are?" the persistent cow shaman asked just as she neared the edge of his line of sight. "If fate permits, we shall meet again." The rogue curtly declined her inquiry. "Very well, we shall depart." Though reluctant, and with experience tantalizingly close, the strong cow shaman wisely chose to retreat to the tribal graveyard. The orc warlock wept bitterly, lamenting, "O heavens, why must you torment this delicate flower?" "My first blood." Approximately an hour prior, after the initial thrill wore off, Wang Tang finally arrived at the foothills of Earthy Highlands, alighting from his griffin in Refugees Vale. "Hey, young brother over there, could you assist me with a task?" An excited dwarf called out to Wang Tang. "How may I be of service?" Wang Tang inquired, puzzled. "Your presence here signifies your strength as a human. However, if you wish to proceed further, I need you to complete a task to prove your capability." "Do you accept the task? Prove your strength?" Wang Tang hesitated. Having avoided local quests to evade contact with others, he recalled there were indeed a series of such tasks in Earthy Highlands. Though the rewards were considerable, contemplating his immediate objectives led him to politely decline. "Thank you for the offer, but we are rather busy at the moment. Please extend your invitation to someone else." And with that, he and Vanessa departed the Vale on horseback, racing towards the tumultuous keep that lingered in his memory. Last, after over an hour of galloping, they arrived at the fabled keep. Yet as Wang Tang gazed upon the ancient city, he found himself lost in contemplation. Is this truly the keep? Unlike the diminutive version in the game, the expanse before him was colossal, resembling a great beast sprawled across a vast island. Its size rivaled that of Stormwind, and its grandeur was unmistakable. Though the city lay in ruins, the remnants of its monumental stone structures conveyed its former magnificence. Just as Wang Tang was captivated by the splendor of the keep, he was startled by nearby human screams. "What is happening?" he exclaimed, urging Vanessa forward. The ground was littered with human corpses, fresh from a recent slaughter. Could it be? An ominous premonition gripped him. Upon reaching the stone bridge, he beheld 5 tribesmen confronting none other than Garen Tolban, the human prince. This is bad. Garen Tolban must not perish. Without delay, Wang Tang charged towards the tribesmen. What? Why are these individuals here? Upon recognizing the IDs of the 5 tribesmen, he realized they were familiar faces. Yet, time was of the essence. Should Garen Tolban fall to these foes, Wang Tang's plans would be jeopardized. He understood that if Garen were slain, negotiations would become exponentially more difficult, if not impossible. With swift precision, he executed a backstab, dispatching the last orc warlock, Jiahua, in a heartbeat. Then he lunged towards the powerful cow shaman, positioning his dagger at her throat. Wang Tang's choice to eliminate Jiahua first stemmed from her established reputation as the primary antagonist in his favorite fan-made anime of World of Warcraft. Meanwhile, the others, Powerful Cow, Fei Sai, Mu Sai, and even Xiao Bing, had not been depicted as villains, and he chose to spare them. Could it be that Aimu Ti and her companions also existed within this game? The thought thrilled Wang Tang. Hey, what's wrong with you? Why didn't you eliminate those guys? Garen Tolban, having narrowly escaped danger, berated Wang Tang. Resisting the urge to slap the prince, Wang Tang strode toward a nearby building, unfazed by his indifference. Garen shouted at the nearby guards, "Seize him! Capture him!" The soldiers exchanged glances, their duty compelling them to encircle Wang Tang despite their annoyance at Garen's antics. Rivigaz claims you refuse to relinquish this land and demand a face-to-face discussion. Wang Tang coldly addressed Garen before sitting down inside. Oh, it's you? Galen Torben's eyes flickered, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he murmured in a tone only he could hear, "The fat sheep has finally arrived." So you are the one that Rivigaz spoke of, the individual who dares to covet my fortress of title. You possess quite the audacity. Without hesitation, Galen Torben strode into the room and seated himself across from Wang Tang at a wooden table. At that moment, Vanessa, standing beside Wang Tang, furrowed her brow upon witnessing Galen Torben's demeanor, displaying unmistakable disdain that IT is not a matter of occupation. Rather, I genuinely wish to purchase it, Wang Tang remarked, unperturbed by Galen Torben's antics. Wang Tang understood that this individual was nothing more than a fickle opportunist, destined to play a despicable role in the annals of World of Warcraft history. Thus his behavior elicited no surprise. He was simply a privileged heir. Purchase? You must be aware of the immense significance title holds for us humans. How foolish of you to suggest such a thing. Galen Torben laughed heartily, as if he had heard the most amusing joke. Your Highness, just now a nearby guard interjected, furrowing his brow, unable to comprehend why the prince would treat a benefactor with such disregard. Silence. This is not your place to speak, Galen Torben barked at a subordinate. Yes, Your Highness, the guard replied, retreating reluctantly. 0.2 million gold. Wang Tang stated plainly 0.2 million. Galen Torben sprang to his feet, eyeing Wang Tang with suspicion. Impossible. This is title, the great capital of our people. Once was, Wang Tang corrected. 3 million gold. 0.3 million. Galen Torben's eyes glimmered with a hint of red, his breath quickening as he fixed an intense gaze on Wang Tang. Are you suggesting that you wish to purchase this title fortress for 3 million gold? 3 million gold might seem trivial to seasoned players in a fully operational server. Barely enough for a single dragon. One dragon costs 5 million gold, hence players jokingly refer to it as one dragon. However, the server had only recently launched, making 3 million gold an exorbitant sum. Your Highness, you cannot acquiesce to his demands. Do not forget, you are the illustrious heir of Torben, the troll slayer. The guard, witnessing the prince's wavering resolve, could not help but intervene. Silence. Get out. Galen Torben interrupted the guard with a sharp command. But the guard shot an angry glance at Wang Tang, then back at Galen Torben, ultimately saluting the prince before departing in resignation. It appeared not all individuals in Tidal Fortress had succumbed to decay, Wang Tang mused, observing the guard's despondent exit. Your Highness, you must comprehend your current predicament. Put it bluntly, the Horde is eyeing Earthy with malicious intent. The Forsaken and Orcs have already established outposts and farms at your doorstep. With your current strength, It won't be long before they encroach upon you. Wang Tang advised Galen Torben earnestly. Are you insinuating that the Forsaken will devour us? We are, Galen Torben began mockingly, only to abruptly catch himself and fall silent. What is it? Wang Tang inquired, puzzled by Galen Torben's sudden change in demeanor. In nothing, merely that we have clashed with the Forsaken on multiple occasions. They are indeed formidable foes, Galen Torben chuckled awkwardly. Wang Tang sensed a hidden meaning in the words exchanged, yet could not discern its nature. Very well, 3 million it is. Consider the deal struck. Galen Torben unexpectedly acquiesced with surprising ease. What? Wang Tang had anticipated prolonged negotiations, even mentally adjusting his offer to 5 million gold. Yet Galen Torben's swift agreement took him by surprise. Have I overlooked something? I require cash, and the sooner the better. Galen Torben replied with a smile. Agreed, but we must draft a contract, Wang Tang said while ruminating on the situation. That is imperative. I, Galen Torben, am a man of my word. Bring forth the contract, Galen Torben called out to a guard outside. Wang Tang's brow furrowed even more. This man had evidently prepared a contract in advance. Had he long desired to sell Tidal Fortress, or was there a deeper scheme at play? Mr. Wang Tang, here you go, Galen Torben said, handing over a quill alongside a contract that bore his signature and seal. Wang Tang accepted the document, scrutinizing it word by word. Agreement for the sale of Tidal Fortress. All appears to be in order. Wang Tang concluded after a thorough examination, finding no discrepancies. Yet, the absence of issues only heightened his suspicion. Surely, something was amiss that he had failed to consider. Are you truly prepared to sell Tidal Fortress for 3 million gold? This means that, from this moment forward I, Wang Tang, shall be the master of Tidal Fortress? Wang Tang reconfirmed, of course. Once you provide me with 3 million gold, Tidal Fortress shall belong to you, my lord Wang Tang. Galen Torben replied, shrugging nonchalantly. After much contemplation, Wang Tang found no flaws in the contract and ultimately inscribed his name upon it, transferring the full sum of 3 million gold to Galen Torben. Could it truly be that Tidal Fortress would so easily become mine? Ah, my dear friend, from this day forth, you are the proud owner of this magnificent Tidal Fortress. Congratulations, Galen Torben exclaimed, embracing Wang Tang with exuberance upon receiving the funds. Merely a dead man dreaming of ownership, Galen Torben thought disdainfully, a smirk tugging at his lips. What could possibly be amiss? As night enveloped the land, Wang Tang found himself unable to sleep, ruminating over what he might have neglected while remaining vigilant against potential assassins lurking in the shadows. This was no mere paranoia. The entire situation reeked of intrigue. At dawn, as Wang Tang emerged from his chamber with weary eyes, he encountered Vanessa returning from the outside. Why are you up so early? Wang Tang inquired, astonished. It's not early. I've been awake all night, keeping an eye on that fellow, Vanessa replied softly. Did they discover you? Wang Tang asked, relieved to learn he was not alone in his unease. He then added with concern, you should return to your room and rest. You've had a long night. That I'm fine. I'm used to it. Vanessa smiled faintly, her weariness barely concealed, though her eyes betrayed a hint of darkness. They were quiet all night. Perhaps we were overly cautious? Let us hope so. Nevertheless, it's wise to remain vigilant, and we should enhance our defenses moving forward. That I was too complacent, thinking we could take Tidal Fortress with just the two of us. Clearly, I have much to learn, Wang Tang admitted with a sense of remorse. Master, I believe you can do it, Vanessa encouraged with a smile before slipping back into the bedroom. With a thief, there is never a guarantee of safety. Rather than remaining on the defensive, it is better to take the initiative, Wang Tang concluded, heading directly to Galen Torben's door. Your Highness, are you awake? Oh, it's Mr. Wang Tang. What brings you here? Galen Torben responded, stepping out of his room with an enthusiasm that starkly contrasted with the previous day. Your Highness, do you have plans for today? Ah, indeed. I packed my belongings yesterday. I can depart today, Galen Torben replied cheerfully. As so soon? Wang Tang noted the modest cart Galen pointed to, which contained only a few personal items. Hardly befitting a prince's departure. I asked this all your belongings? Galen hesitated, then quickly explained, since Mr. Wang Tang has provided me with 3 million gold, I decided to discard the old junk and purchase new items instead. It seems more fitting, does it not? Upon encountering Galen Tolbine, Wang Tang chose not to pursue further inquiries. However, Mr. Wang Tang, I have a request that I wonder if you would be willing to accommodate. Galen Tolbine suddenly interjected. What is it? If it is within my capacity, I shall certainly assist you wholeheartedly. You see, I possess a considerable amount of gold, yet as I embark on this journey alone, I am apprehensive. Might I borrow a few hands to escort me to a secure location? Galen Tolbine said with a sycophantic smile. Wang Tang furrowed his brow as he cast a glance at Galen Tolbine. Presently, he had only those guards that originally belonged to Galen Tolbine in the keep, and the agreement clearly stated that these individuals must remain with him, just as the keep itself was to be under Wang Tang's command. May I inquire how many individuals you require, my lord? 10. I need only 10.10. Wang Tang hesitated. 10 was not an overwhelming number, rendering him unable to refuse. Very well. I shall assist you in selecting 10 individuals to accompany you on your journey. No need. No need. That Rude, along with the 9 others under your command, will suffice to escort me. Galen Tolbine directly indicated a guard. Wang Tang looked over and realized it was the very guard who had dissuaded Galen Tolbine the previous day, along with his subordinates. Remarkably, these were the 10 who had yet to be slain. Nevertheless, Wang Tang found himself unable to decline further. When do you intend to depart, my lord? Immediately. We shall tidy up a bit and then set off. Such haste? Wang Tang's brow furrowed even more deeply. Indeed, having acquired wealth, why should I linger in this dismal place? Galen Tolbine flashed Wang Tang a knowing smile. Very well, that I wish you a safe journey. Thank you, and I hope you can further the glory of the keep, Galen Tolbine said, patting Wang Tang on the shoulder before departing amidst the company of 10. However, as Galen Tolbine turned, a look of disdain crossed his face. Once Wang Tang perceived that Galen Tolbine had left the keep, he felt as though a great weight had been lifted from his chest. That I hope my concerns are unfounded. Wang Tang inhaled deeply and remarked. Gazing at the vast expanse of the keep, Wang Tang clenched his fists tightly, silently vowing, henceforth my endeavors in Azeroth shall recommence from this very keep. With that thought, Wang Tang began to take stock of his supplies. His equipment remained unchanged, save for a set of T0 gear he had given to Vanessa, originally possessing nearly 10 million gold, after deducting 1 million from the agreement with Rivigaz, and accounting for benefits given to the Alliance and Horde totaling another million, along with the 1 million spent to hire Widelin Shinga, and the 3 million granted to Galen Tolbine. He realized he had expended over 6 million gold. Moreover, he would need to pay Rivigaz an annual sum of 1 million henceforth. Consequently, Wang Tang was left with merely around 2 million gold at his disposal, and that was under the condition of stringent frugality. Wang Tang glanced once more at the colossal keep, tears streaming down his face. How vast is this keep? What can my meager funds accomplish? With a despondent countenance, Wang Tang squatted upon the ground, staring blankly at the sky. Perhaps that individual could be of assistance. Wang Tang promptly opened his friend list and contacted one among them. Ah, how fares your situation? Upon closer inspection, it was Bingmeng Lanxin, which was Wang Tang's original gaming ID. Oh, Mr. Wang Tang, I'm currently occupied with earning gold. Is there something you require? Came the anxious voice of Bingmeng Lanxin. Earning gold? It seems there is a way. Wang Tang's spirits lifted. After all, one could always rely on family. What are you doing to earn it? I must share a secret with you. Presently, a stack of silk is priced at 33 silver coins. However, I convert all the silk into bandages, allowing me to sell a stack for 40 silver coins, thus earning a profit of 7 silver coins. Impressive, isn't it? These past 2 days, I have done nothing but gather silk. Taking the time to craft bandages that in just 2 days, I have earned over 30 gold coins. Am I not remarkable? Wang Tang could vividly envision Bingmeng Lanxin's exaggerated facial expressions in the early days of the server. You spent 2 full days crafting bandages, and you claim to have earned 30 gold coins? Wang Tang asked incredulously. Indeed, I even tried to persuade others to join me, but they were reluctant. If you have time, please urge them. The profits come swiftly. How absurd. You mean to say that after I showed you my 10 million gold, you spent 2 days earning a mere 30 gold coins? Wang Tang erupted in fury, yelling, You fool, At that moment, an avalanche of expletives flooded Wang Tang's mind. Leaving him tongue-tied, he abruptly severed communication with Bingmeng Lanxin, knowing that if he continued to listen, he would be unable to restrain his anger. Yet deep down, he understood that Bingmeng Lanxin was in essence himself. To berate him was akin to chastising his own being. Alas, utterly unreliable, stingy, Wang Tang cursed inwardly, recalling that he had indeed spent considerable time gathering silk for profit. Yet now, that sum was woefully insufficient. Wang Tang reclined despondently, feeling overwhelmed by the troubles he faced, which seemed insurmountable. My lord, the level 1 fortress has been completed. We can now upgrade to a level 2 fortress. A voice echoed in Wang Tang's ears. I had entirely forgotten about the fortress system. Wang Tang sprang to his feet, suddenly recollecting. He then swiftly entered the fortress. Good heavens, is this truly my fortress? Wang Tang exclaimed upon entering. What was once a barren courtyard had transformed into a bustling, even crowded environment. Are those little elves? Wang Tang gasped, observing the shimmering creatures swirling amidst the trees. Indeed, my lord, replied Weidlin Shinga, who rushed over with excitement, his face now radiant with joy, in stark contrast to his earlier worries. Is this the alchemy laboratory? Wang Tang inquired, glancing at a small room where workers were busily pouring various liquids into bottles and jars. This is the warehouse. In another room, an array of equipment and colorful items were neatly arranged. And is that the barracks? A building adorned with a sword insignia occasionally saw soldiers entering and exiting. Indeed, my lord. Follow your directives. I have instructed my subordinates to continuously gather various herbs and other supplies for emergencies, Weidlin Shinga respectfully stated. However, Weidlin Shinga intentionally paused. What is it? Wang Tang shifted his gaze back to Weidlin Shinga, inquiring. Nothing, merely that our level 1 structures have reached capacity. Shall we begin the upgrade to level 2? Then let us proceed with the upgrade, Wang Tang replied nonchalantly. However, we require gold. More gold. Wang Tang frowned, asking, how much do we need? I have conducted a simple estimation. Upgrading the main hall, constructing a medium-sized building, a small building, as well as a fishing spot, mine and planting area, will require approximately 1 million gold coins. Another million. Although he anticipated significant expenses, the mention of 1 million still struck Wang Tang like a thunderclap. Opening his bag, he felt tears well up within him. Can we not postpone the upgrade? Having previously lamented Bingmeng Lanxin's frugality, he found himself in the same predicament that if funds are indeed tight, we may defer the upgrade. However, if possible, I still recommend that you upgrade at the earliest opportunity, as it will bring us greater prospects, Weidlin Shinga thoughtfully stated. Very well. Given the vastness of the keep, the absence of this million shouldn't cause any significant changes. With that, Wang Tang directly handed over 1 million gold coins to Shinga. What did you just say? The keep. Are you planning to rebuild the keep? Weidlin Shinga asked in astonishment. Indeed, I have now purchased the keep. Upon completing his account, Wang Tang recounted the recent events to Weidling Shinga. Well, master, I must say you are exceedingly audacious, Weidling Shinga remarked after a moment of silence. Alas, there is no other option. We must proceed step by step, even if it feels like forcing a duck onto a perch. Wang Tang retorted defiantly. You require my assistance? Weidling Shinga bit his lip and glanced at the moon god's eye that hung from his side. It is not yet time for that. Wang Tang was aware of the implications of the moon god's scythe. He certainly did not wish to see the stronghold of the rapids become a place ravaged by werewolves before he had even begun his plans. Then, master, do take care. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to come to the fortress, Weidling Shinga suggested thoughtfully. Additionally, do you have any recommendations for the secondary structures? Wang Tang felt overwhelmed and replied, let it be. You may handle everything as you see. By the way, how is our potion stockpile? He inquired. Potions may be the only viable means of generating income at this juncture. We have prepared nearly 500 bottles of the Fire King's potion, as per your request. 500 bottles? That is quite an impressive quantity to amass so swiftly. However, from this point onward, let us also prepare some greater blue and greater red potions. I fear I may encounter financial strain. We could sell some to alleviate that. Yes, master. After finalizing matters, Wang Tang departed the fortress and made his way back to the stronghold of the rapids, for it was of utmost importance at this time. Let us prioritize the upgrades, he resolved, casting one last glance at the dizzying expanse of the stronghold before galloping towards the Valley of Refuge. He had discovered upon his arrival that tasks could also be undertaken there, and completing them might expedite his leveling process. In the Thorns Valley. Chun Yu, there's new information coming in from over there called a bald human rogue with the ID of Luo Yin. Rushing over, that's so. Chun Yu, a human warrior, exclaimed after dispatching a swift raptor, turning to face Luo Yin. The nearby human mage, Shou Hua, also paused her actions. What was said over there? Luo Yin inquired, noticing the frown on Chun Yu's brow. Jiao Hua mentioned that while leveling, they encountered a human rogue who managed to slay her with a single strike and even intimidated 4 others of considerable strength. Chun Yu relayed, passing the letter to Luo Yin. Luo Yin hurriedly unfolded the letter, her anxiety palpable. You're holding it upside down, Chun Yu remarked helplessly. Oh, Luo Yin quickly rotated the letter 180 degrees, then paused. Do you really know I cannot read? Why would you give this to me? Shou Hua could only shake her head in resignation, covering her forehead. What shall we do next? Inquired Bai Yu, who stood beside Luo Yin. Although Jiao Hua's abilities were mediocre, the fact that she was slain in one blow indicated the formidable strength of that rogue. Have any of you encountered such a rogue while leveling? No, the other 3 replied in unison, shaking their heads. Present. We have no knowledge of whether this individual is friend or foe, Chun Yu stated, tearing the letter to shreds. However, their emergence has significantly disrupted our plans. Immediately inform Jiao Hua that we must do whatever it takes to thwart this individual's progress. We must eliminate any detrimental factors before they can take root. Chun Yu clenched his fists tightly. Understood. What has transpired today? In the desolate square, surrounded by the lingering corpses of the syndicate bandits, stood Wang Tang, a level 39 individual, muttering to himself. Where has that Vanessa gone? For reasons unknown, ever since that insufferable second-generation Garen Torben had departed, Wang Tang, who should have been elated, felt nothing but unease. His right eye twitching incessantly, he cast a glance at the imposing castle. Within the World of Warcraft, the nominal leader of the syndicate, Fakerus, was likely residing there, and the final task of hunting down Otto and Fakerus required their elimination. Yet, at this moment, Wang Tang felt a tumult of emotions, rendering the imminent level 40 less enticing. Am I perhaps being overly hasty? Can I truly manage such a vast stronghold of the rapids alone? Wang Tang furrowed his brow, gazing at the setting sun. Perhaps it would be wiser to return and contemplate future developments. Your Majesty, a red-clad guard from the stronghold of the rapids, saluted as Wang Tang approached. Oh, Wang Tang replied, startled. Instinctively responding as he lowered his head, he returned to his quarters under the scrutinizing and distrustful gaze of the guard. Acquiring the stronghold of the rapids and nobility could be achieved through wealth. Yet loyalty was a trust cultivated over years, not something that could be purchased with a few signed agreements from that second generation. Although they outwardly showed him respect, the human forces within the stronghold remained unchanged. And Wang Tang had not dispersed his limited forces. While doing so could swiftly secure the stronghold, it posed no pressure on Wang Tang at present. However, what would he do next? Would he rely on an already strained military to defend the entire stronghold? Could one imagine a scenario where already beleaguered human guards were dispersed throughout a stronghold even larger than Stormwind? Would they station a guard every kilometer? That would not be defense. It would be an open invitation for foes. This place is poorly defended. Come attack us! If the empty city strategy worked in the game, Wang Tang mused, he would rather be Zhuge Liang himself. With a wry smile, he shook his head. Vanessa, when will you return? As he passed by Vanessa's quarters and found the door firmly shut. He pushed it open, only to feel a flush of embarrassment wash over him. Turning on his heel to exit, I apologize. I did not realize you were changing. He stammered awkwardly from outside the door. And no, it's fine. Lord Wang Tang, I'm feeling a bit unwell today, so I want to be going out. Vanessa's voice, slightly weakened, came from within that, oh, very well. Do take care of yourself. Wang Tang replied, placing a hand on his rising chest. Muttering to himself, "What is going on today?" Typically, such a situation would lead to a loud commotion, yet today is strangely quiet. He dismissed the thought and returned to his chambers, approximately half an hour later. As dusk settled in, the sound of ringing horse bells reached Wang Tang's ears. Horse bells? Has someone arrived? He jolted awake from his drowsy slumber, pushing open the door to see a carriage accompanied by Lude and 10 others stationed outside his door. "Was it you?" Lude glared at Wang Tang, his hand resting on the sword at his waist, barely concealing the murderous intent in his eyes. "What is the matter?" Wang Tang asked, bewildered. "Is this your doing? Yet you dare not confess," Lude accused, pointing at the carriage. Following Lude's gesture, Wang Tang was taken aback, instinctively retreating a few steps, his mouth agape in disbelief. "How could this happen? It was fine this morning. Why has it come to this?" He beheld the sight of Garen Torben, the second generation, whose body now lay mangled and broken, horrifying wounds marring his form. "Humph, what a charade you put on. Once our master is gone, your path shall be much smoother. Won't it? Think about it. If I truly wish to do so, why would I go through such trouble?" Wang Tang spread his hands in a gesture of innocence. Lude regarded him with suspicion. He too hoped that Wang Tang was not behind this. After all, from an ordinary person's perspective, Wang Tang was not only their savior, but had also shown no malice towards their master, even sincerely gifting him 3 million gold coins. Oh, the gold coins. Lude suddenly recalled something, rushing to the back of the carriage, only to discover that the box once filled with gold was now missing. "Humph, if I find out the origins of these bandits, I will have their bodies torn asunder," Lude fumed, pounding on the carriage, tears streaming down his rugged face. Observing this scene, Wang Tang sighed, feeling a twinge of envy. A deceased individual could evoke such sorrow from this man. "When would I, Wang Tang, ever attain such stature? Speak to me. Perhaps I can provide some clues." Wang Tang spoke with a sense of desolation. "Originally, our plan was to traverse the Solder Bridge and then navigate through the wetlands to reach Mina Hillport. However, recently the Black Iron Dwarves have seized control of the bridge, prompting Garen Tolban to make a sudden decision to divert northward towards South Sea Town, with the intention of devising a new strategy. Yet isn't South Sea Town already coveted by the Naga and even the Forsaken? Does he not fear the consequences?" Wang Tang inquired, filled with confusion. Luther, taken aback, had not considered this angle. From this perspective, South Sea Town might prove more perilous than the Black Iron Dwarves. And then, Wang Tang interrupted Luther's thoughts directly, pressing for more information. As we crossed the boundary wall, a sudden swarm of masked individuals appeared before us. When we looked closer, we were astonished to see a dark mass, roughly estimating that there were over 100 of them. Over 100? Wang Tang glanced at Luther and the 9 others surrounding them. Indeed, there were over 100, but their levels were not particularly high. Many were merely in their teens, while our lowest level was 35. Thus, although the sheer number was intimidating, if we coordinated effectively, the danger would not be insurmountable. However, Luther paused again. "But what?" Wang Tang pressed urgently. "Rather than being mere bandits, it would be more apt to describe that group as death warriors. They exhibited an astonishing fearlessness, disregarding our assaults entirely that a few of them ensnared us, while the rest surged towards Garen, as if we were invisible to them. Many, even after sustaining numerous wounds, clung desperately to our legs, preventing us from aiding him. Consequently, the group left nearly 100 corpses in their wake before suffering near total annihilation, with only a few managing to escape. Just as we were counting our blessings, we discovered that Lord Garen had been slain. Upon saying this, Luther broke down in tears, consumed by guilt. Over 100 individuals, fearlessly reckless. What could have driven them to such madness? At that moment, Wang Tang found himself at a loss for words, gripped by terror. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he turned to Luther, saying, "Given the circumstances, we should properly bury Lord Garen, and then we could deliberate on other matters. It seems that is our only option. We hope the Lord will seek justice for Garen and endeavor to track down the remaining bandits." After contemplating this, Luther, lacking a better plan, led everyone to the cemetery to lay Garen's body to rest. Since Garen had been slain by a non-chosen one, he had lost all chance of resurrection. Watching Luther gradually fade from view, Wang Tang, consumed by rage, pushed open Vanessa's door. "Tell me, was this your doing?" In the dimness, Wang Tang beheld a figure slowly rising from the bed. It could only be Vanessa. "What are you talking about, my lord?" "I don't understand," Vanessa replied, her voice heavy with fatigue, yet laced with stubbornness. "Humph. I've noticed something amiss with you these past few days. Did you send someone to kill Garen?" Wang Tang shouted in fury. "Silence. Be cautious. There are those outside who may hear us." Vanessa stumbled out of bed and hastily closed the door. "What exactly are you planning?" Wang Tang, realizing certain matters must remain concealed from the outside world, lowered his voice to inquire, though his anger remained unabated. "Yes, indeed. I orchestrated everything," Vanessa confessed softly, approaching Wang Tang from behind. "That wretch Garen had ulterior motives. If we let him go, it would surely lead to your demise." "My lord, be quiet." Wang Tang spun around in a fit of rage and struck Vanessa across the face with such force that she was flung some distance away. "You ought to know that you are no longer a bandit. You must strive to be a decent person, unlike your father, who lived a life of pillage and destruction. You understand." Seeing Vanessa fall to the ground, Wang Tang felt an urge to assist her. Yet recalling her past actions only fueled his anger, and he turned away, keeping his back to her. "So, in the eyes of my lord, I am still that Vanessa Van Cleef, am I?" Vanessa deliberately emphasized her last name, articulating each syllable. "Isn't that the truth? What you are doing is no different from the actions of those brigands." Wang Tang remained oblivious to the sorrow in her tone. "From this day forth, you must not." Wang Tang turned in anger to point at Vanessa, only to find that her place was now empty. The door stood ajar, and Vanessa had vanished without a trace. "Vanessa!" Wang Tang exclaimed, bolting out the door in search of her. Little one, come play with me today," a raspy voice echoed from the shadows. "Who are you?" Wang Tang gasped. Just a dead man. Why does it matter to you?" As the words left the speaker's lips, Wang Tang felt as though his entire body was ensnared by invisible ropes, rendering him immobile. Crack! An arrow shot forth from the darkness, instantly reducing Wang Tang's health by 15. "Oh, this seems rather amusing," the voice from the shadows observed, a hint of intrigue evident as Wang Tang's health diminished. "Who are you?" Wang Tang gritted his teeth, sensing a chilling sensation emanating from the wound. A clear sign that the arrow was corroding his flesh. Crack, crack, crack. 3 more arrows struck Wang Tang's body, and under the corrosive effects, his health plummeted to a precarious state. "If this is all you can do, then there's no need for you to know who I am," the voice declared, and from the darkness emerged a slender figure. "You are." Wang Tang's eyes widened in shock as he fixed his gaze on the figure before him. With long ears akin to an elf, the individual's attire mirrored that of an elf as well, save for the dark, oppressive color palette that exuded an overwhelming sense of discomfort. Moreover, this person's skin bore a metallic sheen, devoid of any semblance of vitality, and their eyes glowed a crimson red, reminiscent of blood. "The Dark Queen, Sylvanas. Haha, I never expected that someone of your caliber from the Alliance would recognize me." Every player of the World of Warcraft, whether from the Alliance or the Horde, was familiar with Sylvanas. Sylvanas Windrunner, known as the Dark Queen and the Banshee Queen, is the supreme ruler of the Forsaken, the most formidable undead faction on the continent of Azeroth. Her ruthless reign and unconventional methods have even led many Alliance players to submit to her, reverently addressing her as Queen. "What brings you here?" At that moment, Wang Tang felt stripped of the will to resist, fully aware of the chasm separating his power from that of the Banshee Queen. Such a foolish question. The Banshee Queen mocked that. "I believe we can have a conversation. Perhaps I can assist the Forsaken a bit." A flicker of hope lingered in Wang Tang's heart. He yearned to leverage his knowledge to survive. Yes, survival was all that mattered, for Wang Tang understood that his cunning would bear no weight against the ruthless Queen. "You are far too weak to pique my interest." The Queen slowly raised her bow, drawing back with a delicate grace that a crisp sound emanated from her hand as Wang Tang's eyes widened in horror at the sight of a black arrow hurtling toward him. "My lord!" To his astonishment, Vanessa, who had vanished moments ago, suddenly emerged from the darkness, positioning herself in front of Wang Tang. Crack! The sound of the arrow embedding itself in flesh echoed, and like a leaf drifting to the ground. Vanessa slowly collapsed before Wang Tang. That a surge of blood rushed to Wang Tang's head, his breathing quickening as overwhelming fury coursed through him, expanding his very being. With a roar of rage, Wang Tang broke free from his restraints. Shadow Step. He executed the skill, teleporting behind the Banshee Queen. Impulsive. Backstab. Wang Tang unleashed every skill at his disposal, relentlessly assaulting the Banshee Queen. Shadow Step. The Banshee Queen, momentarily caught off guard by Wang Tang's swift maneuver, hesitated just long enough for his various attacks to land upon her. Kidney Shot. Just as Wang Tang prepared to unleash a control skill to incapacitate the Banshee Queen, she effortlessly evaded, executing a graceful spin mid-air and re-aiming her bow at him. Disappearance. As the sight of Wang Tang vanished from view, the Queen of the Wraiths descended directly to the ground, her vigilance heightened as she surveyed her surroundings. Suddenly, a sly smile crept across her lips. Let's see where you think you can escape to. In an instant, she pivoted and loosed an arrow behind her. Thud. The arrow struck Wang Tang, yet his health did not diminish. Instead, it surged upward. In a flash, he accelerated towards the Queen of the Wraiths. What's this? The Queen furrowed her brow, leaping into the air as she unleashed a barrage of arrows at Wang Tang. Despite the arrows striking him, he showed no sign of fear, his gaze fixated on her as he continued his relentless advance, his health visibly climbing until it reached its maximum. What kind of ability is this? How could I have been unaware that rogues possess such extraordinary skills? The Queen stared in suspicion at the oncoming Wang Tang, hastily stowing her bow and drawing a dagger as she charged towards him. Dodging, blades whirling, Wang Tang suddenly vanished, reappearing beside the Queen, his speed remarkably increased. The Queen parried several strikes before retaliating fiercely, only to see her attacks miss entirely. Realizing the futility, she leapt back, landing gracefully on the ground. Humph, a mere trickster, she scoffed, wiping the fresh wounds from her body. The individual before her had indeed exceeded her expectations. When she glanced up, she was taken aback to see Wang Tang holding a bow, which he then released, sending a meteor-like arrow hurtling toward her. The Queen's eyes widened in shock. She forgot to evade as the arrow struck her chest with such force that it sent her sprawling several meters backward. Panting heavily, Wang Tang noticed that the Queen lay flat on the ground. Could she be dead? He thought incredulously. However, fate was not on his side. The Queen slowly rose, fixing her gaze on him. Arrow of destruction. A dark arrow sped toward Wang Tang once more, but he attempted to dodge. But as the arrow drew within half a meter, it disintegrated into ash, enveloping him in a cloud that spread rapidly across his body, causing his illusion to flicker and eventually vanish like paper consumed by flames. So, all this time, he had been using an illusion to disguise himself to the outside world. His gear appeared to be worthless. Otherwise, he would have drawn constant trouble. Equipped with the Shiner's twin blades, the Sardar's Wrath, and a splendid T6 set, he was far from the ordinary he had portrayed. Who exactly are you? The Queen of the Wraiths, now stripped of her initial poise, shouted at Wang Tang in a fit of rage. What is happening? Wang Tang said, astonished by the unfolding scene. The Queen of the Wraiths cried out, transforming into a cloud of black mist that swiftly ensnared Wang Tang. Oh no, I've seen this move before. Is she trying to turn me into an undead? I have no desire to become one. Wang Tang recalled the great battle in Lordaeron, where the Queen had employed this very technique, slaying several human soldiers in an instant. Wang Tang's body began to ascend like a balloon, quickly hurtling towards the city walls. The rush of wind roared in his ears, and he lost track of time before being unceremoniously deposited into a thick patch of grass. What do you intend to do? Wang Tang stammered, gazing up at the Queen of the Wraiths like a bewildered rabbit. In that moment, the moon hung darkly overhead, and with only the two of them present, he struggled to find the right words. The Queen regarded him silently, then slid down beside him. Wang Tang instinctively shifted away, prompting a slight furrow in her brow as she observed him, her eyes a mix of confusion and disdain. Yet beneath it all, a hint of undeniable tenderness flickered. Where did you acquire your bow? She inquired softly. Wang Tang glanced at the bow, Sardar's Wrath, stars, Children of the stars? Sargeras? Could it be? His eyes widened in realization. Noticing his hesitation, the queen contemplated for a moment, then closed her eyes, a single tear slipping from the corner of her eyet that moment. The previously pitch-black night sky shimmered with scattered starlight. "Why are you in the Fortress of Tides?" she asked, wiping away her tears. Her tone slightly softened from its previous chill. "The Alliance and the Horde are embroiled in ceaseless conflict, flames of war raging." Wang Tang pondered briefly before responding, "Yet whether in the Alliance or the Horde, danger lurks at every corner. As far as I know, even your Forsaken are currently beset on all sides." Indeed, the queen sighed. "But what does that have to do with you?" "I wish to transform the Fortress of Tides into a neutral city, where both the Alliance and the Horde can coexist peacefully," Wang Tang declared with righteous fervor. "Like Booty Bay or Gadget Sand?" The queen chuckled. No, not at all." Wang Tang quickly countered, "My vision for the Fortress of Tides extends beyond mere neutrality. It aims to eradicate the hatred between factions, fostering unity between the Horde and the Alliance." "Haha, you think you can achieve that?" The queen laughed openly. Though Wang Tang's aspirations had indeed left her deeply astonished, "I understand that my current strength is insufficient, so I shall strive to level up." Wang Tang vowed with determination. The queen scrutinized him for a moment before shaking her head. "What? Is it still inadequate?" Wang Tang asked, observing Sylvanas' reaction with urgency. "Far from it," Sylvanas replied slowly, each word deliberate. "As a ruler, one must possess not only formidable strength, but also convincing tactics and the ability to command others. You are still lacking in all respects. Regarding the Fortress of Tides, do you know why I am here?" Sylvanas rose, her voice dripping with malice. You think Garen Tornben would easily yield the Fortress of Tides into your hands? Do you believe that the cunning individuals in the Alliance and the Horde would readily hand over such a vital position to an inexperienced child? Wang Tang lowered his head. Realizing that many of his assumptions were naive, he had believed he understood the world and its complexities, along with the intricate relationships among various factions. Yet he had not anticipated that the leaders of these races would be so easily swayed by an ordinary individual. "I am here on a mission to kill you, the ruler of the Fortress of Tides," Sylvanas said with a gleam of amusement in her eyes. Kill the ruler of the Fortress of Tides?" Wang Tang exclaimed, cold sweat cascading down his back. For the queen was speaking of none other than himself. "Do you think that with the meager forces of the Fortress of Tides, you could withstand the full might of the Forsaken army? Although we are currently besieged, wiping out the Fortress of Tides would be child's play." "What about you?" "All balance is the result of a transaction," Sylvanas stated. "Garen Tornben provides me with intelligence regarding the Alliance, and in return, I grant them peace." "What? That Garen fellow?" Wang Tang gasped, suddenly comprehending why Garen Tornben had commanded the forces to march north, even knowing of the Horde's disturbances, yet still daring to venture forth with only 10 men. The Fortress of Tides being Garen Tornben's stronghold and prized possession, he would rather betray the Alliance than allow it to fall into the hands of others. "Would he easily relinquish it to you?" "Did he send you specifically to assassinate me?" Wang Tang inquired. "Originally, any of my elite guards could have taken care of you. However, I have another task to fulfill, and that task is to eliminate Garen Tornben," Sylvanas replied, a smirk playing on her lips. "What? You're going to assassinate Garen Tornben?" "Wasn't that the work of Vanessa and her team?" "That was the plan, but upon our arrival, we discovered a group of humans had ambushed us first. And they were surprisingly low-leveled AT that moment. I contemplated simply dispatching them all. However, I wanted to see what they were truly after AT this moment. A rare seriousness graced Sylvanas' face. However, when we witnessed that group of individuals recklessly charging towards Garen Tornben like moths drawn to a flame, I found myself profoundly captivated. Can you fathom it? A band of low-level characters, barely above level 10, daring to ambush someone approaching level 40. What a spectacle! It was not a massacre, an utterly one-sided slaughter. After a brief silence, the Banshee Queen uttered those words. Wang Tang remained frozen in place, despite not having witnessed the scene firsthand. The sheer brutality moved even the cold-hearted Banshee Queen, a thought that made Wang Tang hesitate to envision the horrific imagery. He could only feel a chilling desolation within, tears streaming uncontrollably down his cheeks. Well, you know how many times that little girlfriend of yours was struck? Sylvanas taunted. Wah! Wang Tang could bear it no longer and burst into tears. And you still aspire to be a saint. Sylvanas disregarded Wang Tang's weeping. You naively believe that your good will can sway the hearts of the world. Ha! Let me share another tidbit with you. Do you wish to know what fate awaits you according to Garen Tolbane's design? At that moment, Wang Tang was devoid of any capacity for thought, merely staring blankly at the Banshee Queen. What a splendid idea it is. Even we undead must commend Garen Tolbane's ingenious imagination. Sylvanas remarked with an expression of admiration. Garen Tolbane. Wang Tang gritted his teeth and shouted. What about Vanessa? I beg you, say Vanessa. She was struck by one of your arrows. She must be fighting for her life now. I am not foolish enough to shoot arrows at those wanting to protect you. Rest assured, the arrow I shot was merely a phantom. That little girl won't perish. Not because of my arrow. At least, Sylvanas replied, a hint of amusement in her tone. Wang Tang felt an overwhelming urge to rush back and check on Vanessa's condition. You still believe you can control all of this? I seek your assistance, Wang Tang stated directly after hearing the Banshee Queen's words. You are far too weak. So weak that we have no reason to intervene on your behalf. I am convinced that no matter how many resources we provide, you will squander them entirely, Sylvanas coldly rejected. Then why are you telling me all this? Sylvanas glanced at the solidal Wrath of the Stars in Wang Tang's hand, took a deep breath, and said, consider it a final favor for an old friend. Wang Tang glanced at the bow in his hand, then reached out toward the Banshee Queen. Just as he was about to speak, she angrily shouted, if you dare let anyone else lay a hand on this weapon, I will ensure you suffer a fate worse than death. Wang Tang quickly withdrew his hand, awkwardly saying, but I lack even the ability to protect myself. Not present such a nauseating expression. I can assure you that death will be a luxury for you. Should you dare to desecrate this bow in your possession, I will not hesitate to transform you into an undead, a wretched being who will eternally wish for death. Sylvanas warned. Upon hearing this, Wang Tang felt a shiver run down his spine. Vanessa! In the early morning, a sudden exclamation caused Wang Tang to spring up from the grass, disregarding the damp dew around him. He glanced at his surroundings and then at his own vanished disguise. For some reason, he had fallen into a deep slumber the night before. This was no dream. This was not a dream. The Banshee Queen, Sylvanas, and Vanessa. With that thought, Wang Tang mounted his horse and galloped toward the direction of the thundering fortress. Yes, as soon as that slippery human rogue shows up, you all must act. Cut down those flowers without hesitation. Understood? The human warlock, Jiao Hua, addressed the crowd. Understood, they replied in unison. Is this truly worthwhile? The powerful cow questioned. You need not concern yourself with that. Simply do as I instruct. Understood? Jiao Hua replied darkly. Fine. The powerful cow sighed deeply. I still prefer Brother Imet. I truly wish to seek him out. The wooden corpse girl whispered, if you have the chance, go ahead. We are already too deep in this mess to escape. The powerful cow lamented softly. Brother Imet won't mind. Come with me. I envy you naive children. The powerful cow chuckled lightly. Attention! Someone is coming. At that moment, a skeletal warrior shouted, prompting everyone to swiftly hide. Wang Tang anxiously raced toward the thundering fortress, his heart pounding. He clearly heard Sylvanas say she had been struck several times, and he worried about whether Vanessa's injuries had worsened during the night. He dared not dwell on it and urged his horse forward, repeatedly whipping its flanks to increase speed. Ambush! Suddenly, a skeletal rogue appeared behind Wang Tang, swiftly using a control skill to unseat him. Fireball! Frostbolt! Corruption! Instantly, a barrage of spells struck Wang Tang. His health rapidly diminished, but he paid no mind to it. He only wished to see Vanessa again. I don't want to kill anyone. Get out of my way. Wang Tang shouted. You little brat. You still dare to talk about killing? Jiao Hua scoffed. Has this guy lost his mind? There are 10 of us, and he still thinks he can kill? A troll warrior mocked. Humph. Why waste words on a dead man? Wang Tang, unwilling to take a life, pushed forward. You still wish to be a saint? Sylvanas' mocking words echoed in Wang Tang's mind that I do not wish to be a saint. Wang Tang roared. Shadow cloak, blade flurry. Instantly, countless flying daggers surrounded Wang Tang, piercing through everyone nearby like a sieve, leaving a multitude of bloody holes in their bodies. Shadow step. Wang Tang appeared directly behind Jiaohua. Backstab. In an instant, Jiaohua collapsed to the ground. Everyone, kill him. That kid is trouble. Those who had not been caught in the previous blade flurry were left with only 3 range classes. 1 skeletal mage, 1 troll mage, and 1 orc hunter. Evade. Gale step. Within merely 2 seconds, the effect of shadow cloak still lingered. This meant that Wang Tang was nearly immune to magic at that moment. Why? My frostbolt had no effect at all. My fireball too, as if it had sunk into the ocean. The orc hunter exclaimed. The troll mage was also swiftly slain by Wang Tang. Now let's split up and flee. The orc hunter urged the remaining skeletal mage. All right, the skeletal mage blinked away from the battlefield. Thinking of escaping? Not so easily. Wang Tang drew his bow and fired 2 arrows, instantly eliminating the 2 who had planned to flee in that moment. Wang Tang was as a god of death, an invincible being within the chosen realm. What is this? Wang Tang's gaze fell upon a remarkably familiar object. Diamond water bottle? He picked up an item dropped by a warrior who had just attacked him. I recall this as a reward for a level 50 warriors class quest. Right? Or, am I mistaken? Wang Tang mused. Noting that the warrior had seemed only about level 35, shaking his head, he mounted his horse and continued toward Vanessa. Oh my, that guy was too powerful. The wooden corpse girl whispered from her hiding spot, trembling with fear, her eyes wide as saucers. Vanessa! Upon entering the courtyard, Wang Tang called out, Vanessa! Not seeing anyone, he pushed the door open. Ah, you rogue! A woman cried out in haste. Vanessa! Are you all right? Wang Tang, filled with surprise, rushed forward, yearning to embrace her. Yet, the space was empty. It was merely a figment of Wang Tang's imagination. The room felt desolate, devoid of life. Vanessa! He exclaimed as he hurried to the bedside, hoping she might still be resting. An overwhelming scent of medicine assailed his senses, revealing a bed strewn with bandages of various sizes. All stained with blood, some still wet and uncoagulated. Did you know your little girlfriend was stabbed several times? The words of Sylvanas echoed in his mind, and Wang Tang collapsed onto Vanessa's bedside. With a sharp slap, he struck his own face, sitting there in a daze. You are so weak, a voice taunted. You still aspire to be a saint. Each word felt like a knife piercing Wang Tang's heart. I must grow stronger. I refuse to be a saint, he bellowed in a fit of rage. You may enter now, Luther, he commanded, having summoned him early that morning. My lord, did you call for me? Luther pushed the door open and stepped inside. Yes, I wish to consult you on a matter. Wang Tang regarded Luther, who appeared hollow-eyed and weary. The death of Garen Torben must have struck him profoundly as a professional soldier. Witnessing the murder of his leader before his eyes was likely an unbearable ordeal. With this thought, Wang Tang pressed his hand against his waist. He had contemplated much throughout the night, but the foremost thought was that to repel external threats, one must first secure internal stability. If Luther could be won over, it would be ideal. Otherwise, Wang Tang would not allow a ticking time bomb to linger within his ranks. My lord, please, feel free to ask me anything, Luther urged. That I wish to know your plans. Wang Tang stated directly, scrutinizing Luther's expression for any telltale signs. Plans? What plans? Luther replied, turning his gaze away in a daze. How to exact revenge, of course. You? Luther glared at Wang Tang, anger flaring in his eyes. I presume you witnessed much last night and have contemplated various things. Surely you must have formulated a plan by now. Wang Tang inquired without pretense, aware that such a commotion would not go unnoticed by anyone alive. Should Luther exhibit even a hint of resistance, Wang Tang would not hesitate to eliminate him. Luther's brow furrowed, as if he had made a significant resolution. Drawing a deep breath, he did not answer Wang Tang directly, but instead spoke. Indeed, I saw much last night. In fact, when I beheld Miss Vanessa, I already knew the outcome. What? Vanessa? What did you do to her? Wang Tang erupted, shoving Luther against the wall, a dagger pressed to his throat. Unbeknownst to him, Vanessa had become Wang Tang's Achilles heel at that moment. I too pressed a dagger against Vanessa's throat. Luther continued, seemingly unperturbed by the blade at his neck. She looked at me with tears in her eyes. Yet a smirk played at her lips that in that instant. As starlight fell upon her face, I hesitated. Even now, I cannot comprehend why I hesitated, why I stood there foolishly, watching her stagger out of my sight. Wang Tang slowly withdrew the dagger, his gaze complex as he regarded Luther. Perhaps this will be of use to you. After a moment of silence, Wang Tang tossed a letter at Luther's face. Luther picked it up slowly and unfolded it. The esteemed Sylvanas, Lady of the Forsaken, the legitimate and sole heir of the keep at Tidal Fortress, Garen Torben, once again extends my utmost respect. What is this? Luther exclaimed, tossing the letter away as if it were a burning ember. The Lord is dead. Why do you persist in defaming him? Luther shouted in fury. Wang Tang retrieved the letter. It had been handed to him by Sylvanas herself the previous night. Moreover, the Lady of the Forsaken had divulged certain other secrets to him. Defame? Do you truly believe I would waste my breath to tarnish something that holds no value for me? Wang Tang sought to dismantle Luther's defenses entirely. Furthermore, consider for yourself the actions of that individual. Let us not overlook why the formidable forces of the Forsaken have allowed you to survive for so long. Just one syndicate could bring about your utter annihilation. Yet, why do you still thrive? You should know better than I what the syndicate's origins are. The syndicate is primarily composed of nobles from Alterac who were exiled following the Second War for having betrayed the Alliance by siding with the Horde. After the war, they faced judgment and were cast out. These nobles were the upper echelons of Alterac, and as one of the Seven Kingdoms, Tidal Fortress is undoubtedly intertwined with Alterac's fate. No, it is not as you say. Luther shouted desperately, on the brink of collapse, panting heavily. If you wish to know everything, then retrieve Garen Torben's garments from me. I want you to witness a grand spectacle. In 10 minutes, gather a few individuals. And be sure to include that fellow Albert. Of course, there's no need to mention this matter to him. Understood? Observing Luther's silent departure, Wang Tang discreetly returned the dagger to his waist. I do not wish to be a saint. Yet I also do not desire to become a demon. Luther had not harmed Vanessa, and Wang Tang was confident that Luther would not lie to him. Should the opportunity arise, Wang Tang hoped to bring Luther into his fold. 10 minutes later, at the innermost gates of Tidal Fortress, my lord, what are you planning to do? A guard named Albert gazed at Wang Tang in astonishment, who had taken on the guise of Garen Torben. With the enchanted gem given to him by Vanessa, Wang Tang could easily assume anyone's appearance. I intend to reclaim this place. Wang Tang replied nonchalantly. But with just the 5 of us, Lord Farcrest is quite formidable. Albert hurriedly interjected, you seem quite familiar with Lord Farcrest, addressing him with such respect. Wang Tang mocked, while Luther cast a dark look at Albert. No, I merely spoke casually. If given the chance, I would certainly wish to reclaim this place. Wouldn't I? Albert nervously wiped the sweat from his brow. In that case, let us charge forth. With that, Wang Tang dashed into the castle, followed closely by Luther and the others. Albert, witnessing the scene, lingered at the back, then stealthily turned to slip away to the other side. If anyone dares to flee, I will execute them without hesitation. Wang Tang taunted, gazing at Albert with a smirk. No, that is not it. I was merely checking for ambushes. Albert stammered, forcing himself to keep pace with the group as they rushed into the castle. Wang Tang did not reveal his full strength, maintaining only a normal professional level. Yet with such restraint, and aided by Luther and others, they successfully reached the top floor. It must be noted that upon encountering the syndicate, Luther and the others fought valiantly, with the exception of Albert. Who do we have here? Is that not my beloved Garen Torben? Do you have something valuable to sell us? Upon reaching the top floor, they beheld Farcrest alongside his companion Otto, as well as 2 elite syndicate guards. 4 against 5. The Tidal Fortress guards held a numerical advantage. Yet anyone with discerning eyes knew the syndicate's members were all elites, while the guard were merely ordinary soldiers. The syndicate had consistently outmatched the Tidal Fortress guards in strength, and, as the leader of the syndicate, Farcrest held them in contempt. Farcrest, today marks your demise. Tidal Fortress shall ultimately return to our hands, Luther cried, filled with fury at this persistent thorn in their side. However, Due to his formidable strength, Luther and the others have been unable to deal with him thus far. Is that so? Fakursight chuckled, but suddenly his expression changed and he bellowed, Albert, what are you waiting for? Eliminate them. The sound of a dagger plunging into flesh instantly reached everyone's ears. My Lord Fakursight, this fellow is an impostor. Albert, standing behind the crowd, suddenly erupted, driving the dagger into Wang Tang's vital spot, causing him to collapse into a pool of blood. Albert, what are you doing? Luther shouted angrily. Why, dear Captain Luther, if you so desire, I could plead with Lord Fakursight to grant you and your companions a favorable position. After all, serving under Lord Fakursight is undoubtedly preferable to following that worthless gallant Torben. Albert sneered, slowly moving to Fakursight's side. You actually betrayed the Rapids fortress? Luther's already weakened body involuntarily swayed. At this moment, he felt as though his very soul had been drained. Gallant Torben's death had already dealt a tremendous blow to him. Now, even a long-time comrade was abandoning him, and it felt as if his convictions had crumbled in an instant. Humph, I know not what merit that fool possesses to command such loyalty from you. Albert shouted furiously. We toiled so hard to reclaim lost ground. Yet what did he do? Time and again, he converted our hard-won victories into his personal wealth. You understand? The blood of our many brothers. In his eyes amounts to nothing but gold. Countless pieces of gold. Albert's voice rose to a hysterical scream. Do you remember? We lost 50 brothers to seize Gashak farm back, only for him to sell it to the orcs for 500 gold. The lives of 50 brothers. Does he truly see them as merely worth 500 gold? They were our comrades who fought alongside us through thick and thin. It was only because the orcs launched a surprise attack. Luther said dreamily, that was nothing but a farce. We could have held our ground. But do you know why we retreated so easily? That was merely. Luther had always believed it was a concession made by gallant Torben to minimize casualties. And then there was Norsford Farm, which he also sold to the syndicate. In his eyes, only gold holds value. We are merely tools for him to amass wealth. Mere machines for profit, in his plans. The next step was to sell the intelligence of South Sea Town to the syndicate and the tribes. The only thing he needed to consider was the price. How did you come know all this? Luther inquired. Don't be foolish, my captain. Do you truly think he would undertake such tasks himself? So you are the messenger. Luther suddenly realized. Indeed, I am the messenger, the intermediary between the syndicate and gallant Torben. If given the chance, I will ensure you are torn to pieces. Luther gritted his teeth. You no longer have that opportunity. Lord Fakursight killed him, with gallant Torben dead, once Luther and his companions are gone. The Rapids fortress will fall entirely under the syndicate's domain, Albert shouted. Albert, you have done well. You will soon enter the core organization of the syndicate, Fakursight said with a satisfied grin. Thank you for your recognition. My lord, Albert replied, his face alight with excitement. Originally, I had no intention of exterminating you all. After all, that would draw the tribe's ire directly upon us. However, since you have delivered yourselves to me, I shall not be courteous. Surround them and kill them all, Fakursight commanded, encircling Luther and the others. Upon witnessing this, Luther and his companions drew their weapons. Brothers, even in death, we must take a few with us, Luther roared, affirming his resolve to perish while also rallying his comrades. Even they felt the grim certainty of their imminent demise. However, I wonder, have you all misunderstood the situation? The crowd gasped as the seemingly lifeless gallant Torben began to rise from the blood-soaked ground. Smiling at Luther, his face suddenly blurred, transforming in an instant to resemble Wang Tang's. Shouldn't you be dead? Albert exclaimed in astonishment. Were it an ordinary person, they would certainly be dead, Wang Tang replied, adopting an innocuous expression. But I am no ordinary person. Regardless of who you are, stepping onto my territory means you must die. Charge, Fakursight commanded, instantly surrounding Wang Tang and his companions. You need not wade through this quagmire. This is a grievance between us and the syndicate. If there's an opportunity, you should flee, Luther said hesitantly, glancing at Wang Tang, who was equally imperiled. You not hate me for killing gallant Torben? Wang Tang asked Luther. I do hate it, but my heart tells me I cannot kill you, Luther replied. How about we make a deal? What kind of deal? I will kill that fakir site, and you'll follow me thereafter. Wang Tang declared suddenly at this point. Are you still jesting? You should be focusing on how to survive. Luther gritted his teeth. However, if you truly can kill him, I would serve you. Splendid. That is the very response I awaited. Wang Tang laughed heartily and immediately accelerated towards fakir site. Seeking death, fakir site sneered, observing Wang Tang charging towards him without fear, and swung his sword in a single motion. Wang Tang did not falter, executing a shadow step to appear directly behind fakir site. With a swift motion, the blade fell, and a head tumbled to the ground. Hiss! The onlookers collectively gasped, realizing Wang Tang was formidable indeed. Could it be that my eyes deceived me? The crowd rubbed their eyes in disbelief. What will you do now? Wang Tang pointed at Otto and the other three. Charge. Otto commanded the 2 elite guards. Kill. The 2 elite guards rushed toward Wang Tang without hesitation. Crack, crack. Point 2 swift strikes turned the elite guards into lifeless corpses. Boom! A golden light surged beside Wang Tang. Congratulations, Wang Tang number 1. You have leveled up to level 40 and will have 1 system function selection. Wang Tang paid no heed to the system's notification, focused instead on eliminating the immediate nuisances before leisurely contemplating it later. I cannot believe we meet again so soon, Otto remarked suddenly. Have we met before? Wang Tang inquired, puzzled. We are quite familiar. Haha. Otto suddenly transformed into a swarm of bats, charging towards Wang Tang. Smack. Yes, the bats approached Wang Tang. A protective barrier seemed to materialize around him, deflecting their assault. What is happening? The bats coalesced in mid-air, morphing into a figure clad in black. You wretched thing, how dare you touch my people? A strange voice resonated from within Wang Tang's body. Who are you? The black-clad figure exclaimed in shock. You are not worthy to know who I am. Wang Tang recognized this figure as the shadowy individual who had appeared in the death mine. Yet at this moment, he had no inclination to ponder why this figure was present. I hope we have the chance to meet again. Realizing the futility of the situation, the black-clad figure fled through the window. Attempting to escape, suddenly, Wang Tang found himself levitating in mid-air, beams of light shooting from his eyes, piercing through the black-clad figure's body. With a scream, the figure disintegrated into ash, vanishing into the ether. Who are you? Wang Tang asked, his voice low and steady. In no response. Wang Tang scrutinized his surroundings, ensuring that everything was not a mere dream, before cursing aloud. What in the world are you? How infuriating it is, akin to a mouse. Daring to confront me directly, and no wonder Wang Tang is enraged. Anyone who discovers that there resides an utterly oblivious entity within their own body would be alarmed. Thus, Wang Tang resorted to the most scathing words, cursing until his throat was parched, just when he believed that the entity would no longer manifest. Lacking in substantial ability, yet possessing a fierce temperament, that familiar yet alien voice finally made its appearance. Why not try having something reside within your body? Wang Tang retorted with irritation. I never noticed your prowess before. Now your tongue seems quite adept. The other party mocked. I recall you being as timid as a rabbit before Sylvanus. What happened to that cowardice? You. Wang Tang was momentarily speechless, stammering. That was a different circumstance. With the time you spend on idle banter, you might as well ponder your next course of action. That I never anticipated that I would be burdened with such a useless companion. What? You brought me here. The other party inquired. What purpose does that serve? At that moment, Wang Tang finally felt a flicker of hope piercing through the fog. Why had he been summoned? With your meager strength. Knowing the reason would be of no consequence. The other party did not conceal their disdain for Wang Tang. When you possess the capability, you will naturally understand everything. Yet again, the excuse of waiting until one is capable to know everything. Could you not conjure a more convincing rationale? Wang Tang frowned. With my current abilities, I have no time for further conversation. The other party stated earnestly. However, I offer you a piece of advice. If possible, refrain from selecting the level 40 abilities. It would be wiser to wait until level 60 for a more favorable opportunity. With that, they departed, and tranquility returned. Regardless of Wang Tang's inquiries, the other party offered no further response. It appeared they had indeed left. Mr. Wang Tang, are you all right? Luther, Observing the previously erratic Wang Tang, who had been muttering to himself, finally ventured to inquire. What is it? Wang Tang abruptly awakened, looking at Luther with curiosity at, what happened just now. Oh, nothing. I was merely surprised to see that cloaked figure. Wang Tang attempted to brush it off. Indeed, it seems there are deeper conspiracies at play behind the syndicate. Moreover, the master of the syndicate does not appear to be Falcrest. Luther contemplated after a moment. Indeed. Wang Tang regarded Luther, acknowledging the validity of his analysis that it seemed that this individual was not as one-dimensional as he initially presumed. He hoped Luther could genuinely be of service to him. What of Albert? Wang Tang inquired. That I dealt with him earlier, Luther sighed. Moreover, he revealed to us the conspiracy between Galen and the Forsaken to harm you. Did he mention what the consequences would be if I failed? Wang Tang wondered about the kind of scheme that could elicit such a notion of delight from Sylvanus. That I believe the adults would prefer not to know. Luther hesitated before responding. The amalgamation creature is simply. Enough, do not say another word. Wang Tang hastily interrupted, feeling a chill run down his spine at the mere thought of the amalgamation, and involuntarily recalling Vanessa. He truly wondered how Vanessa was faring now. A flicker of inexplicable intuition told Wang Tang that Vanessa was certainly alive. We have any plans moving forward? Luther asked. You have any suggestions? Wang Tang replied that in order to earn someone's genuine allegiance, one must also present oneself with dignity. Luther pondered for a moment before stating, with our current forces, expanding our territory is utterly hopeless. Thus, our primary objective must be to recruit more soldiers. Only with sufficient manpower can we consider our next steps. Indeed, Wang Tang had contemplated this before. The vastness of the Keep of Tides could not be managed with their existing forces alone. But where could they recruit more soldiers? Perhaps they should return to the camp and deliberate further. After this exchange, Wang Tang and the others made their way back to the Keep of Tides camp. Moments later, at the human encampment of the Keep of Tides. What are these people doing? Luther inquired. Observing a group of beggar-like refugees at the camp's edge, greetings, Sir Point One Elder, appearing to be the leader, stepped forward. We have come here, guided by others, in search of Mr. Wang Tang. Wang Tang. Luther instinctively turned to look at Wang Tang. Uncle, do we know each other? Wang Tang stepped forward directly. The elder scrutinized Wang Tang for a moment before asking suspiciously, May I inquire if you're Mr. Wang Tang? Yes, that is the elder deliberated briefly before resolutely stating. 2 days ago, an old acquaintance sought us out, saying that if we found Mr. Wang Tang, he would offer us protection and a stable life. Who are you people? Wang Tang questioned, increasingly puzzled, to be frank. Sir, we are from the Stonemason Guild, the elder replied directly. The Stonemason Guild? Wang Tang exclaimed, suddenly realizing something, and promptly led the group into the human encampment, ensuring they were settled. Indeed, the Keep of Tides lacked nothing more than places for people to reside. After a brief exchange, it became evident that these individuals were, as Wang Tang had suspected, part of the displaced populace. It turned out that after the dissolution of the Stonemason Guild, a significant number followed Van Cleef, who had likely already been controlled at that time, into a life of banditry, becoming part of the Defias Brotherhood. Meanwhile, another group had chosen to leave Stormwind, preferring a life of wandering rather than associating themselves with the Defias. These individuals were part of that very group of wanderers. You say you can assist us in building the Keep of Tides? Wang Tang asked, his excitement palpable. Indeed, that old acquaintance mentioned that Mr. Wang Tang has intentions of constructing the Keep of Tides, which would provide us with a means of livelihood. After all, we have spent our lives working with buildings. We know nothing else. If this continues, to be forthright, our prospects will be grim, the elder said with a resigned smile. Wang Tang refrained from probing further into why the elder held such trust in that old acquaintance. However, he clearly recognized that having this group as assistants would significantly ease the burden of future construction at the Keep of Tides. Responsibilities that were originally meant for that fellow Rivagaz. Rivagaz, you have caused me considerable distress. Wang Tang thought to himself, gritting his teeth. Rivagaz, have you been sleeping soundly these past few days? After settling the elder and his group, Wang Tang hastily contacted Rivagaz. Wang Tang, how are you still alive? Rivagaz exclaimed, taken aback. It seems you're eager for my demise, aren't you? Wang Tang feigned nonchalance, for since arriving at the Keep of Tides, He had flirted with death on several occasions, and he would not believe for a moment that Rivagaz was uninvolved in any of it. No, of course not, my dear friend. Rivagaz laughed heartily, showing no signs of guilt. Last night, Sylvanas came by to have a chat, offering her protection in the future. Additionally, several prominent figures met with me, urging me to pursue my endeavors fearlessly, assuring me that I would achieve greatness. Wang Tang spoke with a steady voice, though he added, however, should anyone dare to obstruct me, they shall not escape retribution. What? Rivagaz's mind raced. Who exactly was this person? Not only did he manage to survive in such perilous circumstances, but he also had connections with those influential figures. Perhaps he should reconsider his strategy regarding someone with such potential. The notion that someone would dare to hinder Mr. Wang Tang was utterly unacceptable to Rivagaz. Wang Tang smirked internally but maintained a facade of composure. Now, I have a business proposal to discuss with you. I'm curious if you would be amenable. Wang Tang understood that dealing with these cunning individuals required utmost vigilance. Any oversight could lead to catastrophic consequences. Even so, one could only blame themselves for their lack of skill. His only recourse was to brandish a grand banner as a tiger's skin to intimidate others. Hoping to endure through this challenging period out of course, my friend. For those unaware of the intricacies, one might easily assume that the individual conversing with Rivagaz is a close confidant. Upon discerning the counterpart's status and identity, Rivagaz would be eager to cultivate a closer bond. That I wish to employ some guards, as my current forces are insufficient. That I hope you could dispatch a few guards, Wang Tang stated directly. Guards? Rivagaz hesitated for a moment before responding. I too am lacking in manpower. Set your price. I require no more than 100 guards for a maximum of 6 months. Wang Tang, uninterested in haggling, spoke plainly. In his previous life, the guards at the entrance of Treasure Bay were formidable. He recalled how the Bloodsail pirates had fled in terror when pursued, only to be swiftly apprehended by the guards. Thus, the guards at Treasure Bay, tasked with overseeing such a small area as the Rapids Fortress, would be more than adequate. Consequently, Wang Tang felt compelled to secure these guards, regardless of the cost. 100 guards, and only for 6 months? Rivagaz pondered briefly and then declared, Since you insist, Mr. Wang Tang, I shall send 100 over. As for the price, let it be considered an addendum to our original agreement. After all, Mr. Wang Tang and I have become such good partners, haven't we? Wang Tang, pleased with Rivagaz's acquiescence, added, Additionally, I have a batch of craftsmen arriving, so I foresee no issues with future construction. Since you have made the arrangements, we shall proceed accordingly. Should other business arise, we can collaborate further. Rivagaz chuckled. However, he hesitated for a moment, his heart bleeding internally as he inwardly cursed Wang Tang for his cunning. In that case, I shall await good news from you, my lord, Wang Tang replied with a smile. And oh worries, our guards will arrive at the Rapids Fortress in about a week. Wang Tang contemplated for a moment. 100 guards, while not an overwhelming force, was significant considering the scale of Treasure Bay. The fact that Rivagaz could muster them within a week indicated he was doing his utmost. Excellent. Once your guard arrive, they may contact Mr. Luther at the Rapids Fortress, who will oversee their arrangements. After severing ties with Rivagaz, Wang Tang called for Luther. Our guard will not arrive for another week. However, I cannot remain here indefinitely. To be frank, if I leave, you alone cannot safeguard the members of the Stonemason Guild. The individuals from the Stonemason Guild were crucial to Wang Tang's plans. Moreover, he had a personal stake. For this group was linked to someone from his past. Indeed, as you say, our forces are rather weak. Just yesterday, while we were attacking the Syndicate, several tribesmen stealthily approached, killed a few of our brothers, and brazenly departed. Luther said, his voice laced with frustration and helplessness. As time progresses, the strength of the tribes grows, and I fear such incidents will become increasingly frequent. Thus, I propose we withdraw all forces from Refugee Valley and relocate the Griffin Point as well. Furthermore, we must equip the human encampment at Rapids Fortress with basic amenities, such as an inn and a general store, and begin to establish these step by step. Wang Tang continued, If you find it cumbersome, feel free to assign the Stonemason Guild members to assist. They should possess some experience. We truly need to establish an inn, my lord. Our current accommodations are more than sufficient. Luther questioned in astonishment. Not nearly enough. I will be arranging for an increasing number of people to arrive in the near future. Wang Tang contemplated. In the short term, we cannot undertake extensive construction, but we must adapt our camp to free up some space. The next step is to gradually reclaim the lost grounds of Rapid's fortress and to systematically build up the functionalities of a city. The functionalities of a city, Luther exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice. Yes, we aim to transform Rapid's fortress into a city as grand as Stormwind. Nay, even more magnificent. Really, the spark of ambition ignited in Luther's eyes at a soldier. He was also a denizen of Rapid's fortress. And who could resist the aspiration of seeing their hometown flourish and grow powerful? Indeed, it will come to pass. Thus, you must begin preparations, while I will have my own arrangements to make, Wang Tang stated with solemnity. Yes, I shall follow your directives, my lord. Luther promptly saluted. Now, my next step is to venture to Stormwind to recruit soldiers. Before long, we shan't have to live in such trepidation, Wang Tang declared with conviction. As he gazed up at the statues adorning the city gate, he fell into deep contemplation. Stormwind, as the capital of the human race within the game, stood out not only for its grandeur, but also for its meticulous craftsmanship. As the premier metropolis of the Alliance, it attracted players from all corners, with many even choosing to establish their Hearthstone in the inns of Stormwind. The city bustled with both players and NPCs in overwhelming numbers, a primary reason for Wang Tang's choice of destination. Given his current strength, engaging in direct contact with the Alliance's high-ranking officials will be tantamount to inviting disaster. His fragile frame could not withstand the onslaught of those seasoned schemers. Wang Tang's perception of the nobles of Stormwind was heavily influenced by the fate of the Defias, serving as a cautionary tale. Therefore, his aim in Stormwind was not to beseech the Alliance for military support, but rather to seek assistance from the future Great Lords. But where should he begin? As Wang Tang pondered, a familiar voice suddenly broke through his thoughts. Miss, why are you resting again? A voice with a distinct Qingdao accent came forth that, Anin, I've walked such a long way. Can I take a moment to rest? Replied a sweet female voice. Long way? You've only walked 20 meters. In that instant, a somewhat weathered night elf came into Wang Tang's view. Isn't it the night elf and the young lady? Wang Tang exclaimed, astonished by their presence. The night elf was a pivotal figure in the MT, being a boss-level character in the early game, a veritable nightmare for players like Imut, whose prowess could be likened to the pinnacle of early-game MT characters. Perhaps. Wang Tang hesitated, contemplating. Those lazy fellows from the country took forever to help me level up to level 20. It's utterly ridiculous. I must make sure Uncle Fangzhu teaches them a lesson, he thought, recalling the 6 portly figures engaging in bizarre antics. No, better not. He shuddered at the thought. It's best to avoid the country fellows. Anyone who crosses them is bound to suffer misfortune. Let us just reach out to them and see if they have any recommendations, Wang Tang murmured to himself. Where are you? He directly contacted them. We're busy in Stormwind. May I ask what you need, Mr. Wang Tang? Came an awkward voice from the other end. That you're in Stormwind? Perfect. I'll come find you. Wang Tang replied. Is that advisable? They hesitated. Are you there? Wang Tang wondered suspiciously. Could it be these two? Hey, Wang Tang, hurry over and help us make some money. A hurried voice surged through the line, unmistakably belonging to Bing Meng Lanxin. What scheme are you concocting now? Wang Tang asked. Bewildered. Just come over. We're at the entrance of the auction house in Stormwind. This time, we're really making money, Bing Meng Lanxin exclaimed excitedly. All right, I hope you could surprise me, Wang Tang said before heading straight to the auction house as instructed. Moments later, at the entrance of the Stormwind auction house, Wang Tang observed the 2 individuals bustling about and exclaimed in surprise. What are you up to? Look. After careful calculations, I discovered that producing the Wildman pauldrons requires heavy leather, heavy fur, salt, and fine thread, costing only 21 silver coins in total. But guess what? Bing Meng Lanxin said with a sly grin. What is it? We sell them to merchants for 26 silver coins. That means we make a profit of 5 silver coins on each one. Am I clever or what? Bing Meng Lanxin declared proudly, tugging at the sleeve of her companion. However, still unable to interrupt the other's eloquent discourse, one could only helplessly cover their face and hide behind. How much have you earned? Wang Tang inquired, suppressing the volcanic rage that threatened to erupt within him. I've been at it for 6 hours and have surprisingly earned 37.5 gold coins. Bing Ming Lan XN proudly displayed the coins in her hand to Wang Tang. You, Wang Tang pressed his hand firmly against his chest, are telling me that you and 2 others spent 6 hours earning 37.5 gold coins. Is that correct? Yes, I'm quite impressive, aren't I? I am even clamoring to level up. Look how simple it is. He buys, I craft, and he made this much effortlessly. Are you out of your mind? Wang Tang suddenly realized that berating her would be akin to chastising himself, and could not help but slap his own face to, what's wrong? Bing Ming Lan XN gazed at him with wide, innocent eyes. Hold on while I catch my breath. I fear I might be driven to madness by you. Wang Tang repeatedly urged himself to remain composed, as if calming a beloved child. Finally, after quite some time, he felt a semblance of relief. Listen closely, Wang Tang stated deliberately, in this moment where time is of the essence. Your primary objective should be leveling up. As your level increases, so too will your gold coins. Do you understand? If you had devoted all that cleverness towards leveling up, you could have easily surpassed level 30 by now. But look at you. What level are you at? Wang Tang observed the two, with Bing Ming Lan Xin at level 19 and the other slightly higher at level 20, T level 30. Completing a single task could yield nearly 40 silver coins, along with commendable experience points. And for those 40 silver coins, how long would you need to toil for that shabby wild man's shoulder? Have you even calculated that? And yet, you've dragged someone along with you? 2 individuals, 6 hours, and only 37.5 gold coins. What do you call that? Suppressing his anger, Wang Tang finally imparted the reasoning to Bing Ming Lan Xin in a calm, albeit exasperated, manner. 6 hours for 37. 5 gold coins. Bing Ming Lan Xin gestured with her hands, continuously calculating. Oh dear, I've actually lost out. Why didn't you stop me? She turned to complain. Didn't I try to stop you? I was on the verge of hitting you, he muttered under his breath. Forget it. I never really expected much from you. That moment, Wang Tang felt the weight of his own inadequacies. Why had he chosen such a companion? No. I actually have great skills. Next time, I'll find a more suitable way to earn money. Stop right there, my dear. If we have this time, we should focus on leveling up. Don't you see how many people are already above level 30? Wang Tang pointed out. Look at Mr. Wang Tang. You've already reached level 40. Well, I've wasted some time. If I had focused entirely on leveling up, I would have progressed much faster. Is there anything we can assist you with right now? The other inquired. You see, our levels. I have already purchased the Rapid Stream Fortress, but the forces there are too weak that I'm looking for some assistance and wanted to ask if you have any suggestions. As Wang Tang has only 2 friends in this world, he did not conceal anything from them. Assistance, you say? After some contemplation, he replied, perhaps those few individuals could help you. About half an hour later, under Wang Tang's guidance, they arrived at the Lion King's Pride Inn in Shanjin Town. Wang Tang's insistence. He did not bring Bing Ming Lan Xin along. Otherwise, he felt he might lose control. The reason for selecting the Lion King's Pride was his desire for discretion regarding this matter. Next, I will sing a song called Planting the Sun, so let us give a warm welcome. Following, there was a round of solitary applause. Wang Tang was about to push the door open. He looked on in astonishment. Little puppy is always so lively, he chuckled, covering his face in embarrassment. Oh, how humiliating, he thought. The reason for Wang Tang's surprise was not merely superficial. He felt genuinely touched. Little Puppy, the president of the Shiyuan Guild, was a mischievous girl with an unparalleled ability to harmonize the moods of those around her. For a long time after the establishment of the Shirtian Guild, internal management had been chaotic, leading to its eventual disintegration. Even the 2 founders, including Wang Tang, distanced themselves from the guild, ceasing to be members. Wang Tang, somewhat of a lone wolf, eventually joined the Shiyuan Guild upon the suggestion of others. The name Shiyuan embodies the transient nature of fate, suggesting that all relationships are like fate, some deep, some shallow. In the Shiyuan Guild, Wang Tang rediscovered a sense of belonging. However, as he aged, both his awareness and skills diminished, making it increasingly difficult to keep pace, even though he often made errors during gold runs. The guild never penalized him, always distributing the gold equally. On one hand, Wang Tang felt like a burden. On the other, he had little interest in grinding for gear or completing dungeons, preferring instead to earn gold. Consequently, he had participated minimally in guild activities, merely engaging in banter within the chat channel. Nonetheless, this did not diminish the Shiyuan Guild's significance in Wang Tang's heart. Even when the national server shut down, all his accounts remained within the Shiyuan Guild. Creak. With a clear sound, Wang Tang pushed the door open. Everyone is here. Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Wang Tang. He addressed the group inside. This is Little Puppy, the gnome warlock. Hello, beautiful. It's a pleasure to meet you. Wang Tang directly addressed the gnome beauty named Little Puppy. Oh my. Everyone move aside. He called me beautiful, the gnome warlock exclaimed, excitedly extending a small hand. Haha. Hello. Handsome. You can just call me Little Puppy. This is Brown Bear. Hello. Ning Nung. Wang Tang struggled to extricate himself from Little Puppy's grasp and extended his hand towards Brown Bear. Huh. How did you know they all call me Nung Nung? Brown Bear asked in surprise at a slip of the tongue. Wang Tang awkwardly explained. These are Snow Fatty, Crazy, and Shareholder. He introduced the rest of the group. Fortunately, the other prominent members of the Shiyuan Guild were absent. If they had come, Wang Tang would have been at a loss, he thought to himself, feeling somewhat guilty. The two defining characteristics of Shiyuan Guild were its seriousness and liveliness, the latter being fostered by the likes of Little Puppy. While the former was upheld by the guild as formidable members, the main players in the Shiyuan Guild excelled in dungeon strategies and overall prowess, even ranking prominently within the national server. A remarkable feat for a non-professional guild that, of course. The aura of these skilled players was impressive, and Wang Tang was not entirely sure he could hold his own against them. Handsome, I heard you're looking for someone to help you guard the place? Little Puppy asserted boldly. Guarding the place is one way to put it. Wang Tang and the others instinctively wiped the sweat from their foreheads to be cautious. Crazy admonished as she pulled Little Puppy aside. Ning Nang, look, Crazy is bullying me. Little Puppy complained to Brown Bear. Crazy, how could you do that? Brown Bear indignantly replied. Bullying Little Puppy. Why didn't you call me? Oh, what a bunch of lively characters, Wang Tang chuckled lightly. To put it simply, I have purchased the Rapid Stream Fortress. However, we are currently short on manpower, so I'm looking to gather some individuals to help me develop and construct the fortress. If successful, I will certainly provide generous rewards for everyone, Wang Tang succinctly explained. What? You bought the Rapid Stream Fortress? Snow Fatty asked, astonished. What is a Rapid Stream Fortress? Little Puppy, Crazy, and Brown Bear simultaneously stared at Snow Fatty in bewilderment. The Rapid Stream Fortress is a vast human stronghold, its size rivaling that of Stormwind City, Snow Fatty elucidated. Wow, such a large place. Can I raise a pet there? Little Puppy exclaimed, always surprising with her remarks. So how do you want us to assist you? Shui Peng disregarded the little dog and inquired. I require a multitude of people, even if they are of little consequence, as long as you can assist in bringing individuals to Jiliu Fort. Wang Tang stated. From a certain perspective, these matters are not particularly challenging. However, they may demand a considerable amount of time and gold, Shui Peng remarked. And oh worries, if you need funds, feel free to come to me directly. Wang Tang responded joyfully, noticing that the other party had not outright refused. You are mistaken, Mr. Wang Tang, Shui Peng replied. It is not that we seek remuneration, but rather that executing such an extensive plan necessitates a significant quantity of gold. After all, we must first create a spectacle to draw people in, and that spectacle will require ample gold. Rest assured, no matter how much gold you require, I can provide it, Wang Tang confidently asserted. Trusting that the individuals before him would not deceive him, will you truly trust us to hand over a substantial sum of gold? Shui Peng asked in astonishment, despite their relatively amicable friendship and Wang Tang's apparent good rapport with her. I believe in my sixth sense, Wang Tang replied, reclining back in his chair with a smile. I too rely on my sixth sense, the little dog exclaimed excitedly. Shui Peng shot a disapproving glance at the little dog. Thud. Wang Tang tumbled from his chair. I have grasped your sincerity, but I hope you can grant me a bit of time. I will confer with a few others to gauge their opinions. Would that be acceptable, Mr. Wang Tang? Shui Peng did not refuse, yet she did not acquiesce either. Wang Tang furrowed his brow, not out of dissatisfaction with Shui Peng's actions, but from a sense of insecurity. After all, in his previous life within the game, The pressure exerted by certain individuals had been overwhelming, leaving Wang Tang uncertain whether he could withstand their presence should they appear to, Beautiful lady, what do you think? Wang Tang turned to the little dog. Oh, I've told you, I am indeed a beauty, yet you all refuse to believe me. Look at Mr. Wang Tang's bright eyes, the little dog exclaimed, leaping onto a chair and placing one foot on the table. Calling out to Zhong Xiong and Feng Feng that I agree to this matter, the little dog shouted directly at Wang Tang. Little dog, please think this over, Shui Pang urged, pulling the little dog back. All right, if you concur. ILL returned to prepare. Let me know what you need, either directly or through messages. Wang Tang extended his hand excitedly towards the little dog. All right then, it's settled, the little dog echoed enthusiastically, extending her hand in agreement. Shui Pang furrowed her brow, casting a discontented glance at Wang Tang, yet she chose to remain silent. Wang Tang deliberately feigned ignorance, knowing that his actions were not entirely honorable. Nevertheless, in the forthcoming collaboration, he resolved to wholeheartedly support Shi Yuan in whatever he could manage, believing it would culminate in a mutually beneficial outcome that we require some form of compensation. Shui Pang made her final effort. You may propose any terms you wish. If she disregarded Shui Pang's feelings entirely, while she would look out for the little dog, she would never allow the latter to act recklessly in such a significant matter. I believe we should discuss this with the others. After all, we are a collective. Shui Pang persisted in her attempts. Initially, she had thought today would simply involve a friend lending a small hand, but she had not anticipated that the other party was, in fact, the master of Jiliu Fort. Very well. I await your responses, Wang Tang replied with a smile. This is our earnest money for collaboration. If you have further terms later, we can negotiate. With that, Wang Tang produced a bag of gold coins and handed it directly to Feng Feng. Wow, so much gold. I believe this will succeed, Feng Feng exclaimed, eyes gleaming as he opened the bag. Really? How much gold is there? The little dog and Zhong Xiong eagerly approached. Oh, what a bunch of lively characters. Shui Pang sighed despondently at the group. Had it not been for the fact that those few were currently engaged in a dungeon raid, she would never have called upon them. If you don't mind, shall we head downstairs for a drink? Wang Tang suggested cheerfully. Although the issue regarding Jiliu Fort remained unresolved, he was optimistic about securing the assistance of Xian. Trusting in their capabilities, thus he felt elated, even considering indulging in a drink despite typically abstaining. All right, the little dog exclaimed, leaping into the air. Let us forget it. We have some other matters to attend to. So we won't disturb Mr. Wang Tang any longer, Shui Pang said, pulling the little dog back mid-air. Very well. It seems we shall have to postpone, Wang Tang replied helplessly, feeling that today's progress had exceeded his expectations. I hope you harbor no ill intentions. Otherwise, we certainly will not spare you. Shui Pang intentionally lingered at the end as everyone departed. Yes, she walked past Wang Tang. She whispered in a tone only the two could hear. Rest assured, I truly have no malicious intent. With a meaningful glance at Wang Tang, Shui Pang offered no further reply and departed. Mr. Wang Tang, did you feel a sense of urgency once everyone left? One person remarked. I assented, somewhat dishonorable. A bit opportunistic? Wang Tang replied with a wry smile. Indeed, but please trust that I would never harm any one of you. If possible, I am willing to provide all the assistance within my capabilities. This would undoubtedly result in a mutually advantageous situation that I hope what you say holds true, the individual replied resignedly. Furthermore, while the little dog may seem a bit simple-minded, she is certainly not as foolish as she appears. Her agreement to assist you is undoubtedly a product of her own deliberation. Rest assured, I understand. I will not underestimate her, Wang Tang affirmed solemnly. Meanwhile, after the little dog and her companions departed from the Lion King's Pride Inn, hey, how about we grab a drink later? Feng Feng suggested mischievously to Zhong Xiong as they stepped outside. Let us not kid ourselves. With your drinking capacity, you'd take all night just to finish a bottle of beer. Zhong Xiong scoffed. Then let us go have some meat. That should be acceptable. Feng Feng proposed that. I think that sounds good. The two of them began discussing where to eat meat. Sister Shui Pang, do I seem a bit dim-witted? The little dog turned and smiled at Shui Pang. How could you so readily agree to such a significant endeavor? Shui Pang replied with exasperation. Do you understand the implications of Jiliu Fort? Indeed, the Alliance and the Horde are both eyeing that place covetously, the little dog acknowledged. Then why still? Shui Pang inquired in confusion. We have now reached level 33, although we have yet to engage significantly with the tasks at Jiliu Fort. Do you know something? The little dog stated gravely. Galen Tolbane is dead. The Prince of Jiliu Fort, Galen Tolbane, is dead. Shui Pang exclaimed in disbelief. Yes, yesterday a high-level friend of ours went to Jiliu Fort to undertake a quest and inadvertently discovered this while purchasing a first aid manual. And then? Shui Pang asked, perplexed. That Wang Tang is either a complete fool or, the little dog chuckled softly, or perhaps a genius. Genius. Indeed, genius and fool are perfectly antonymous, are they not? The little dog laughed heartily. Little dog, are you going to have roasted meat later? Fong turned to the little dog. Come on, it's you who wants it. Don't drag me into this, Zhong Xiong retorted angrily. I want fried mushrooms. The little dog shouted loudly, no problem. The trio cheerfully raced towards Stormwind City. Oh, these lively characters. Shui Pang sighed and followed them out. After sending off the little dog and her companions, a great weight lifted from Wang Tang's heart. Leaving him in high spirits, he had hoped to invite them for drinks, but they had declined, eager to focus on leveling up. Wang Tang paid little mind to it and descended the stairs alone. A pint of barley wine. Wang Tang tossed a gold coin to the innkeeper as he surveyed the vast hall, realizing that he was the only patron present. Innkeeper, why is there not a single customer at this hour? Wang Tang inquired with astonishment. Are you not aware? The young man furrowed his brow and replied, No one dares to come to the glittering town at night. It is haunted. Silence, young man. Do not frighten our guest. He admonished, Greetings, stranger. Do you not feel a tinge of loneliness sipping your drink alone? Just as Wang Tang had settled into his seat, a stunning beauty appeared before him, whether it was the influence of alcohol or some other force. Upon seeing this alluring woman, Wang Tang felt a dizzying sensation, his gaze fixated on her curvaceous figure, his heart racing uncontrollably. An inexplicable emotion overwhelmed him, making it difficult for him to breathe, that he boldly proposed. Ah, lovely lady, would you care to join me for a drink? Upon uttering these words, even he was taken aback. Yet for reasons unknown, his inner voice urged him onward. Hurry, go for it, do not hesitate. Thank you. Esteemed sir, she replied, taking a seat beside him and accepting a mug of barley wine. May I inquire your name? I am Wang Tang. He chuckled foolishly, feeling a sudden surge of confidence. Ha, Mr. Wang Tang, you are quite amusing. My name is Dong Ni and Sa Anaya. Strangely, a fleeting smirk appeared on her face. However, most prefer to call me Princess Me. Princess Me? Wang Tang echoed, as if the name rang a bell. However, he could not quite place it, and chose not to dwell further. Ah, my princess, he smirked lewdly, emboldened by the alcohol as he leaned closer. Here is my address. The beauty chuckled softly, turning to stride into the dark night outside the inn. If Mr. Wang Tang is interested, please do come find me tonight. Wait for me. Wang Tang, taken by her sudden departure, found himself following her out of the inn. The innkeeper frowned, his mouth closing as he prepared to speak, but instead resumed polishing a glass. The cabin by the forest? Wang Tang pondered, glancing at the address in his hand. Ah, that must be it. Following his gaze, a modest cabin emerged quietly before him, leaving one to wonder how the drowsy Wang Tang managed to find it in the darkness. Ah, my lady, I have arrived. Wang Tang boldly pushed open the door. Meow. Suddenly in the night, a pair of eerie yellow eyes fixed menacingly upon him. Wang Tang was instantly drenched in cold sweat, involuntarily stumbling back 2 steps. Terror gripping him as he gazed into the dim light. Under the faint starlight, he discerned what appeared to be. Ah, esteemed Mr. Wang Tang, that is my cat. Please do not be afraid. The familiar voice of the beauty emerged from the shadows. Do come in. I am changing clothes, and there will be an exciting show awaiting you shortly. Under normal circumstances, such a tempting invitation would stir the imagination of any ordinary man. However, at that moment, whether from fear or some other cause, Wang Tang's heart raced uncontrollably, a wave of inexplicable panic and unease washing over him. What is happening? How did I end up here? Wang Tang could hardly believe his own recklessness in trailing a stranger to her abode. You will die. Suddenly, an ominous voice echoed in Wang Tang's mind, followed by a chilling gust of wind rushing toward him. Acting on instinct, he leaped back from the cabin, only to behold a horrifying scene. The once alluring Princess Me now donned a coarse burlap garment. Her eyes wide with rage, resembling a malevolent specter, brandishing a sharp knife. Not a mere fruit knife or a cooking knife, but a terrifying butcher's cleaver, still pointed threateningly at Wang Tang. "You all shall perish," the beauty uttered mechanically before charging straight at him. Overcome with fear, Wang Tang found himself utterly paralyzed, fleeing desperately into the night. He ran for what felt like an eternity until he finally spotted a faint light. "Help! Help!" Wang Tang banged on the door, crying out frantically. Creak. The door opened to reveal a somewhat frail woman gazing timidly at the panicked Wang Tang. "Someone is trying to kill me. Someone is trying to kill me," he stammered, utterly beside himself with fear. "Please, come inside and hide," the woman urged, pulling him into the safety of her home. "Princess Me is the woman from that cabin," Wang Tang gasped, breathless. "She had a cleaver and wanted to kill me. She must be close behind." Once he regained some composure, he explained his frightful predicament. "Princess Me?" Another, slightly sturdier woman stepped forward. "Why would she want to kill you?" Wang Tang, startled by the sudden presence of another person, nearly jumped out of his skin. "I do not know. As soon as I opened the door, she lunged at me with a knife." The two women exchanged worried glances, peering cautiously toward the entrance. Yet all remained silent. "May I inquire how you two ladies came to share this abode?" Wang Tang broke the tension. "Since my husband went to the front lines, Helene has been protecting me. She has guided me through countless trials with her kind heart and sharp sword. Without her, I shudder to think what might have transpired." The frail woman regarded the sturdier one with gratitude. "Sir, it would be wise for you to rest upstairs." The sturdier woman reassured him that "I doubt that fiend will track you here. Even if she does, I believe the three of us would prevail." With that, she produced a sharp little knife from her possession. "That I forgot to introduce myself. I am Helene, a skinner, and this is Adler, a leatherworker," the robust woman announced. "Greetings, I am Wang Tang. That I hope that Princess Me will reconsider her course of action. And I shall certainly seek the mayor's assistance in resolving this matter tomorrow." Though Wang Tang's heart rate had begun to stabilize, he failed to notice the look of distaste that crossed Helene's face upon hearing the mention of the mayor. "Where do you both usually rest?" The woman gestured subtly with her chin toward the main hall. "We typically rest there, so please do not mind us. The upstairs is reserved for the children. I hope they do not disturb you." Understood," Wang Tang replied apologetically as he made his way upstairs. "Good night." As he reached the landing, Wang Tang intended to offer a courteous farewell, only to find both women gazing at him with an eerie intensity. Yet, in a mere moment, their expressions softened into smiles. "Mr. Wang Tang, do you require anything further?" "Oh, no, that's all." "Good night," he stammered, feeling a chill creep up his spine. Ascending the stairs to the second floor, he encountered a rather spacious table and took a seat beside it, resting his elbow on the edge. As Wang Tang shifted his arm, he detected an uneven surface beneath. "That I was here." What does this mean?" He moved his arm aside to examine the inscription on the tabletop. Just then, a series of faint footsteps echoed from within the house. "What?" Wang Tang gasped, staring into the inner room. "What?" He was rendered speechless by the sight before him. 6 children eerily emerged from the inner chamber of the second floor. While this in itself was unremarkable, a closer inspection revealed their faces to be grotesquely terrifying. That a pentagram, a magic circle. Wang Tang instantly recognized the peculiar formation in which the 6 children stood. One at the center, the other 5 arranged in a precise pattern around him, forming the shape of a pentagram. "Join us, I in the midst of a pentagram," a child unexpectedly uttered in a hoarse voice. In that fleeting moment of dread experienced by Wang Tang, 6 children had already encircled him, and instantly, a dark green, flowing light materialized around the others, binding him tightly. "Who are you?" "I am the sovereign of this realm." "The thousand-eyed one," See Thund at a deep voice resonated from above. So that S-I-T this moment, Wang Tang surprisingly felt a wave of calm wash over him, dispelling the panic he had just felt. See Thun, one of the 4 ancient gods of the World of Warcraft, the manifestation of the Void Lord's corruptive power in Azeroth. The 4 ancient gods are See Thun, Yogg-Saron, Isharj, and Zoth. Among them, Sethun, the thousand-eyed one, was sealed deep beneath the temple of Encourage and Silithus by the Titan Guardians that he made his debut in the classic version of World of Warcraft, serving as the final boss in the Encourage raid. Wang Tang recalled how he had been tormented by this raid boss, nearly going AFK because of it. If you do not join us, you shall meet your demise. Suddenly, the dark green light intensified, tightening its grip on Wang Tang. Humph, just a sealed ancient god. What is there to be so arrogant about? He reminisced that, although it had been arduous, he had managed to defeat Sethun's true form. To be honest, he had mostly relied on his friend to get through it. With that, Wang Tang strained his arms in an effort to break free. Da-da! With a fierce roar, he broke free from his bindings, shattered the nearby window, and leapt through it, vanishing into the night. Someone managed to escape from the whisper of an ancient god. Who is that individual? The voice from above was filled with confusion. As Wang Tang galloped through the night, his heart had settled. He had always harbored a profound fear of supernatural events. However, once he understood the underlying circumstances, he felt a sense of reassurance. What a performance. It was at this moment that Wang Tang finally comprehended why he had been so captivated by Princess Mi. Even trailing her to her home, this thought, he couldn't help but feel his cheeks flush. Thankfully, he had not acted out of line. He chuckled to himself. What lies ahead? Moments later, he noticed shimmering lights appearing on the ground before him, glistening under the starlight. A lake? Wang Tang dismounted and approached the water's edge. It appeared there were figures nearby. In the faint starlight, he discerned a small dock not far from the shore, with a few dim lights illuminating it. Evidently, some individuals were busy moving items back and forth on the dock. Hello, Wang Tang called out from a distance. The group was startled by Wang Tang's sudden appearance, standing upright to gaze at him as he approached through the darkness. Plot point: one of the dock workers, seeing Wang Tang draw near, hastily pushed something into the lake. Who are you? Just a passing traveler, Wang Tang replied as he stepped closer to the individuals. 2 fish merchants and a child busy fishing. Another child? Fishing at this late hour? Wang Tang pondered. Observing this peculiar assembly point, one of the fish merchants picked up a lantern and handed it to Wang Tang. This lamp is for you. To guide your way, an inexplicable accent accompanied his words. Wang Tang looked at the lantern, feeling as if his thoughts were being drawn in by its light, and instinctively accepted it, becoming entranced. Unexpectedly, someone has walked willingly into the trap. The fishing child wore a sinister smile. Then we need not exhaust ourselves searching for food, do we? Indeed. The 2 fish merchants replied mechanically. Since you have come of your own accord, you may as well descend. The child called out to Wang Tang. Yes, Wang Tang replied in a daze, then began to walk towards the water, noticing that directly before him was a staircase leading into the depths below. The frigid water of the night pierced through him, yet it failed to affect him in the slightest as he continued to walk mindlessly onward. A piercing cry emanated from the lake's depths, followed by a shadow lunging directly at Wang Tang. As the shadow approached, it found itself halted by the luminous aura surrounding Wang Tang. Even the part of the shadow that had made contact with the light seemed to dissolve like butter in the sun, emitting wisps of dark smoke and anguished wails. What are you? At that moment, Wang Tang stirred from his stupor. In the dark depths of the lake, he could not discern the shadow clearly, but he could vaguely make out numerous tentacle-like appendages undulating around it. Who are you? The familiar voice echoed once more. Sethun, how did your tentacles extend to this place? Wang Tang drew his twin blades, pointing them at the shadow lurking beneath the lake. Could you be a play messenger as well? The shadow asked suspiciously. What messenger? Wang Tang was bewildered by the inquiry. It seems you're unaware of your own identity. This makes things intriguing. Upon saying this, the shadow lunged toward Wang Tang once more. Just a lackey. How dare you act so brazenly? Wang Tang swung his blades, charging into the darkness. Crack. Snap point. 2 distinct sounds echoed. One was the sound of tentacles striking Wang Tang, and the other, the sound of his blades slicing into the shadow's flesh. The shadow cried out in pain. Why are you so powerful? How can a level 40 individual possess such high output? Who on earth are you? A mere level 35 fool dares to pose as a god here. Wang Tang seized the opportunity and charged at the shadow. Humph. Today is merely a fragment of my, well, that if you truly possess the capability, come find me in encourage. With that, the shadow hurriedly fled, disappearing without a trace. Quite the swift escape. Observing the shadow's absence, Wang Tang surfaced and swam back to the dock. Where have those people gone? Wang Tang recalled that there had been 2 fish merchants and a child here. Yet they had all vanished. The children who had been in the nearby wooden house had also disappeared. Unbeknownst to Wang Tang, the shadow at the lake's bottom was the leader of the ancient god's forces in Goldshire. With the leader fleeing, the minions had no courage left to linger. Concluding that the ancient god's influence had dissipated, Wang Tang decided to report this matter briefly to the local guards, adhering to the principle of minimizing the situation. Before departing, beep beep, Mr. Wang Tang, we have made a decision. Shall we meet at the Butchered Lamb in Stormwind shortly? The crisp voice of Little Puppy rang out just then. All right, see you soon. Having settled this matter, Wang Tang left Goldshire and set off towards Stormwind. However, unbeknownst to him, due to his erroneous assessment, believing Goldshire was merely plagued by the minions of an ancient god without further investigation, he would soon find himself and his companions on the brink of catastrophe. Within the Butchered Lamb Tavern in Stormwind, melodious tunes played softly in the spacious hall, where only a table was occupied by a few individuals. You all better be courteous to our guest. Understood? Little Puppy stood atop a large table, gesturing at the others. Look at Mr. Wang Tang, how dashing he is. With that, he made a sliding gesture with his dainty fingers. Oh, he merely called you beautiful. And look at how smitten you are. Fong Fong, lounging beneath the table, said lazily, Dirk, give him a beating. Little Puppy pretended to be indignant. Don't follow Fong Feng's example. Merely eating won't help you grow. Come on, Puppy, have a piece of meat. That a gnome rogue named Dirk pointed at Fong Fong. Oh, whoa, meat is delicious. Little Puppy seized the meat and took a hearty bite, suddenly pausing. Dirk, are you implying that I've gained weight again? Not at all, not at all. Fong Fong quickly added. Little Puppy generally only gains about 3 gene a day. Damn it, Fong Fong. With that, the Little Puppy lunged directly at Fong Fong. Upon seeing this, Fong Fong immediately discarded the bench and slipped away to one side. The Little Puppy, unwilling to concede, scampered after him with energetic little hops. Creak! The tavern door was gently pushed open, and everyone hurriedly turned their gaze toward the entrance to Mr. Wang Tang. Good day. The Little Puppy instantly returned to his original seat, sitting upright and gracefully greeting Wang Tang. Hello, everyone. Wang Tang looked at the familiar ID before him, a wave of emotion rising within him. He had once been part of their playful banter, and now he found himself as a stranger. Friendship has always been a central theme in World of Warcraft, which is precisely why players take pride in referring to themselves as belonging to 2 worlds. Mr. Wang Tang, after returning last night, we conducted an all-night study and have made the following arrangements regarding your request. The Little Puppy declared solemnly. An all-night study, you say? Yet you were drooling all over the table before 8 p.m. Fong Fong muttered disdainfully. Hey. The Little Puppy feigned anger, speaking in a dark tone. Humph. Fong Fong scoffed, shifting his attention back to the plate of pork before him. Ahem. Let us continue. The Little Puppy cleared his throat softly. We have made the following arrangements. Clatter. The Little Puppy pulled a piece of paper from his pocket and placed it before him. First, we need to ignite the enthusiasm of others. In other words, whose handwriting is this? It's so messy. The Little Puppy handed the paper to Dagger. Allow me to handle this. Dagger smiled slightly and tucked the paper in his pocket. Firstly, since Mr. Wang Tang wishes to rally manpower to assist, we must first consider why they would agree to help. Put it plainly, what incentives can we offer those fellows that would make them willing to join us? Dagger paused for a moment before continuing. Secondly, once the personnel arrive, will you be able to accommodate them? If we provide you with such a large influx of traffic and you lack the capability, it is likely that they will dissipate in no time. Of course, I'm not implying this about you. I am merely stating facts. And then, hold on. No, and then, let's tackle these matters one at a time. Otherwise, my mind will be in disarray. The Little Puppy interrupted Dagger. Providing them with incentives is essential. Wang Tang nodded. But may I ask, Mr. Dagger, what kind of incentives do you deem appropriate? Gold coins. With a sudden flourish, Dagger produced an abacus from his waistband. How did you get that out? The little puppy stared in disbelief at Dagger's abacus, then glanced at someone's waistband. Get to the point, get to the point. Dagger remained unfazed. Given the size of the bustling fortress, a small number of people simply won't suffice. Thus, let's calculate in terms of tens of thousands. For instance, if we consider 1,000 people, and each is given a gold coin, we would need 10,000 gold coins out of course. This is merely a fraction of the total. As he spoke, the abacus in Dagger's hands was clicking away. Simply handing out gold coins seems a bit crude, doesn't it? Wang Tang hesitated. I have no shortage of gold, but I wish to avoid coming across as a vulgar nouveau riche. While it may attract people in the short term, it won't be sustainable in the long run. Perhaps we could consider what everyone currently needs most and devise a plan based on those needs. Potions, Feng mumbled with his mouth full. Everyone is eager to level up and in urgent need of potions. Shut up. Dagger reached out and pinched Feng Feng's thigh, speaking in a low voice. Do you think I am unaware? Ouch, ouch, ouch. Feng grimaced. If just say, why twist my arm? Dagger's face reddened as he said, actually, potions are indeed a viable option. If it's potions, I believe I could supply some, upon hearing about the potions. Wang Tang suddenly recalled that he had not visited the stronghold in some time. How many potions would they need? At least 100,000 bottles, I presume, Dagger said, his expression unflinching. Are you drinking plain water? The little puppy exclaimed, last night, I distinctly remember them stating it was not 100,000, but only 5,000 bottles. Shh. Could you please be quiet? Dagger quickly covered the little puppy's mouth. For the love of all that is holy, please stop talking. Hear us the plan. I can supply 100,000 potions, but it may take some time. Wang Tang, having discerned Dagger's intent, chose not to expose it. Really? Dagger asked with surprise. Indeed, Wang Tang nodded, maintaining an air of nonchalance. Since Mr. Wang Tang is so generous, this matter will surely come to fruition. With that, Dagger raised a large mug of barley beer before Wang Tang. Recalling the events of the previous night, Wang Tang suddenly felt a flush of heat on his face and quickly declined. Perhaps we should skip the alcohol. I am truly not well versed in such matters. Oh, what a pity! Dagger exclaimed before downing the enormous mug of barley beer, which was even taller than his diminutive stature. It was a mystery how he could consume such a vast quantity. With the first point settled, let us move on to the second. Wang Tang observed as Dagger swallowed the large mug without any visible effect, his astonishment growing. The second point is also quite simple. How to retain people. Or rather, what distinguishes your bustling fortress from other cities? What are its alluring characteristics? Dagger inquired. Distinctions. Wang Tang pondered, stroking his chin. I aspire to transform the bustling fortress into a city where the Alliance and the Horde can coexist peacefully. Coexist peacefully? You mean like a neutral city such as Booty Bay? The little puppy asked with confusion. Not merely coexisting, but rather fostering mutual cooperation and viewing each other as friends, Wang Tang explained. The others looked at Wang Tang as if he were a fool. Then, in unison, they exclaimed, a dreamer. Rest assured, I will make it happen, Wang Tang replied, undeterred by their expressions, speaking with unwavering conviction that I in that case. I suggest you hasten your efforts. Otherwise, if we truly become adversaries with the Horde, your plans may encounter obstacles. As I recall, the Alliance and the Horde have already engaged in several significant battles in the Barrens. And to thwart the Alliance's advancement, the Horde has even dispatched a necromancer specifically to hunt down low-level Alliance characters, going by the name of Sanjideo. The little puppy reminded Wang Tang kindly. Unlike the others who mocked him. Indeed, I should have prioritized this matter sooner. Wang Tang suddenly recognized his procrastination. Once affairs here were settled, he would need to expedite his plans. This grand ideal. Dagger clenched his fist tightly. Encouraging Wang Tang with a gesture, it may not be achievable in the short term. Let us consider other matters. For instance, do you possess any treasures? It appeared this fellow was undeniably pragmatic, fixated on wealth. I have no treasures, but the bustling fortress does possess a legendary weapon known as the Troll Slayer. However, I cannot share with others, Wang Tang replied. Actually, we might consider whether there are certain items that are unique to us or... The little puppy suddenly fell into contemplation. I recall a great man once said, you possess what I lack, you have what I excel, you excel, and I shall depart. Could we develop our strategy along those lines? You possess what I lack. You have what I excel. You excel, and I shall depart. Wang Tang also began to ponder this notion. However, Mr. Wang Tang, you need not be overly concerned, the little puppy continued. Given our current levels, the main force will soon reach level 3, 5, and at that point, the majority will flock to the bustling fortress, as the quest experience there is reportedly quite decent. Indeed, Wang Tang agreed. Thus, with a little guidance, a substantial number of players will inevitably converge upon the bustling fortress as for how to retain them. We can brainstorm little by little. After all, nothing can be accomplished overnight. Yes, indeed. Wang Tang appeared as if he were encountering the little dog for the very first time. He had always regarded her as a carefree and light-hearted young girl. However, the dagger rushed forward, only to be halted by the little dog. In that case, Mr. Wang Tang, it would be prudent to prepare the potions that I suspect that producing 100,000 bottles is indeed a formidable task. You could certainly lower the quantity a bit, and that would suffice, the little dog remarked. Alas, another substantial loss, the dagger lamented inwardly. Well, I understand that I shall do my utmost, Wang Tang replied with a smile. It seems that 100,000 bottles is indeed a considerable number. However, if the fortress can expedite matters, it should not pose a significant problem that I shall proceed with the preparations and will contact you once I am finished. With that, Wang Tang nodded to the crowd and departed from the scene. Little dog, do you have any idea how many gold coins you have lost? As soon as Wang Tang left, the dagger, with tears streaming down its face, began to complain to the little dog while clutching an abacus. Dagger, you should adopt a broader perspective. You must realize that a city as vast as the Rapids Fortress cannot thrive solely on the efforts of Mr. Wang Tang, the little dog said calmly. That is precisely why we must seize the opportunity, the dagger countered. Galen Torben is dead, yet Wang Tang remains alive. Do you not comprehend what that signifies? The little dog asked sternly. The dagger suddenly paused. A rare opportunity? A timely aid, the little dog replied. Wang Tang's background is undoubtedly extraordinary. He is far from an ordinary individual, possessing capabilities, connections, and resources beyond our imagination. Each of these aspects may well be unattainable for us. Currently, as Wang Tang is in dire need of assistance, I believe that even if we do not act, others will surely come forth. So, shall we provide timely aid, remain spectators, or take advantage of the turmoil? I understand, the dagger said, lowering its head in contemplation, that I will certainly do my best to assist Mr. Wang Tang. Very well, the little dog yawned and said, I am hungry. I desire meat. Can you not eat a little less? The little dog suddenly noticed the madman still shoveling meat into his mouth and promptly kicked him. Meanwhile, after leaving the slaughtered lamb tavern, Wang Tang swiftly slipped into the fortress at a secluded spot. Goodness, how has it grown so large? Upon entering the fortress, Wang Tang was utterly astonished by the sight before him. Compared to his previous visit, the area of the fortress had expanded significantly. If the former fortress could be likened to a small courtyard, the current fortress could be aptly described as a plaza, surrounded by a multitude of bizarrely shaped buildings, where workers were busily toiling away. Not far off, he could even discern a pond, accompanied by a patch of vibrantly colored flowers. Ah, my lord, what brings you here? Upon seeing Wang Tang's sudden appearance, Whiteling Shinga cheerfully emerged from a nearby cottage. Hearing this, Wang Tang felt a sudden flush of embarrassment. He had indeed been too conspicuous as the hands-off manager. I merely came to take a look, Wang Tang said sheepishly. My lord, since you are here, allow me to provide you with a brief introduction, Whiteling Shinga continued without dwelling on the previous subject. Ahead is the alchemy workshop and warehouse originally designed by you, Lord Wang Tang. By the way, what is the current output of the alchemy workshop? Wang Tang inquired eagerly upon hearing about the workshop. Due to the increase in level in your instructions, we have been consistently producing red and blue potions, which are relatively low-tier elixirs. Therefore, our output has seen a notable increase, Whiteling Shinga explained. How much? Wang Tang pressed, knowing the efficiency of the alchemy workshop was crucial to the advancement of his plans. Approximately 5,000 bottles of red and 5,000 bottles of blue per day. Whiteling Shinga smiled as he observed Wang Tang's eager gaze. What? So many? Wang Tang exclaimed in astonishment that a level 1 alchemy workshop could produce 500 fire resistance potions per day, now that our fortress has reached level 2. And the alchemy workshop has also been upgraded to level 2, coupled with the relatively low production difficulty of the red and blue potions. The total daily output of 10,000 bottles is not excessive. Once we upgrade to a level 3 fortress and a level 3 alchemy workshop, the yield will undoubtedly increase, Whiteling Shinga said proudly. Wang Tang stared wide-eyed at Whiteling Shinga, realizing that the previous alchemy workshop had certainly not operated at such high efficiency. Something else must have caused this mutation. The elf race, Wang Tang suddenly thought. The elves have a natural affinity with the environment and share a unique connection with various flora and fauna. So it was likely that Whiteling Shinga's presence had led to the alchemy workshop's mutation. Moreover, my lord, look here, Whiteling Shinga pointed to a wooden structure still under construction. This is the third small building, and I took the liberty of transforming it into a scribe's abode for the production of inscription supplies. The scribe's abode? Wang Tang frowned. As the name suggests, the scribe's abode is the residence of the scribes, akin to the alchemy workshop within the fortress, serving as a small building for the production of inscription products. However, can players even utilize inscriptions in the current era? Wang Tang questioned, his expression one of concern. Is the master blaming me for my choice of specialization? Whiteling Shinga feigned shyness at Wang Tang's dismayed expression. No, I am merely surprised that you opted for inscriptions, Wang Tang acknowledged, understanding that Whiteling Shinga must have had her reasons. Firstly, as far as I know, inscriptions are a rare craft. Currently, only the inscription masters in Dalaran are capable of creating them. However, Dalaran has vanished, and its inscription masters have also fallen silent. Thus, should you master the art of inscriptions, you would become the sole scribe in all of Azeroth. The only scribe? Wang Tang's eyes brightened, but then quickly dimmed as he dejectedly remarked, what difference does it make? Even if I am the only one. The inscriptions I create cannot be utilized by others. Would that not be in vain? It seems the master is still unaware of the significance of inscriptions, Whiteling Shinga mused, mistakenly assuming Wang Tang was merely an exceptionally fortunate chosen one. Inscriptions are crafted from ink derived from potion grinding. One of their functions is to create various auxiliary spell scrolls. Furthermore, inscriptions can be used to produce scrolls, offhand items, accessories, and even parchment required for enchanting. All of these are currently absent in Azeroth, and you must recognize the significance of these items. As Wang Tang listened, he nearly drooled with anticipation. However, we currently face a rather thorny issue that may prove difficult to resolve in the short term, Whiteling Shinga said, hesitating for a moment with a furrowed brow. What issue? Wang Tang, astonished by the tremendous advantages of the scribe's abode, was suddenly taken aback by the mention of difficulties that it pertains to the issue of raw materials. Whiteling Shinga paused before continuing. At present, we can only gather herbs from 2 continents. Consequently, we are limited to producing only low-tier materials. If what? Wang Tang pressed eagerly that if we could gather herbs from the Northern continent, we would unlock the full potential of the scribe's abode. Whiteling Shinga elaborated. What? Herbs from Northrend? Wang Tang exclaimed in shock. Indeed, herbs from Northrend. However, given my current capabilities, it is quite challenging to reach Northrend. After all, since Prince Arthas of humanity betrayed the Alliance and ventured to Northrend, that frigid land has been deemed forbidden by the beings of Azeroth, with all adventurers who venture there meeting a grim fate. Whiteling Shinga said, frowning. Wang Tang stared blankly at Whiteling Shinga, who felt a chill at Wang Tang's intense gaze, realizing he had raised his lord's expectations only to present such a daunting obstacle. In truth, with the herbs we currently possess, we can still produce a considerable number of good items. Whiteling Shinga timidly spoke in a low voice. The Norse continent mentioned by Whiteling Shinga is, in fact, the principal battleground of the Wrath of the Lich King expansion in World of Warcraft, and also the domain of the immensely popular boss, Arthas. Wang Tang observed the submissive demeanor of Whiteling Shinga and understood that, given their current circumstances, they had no means to reach that icy realm. Thus, they had no choice but to accept the situation. What is that building? Wang Tang inquired, glancing at a rather large structure nearby. Oh, that is the trading post, Whiteling Shinga quickly replied that IT is a place where we can exchange fortress resources for crafting materials. With it, we will have access to a greater supply of materials. After all, the Master has grand ambitions for the future, and resources are indispensable. That can't we exchange fortress resources for crafting materials? Wang Tang asked in astonishment. As it stands, that seems rather unrealistic, Whiteling Shinga explained. Originally, I had this plan, but I discovered that the current trading post can only exchange goods from the Azeroth continent. Other materials remain unattainable. As he spoke, Whiteling Shinga lowered his head even further. Haha, don't blame yourself. You have already given me immense inspiration. Wang Tang laughed heartily upon seeing Whiteling Shinga's embarrassment. Besides, one cannot achieve greatness all at once. We shall take it step by step. Well, for now, it seems we have no other choice. Whiteling Shinga felt a slight surge of exhilaration upon realizing that his master did not hold him accountable. By the way, can the trading post exchange for Black Lotus? Wang Tang distinctly remembered that Black Lotus was invaluable in the early stages. Of course, Whiteling Shinga confirmed, that's wonderful. If possible, we should exchange for all the Black Lotus later on. All right, what are those over there? Wang Tang pointed ahead. Those are the flower beds and the mine, and there's also a pond. In the pond, we can directly release wild fish species, and soon we'll be able to fish there. The mine and the flower beds work similarly. We can gather wild minerals and herbs and place them there for production. What? Can minerals also be cultivated? So, according to your implication, if I have herbs and minerals, we can yield corresponding herbs and minerals? Wang Tang asked in disbelief. Certainly, Whiteling Shinga replied matter-of-factly. If I say that I possess minerals and herbs from the North continent, then you can produce the corresponding minerals and herbs in the mine and flower beds? Wang Tang exclaimed excitedly that in principle, yes, Whiteling Shinga affirmed. Then come with me, Wang Tang exclaimed, rushing towards the warehouse, recalling that the warehouse could be utilized as a bank. Here, Wang Tang said, emerging from the warehouse with an armful of items and scattering them before Whiteling Shinga. Serenite, ore, lichbloom, frost lotus? How do you possess so many herbs and minerals from the North continent? Whiteling Shinga crouched down, gazing at the scattered treasures with excitement. Impressive, right? Wang Tang replied with equal enthusiasm. So, it seems. Whiteling Shinga suddenly froze. You must have been to the North continent, haven't you? Yes, indeed, Wang Tang replied without a hint of caution. However, he noticed Whiteling Shinga's expression suddenly change. Is there a problem? And no, not at all. Whiteling Shinga forced a smile. I just suddenly feel a bit tired. Then you should go rest, Wang Tang urged upon seeing Whiteling Shinga's pale face. All right. Whiteling Shinga weakly turned away. What happened? Shouldn't he be happy? Wang Tang was puzzled. Let's check how many greater healing potions and mana potions we have. I hope there are 100,000 bottles. After saying that, he headed straight to the alchemy workshop's warehouse. Wow, there are indeed over 100,000 bottles. This is a tremendous help. Wang Tang excitedly retrieved all the greater healing and mana potions from the alchemy workshop and transferred them to the warehouse, allowing for direct withdrawals from the bank. Shinga, you should rest now. I will come back when I have time. Master, this should be our last meeting. Whiteling Shinga quietly watched Wang Tang turn to leave from the small room. It seems everything is predestined. However, I am grateful to the heavens for granting me a joyful memory in the twilight of my life. Shinga sincerely wishes the master well. With that, a single tear, like a broken string of pearls, fell from Shinga's face. Wang Tang had no idea that this farewell would be their final parting to in Stormwind. Great news! Great news! Powerful potions are being given away for free. The Stonerot Dam is offering a benefit. Just settle in Stonerot Dam, and each person can receive 5 bottles of potions for free. Free! Free! Stonerot Dam potions are free. The shouts echoed from every corner of Stormwind, causing passers-by to halt in their tracks and gather around the shouting vendor to witness the spectacle. Brother, are the potions really being given away for free? A dwarf warrior asked, gripping the vendor, who was known as Fong Fong by the gods. Your beard looks older than my father's, so just call me Fong Fong. The vendor scoffed, eyeing the shabby dwarf warrior clad in tattered armor, with even a piece of cloth armor on his shoulder. Could you spare me a few bottles? The dwarf blinked his small eyes. Pleading, leveling up as a warrior is incredibly challenging, and the thought of his arduous journey was enough to make him ready to lament to Feng Feng. All right, I'll give you 5 bottles, as long as you settle in Stoneraw Dam. You'll receive 5 free potions every day that it's first come, first served, Feng Feng said, tossing 5 bottles of potions to the dwarf warrior. Thank you so much. The dwarf warrior leaped forward, cradling the bottles in his arms, his face lighting up with joy. I will definitely go. I'm heading to Stoneraw Dam right now. With that, he dashed away. Wow, it's really true. I want some too, seeing the dwarf warrior actually receive potions. Others rushed to Feng Feng, clamoring for their own share. Don't shove. Form an orderly line. Everyone will get their share, Feng Feng called out, his frail frame resembling a small boat in a stormy sea. Line up. If you don't form a proper queue, no one will get anything. Suddenly, a figure holding a megaphone appeared beside the crowd. Feng Feng, we can't miss anyone here. Each person gets 5 bottles, but we must ensure no duplicates. Wow! Upon hearing this, the crowd quickly lined up, their speed astonishing. Thus, long lines formed at every corner of Stormwind, creating a rather unremarkable yet notable sight. Boss, what do you think? A bald gnome asked a warrior clad in all black. Leaning against the wall, it seems that guy is eager to stir things up, the figure in black armor replied. Tell Jiahua to cause some chaos. Upon closer inspection, the figure in black was Chunyu, the human warrior who had appeared in the Diadmins. My lord. Last time Jiahua and the others suffered a tremendous loss, even losing that diamond water bottle, so the bald gnome hesitated to speak. These tribal pigs are utterly incompetent, Chunyu said angrily. Tell them that this time they must succeed, and I will personally send someone to assist them in completing the task. Does that mean our alliance will personally intervene? The bald gnome asked in astonishment, that aren't you afraid of letting that guy grow stronger? Otherwise, when he becomes fully fledged, it will be even more difficult for us to deal with him. Chunyu replied, tell Jiahua to deploy all their forces. If they succeed, I will reward her with a high-level piece of equipment, high-level equipment. A glimmer of greed shone in the gnome's eyes. Rest assured, if they succeed, I will not forget your contributions. Chunyu patted the gnome's shoulder. By the way, there's still no news from the guild leader, is there? No, that guy might really have vanished. It appears that the fellow possesses a degree of discernment. Chunyu remarked, the individuals on the young lady's side should withdraw as well. That little girl has lost her worth. Let her amuse herself, understood, in the tavern known as the Slaughtered Lamb in Stormwind. Xiao Guzi inquired of those seated around the table, how many bottles did we distribute today? After a brief calculation, he concluded, we dispatched a total of 5,000 bottles today, which means approximately 1,000 individuals have received the potion. The dagger swiftly computed with his abacus and stated 0.1000 people. It seems the news must have spread. Xiao Guzi pondered aloud. From tomorrow onward, we should divide our forces. One group will continue distributing potions in Stormwind, while we must also assign a few individuals to the keep of Terran Mill. Indeed, those who have received the message will likely flock to Terran Mill. The dwarf warrior, clad in tattered armor, surprisingly appeared rejuvenated. Though not of high quality, it was a marked improvement from his previous ragged state. Gudong, your performance today was truly exceptional, Feng Feng remarked, giving a thumbs up to the dwarf warrior. Of course, it turned out that this dwarf warrior, known as Gudong, was also an esteemed member of the Shiyuan Guild. Furthermore, we must remain vigilant, as such a significant matter concerning Terran Mill will undoubtedly attract certain factions that do not wish for us to proceed smoothly. Xiao Guzi warned the group. Inform the Black Hands. If necessary, dispatch a contingent. They are currently in the midst of leveling up. According to reliable information, several formidable factions within the Alliance are competing fiercely, and they fear that if they become distracted, they may be surpassed by those factions. Dagger expressed concern, in terms of urgency. Terran Mill is of paramount importance for our future development. We must clearly distinguish priorities. After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Guzi proposed. I will speak with them. What about Mr. Wang Tang? Dagger inquired. There is no need to inform him for now. After all, he has entrusted this matter entirely to us. We shall proceed according to his wishes. And if any unexpected developments arise, we will contact him, Xiao Guzi replied. Everyone has worked hard today. Let us return to rest. Those with energy may continue to level up, although we need not exert ourselves excessively. It is still beneficial to have a higher level, especially you, foolish phone. Being only level 25 is quite embarrassing. Have you forgotten who went out of their way to hunt boars for you? Neglecting their own leveling, phone glared at Xiao Guzi with displeasure. Thus, the delightful banter resumed. After transferring the potions to Shiyuan, Wang Tang entrusted the entire matter to Xiao Guzi. So, you have undertaken an epic quest. Have you? Wang Tang asked, astonished, as he looked at the playful Bing Meng Lan Exen, who was earnestly recounting a task they had just received. Indeed, can you believe how far we traveled just to find a diplomatic envoy? I sense that this matter is far more complex than it appears, Bing Meng Lan Exen asserted with conviction. A diplomatic envoy. Are you implying that you have accepted the task of locating the missing envoy? Yes. How did you know about this quest? Bing Meng Lan Exen exclaimed with excitement. Well, this task indeed qualifies as an epic quest. Wang Tang nodded in agreement. Mr. Wang Tang, do you also recommend that we undertake this quest? One of them inquired cautiously. We have just completed the task involving the letter from the Death Mines and have already spent some time on it. Observing that both individuals had reached level 28, Wang Tang thought that they must have worked diligently to level up so quickly and deserved a moment of relaxation. This task is certainly worthwhile. The experience should be substantial. How about I accompany you both to complete it? Wang Tang proposed with a smile. His agreement stemmed not only from the desire for them to unwind, but also from a significant reason he could not disclose to them. For the missing envoy was, in fact, the former king, Varian Rin. Although it was said that the king had been split into two by the nefarious magic of the Black Dragon sister, retrieving the old king would still be a commendable endeavor. Honestly, I find this task a bit peculiar, he admitted hesitantly. Peculiar? In what way? Wang Tang inquired, taken aback, wondering if they had also deduced that the envoy was indeed the old king. It is rather strange. Every aspect seems suspicious, he pondered aloud. Let us consider the first step. This task was personally assigned to us by High Archbishop Dalaran. Imagine, what sort of envoy would necessitate the direct involvement of such a respected archbishop? Indeed, Wang Tang concurred, listening intently. Secondly, the archbishop and his followers have repeatedly cautioned us to keep our lips sealed and to be discreet in any discourse. One individual even candidly warned us that if his superior were to discover that he was sending someone to investigate this matter, he would surely be executed. Wang Tang furrowed his brow. Proceed. Wang Tang, somewhat perplexed, reflected that he had undertaken this task several times before, but it had always been perceived as a simple endeavor, attributing the disruption to the Defias Brotherhood's interference, with perhaps a black dragon involved. However, this analysis clearly transcended those notions. Still, what sort of envoy could provoke such extreme reactions from the upper echelons? One faction desperately seeking clarity, while another wishes to silence them? After some contemplation, he concluded, evidently, there are those within Stormwind who do not desire this matter to be resolved, and they are likely of considerable influence. Considerable influence? Bing Meng Lan Exen and Wang Tang echoed in unison. At present, I have deduced only this much. Further investigation is necessary to yield more results. However, I truly do not believe this is a simple task, though we may very well find ourselves entangled in a vast conspiracy. As far as I know, the missing envoy is likely none other than the king of Stormwind, Varian Rin. Wang Tang stated directly to the two. What? Varian Rin. Bing Meng Lan Exen gasped. If it is indeed Varian Rin, then everything begins to make sense, he mused, as if he had already anticipated this outcome without any surprise. Makes sense? Wang Tang asked. There are many matters that cannot be disclosed. Let us continue to follow the clues and take it one step at a time. He pondered briefly before taking a deep breath. Is it possible that others, besides the Defias, are involved? Wang Tang inquired, astonished. I cannot say for certain. Everything seems shrouded in mystery, he replied. What is our next course of action? Wang Tang questioned. We're to take a boat to Theramore and seek out a fellow named Hendel. Bing Meng Lan Exine unfolded the parchment and studied it closely. Very well, let us proceed to Theramore. Wang Tang recalled that the task indeed required them to go there. Theramore is well known among Alliance players, primarily due to the illustrious human mage, Lady Jaina Proudmoore, who currently resides there. The nearest route from Stormwind to Theramore involves taking the subway to Ironforge. And it was Wang Tang's first visit to the dwarf city, which was filled with the scent of coal and the cacophony of machinery. However, without a moment's pause, he hurriedly took a griffin to Menethil Harbor and then boarded a ship directly to Theramore. "Excuse me, where can I find Private Hendel?" Upon disembarking, Wang Tang and his companions immediately inquired of the guards in Theramore. "Hendel, what business do you have with that traitor?" The guard glared menacingly at Wang Tang and his companions. "Traitor?" Bing Meng Lan XN exclaimed. "Have they truly betrayed humanity? Our purpose here is to apprehend them," Bing Meng Lan XN proclaimed indignantly. "The subordinates of Dalaran have indeed betrayed us. If you wish to find them, you may inquire with our commander." The guard impatiently dismissed them. "The subordinates of Dalaran?" Wang Tang murmured softly. "What is the matter? Is there a problem?" he asked once they were out of the guard's sight. "Do you know who Dalaran is?" he whispered. "Admiral Dalen Proudmoore to— Dalen Proudmoore? Jaina's father?" Wang Tang exclaimed in astonishment. "Yes, but why would Dalen's subordinates betray us? Why did they become entangled in the mystery of the old king's disappearance?" The furrow in his brow deepened with each passing moment. "Where there's a will, there's a way. Since we have been summoned to seek out the commander, I shall approach him directly." Wang Tang harbored doubts about anyone in Theramore being a threat to them. "Are you searching for Hendel? Do you intend to take down this group of traitors?" The commander inquired upon hearing that Wang Tang and his companions were seeking the whereabouts of Sergeant Hendel. "Indeed, we have been commissioned by the higher-ups of Stormwind to locate a missing envoy, and following the clues, we have arrived here," Wang Tang replied calmly, opting for straightforwardness, as it might prove most efficient. "Perhaps you should visit the shady rest into the north. I believe that is where the envoy went missing," the commander suggested after a moment's contemplation. "Very well. It seems we must continue our pursuit," Wang Tang remarked, unperturbed, as this was merely the standard protocol within the realm of World of Warcraft quests. Without delay, the trio departed from Theramore and made their way to the Dustwallow Marsh beyond the city limits. "There are trolls," one of them exclaimed, quick to halt and point towards a distant large tree. A troll hunter, upon spotting the trio, called out from afar. "What did she say?" Bing Meng Lan XN inquired. "She mentioned she means no harm and is merely here to complete a task, hoping we won't trouble her," Wang Tang explained. "What are you saying?" Bing Meng Lan XN asked in astonishment, having never witnessed an alliance member speak the language of the Horde before. "Greetings, we are investigating a rather troublesome case." A raspy voice suddenly emerged from nearby. "Who?" Both Bing Meng Lan XN and Wang Tang instinctively assumed defensive stances, while Wang Tang squinted at a nearby thicket. Moments later, a skeletal rogue emerged slowly from the underbrush. "That we bear no ill will. We're simply tasked with investigating a missing Alliance envoy," the undead rogue stated. "How can you speak our language?" Bing Meng Lan XN gasped. "Do you not realize how vital it is to learn another language?" A faint smile appeared on the undead's face. "Are you also investigating the missing envoy?" Wang Tang asked, somewhat surprised, as he had always been part of the Alliance and had never undertaken a quest for the Horde, leaving him completely in the dark about their affairs. "We received a confidential letter indicating that someone may be stirring up trouble, which could ignite a new conflict between the Horde and the Alliance. So we were sent to investigate," the troll maiden explained. "You must know who the missing individual is," Wang Tang asked calmly. "If the information is correct, it would be your king, Varian Rin," the rogue replied. "What is the Horde's stance on this?" Wang Tang inquired hesitantly. "There are too many factions involved, and it reeked of conspiracy. Thus, we in the Horde believe someone is deliberately instigating discord to provoke a new war," the undead rogue reflected. "This is why we did not engage you earlier. We also seek information from you. If you truly wish to avoid conflict, would you have positioned yourselves nearby to ambush us?" Wang Tang retorted without hesitation. "Please forgive our rudeness," the troll maiden clarified. "We have encountered too many Alliance members who attack us on sight. To protect ourselves, I had to remain at a distance. If you were like the others and chose to attack, we would need to ensure our safety. Moreover, I intentionally allowed you to discover us. Otherwise, hiding would have been far simpler." Wang Tang pondered this, acknowledging the wisdom in her words. Indeed, one should never harbor malice, yet one must remain vigilant. Based on the clues we have gathered, it is evident that multiple factions are involved. However, the most overt one appears to be the Defias. Yet, Even the Defias alone lacks the strength to orchestrate such a grand scheme, he stated. Might we join forces? After all, our objectives are aligned, the rogue suggested hoarsely. Are you not concerned that we might suddenly eliminate you both? Wang Tang quipped with a smirk. The rogue scrutinized Wang Tang for a moment before responding. You are formidable, perhaps to the extent that we could not hope to match you in combat. If you truly intended to kill us, you would not have waited until now. Thank you for the compliment. Wang Tang extended his hand that I hope for a fruitful collaboration. The rogue reciprocated, shaking his hand. I am known as Mei Lu, and this is Bing Meng Lan Xen, while this is Wang Tang number 1. He introduced them promptly. Mei Lu, the undead rogue, the troll hunter indicated herself, and then pointed to the undead rogue. Ah, it seems we are reuniting with familiar faces. Wang Tang had already discerned that the troll hunter and the undead rogue were key figures, Mei Lu and the undead rogue, from his previous encounters. Thus, he held no ill will towards them. So, where do you intend to go next? The undead rogue asked. Based on our clues, we wish to visit the Shady Rest Inn for further investigation. Wang Tang replied without hesitation. May we accompany you? It would be prudent to consolidate our information. Otherwise, I fear misunderstandings may arise, the undead rogue suggested. Indeed, Wang Tang nodded in agreement. Had it not been for his meticulous observation, he might have believed the situation was merely a scheme concocted by the Black Dragons and the Defias. However, it was evident that there was much more at play, and with the assistance of the Horde, many matters might soon find resolution. Thus, an unlikely assembly of a human rogue, a human priest, a human warlock, alongside an undead rogue and a troll hunter, embarked on this remarkable journey. How is the situation developing on your side of the Horde? Wang Tang queried as they rode along the dim paths of Dustwallow Marsh. In this world, there were no restrictions on levels or mounts, allowing even those at level 28 to ride. Well, how should I put it? The undead rogue hesitated before continuing. In summary, it is not particularly favorable. Oh, what brings you to that conclusion? Wang Tang inquired, intrigued that on one hand, the crisis facing the Horde is far more severe than that of the Alliance. Take the orcs, for instance. They struggle even to secure basic drinking water. Were it not for King Varian and his close ties with the Goblin Gazlo, the orcs of Orgrimmar might be contemplating relocation, the undead rogue remarked, half-jokingly, yet with an undertone of truth. The other races are in a similar predicament. But our greatest crisis now lies with your alliance, Mei Lu interjected, casting a meaningful glance at Wang Tang. What do you mean by that? Is it not said that the Horde instigates trouble? Bing Meng Lan Xen blurted out, only to be promptly tugged back by Wang Tang. No need to worry, sir. You may call us Horde pigs, and we will likewise refer to you as Alliance dogs. Thus we shall not be entangled over such trivial matters. The undead rogue chuckled. But do I resemble a pig? She added, extending her skeletal arm for emphasis. Even Mei Lu felt a shiver run down her spine. Bing Meng Lan X, upon witnessing this, felt a wave of nausea wash over her, almost prompting her to retch at the sight of decaying flesh, as though great worms were coiling around the pale bones, evoking a sense of horror. In truth, there are many peace-loving individuals within the Alliance as well, and we hope you will not harbor animosity towards all of us. Wang Tang spoke softly to how well we understand that. Yet at present, the undead rogue retracted her arm, her expression turning somber. We were once the frontline warriors against the Scourge. However, after our defeat, we were slain by Arthas and transformed into this wretched form. Initially, we felt that life was worse than death, and we sought to join the Alliance, only to be met with disdain and even attempted extermination. We wandered like headless chickens, lost and desperate. Melee gazed at the undead rogue and gently patted her shoulder, to which the rogue responded with a faint smile. Ultimately, Queen Sylvanas gathered us, a band of lost souls, and even transformed the abandoned Lordaeron into our stronghold. It was only to ensure our survival that we joined the Horde at the invitation of King Varric Sorfang. Point 1 could assert that without the esteemed Sylvanas and the noble Sorfang, we might have been reduced to mere skeletons again, or perhaps once more serve under Arthas, wielding the blade against our former allies. I apologize, dear rogue. I was utterly unaware of these events. Upon hearing the undead rogue's account, tears involuntarily filled the eyes of Bing Meng Wanxin. I hope you can forgive my rudeness, and I also wish for us to become the best of friends. With that, Bingming Wanxin extended her hand. Rest assured, I shan't quarrel with you over such trivial matters that I'm genuinely delighted to befriend humans. After all, I was once a human myself. The undead rogue paused. Upon hearing this, Bingming Wanxin felt an instant connection with the rogue, as their disparate hands clasped together. Have you heard of the name Jiahua? At that moment, Wang Tang suddenly inquired. Jiahua? Not only am I familiar with her, but I know her well, Mei Li replied. However, her methods seem vastly different from ours. Is it possible that you, Mr. Wang Tang, also know Jiahua? I can't say I know her, Wang Tang replied. I've merely crossed paths with her a few times during my leveling. Upon hearing this, Bingming Wanxin's ears perked up. You must be quite audacious. These two beside us are also part of the Horde, and they are allies of Jiahua. I see. Mei Li laughed heartily. It seems Mr. Wang Tang is indeed remarkable if he has managed to put that Jiahua in her place. What is her current standing? Mei Li pondered for a moment. Although we are not aligned with her, we cannot underestimate Jiahua's strength. In fact, one could say she is the most formidable force within our Horde. Moreover, it is rumored that within Jiahua's faction, there are several exceptionally powerful individuals. It is said that at level 1, they can single-handedly slay monsters of level 10.0. Is that so? Wang Tang responded, astonished, his brow furrowed. Could it be that there are others of similar prowess within Jiahua's ranks? If that is indeed the case, it could spell trouble. By the way, this was dropped by one of their warriors during my last encounter with Jiahua's faction. Wang Tang suddenly recalled, pulling an item from his satchel. Diamond crystal? You actually managed to acquire a diamond crystal? Mei Li exclaimed, this is the most vital equipment for Weilian, she said with a hint of melancholy. Weilian? Is that a friend of yours? Wang Tang seemed to have a vague recollection of this character. Albeit only slightly, he is an orc warrior, my dearest friend, and the one who has aided me the most in this world, Mei Li said, lowering her head. Yet for reasons unknown, he suddenly vanished when we were around level 10. No matter how we searched, there were no leads, and this diamond crystal was his most treasured piece of equipment. Mei Li stared blankly at the diamond water bottle in Wang Tang's hand, opening her mouth but failing to utter a word. So it is that orc warrior, Wang Tang suddenly remembered. Indeed, there was an orc warrior who, to protect Mei Li and another orc rogue, Daizi, fell victim to Jiahua's schemes. However, that orc warrior seemed to possess considerable integrity, being the only one brave enough to resist Jiahua. On one hand, Jiahua feared the orc warrior's reputation. On the other hand, she worried about what he might know. Thus, she ultimately placed him under house arrest, effectively rendering him a useless character. Since it belongs to your friend, I shall return it to you, Wang Tang said, handing the diamond water bottle directly to Mei Li. Your friend must be a remarkable man. Can you truly give me the water bottle? Mei Li's small eyes widened in astonishment. This is an item of incalculable worth. At that time, Weilian had ventured forth with Daizi, and later Mei Li. Relying on this very equipment, Wang Tang, hold great respect for those with integrity, he said diplomatically. He must have endured some trials, which is why he has disappeared from your sight. Great Loa, I swear here, for the sake of my honor, to be Mr. Wang Tang's most loyal friend. With that, Mei Li bit her finger, gently smearing the blood that flowed from it onto her forehead, whereupon the blood transformed into starlight and merged into her mind. Wang Tang, witnessing this, widened his eyes. This seemed to be the most noble oath of the trolls. You may perhaps glean some information about Weilian from Jiahua. However, remember, you must never let Jiahua know you are investigating Weilian. Lest it backfire, Wang Tang added thoughtfully. Thank you for your advice. We shall investigate this matter discreetly. Mei Li bowed deeply once more, then solemnly retrieved the diamond water bottle from Wang Tang and placed it into her satchel. Look, is that the shade leaf in? Suddenly, the undead rogue exclaimed, interrupting everyone. Following her gesture, the others turned their gaze forward, where a sign was hastily inscribed with the words, Shade Leaf Inn. How could this be? The group murmured in confusion. The inn, once a welcoming establishment, had now become a desolate ruin, the remaining walls stubbornly showcasing its former glory. What is this? The undead rogue pointed at the hoof prints on the ground. Could it be the black dragon's doing? Wang Tang speculated, as he believed the Black Dragon to be the mastermind behind these events. No, it shouldn't be. Dragon tracks should be claw marks. And they wouldn't be this small, he said after a moment of consideration. This must be the mark of hooves. The mark of hooves, the undead rogue, and Melee gasped in unison. Could it be that the Tauren had become involved in this matter? Instantly, an ominous shadow loomed over the two. It is indeed the Tauren, Wang Tang remarked after a glance. Yet, they are not just any Tauren. What do you mean by that? The undead rogue furrowed her brow and asked if the Tauren are genuinely involved in this matter. It would be very unfavorable news for the Horde, and the undead rogue dared not contemplate further, as a terrifying thought surged within her, but she suppressed it upon seeing Wang Tang and the others. Aside from the Tauren, the only other races with hoofprints are the centaurs, Wang Tang stated. Yes, there are also the centaurs. The weight in the undead rogue's heart seemed to lift. But have you ever seen a centaur wielding a shield? Wang Tang pointed to a discarded shield nearby. No, replied the rogue, disheartened. If I am correct in my assumptions, these hoofprints indeed belong to the Tauren. Wang Tang stood up and asserted. However, they should not be Tauren under the command of Bloodhoof. If they are not under the command of the great Bloodhoof, then the undead rogue and Melee exchanged glances. Could it be them? Yes, it is indeed that group from the Terror Totem. Wang Tang said to the two. Many, perhaps, are unfamiliar with the Terror Totem. Much like the divisions within the human factions, the Tauren are also divided into several factions. One faction, led by Cairn Bloodhoof, is known as the Rune Totem clan, which advocates peace, while the other, the Terror Totem, is more radical and fervent, standing in stark contrast to Cairn Bloodhoof's ideals. Both factions trace their roots back to the early second clan of the Tauren, the Glorious Totem, so they share a common ancestry. However, the Terror Totem's brutality and warmongering led to their exclusion from the Horde. Their leader is, in fact, the second-in-command at Thunder Bluff, Magatha Grim Totem, who, being a sister of the same clan, has covertly supported and led this extremist and insular group of Tauren to maintain the existence of the Terror Totem. The leader of the Terror Totem, Anach Grim Totem, is merely a puppet in the limelight. Nevertheless, she holds significant sway among the Tauren, even instilling a degree of apprehension in Bloodhoof himself, and is one of his senior advisors. Actually, the alliance between the Tauren and the Forsaken stems from the machinations of Magatha Grim Totem, who is close to the Queen and the Fear Demon. Yet, for most, Magatha Grim Totem's identity remains deeply concealed. If it is indeed the Terror Totem, then everything falls into place. The undead rogue remarked that the Horror Totem has long harbored dissatisfaction with the alliance between the Bloodhoof and the Orcs, and Lord Thrall has been wary of them for some time. Melu added that it is rumored they even plan to use firearms to eliminate the Grand Chief, Cairn, of Thunderbluff, in order to usurp his position. However, this is merely a rumor. Yet, Wang Tang does not consider this a mere rumor, for it was her actions that led to Cairn Bloodhoof's demise during his later confrontation with the Brainless Orc, where he was secretly poisoned. What should our next course of action be? The undead rogue inquired, furrowing her brow. Although this matter may seem to have little to do with the Horde at present, the involvement of the Tauren could provoke discontent among the Alliance, possibly serving as a pretext for renewed conflict, which the already fragile Horde would prefer to avoid. Look, there's a badge here, she suddenly exclaimed as she unearthed an object from the corner. The badge read, Captain Pavel Reeser. Wang Tang took the badge and examined it closely. Captain Pavel Reeser. If I recall correctly, he was originally one of Dalaran's subordinates. However, they have since severed ties with Jaina and have been designated as traitors. Wang Tang explained, I'm feeling a bit dizzy, Bing Meng Lanxin remarked, clutching her head. How did traitors get involved in this? Wang Tang responded, you should remember the testimony of that stone-faced fellow, the dwarf who told you to go to Stormwind and give someone a beating. He continued, he claimed, I was only involved in part A of the plan, but it failed due to those damned adventurers. After a moment's reflection, she replied, did Stonefist really say that? I've been so focused on making money that I overlooked these details. Those damned adventurers might be Captain Pavel Reeser and his associates. Wang Tang noted that I feel a bit lost. What exactly is Captain Pavel Reeser's role in this kidnapping case? A participant or a disruptor? She asked, furrowing her brow. Wang Tang pondered, realizing he hadn't paid much attention during the mission, and now everything seemed chaotic. The only certainty was that Captain Pavel Reeser was at least not a participant in this kidnapping. They might have intended to rescue Varian Rin. After all, they were subordinates of that fervent racist, Dalaran, which was also the reason they were exiled by Jaina from Theramore. Wang Tang elaborated. Jaina, undead rogue, frowned. Is she involved as well? What? The group was immediately taken aback by this alarming revelation. I was just speaking off the cuff, the rogue quickly added, noticing their expressions. However, Wang Tang did not relax at her explanation. A persistent cloud of unease lingered in his mind. At this point, the only way to uncover the truth would be to find that fellow handle. Wang Tang concluded, shaking his head and then patting it. I think we can no longer delve deeper with you. After all, our next step will take us into human territory, and our identities might complicate matters, Mei Lu stated. Wang Tang nodded. After all, the Alliance and the Horde are still in a state of absolute enmity. If the two of them were to enter human territory, the only possible outcome would be death. Akati, has been a pleasure collaborating with you. Wang Tang extended his hand. Likewise, I hope we have the opportunity to meet again in the future. The undead rogue replied, also reaching out. Let us hope that when we do, we are still friends, Mei Lu added, extending her hand as well. By the way, would you be interested in joining us in building Fortress of Tides? Wang Tang suddenly recalled the fortress and directly proposed to the two. Fortress of Tides. They asked, puzzled. Yes, Fortress of Tides. Wang Tang then recounted their journey thus far, inviting the allies from the Horde to join the fortress and become part of a peaceful development between the Horde and the Alliance. If possible, we would be more than willing, they replied with smiles. By the way, please send my regards to that fellow, Anew. Wang Tang winked. How do you know that useless cow? Mei Lu asked, bewildered. Meanwhile, in the distant Gray Valley. Achoo! Who's cursing me? A round-headed Tauren warrior named Anew exclaimed. Anew, a sneeze signifies someone is thinking of you, remarked a nearby troll hunter named Liar. Which lass is thinking of me? Upon saying this, Anew's eyes turned heart-shaped, displaying an infatuated expression. Humph, let me show you my fiery red lips. With a sudden zap, even Liar, standing beside Anew, was jolted like a CT, a stunned skeleton. Why am I getting zapped too? A charred orc rogue trembled, raising his hands in confusion. Why did you stop me from sharing the contents of a letter with Wang Tang and the others? After parting ways with Wang Tang, Mei Lu furrowed her brow and asked the undead rogue that, I know you consider Wang Tang your best friend, the undead rogue explained, but you should understand that knowing these matters would do him no good. Are you implying? Mei Lu asked, frowning. From what we could tell, be it the Tauren, the orcs, or even us Forsaken, we might all be involved in this affair. The undead rogue inhaled deeply, as these matters were the last she wished to witness. Are you afraid that Mr. Wang Tang would turn against us if he finds out? Use your big head to think about it. The undead rogue gently patted Mei Lu's trollish head. Given Mr. Wang Tang's demeanor, he certainly would not wish to engage in conflict with our Horde. He is not a warmonger. Otherwise, we would not have made it this far together. After saying this, the undead rogue produced a letter, which read, as a gesture of goodwill and a symbol of our newly established trust, we have dispatched Alchemist Selra to assist you in combating our common enemies in Kalimdor. An O1 can defeat the united strength and determination of the Forsaken against the Horror Totem. Hiss, hiss, with several cracking sounds, the letter was shredded to pieces. This matter must be kept under wraps. No one must know, or we may become scapegoats for both the Horde and the Alliance, the undead rogue declared. Are you protecting Wang Tang as well? I suppose so. In this world, sometimes it is better to live in ignorance than to be shrewd, the undead rogue sighed, gazing helplessly at the sky. Where do we go from here? Should we go directly to find Handel, or report our findings to Lady Jaina? After all, this is her territory, and her assistance might be more advantageous, she asked, glancing at Wang Tang, who wore a gloomy expression. Do not seek out Jaina, Wang Tang replied decisively. This matter is shrouded in too much mystery. I do not wish for too many people to be aware of it. Furthermore, both of you must keep what you just discovered a secret and not disclose any information to unrelated parties. Understood? Understood, the two replied in unison, having never seen Wang Tang so serious before. Jaina, I truly hope you do not get entangled in this matter, Wang Tang prayed inwardly. Quickly, the records indicate that Handel is at the first watchtower just outside Theramore. Wang Tang urged the two, simultaneously urging his steed forward. All right. The trees whizzed past as they sped along, and soon Wang Tang and his companions arrived at the first watchtower. Greetings, my friends. A human mage suddenly appeared at the watchtower. Hello. May I ask if Mr. Handel is present? Wang Tang scanned the area around the mage. Noticing no one else, oh, Handel has already left. If you wish to find him, you might need to go to the second watchtower. The human mage explained. Damn it. Are you messing with us? Bing Meng Lanshin exclaimed, cursing. After all the back and forth, anyone would lose their temper. This is pointless. Let us move quickly. Wang Tang hastily urged the two to mount their horses and then swiftly headed towards the path they had taken to the second watchtower. Sir, they have already gone to the second watchtower. Should we not contact the human mage after the three of them leave? No need. Let them flounder. They won't uncover anything. A voice, clearly altered, echoed. All right. There's nothing here. What should we do? After searching around the second watchtower, they found no trace of the humans. Could it be? Wang Tang recalled from memory. Let us move to the third watchtower. Still nothing. Bing Meng Lan Exine gasped. Clearly exhausted from their relentless galloping. Bing Meng, your complexion appears rather pallid. Are you feeling unwell? Wang Tang inquired with concern, observing Bing Meng Lan Exine's ashen face. I'm fine. It's just my heart aches a bit. Likely from overexertion, Bing Meng Lan Exine replied, clutching her chest and breathing heavily. She herself was puzzled by her condition. After such a short period of running, her fatigue was overwhelming. Was it truly due to a lack of exercise? Let me think, Wang Tang mused while searching through his memories, pondering whether his presence had altered the original storyline. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something and hesitantly walked towards the side of the watchtower. Look, is there not a tent over there? After walking a bit further, he pointed toward the nearby woods. It appears so, one of them replied. Let's go take a look. With that, the three hurried towards it. Who are you? A human soldier, spotting the sudden arrival of the trio, immediately assumed a defensive stance. You must be Corporal Handel, Wang Tang said, eyeing the visibly agitated soldier with suspicion. Surely no human soldier would react so nervously upon seeing them. Are you sent by Theramore? The soldier shouted. Exasperated, we are here to investigate the matter of the missing envoy. Wang Tang quickly clarified. Do not expect to gain anything useful from us. With that, the soldier whistled. And immediately 4 more guards sprang from the surroundings, surrounding Wang Tang and his companions. Remember, do not kill Handel. Wang Tang instructed the two, then charged at the surrounding soldiers, in a matter of moments. The soldiers facing Wang Tang offered no resistance and fell to the ground. I'll tell you everything. I'll tell you everything. Handel cried, kneeling before Wang Tang, pleading desperately. Rest assured, as long as you reveal the truth. We will let you go, Wang Tang urged, glancing nervously around, aware that if they did not act quickly, someone would soon arrive. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, Jaina and 2 other human mages appeared before Wang Tang and his companions. Please, I beg you, Miss Proudmoore, I never intended to, Handel said, crawling towards Jaina. Jaina raised her hand to halt Handel's protest and turned to Wang Tang, saying, I hope our tardiness has not caused you any harm. I shall take care of Corporal Handel now. We will personally interrogate him. Your task is complete. A reward. I shall present each of you with a gift as a token of our gratitude for your assistance. With a burst of energy, Bing Meng Lan Xian and the others were enveloped in a golden light, miraculously advancing from level 28 to level 30. Jaina, seeing this, displayed no surprise and handed Wang Tang a box. This is a small token of my appreciation. Without waiting for Wang Tang's reaction, she vanished with Corporal Handel before their eyes. After Jaina's departure, Wang Tang's brow furrowed even deeper. Mr. Wang Tang, where shall we go next? Are we still heading to Theramore? One of them asked tentatively, observing Wang Tang's troubled expression. Theramore. Hopefully, we can uncover some useful information. Regardless, we are unlikely to meet with misfortune there. Wang Tang replied after a moment of hesitation. Very well, we could also take the opportunity to rest. The past few days have been quite exhausting, he added, glancing at the pale Bing Meng Lan Xi. Are you all right, Bing Meng? I'm fine. It's probably just that I've been inactive lately. The sudden exertion has left me feeling a bit unwell, but I should recover after some rest. Bing Meng Lan, Xian panted. Then let us return to Theramore. Wang Tang recalled that there was still a task involving patrolling Ogaz Island on a griffin that it would be an opportunity to see if they could uncover anything. Let us go seek Jaina and see what she has to say. What? You wish to find Jaina? ISNT that akin to walking into a trap. One of them exclaimed, Point one must play their part thoroughly, lest we inadvertently reveal our intentions. Moreover, we currently lack concrete evidence to prove any wrongdoing on Jaina's part. Do we not? Wang Tang retorted. Very well. After a moment of hesitation, they acquiesced to Wang Tang's reasoning, and together, the three set off towards Theramore. Approximately half an hour later, Greetings, good sir. We would like to request an audience with Lady Jaina, Wang Tang said with a smile, addressing a guard. Are you Mr. Wang Tang? The guard asked, scrutinizing him. Indeed, I am Wang Tang. How may I assist you? Lady Jaina has given orders that anyone calling for Wang Tang is to be granted immediate access, the guard replied, stepping aside to allow them passage. Wang Tang exchanged glances with Bing Meng Lan Xian before proceeding inside, with the others following closely behind, gritting their teeth. Honored Mr. Wang Tang, thank you for your contributions to the Alliance. Jaina greeted them with unexpected warmth upon their arrival. The Defias Brotherhood, those nefarious fiends, have not only wreaked havoc in their wake, but they also dare to assassinate our envoys that it is utterly despicable. Upon saying this, her previously calm demeanor transformed into one of fury as she slammed her fist onto the table. Lady Jaina, it is our duty. Wang Tang stood and bowed deeply. However, we still have no news regarding the envoy. I wonder if you possess any further leads? Wang Tang inquired deliberately, hoping to gauge Jaina's reaction. Further leads? Jaina furrowed her brow slightly. Recently, there were rumors that the Defias Brotherhood was transporting a certain prisoner. We are unaware of the prisoner's identity or whether he is still alive. Jaina paused, looking up at Wang Tang, who was eagerly awaiting her words. The Defias Brotherhood seems to treat this prisoner with great care, suggesting his identity holds significant importance. May I ask where you stumbled upon this lead? Wang Tang pressed, feigning urgency. Agramar Island. This island is located in the upper right corner of the Dustwallow Marsh map and is frequently traversed by griffins en route to Theramore from Kalimdor. However, it does not fall under my jurisdiction, so griffins typically fly high to avoid any potential dangers. Jaina emphasized the word dangers. So, it follows that Agramar Island conceals all secrets pertaining to the Defias Brotherhood as prisoner. Perhaps even the true identity of that prisoner. Indeed, Jaina replied darkly. Might we be permitted to investigate? Wang Tang inquired, disregarding Jaina's earlier remarks. Indeed, we should look into the situation on that island. However, as you can see, should we pursue that course of action, we would likely need to dispatch an entire legion of soldiers to clear the path. The issue lies in the fact that the defenses in Theramore are quite stringent, leaving us with no surplus manpower, Jaina explained. Stormwind has the resources. Yet, in light of such a grave incident, you have not shared any information with Stormwind. Your concealment is truly commendable. Wang Tang could only murmur these words in his heart, daring not to voice them in front of Jaina. Might we borrow a griffin from you? This way, we could investigate Okaz Island while also fulfilling the task assigned to us by Stormwind. Wang Tang suggested, feigning reluctance. That seems reasonable. Perhaps the Defias Brotherhood has its own hidden instigator within Stormwind, possibly even closely linked to the disappearance of King Varian. However, you must exercise caution, Jaina said after a brief hesitation. Agreeing to the proposal, guards, escort them to the Griffin Point and assign each of them a griffin, she commanded. Thank you very much, Wang Tang replied with a bow before stepping back. Do you truly think you can uncover anything? Jaina scoffed, her expression darkening as she gazed out the window at the three departing figures. Without any further delay, the trio made their way directly to the Griffin Point. Bing Meng, your complexion is growing increasingly pallid, Lan Xin remarked, concerned as she observed Bing Meng's waning color. I'm fine. We can rest once we complete this task, Bing Meng replied, attempting to maintain her composure. And like the others, she mounted a griffin that we must be approaching Okaz Island. Wang Tang stated, pointing to a massive, elusive island in the distance that it should be. He shouted, for in the air, If the voice is too soft, the recipient cannot hear it. Let us fly a bit lower. That way, we can see more clearly. With that, Wang Tang piloted the griffin down to a lower altitude. Mr. Wang Tang, please be cautious, Lan Xin urged as she followed suit, descending alongside Bing Ming. Quickly ascend, Wang Tang exclaimed after a brief descent. Why are all the monsters here at the skeleton level? Everywhere on Okaz Island, there were Naga, those serpentine creatures, and all were of the skeleton tier. This meant that at Wang Tang's current level, he could not gauge the level of the monsters. To be more direct, the monsters' levels exceeded his by 10 or more. What should we do? Wang Tang furrowed his brow, recalling that during his previous attempt at this task, he had taken a detour to the restroom, thus missing the situation here. Given his current level, he could not act under the gaze of these monsters. Shall we return directly? He suggested urgently to his companions. Yes, let us head back first and then analyze the situation. Lan Xin agreed, equally shaken by the circumstances below, disregarding the fierce winds around them. Bing Ming, what's wrong? Wang Tang turned to Bing Ming, who appeared distressed. That I feel unwell. It's as if someone is in my head, and I'm losing control, she replied, clutching her head in pain while on the griffin's back. With a sudden outburst, two contrasting cries escaped her lips, and she appeared to be uncontrollably grasping the massive, flapping wings of the griffin. Grr! The griffin's agitated and pained sounds echoed, as its once strong wings were now under the sway of its master. Unable to move, and it began to dive swiftly downward. Bing Ming, Wang Tang shouted, hastily regaining control of his griffin and rushing towards Bing Ming. With a deafening crash, Bing Ming fell to the ground alongside the griffin. Bing Ming, are you all right? Wang Tang and Lan Xin quickly dismounted and rushed to her side. Bing Ming gasped, her entire body enveloped in a green mist. Her once fair skin now bore dark purple hues, and her lively eyes had turned a ghastly gray. Is this a curse? Wang Tang inquired in astonishment, for as a rogue, he was at a loss. I'm not quite sure, Lan Xin replied, repeatedly casting spells to dispel the malady, but to no avail. It was neither magic nor illness, yet differed greatly from the curses they were accustomed to. What makes it different? Wang Tang, frantic and flustered, observed the deepening darkness on Bing Ming. Bing Ming showed no signs of losing health, indicating this was not a mere curse. The most alarming aspect was the unspoken dread. What is the most terrifying part? Wang Tang shouted in desperation. Bing Ming will not die. She will not be resurrected, but instead become a zombie, Lan Xin explained, witnessing the increasingly ashen state of Bing Ming's eyes. What? A zombie? Could this be related to the undead? Wang Tang exclaimed in shock. It is highly probable. Lan Xin affirmed that I'll go find help immediately. There may not be time. Bing Ming's condition is dire, she said, clenching her fists in anguish. A bunch of incompetent fools, daring to invade our territory. Wang Tang and Lan Xin turned at the sound, only to find several Nagas standing behind them. Boom! With a resounding crash, Wang Tang and Lan Xin lost consciousness. In the early morning at Stonewatch Keep. Esteemed Miss Dogsy, though the charming and lively young girl had been here for 3 days, Luther still felt a twinge of awkwardness when addressing her. Thanks to your generous support, Stonewatch Keep has finally seen the light of day once more. Since her arrival 3 days ago, the number of visitors to Stonewatch Keep had visibly surged, not only humans, but also gnomes, dwarves, and even a small number of elves. While increased numbers did not guarantee revival, people were indeed the foundation of all possibilities. Lord Luther, Dogsy awkwardly greeted, then elegantly continued, you need not be so formal. This is all thanks to Mr. Wang Tang's arrangements that we feel it a great honor to contribute to the revival of Stonewatch Keep. Luther thought to himself how rare it was to encounter such grace and politeness in a young lady. Suddenly, a frenzied figure burst in like a mad dog. Dogsy, bad news. What's the urgency? Dogsy elegantly seated herself, pouring a cup of water for the intruder, signaling for her to sit and drink first. I've told you countless times to remain calm in the face of adversity. Enough chatter. The intruder yanked Dogsy from her chair. The tribe is attacking. Damn, the tribe is causing trouble again. Dogsy immediately sprang to her feet, discarding her cup and rolling up her sleeves. Let us deal with them. Without a second thought, she bolted out the door, disregarding her image. Luther was left dumbfounded. How many are attacking this time? Dogsy inquired as she ran. It seems about 500. The frantic intruder hesitated before adding. They've pushed us to the right city gate. 500. Are they planning to relocate the tribe to Stonewatch Keep? Dogsy abruptly halted. Damn, the intruder stumbled as well, losing control of her legs and falling forward in a comical fashion. Your Excellency, there's no need for such formality, Dogsy remarked involuntarily. I'm going to kill you, the intruder replied, brushing off the pain and lunging at Dogsy. Dogsy, frenzy, what are you two fighting about? Shuepong rushed over. The tribe is about to breach our defenses. We need to think of a solution. The two, ready to bicker, suddenly remembered their dire situation and stepped apart. Have you informed the hand? Dogsy asked. I've notified them, but at their speed, I doubt they will arrive in time. Shuepong hesitated before continuing. The tribe's assault is too fierce. What are the Alliance forces doing? Frenzy shouted in frustration. It's only our people holding the line. The rest of the Alliance seems to have taken a nonchalant stance, as if it were none of their business to TO them. It is merely a matter of relocating elsewhere. Shuepong furiously exclaimed. Damn it, this group of cowards, the young pup carelessly remarked. We must hold our ground. Why haven't the goblin sentinels appeared yet? To their astonishment, the horde had somehow summoned a band of ogres, who clashed with the goblin sentinels. Those sentinels are too preoccupied to assist us, Shuepong shouted. Let us join them. With that, the three hastily dashed toward the front lines. With your meager skills, you dare to hope for the revival of Tidestrider Keep? Such delusions! As they watched the young pup and his companions depart, a figure slowly emerged from the shadows nearby. It was the human rogue. Tu Xiong Luyen, don't call me Tu Xiong, someone protested vehemently. Holy word, shield. Observing a critically wounded warrior at the front, Shuepong promptly cast a priestly spell. Damn, just in time. The dwarven warrior Gudong managed to block another orc warrior's massive axe with a shield. And to his surprise, a shimmering golden barrier enveloped him. Luca, Oga, the orc warrior roared in response and charged forward. Oga, your mother, Fong, right behind Gudong, drew her bow and shot at the orc. Boom! Just as Fong was reveling in her success, she suddenly noticed a rain of fire cascading from above. Fall back, everyone, retreat. The shareholder shouted urgently, as his health steadily diminished. If the frontline warriors remained in that fiery deluge, the healers in the rear would be overwhelmed. Ha! Let's wipe out this bunch of pathetic Alliance fools. The orc warlock Jiao Hua gleefully raised her hand, shouting in excitement. Is this truly worth it? The powerful cow asked as she swung her massive hammer at a human knight. Hesitating as she glanced at Jiao Hua, if I say it's worth it, then it is. Your existence is merely a tool to execute my commands. Do you understand? Just a tool, Jiao Hua mocked, disregarding the dark expression on her companion's face. Little ones, open your legs wide to embrace the new day. What a delightful prospect. Jiao Hua chattered to herself as the others stared at her in bewilderment. Charge forward. If we can slaughter Tidestrider Keep, each of you will receive 1 gold coin. Jiao Hua called out once more. Charge. Roar. Burn them, kill them, loot them. 1 gold coin was quite an enticing prospect for everyone. And they surged forward with bloodshot eyes, as if invigorated. After deducting the 500 gold coins given to these rascals, I'll still have 2,000 left. What a profitable venture, Jiao Hua thought with a sly grin. The powerful cow realized that her voice carried little weight, and knowing she could not change the course of events, she lowered her head and charged ahead. What is going on? Did these lads suddenly take a potion? Gudong felt an immediate increase in pressure, gritting his teeth and shouting, Zila. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck Gudong's chest, instantly charred him and several nearby melee fighters. The few already low on health were swiftly dispatched back to the graveyard. Charge! There's a breach, Jiao Hua shouted as she witnessed several melee fighters from the Alliance fall, creating a significant gap. This is bad. The young pup and Shuepong exclaimed simultaneously. Sentinels, this is our moment to defend our homeland. Charge! Luther suddenly burst forth from the rear, racing toward the front lines that he knew that if he fell, he would become a mere automaton. However, witnessing the imminent revival of Tidestrider Keep, his lifelong dream, he could not allow anyone to thwart it, even if it meant sacrificing his life. Uncle Luther, don't. The young pup cried out, reaching for Luther, but grasping at nothing. Damn gnomes with their short arms and legs. Just as Luther was about to enter the fray, countless ice arrows and fireballs rained down upon him. As long as Luther dies, the rest of Tidestrider Keep will be of little consequence. Although the Horde was currently in the ascendancy, it was unclear why the Alliance fighters, adorned with the emblem of Shi Yuan, were so fiercely committed to defending this place. Despite multiple assaults yielding no advantage, this time she had lured nearly 500 fighters from the Horde with promises of high pay, finally gaining the upper hand in this battle. Yet if the enemy had reinforcements, Jiao Hua dared not consider the implications, urging her frontline soldiers to press forward relentlessly. Just then, she spotted Luther, the leader of the Tidestrider Sentinels, standing before the crowd. An opportunity from the heavens. If she let such a chance slip away, it would be unforgivable. All ranged fighters, focus your aim on that fellow named Luther. Take him down in one shot. With Jiao Hua's command, a flurry of ice arrows and fireballs surged toward Luther. 0.5 meters, 0.3 meters, 0.1 meter. Just as the ice arrows were about to strike Luther, a sinister smile curled at the corners of Jiao Hua's mouth. Come to me. Suddenly, a large hand pulled Luther aside, and a figure swiftly shielded him. Hey folks, don't forget to treat me to some meat. A harmless visage appeared before them. Foam Foam. The young pup and Shui Pang all shouted in unison. In an instant, Feng Feng's figure was engulfed by the ice arrows and fireballs, vanishing in a flash. Slay those pig-headed Horde members. The young pup bellowed, recklessly charging toward the front lines. Stop the young pup. Shui Pang gritted her teeth, holding back tears. Yet reason told her that this was not the moment for their rear guard to charge forward. Sisters, let them experience the might of our 5-fireball cult. Attack! Suddenly, a chilling voice, reminiscent of an old man, echoed from behind. In a flash, 5 massive fireballs hurtled toward an oncoming orc warrior's face. Boom! Without hesitation, the orc warrior collapsed to the ground, reduced to ash. Charge, my comrades! Slay these Horde swine! And you too. I'll heal you. A haughty yet delicate voice rang out. To your command, miss. In an instant, 6 stout dwarves armed with small hammers joined the fray. Hey, what the hell are you dragging me for? Gudong stared in disbelief as the 5 burly men pulled him from the battlefield, bewildered. Nation pigs, now is the time to slay the Horde, not to cause chaos. All members of DAO Busi, charge forward. Another call rang out. Elder sister understood. With that, the 6 stout dwarves rejoined the battle. Remarkably, these nation pigs proved quite effective. Their moves were no longer restricted to monotonous actions. Instead, they flowed seamlessly, targeting the throats, eyes, necks, and especially the groins of their enemies, catching the Horde off guard. My old bones. In a flash, an elderly man with a haircut resembling a brick reluctantly emerged from a nearby building. Ice ring and blink. Suddenly, several concealed Horde rogues revealed themselves at the Alliance's rear. Frozen in place and unable to move, swiftly turned to ash by surrounding ice and fire spells. DAO Busi was a minor guild among the Alliance. Yet now, 30 to 40 members had entered the battlefield, bolstering the faltering Alliance line and hinting at a possible pushback against the Horde. Young pup, come back. Phone can be resurrected. Don't disrupt our formation. Seizing the opportunity, Shui Pang pulled the young pup back. The young pup steadied himself. Then, seeing the sudden arrival of reinforcements, shouted, Thank you all for your assistance. Our Shi Yuan Guild will remember your kindness. What gratitude is there to speak of? Is it not our duty to annihilate the tribe? The elder sister replied directly. Great favors need not be spoken of. Let us first deal with the immediate threat posed by the tribe. Shouted Shui Pang. What is happening? Jiao Hua, witnessing the once promising victory turn into chaos, pounded her chest in frustration and exclaimed, Did those rascals not claim that the Alliance was under their control? How is it that so many from the Alliance are still stirring trouble? Jiao Hua, tread carefully, a nearby undead hunter whispered urgently. Jiao Hua, sensing the hostile gazes of the surrounding tribes, realized her slip of the tongue and quickly shouted, For the tribe. Everyone, charge! If we can seize Tidal Fortress, I'll reward each of you with an additional gold coin. The eyes of the tribe members instantly sparkled at the mention of gold. It was immensely valuable at present. Many were even in their 30s, struggling to afford training and repair costs, often borrowing funds. Thus, the prospect of 2 gold coins was enough to sustain them for a spell. Fueled by this incentive, they surged forward with fervor once more. Chunyu, what is going on? Did you not say that the young lady posed no threat? Why have they suddenly appeared here? In the shadows, a human rogue, observing the unexpected turn of events, swiftly contacted someone. Akati, seems we have no choice but to play our final card. What? Do you intend for us to expose ourselves? That would be utterly unwise. The human rogue retorted, narrowing his eyes to recognize Luo Yin, Tu Xiong, that we cannot allow this band to fortify Tidal Fortress. Otherwise, they will become our greatest adversary, that we must crush them in their cradle. But have you considered the consequences of exposure? The Alliance's scorn will drown us, came the response. History is written by the victors. The members of the Alliance ought to know what is right. Should they not? Very well. Luo Yin inhaled deeply, turning to his subordinates and bellowing. Are you all prepared? Ready, came the chorus from behind him. Charge, Luo Yin shouted, and in an instant, numerous figures darted from his side, rushing towards the rear of the Alliance. The cries of despair echoed from the Alliance's rear. My lord, countless members of the Alliance have suddenly appeared behind us, and they have already slain many from our backline. Jiaohua, seeing this turn of events, felt a surge of joy and shouted, The Alliance is in disarray. Charge, everyone! What is happening? The Alliance was now taken aback. Both the members of Shi Yuan and those from Dao Busi were thrown into confusion by this sudden upheaval. We have no one to support the rear, the elder sister lamented, gazing at the fires of battle igniting behind them. Are we truly destined to fail? Xiao Guzi looked helplessly at the dwindling lines. Is there still no news from Mr. Wang Tang? No, we have been unable to reach Wang Tang. Shui Pang frowned and replied. Damn it! Xiao Guzi shouted in frustration. Guards, join the fray. At this moment, Lude realized they were entrenched in a dire situation and resolutely armed himself. Ready for battle. Luo Yin, why must you do this? Suddenly, the elder sister spotted a bald figure in the crowd and called out that I do not wish to do this, but is the only way to maximize our interests. Chenyu hesitated, glancing at the elder sister, thought, is profit truly more important than our alliance? The elder sister thundered, I advise you to leave this place. For the sake of our brotherhood, I can ensure your safe passage, provided you cease your involvement in this matter. Chenyu took a deep breath and stated. Xiao Guzi and the others looked at the elder sister with suspicion. Humph, even in death, we shall never betray the alliance. The elder sister declared, unleashing a sacred seal towards Chenyu. Then I must take offense, Chenyu replied, the seal striking him. Though it stung, his face remained impassive as he charged at the elder sister. Kill! Ichem, what is going on? Both the elder sister and Chenyu paused in their actions, rising on tiptoe to gaze towards the other side, the rear of the tribe. They beheld a scene of turmoil, with numerous tribes engaged in fierce combat amongst themselves. This, Xiao Guzi, the elder sister, and Chenyu exchanged glances, each searching the other's expression for a clue, yet both appeared utterly bewildered. Forget that for now. Protect Uncle Lude. Xiao Guzi snapped back to reality and hurriedly restrained a few traitors near Lude. The Alliance's forces, having lost their opposing firepower, suddenly felt a surge of relief, pushing back the tribe's front lines as the scales of victory seemed to tip back in favor of the Alliance. What is happening? Jiaohua was also in a state of confusion. Why are you wading into this murky water? Hear us how it is. A troll huntress shot an arrow directly into Jiaohua's forehead. And with that, the already weakened Jiaohua collapsed, vanishing in a flash. Oh dear, your archery skills are truly becoming exceptional, nearing my own level. Another troll male hunter approached with a smirk, nuzzling against the huntress. Get away, the huntress said, exasperated. Kill. A stout, ring-nosed Tauren warrior lumbered past them. Imuti. Over here. An undead female rogue yanked on the Tauren's nose ring, dragging the struggling warrior back into the fray. Seeing Jiaohua's misfortune, I felt a peculiar sense of joy, the undead rogue remarked. I feel the same. The troll huntress echoed. Oh, whatever my dear says, I shall agree with. The troll male hunter grinned, clinging to the huntress's leg. A A cry of despair erupted as the male troll was tossed into the battlefield by the huntress. Upon closer inspection, these individuals were familiar faces: Mei Lu, the undead rogue, and the male hunter, known as Liao Run, alongside the Tauren warrior, Ai Mu Ti, all belonging to the MT faction of the tribe. But I wonder how Mr. Wang Tang is faring. Nonetheless, Tidal Fortress appears to be quite lively at the moment, Mei Lu observed, watching the battlefield devolve into chaos, releasing another arrow from her bow and sighing. Well, at least things are much better than we anticipated. Otherwise, Jiao Hua and the Alliance wouldn't be exerting themselves so vigorously to intervene. Would they? The undead rogue replied, parrying an incoming shaman attack aimed at Mei Lu. Indeed, TOC Jiao Hua and the Alliance mobilized such forces is quite an eye-opener. Tidal Fortress truly holds immense potential. Mei Lu remarked. What? Immense potential? Can I sell my silver scale chest plate then? A voice emerged from the mist. Smack! An ice arrow struck through the fog, toppling a horned pig onto its back up by the heavens. I shot a horned pig, and it transformed into a plump Tauren druid, who came charging at the ice arrow's owner with a massive staff. Merchant, you won't catch that mage, Mei Lu began, but the plump druid was already down for the count. Ugh, what a bunch of inept fools. Clop, clop, clop. At that moment, a new wave of Alliance forces charged in on mounts from outside Tidal Fortress. All members of the Ju Bao Brigade retreated from the battlefield, taking up defensive positions. The undead rogue, uncertain whether the newcomers were friend or foe, could only temporarily withdraw and observe. Blackhand, we are here. Upon witnessing the arrival of newcomers, the little dog let out an exuberant bark. Heish cast a glance at the already retreated forces of the beautiful army and the undead rogue, remaining silent as he turned his horse toward the battlefield, charging back into the fray. With the addition of this fresh contingent, the Alliance, more specifically, the faction led by Shiyuan and Gadiobus, had completely seized the initiative on the battlefield, making victory merely a matter of time. What took you so long? Xu Epong inquired, casting a discontented look at Heish as he approached. We had no idea it would be so lively here, Heish replied, raising his hands in an expression of innocence that, in truth, not only Heish, but even the little dog and Xu Epong were taken aback by the unexpected involvement of not just the Horde, but also the enemies from within the Alliance in this uprising. Thank you for your assistance, Xu Epong said, noticing that the battle was nearing its conclusion as he headed toward the undead rogue and her companions. No need for thanks. We are merely friends of Mr. Wang Tang, and our presence here is simply a result of his commission, the undead rogue replied, eyeing the approaching Alliance members with a wary expression. Oh, I see now, Xu Epong mused, a smile spreading across his face, that Mr. Wang Tang wishes to establish a cooperative platform between the Alliance and the Horde, that I presume you are allies of his tribe. I believe so. The undead rogue responded. A sudden, chilling sensation jolted Wang Tang awake, as a harsh voice resonated in his ears. Who are you? Wang Tang slowly opened his eyes. The dimly lit room, illuminated only by flickering candlelight, was painfully bright, forcing him to squint as he gazed ahead. That a grotesque visage, reminiscent of a lizard, soon came into view. You. Wang Tang instinctively recoiled, only to realize he was bound by chains to a damp wall, which felt slippery against his back. A sharp crack echoed as a cruel whip struck him, leaving a crimson mark upon his skin. The icy chill that had enveloped him was instantly replaced by searing pain, dragging him back to reality. Who are you? He asked weakly, directing his gaze toward the monster before him. I am the King of Tides, Rolgas, the creature declared menacingly, as his eyes adjusted to the dim candlelight. Wang Tang began to comprehend his surroundings. The room was dark and damp, adorned with moss, with water pooling on the floor and an array of torture devices haphazardly arranged along the walls. In the center of the room, directly across from him, stood a massive male Naga, glaring at him with fury, wielding a trident that towered above Wang Tang. What has happened to my friends? Wang Tang pressed, unflinching in his inquiry. Another vicious crack of the whip landed on him, causing blood to seep through the thin fabric of his clothing. Perhaps you should be more concerned about your own fate. Rolgas sneered. Wang Tang remained silent, fixated on him with a fierce glare. Humph, not much skill, yet a stubborn disposition, Rolgas remarked. Wang Tang felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Within such a brief span of time, he had been ridiculed twice. Was he truly so pathetic? He withdrew his gaze, feeling as though he had become nothing more than a paper tiger. I want to know how my friends are faring, he implored, his tone almost pleading. Did the humans send you here? Rolgaz inquired, seemingly indifferent to Wang Tang's distress. That no. This is my own initiative, unrelated to anyone else. Wang Tang replied weakly. Do you not have the slightest interest in your king? Rolgaz pressed, lifting Wang Tang's chin with the end of his trident. The king? I do not know what you're talking about, Wang Tang said, suddenly recalling the purpose of his presence here. However, he was reluctant to fall into Rolgaz's trap. He had already lost all hope. If he were to implicate the king as well. Do you think I am unaware that so-called envoy is your king, Varian Rin, is it not? Rolgaz laughed heartily. Humans, undead, Tauren, and even black dragons have all become involved in this matter. It is indeed quite the spectacle. Wang Tang felt an uncontrollable urge to lunge at the Naga, but the chains held him fast. Thud! Rolgaz's fist collided with Wang Tang's abdomen, causing him to double over in pain. Oh, he gasped, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Such a lovely shade of red, Rolgaz remarked, observing the blood with a strange sense of envy. Wang Tang looked up in astonishment, noticing a flicker of genuine envy in Rolgaz's eyes. Envy? Wang Tang, racked with pain, found his mind clouded, unable to think clearly. Yet Rolgaz's gaze seemed to convey that he spoke the truth, that a weapon clattered to the ground before Wang Tang. Why do you possess his weapon? Rolgaz demanded, gritting his teeth against the pain. Wang Tang raised his head, his gaze fixating on the weapon as Shiner's twin blades. He exclaimed, recognizing the weapon of Illidan's storm rage, known as the Betrayer. Wang Tang struggled fiercely to reclaim it, but all attempts were in vain. Clenching his jaw, he glared at Rolgaz. What is your true intention? After a moment of silence, Rolgaz did not respond, but instead swung his trident, severing the chains that bound Wang Tang. Suddenly freed, Wang Tang collapsed to the floor. Get up, coward, Rolgaz commanded, pointing the trident menacingly at Wang Tang. With great effort, Wang Tang rose to his feet, remaining silent yet casting a dark look at Rolgaz. We were once like you, possessing red blood, Rolgaz said with a resigned smile, drawing a dagger from his side and slicing his finger, allowing a drop of dark green blood to fall to the ground without concern. And now, our blood has transformed into this. Oh, you know the reason? He asked, a smirk playing on his lips as he gazed at Wang Tang. Because of the old gods, Wang Tang replied after a brief pause. Unafraid to speak the truth. Oh, you were aware of their existence. Rolgaz's eyes widened in disbelief, astonished that anyone among the humans knew of such a hidden history. Not only the old gods. I also know that your Naga race resides in the depths of Nazjatar. Wang Tang continued, dropping another bombshell. Wang Tang was unaware of the potential repercussions of his words, yet a voice within urged him to divulge everything. Upon hearing this, Rolgaz's gaze hardened, seeking to decipher Wang Tang's expression for any hint of deception. But he found none. How did you come by this knowledge? Rolgaz aimed his trident at Wang Tang once more. Reveal your plans. There is no need for such theatrics, Wang Tang retorted, casually brushing aside the trident. Rolgaz eyed Wang Tang skeptically, remaining silent as he coiled around him like a serpent, his gaze fixed intently on him, as if scrutinizing a mouse or a hedgehog. Illidan, Rolgaz suddenly declared. Our target is Illidan. Or more precisely, our hope lies with Illidan. Illidan? Wang Tang's eyes widened in disbelief as he scrutinized Rolgaz. Illidan's storm rage was the most iconic and tragically misunderstood figure in the World of Warcraft, who had resorted to extreme measures to save his people from the invading Burning Legion, only to be branded a traitor by his own kin, including his closest brother and the goddess he adored. Even imprisoned by his own kin for a millennium. Illidan? Wang Tang repeated in astonishment. Indeed, Illidan. Rolgaz remained silent for a moment before responding. It was even for this reason that Queen Azhara specifically dispatched Lady Vashj, leading a group of our kin to assist Illidan, driven by the belief that perhaps we could rely on Illidan's prowess to restore us to our former self. As he spoke, Rolgaz fixed an intense gaze upon his own arm. A robust green limb adorned with scales reminiscent of fish with even his fingers pierced by them, in her desperate bid to save her people. Queen Azhara had shamefully forged a pact with the old gods. Rolgaz lifted his head. Yet, we do not wish to dwell eternally among those monstrosities. We yearn to break free and return to our erstwhile existence. Gazing at the bewildered Rolgaz before him, Wang Tang understood that he was thinking too simplistically. The Illidan who had absorbed Gul'dan's skull was indeed formidable, yet he was far from capable of addressing the current menace of the Naga. For them, it was akin to chasing a mirage. It is difficult. Wang Tang sighed in agreement, stating, "The power of the old gods is exceedingly formidable. Perhaps relying solely on one Illidan will make it arduous for you to achieve your aims." Rolgaz suddenly lifted his head, glaring at Wang Tang in dissatisfaction. But after a moment, he helplessly lowered it, murmuring, "Do you not realize that had you not discovered the twin blades of Azeroth upon you, you all might have already become corpses? You all?" Wang Tang disregarded the rest. "Does that mean my two friends are safe as well?" "Ha, it seems you truly care for those two fellows." Rolgaz chuckled. "Rest assured, those two are quite safe at present, at least far better off than your current state." Wang Tang looked down at his scar body, yet smiled, genuinely pleased. "It is wonderful that they are currently unharmed." "That ice dream, is it the curse upon the human sorceress?" Wang Tang suddenly recalled something and hastily inquired. "Fear not. Though the plague of the undead is challenging to eradicate, the curses upon them have already been lifted." Did they too bear the plague? Wang Tang remembered that there had been no significant signs at the time, merely that Ice Dream had undergone a transformation. Perhaps it was related to the priest's vocation. After all, the power of the light is inherently a nemesis to plague. However, had it not been for our alchemist, it is likely that in no time, that little priest would have become a zombie. Just like the Ice Dream you mentioned. Upon hearing this, Wang Tang felt a wave of dread wash over him, coupled with a hint of relief, grateful that it had encountered the Naga. For the plague of the undead is indeed difficult to dispel. Otherwise, the city of Stratholme would not have turned into a hell's cape. "Why have you imprisoned our king?" Wang Tang asked, voicing his final secret. "We are not imprisoning him," Rolgaz replied solemnly. "To be precise, we are protecting him." "What? Protecting?" Wang Tang inquired in astonishment. "Yes, protecting. Though this may sound incredulous, we are indeed safeguarding him. At least for now, it is only here that he can find a semblance of safety." "Can you divulge everything you know about Varian?" Wang Tang implored. "The specifics elude me. All I know is that everyone wishes for the king not to return safely to your human capital, humans. The undead, Tauren, and the black dragons, Rolgaz contemplated. Wang Tang reflected. Indeed, through his investigations during this period, he seemed to have uncovered a staggering conspiracy, one that may have only just begun to unfold. The minions of the old gods are involved in this matter. Therefore, we must tread carefully, Rolgaz continued. So, does that mean you stand with us? Wang Tang queried, bewildered. "No, we do not wish to align with anyone." Rolgaz shook his head. "We merely hope that the wheels of history do not turn according to the old god's design. Otherwise, we shall never achieve our objectives." Upon hearing this, Wang Tang felt a surge of sympathy for the Naga. Under the overwhelming pressure of the old gods, they could only cling to survival. Yet, in pursuit of a dream that may forever remain unfulfilled, they toiled incessantly, their efforts seeming so minuscule, perhaps even inconsequential. "May I meet our king?" Wang Tang asked, and of course, Rolgaz replied without hesitation. "However, all must be conducted in secrecy. No one must know, lest the old gods." "Rest assured, I shall comply with your arrangements." Wang Tang knew that having reached this point, he was already quite content. "That I apologize for this." With that, Rolgaz bound Wang Tang once more in iron chains. Then, as if dragging a lifeless dog, he extricated Wang Tang from his cell. Thud, thud, thud. "Damn it, my head." Wang Tang, ensnared by the chains, was suddenly jolted, feeling dizzy. Could he not devise a better method? At the same time, the Battle of the Rapids Fortress was nearing its conclusion. Due to the involvement of a young lady, Ai Muti, and the tardy arrival of the Black Hand, the scales of battle had tilted entirely in favor of Shi Yuan. "Lo Yin, stand down. You should know that what you are doing is opposing everyone." The elder sister exerted herself to swing her massive hammer, knocking a human rogue to the ground. "It is hopeless." The human rogue now lay sprawled on the ground. gasping for breath. With your current strength, you cannot possibly contend with our master. Your only fate is death. Humph. If our current strength is insufficient, we shall unite with greater power. The little puppy suddenly appeared beside the elder sister. If everything is predestined, and everyone resigns themselves like you, how dull this world would become. This world is far more complex than you realize, Luo Yin said with a wry smile. You may leave. Tell your people that we do not wish to be your enemies. The elder sister suddenly declared, as long as you cease your actions against the alliance, we can still be friends. With that, she placed her massive hammer behind her and turned to leave. Luo Yin watched the elder sister depart, a flicker of pain evident in her eyes before she too turned away from the Rapids Fortress. The battle at the Rapids Fortress concluded with a resounding victory for Shi Yuan. Boss, the Rapids Fortress has been defeated, and Luo Yin's whereabouts are unknown in a somewhat desolate chamber. Chen Yu sat at a table, clad in black armor that enveloped her body entirely, obscuring any view of her form. Only her fingers, incessantly tapping on the table, betrayed her extreme restraint. I understand. You may go. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Yu addressed her subordinate, Creek. With a clear sound, the subordinate departed. Have we been a bit too hasty? A voice echoed from an unknown source, that Wang Tang is clearly sent from their side. If we allow this to develop, we will fall into a greater passive stance, Chen Yu remarked. Yet now, our forces have already been exposed. Next, we may face oppression from various factions. Fear not. I have contingencies, Chen Yu said, gripping the edge of the table tightly. This time, I intend to make everyone play along with me. Everyone, together. Do you mean? All forces shall converge upon Stormwind City. I want to invigorate Stormwind City. It has been too stagnant for far too long. What a dreary sight. At this moment, an aura of dark energy began to emanate subtly from Chen Yu. However, our current strength is still somewhat weak. Look, what is this? She said as a massive sword was slowly drawn from behind her. Frostmourne, how do you possess such a thing? The voice from the shadows responded with surprise. This is not Frostmourne. Frostmourne remains in the hands of the Lich King. Chen Yu gently caressed the great sword, which seemed to come alive, the runes along its blade beginning to glow as if resonating with its master. I discovered this weapon after slaying a dreadlord. I do not even know whence it originates. However, each time I grasp this weapon in my hands, a formidable power surges through my entire being, even causing Chen Yu to murmur to herself. Even what? Indeed, I sense that I am the Lich King. Chen Yu is somewhat taken aback, uncertain as to why she would liken herself to the Lich King. As long as I wield this weapon, I feel as though I am invincible. Upon uttering these words, Chen Yu instinctively raised the colossal sword above her head, an inexplicable pressure radiating outward from the blade. Truly impressive. Congratulations to the master for acquiring such a divine artifact. With this artifact in hand, the master is undoubtedly empowered, and success is assured this time. Ahem, who on earth is this individual? Wang Tang coughed repeatedly, while gazing incredulously at the dapperly dressed figure before him. Greetings, my warrior. Welcome to this place. The dapperly dressed individual extended a courteous hand towards Wang Tang, a polite smile gracing his features. Wang Tang hesitated as he extended his hand, continuously twisting his already soaked clothing. That rascal Rolgas had dragged him out of the water without warning. Had it not been for his adept swimming skills, he might have succumbed to the depths of that waterway. But is this person truly Varian? Wang Tang could hardly believe his eyes, wielding a scepter symbolizing an envoy. Adorned in the opulent attire of a noble from Stormwind, with a somewhat delicate smile that utterly contradicted the image of the fierce Varian he held in his mind. Excuse me, are you our king of Stormwind? His Majesty Varian Rin? Wang Tang inquired. Indeed, sir, I am Varian Rin, the king of Stormwind. I had originally come to Theramore to discuss a new alliance and cooperative agreements with Thrall, he explained, scratching his head. It seems there was a slight mishap along the way, and we were ambushed. After that, I lost my memory. When I awoke, I found myself here. Wang Tang observed the somewhat naive Varian Rin before him, and suddenly recalled that the Black Dragon had used dark magic to separate Varian into two beings. The one before him was likely the weaker version, while the more formidable one was presumably engaged in a 3v3 battle in the realm of misfortune. With this realization, Wang Tang felt enlightened and proceeded to recount his entire journey to Varian Rin, albeit withholding some of his subjective speculations. "Your Majesty, what should we do next?" Wang Tang directly inquired. As a modern individual, Wang Tang prided himself on not being particularly foolish. Yet, in comparison to Varian Rin, the ruler of a nation and the supreme commander of the entire alliance, he felt utterly insignificant. Rather than engage in fruitless self-deprecation, he preferred to discern the intentions of the other party. "Do you suspect that the high-ranking officials of Stormwind and Theramore may be involved in this crisis?" Varian Rin fixed his gaze on Wang Tang and asked directly. "Indeed, I hold such suspicions." Wang Tang replied after a moment of hesitation. "First, let us analyze who stands to gain the most from your disappearance." Wang Tang paused, casting a hesitant glance at Varian Rin, who nodded in understanding, encouraging him to continue. "The one who would benefit the most is undoubtedly Bolvar." Wang Tang observed Varian Rin show no signs of surprise and continued, "If this entire incident were orchestrated by Bolvar, then the young king, being so inexperienced, would rely heavily on Bolvar, the regent, to manage affairs before the young king reaches maturity. Bolvar would have ample time to plot a coup that, of course, the beneficiary of this conspiracy need not be the perpetrator. However, if this beneficiary displays an unnatural demeanor, their role in the incident becomes intriguing. Even if they're not the mastermind, they at least possess knowledge of the events, if not actively exacerbating them." The elder king interjected, taking up Wang Tang's narrative. "Indeed. Thus, we have strong reason to suspect that Bolvar is likely the mastermind behind this affair." Upon hearing the elder king affirm his viewpoint, Wang Tang summarized. "This implies that if I were to recklessly return to Stormwind now, it could provoke a strong reaction from the opposing party." Varian Rin pondered for a moment and replied, "It could even incite a far greater upheaval." "Correct? Yes. Therefore, it is unwise for you to return to Stormwind at this time," Wang Tang stated decisively. "Indeed." Varian Rin continued. "What about other factions? Next, we must consider the Defias Brotherhood, who may be among the most pitiable victims in this entire affair." "Defias? Pitiable?" At this point, Varian Rin's anger flared as he exclaimed, "Do you know that my beloved, the Queen of Stormwind, perished amidst their rebellion? But do you understand why the Defias chose to instigate that uprising?" In an instant, Wang Tang felt an inexplicable surge of courage. If you had not relentlessly pressed them, would they have instigated that rebellion? After uttering these words, an image of an individual, long buried within his heart, surfaced in Wang Tang's mind. With this thought, he cast aside his previous trepidation and fixed an unwavering gaze upon Varian Rin. Varian Rin looked at the suddenly enraged Wang Tang, puzzled for a moment, before sitting down on the ground. "How do you know all this?" he asked, a note of despondence in his voice. "That I have visited the dead mines and met Van Cleef face to face," Wang Tang replied without hesitation. "Do you realize that sometimes knowing too much can be perilous?" Varian Rin hesitated for a moment. Upon hearing this, Wang Tang felt a sense of relief, for the elder king's words implied that he had been granted leniency. "At least concerning the matter of the Defias. Regarding the Defias, I will make arrangements once I return." Varian continued that, "As for the rest, please share all your thoughts." Seeing that the other party did not wish to dwell excessively on the Defias, Wang Tang proceeded. "Next, we must consider the Black Dragons at this moment. You must be aware that the Black Dragon has infiltrated the upper echelons of Stormwind, posing as Lady Prester, who has orchestrated countless schemes in recent years, many of which—" Wang Tang hesitated, glancing at Varian Rin before continuing. "And then there's the unfortunate individual entangled in this incident, Lieutenant Pavel Reeve." "Lieutenant Pavel Reeve? If memory serves, he is subordinate to Admiral Dalen Proudmoore." Varian Rin mused. "Yes, they have recently been declared traitors of Theramore by Jaina, and their presence raises numerous suspicions. Firstly, the delegation from Stormwind, which includes you, Your Majesty, appears to have been at the Shady Inn. Yet how did he know you would be there? This is information that many high-ranking officials could not ascertain. Are you suggesting that Jaina may also be complicit in this?" Varian Rin, as a king, possessed impressive analytical skills, instantly grasping Wang Tang's implication. Indeed, Jaina's actions in this incident are quite elusive. The Elder King's delegation aimed to meet Thrall, yet throughout, Wang Tang found no trace of Thrall in any of the clues. Why was this? The most plausible answer is that Jaina used the pretense of a meeting with Thrall to lure the Elder King to Theramore. However, why would Jaina risk such a significant gamble, even at the expense of her reputation, to entice the King of Stormwind to the border? From the massacre in Stratholme and the death of Jaina's father, it became evident that Jaina was not the indecisive, overly sentimental figure some portray her to be. Rather, her vision, stratagems, and decisiveness rivaled those of any man. What constitutes loyalty and treachery? A saying goes, the scholar dies in council, the warrior dies in battle. If Jaina truly loved her people, she could have made a resolute stand against Arthas' slaughter. If you wish to kill them, you must first step over my corpse. Yet she did not. She chose to flee, fully aware that once she abandoned the citizens of Stratholme, none would escape unscathed. Uther was stripped of his military command and labeled a traitor because he lacked a powerful ally to back him. However, the military authority of Jaina cannot be easily usurped by Little A. If her father and the GG army are pushed to their limits, it would be rather strange for them not to stand against Little A without weighing the pros and cons. She also considers that the massacre of a city may serve as an effective means to control the spread of the plague. Yet she must maintain an odd of diligence to end the subsequent battle at Dalaran against Saurfang. Jaina, in her pragmatic assessment, would even be willing to sacrifice her father's life in the name of national righteousness. Could she truly fail to comprehend Little A's strategy of sacrificing a city to preserve the nation? It could be argued that Little A's actions were tacitly approved by Jaina. Unfortunately, Little A's limited cunning renders him incapable of grasping Jaina's deeper intentions, mistakenly believing that she does not understand his choices, which is a grave misjudgment. The battle at Dalaran was doomed simply because her father became an impediment. Thus, for her father to perish, she must remain inactive and watch him meet his end. This is not an act that an ordinary person could undertake. Saurfang, known for his strong sense of loyalty, insisting on allowing Teresa to evacuate her family and innocents before attacking the fortress, lacks the decisive and resolute nature that Jaina embodies, while Arthas, true to himself, is deficient in the depth of strategy and cunning compared to her in comparison to Jaina. Arthas's mercenary incident is merely child's play, hardly worth mentioning that in summary. Jaina is an exceedingly pragmatic, utilitarian, and politicized individual. What would prompt her to take risks would undoubtedly be a gamble worth her, while in light of Uther's willingness to risk his own safety to meet with Saurfang. It is evident that Uther is not the archaic and obstinate figure her father represents, not having escalated to the level of being an obstacle. Thus, why would Jaina betray him? The sole reason is that Bolvar offered her and Theramore substantial benefits in his quest for power. With this explanation, matters become clear. As the instigator of this disappearance, Bolvar privately promised Theramore significant advantages. Simultaneously, he dispatched agents to contact the Defias Brotherhood in the Westfall, undoubtedly also for considerable gain, with the objective of taking Uther's life. The Defias Brotherhood, driven by both profit and revenge, would not miss such an opportunity. Consequently, they traveled great distances by ship to Theramore. If Uther were to die, the evidence would vanish. Thus, Jaina readily took the initiative to orchestrate this journey of death. Therefore, whether it be the Defias, the Black Dragon, or the traitors, they are merely scapegoats in Bolvar and Jaina's conspiracy. However, these truths are not something King Varian dares to convey directly. He is aware that even if he were to speak, it would not alter the current situation in the slightest. This implies that Theramore is indeed off-limits. Correct? Varian mused, stroking his chin. Must I remain here in anticipation? In truth, there are alternatives. Observing that the moment was ripe, Wang Tang revealed a pristine smile. I am currently the master of the Thandlespan, and it is with great pleasure that I extend an invitation for your majesty to visit us for a while. Varian squinted at this seemingly innocuous individual before uttering, "This is your true objective, isn't it?" After some contemplation, the old king Varian Rin conceded that, in the present circumstances, there were no more suitable alternatives and thus agreed to Wang Tang's warm invitation to temporarily seek refuge at the Thandlespan. Thank you for your assistance. Without you, I would still be uncertain of my survival in this world, Varian Rin sincerely expressed to King Rolgas of the Tides. although the old king understood that the other's motives for saving him likely served his own purposes. He recognized that without the Naga's aid, his predicament would be considerably worse. Since you have resolved to depart, I can only wish you success, Rolgaz remarked. Rest assured, if possible, I will certainly assist you in fulfilling your aspirations. Wang Tang discerned the other's thoughts, fully aware of the challenges that lay ahead. Thank you. However, your current situation remains quite perilous. Moreover, I have heard that the Thandal span has recently been rather tumultuous. Rolgaz hesitated before speaking. What? What has transpired at the Thandal span? Wang Tang suddenly felt a surge of anxiety. Recently, our scouts reported that the Thandal span was besieged by a large number of unidentified assailants, including both Alliance and Horde forces. The Alliance and the Horde, they are assaulting the Thandal span together. Varian eyed Wang Tang with suspicion, then suddenly scoffed. It seems you have your share of troubles as well. At least they are somewhat restrained with me. But with you, they are quite direct. How intriguing that the Horde and Alliance would join forces. What? The Alliance and the Horde together? Wang Tang exclaimed in astonishment. Uncertain if his allies possessed the capability to withstand such an onslaught, it is said that they have already been defeated. Although your enemies comprise both the Alliance and the Horde, your reinforcements are not insignificant. And among them are indeed Horde members. Reinforcement from the Horde? Wang Tang and Varian exclaimed in unison that it appears that his only friends from the Horde are those two. Nevertheless, their swift arrival at the Thandal span took Wang Tang by surprise. I wish to return to the Thandal span as soon as possible. I wonder if Lord Rolgaz could assist us, Wang Tang urged eagerly. Having just weathered a great calamity, the Thandal span, now in a state of recovery, must be struggling even more without its nominal master. He could hardly fathom how his companions were managing to hold on. The Thandal span is also situated near the sea, as long as we remain within its confines. No other beings possess an advantage over us, Rolgaz stated. However, I suddenly sense that the Thandal span may not be as secure as it seems. Wang Tang furrowed his brow. Perhaps I am overthinking this. I am uncertain if it is good or bad for Lord Varian to go to the Thandal span. The ability to attract simultaneous assaults from both the Alliance and the Horde suggests that many do not wish for Wang Tang, the third party, to appear that if possible, I can't consider dispatching a contingent of guards to ensure the old king's safety, Rolgaz stated after a moment of hesitation. What? Naga guards? Wang Tang exclaimed. Goodness, the Naga royal guards are of heroic caliber. During the battles, those robust and resilient Naga royal guards seemed more formidable than Illidan himself. The prospect of having such protectors filled Wang Tang's eyes with gleaming hope. After a brief discussion, Varian, Rolgaz, and Wang Tang decided that the Naga would discreetly guard Varian and his entourage, quietly facilitating their escape from Okaz Island through the sewers and then disguising themselves as human guards to make their way directly to the Thandal span by sea. This way, they could evade the notice of the old gods. Once they departed, Rolgaz stood quietly by the shore, fiddling with a portrait that Wang Tang had entrusted to him. What is Wang Tang asking me to find? Is this a bear? A day later, a rather peculiar large ship sailed across the boundless ocean. The air outside is simply splendid. Varian, now clad in the attire of an ordinary sailor, stood upon the deck. Are your friends still unconscious? Well, according to Rolgaz, they have succumbed to the plague of the undead, but after treatment from the Naga physician, they are now safe, though they will require a few days to recover. Wang Tang, also dressed as a sailor in disguise, stood beside Varian. The plague of the undead? They should have been operating near Stormwind. How could they have contracted the plague? Is it possible that a plague exists in Stormwind as well? Varian pondered with a furrowed brow. There is currently no clarity. We can only await their awakening for clues. Indeed, it seems that is our only course of action. Varian frowned. However, with their assistance, it should not pose too great a problem. Varian's gaze was fixed on a group of sailors bustling about on the deck. While only Wang Tang and Varian knew that these so-called sailors were, in fact, Naga under Rolgaz's orders, temporarily transformed into human appearances through magic to protect Varian and Wang Tang. Samaya, you should take a rest as well. I imagine we will soon reach the Thandal span, Varian called out to a female sailor. It's nothing, thank you. Samaya flicked her long, shoulder-length hair and gently waved her sun-kissed arm. Although Wang Tang recognized her as a Naga, he could not help but swallow hard at the sight of her youthful vitality. "Who are you?" Suddenly, a gasp echoed through the cabin, interrupting the conversation among the crowd. "Bing Ming, what is the matter?" Wang Tang, upon hearing the commotion, hastily dove into the cabin. Someone is speaking to me. I can hear it that moment. Bing Ming Wanxin curled up in bed, resembling a frightened little quail. "Do not be afraid. It's me, Wang Tang." Wang Tang. Bing Ming Wanxin's dazed eyes finally focused on the person before her. After a brief pause, she broke into loud sobs, burying her face in Wang Tang's embrace. "It's all right. Don't be scared. We are here." Although feeling slightly awkward, Wang Tang could do little but continue to comfort the severely frightened Bing Ming. Mr. Wang Tang, who had been in the adjacent room, was also awakened by the cacophony and came to this room. "Ah, you are awake too?" Wang Tang exclaimed, quickly ensuring Bing Ming was settled. Bing Ming might be terrified, he remarked. "I don't know why, but even I feel as though someone is incessantly calling out to me," she said, tilting her head in contemplation. "Yet everything seems so hazy." "All right, you both should rest for now. Once we reach Rapids Fortress, everything will improve." Wang Tang reassured the two T Rapids Fortress. Within a grand hall, Shuapong, for some reason, an increasing number of people have undergone transformations that are utterly uncontrollable. The anxious Xiaoguzi spoke to the equally distressed Shuapong beside him. "Have you determined what caused these transformations among the group?" Shuapong furrowed his brow. "There are no signs whatsoever." It turned out that just as the group from Shiyuan had driven the enemy away and were preparing to celebrate, a faction that had been cowering within Rapids Fortress suddenly transformed into zombies without warning, launching indiscriminate attacks on those around them. Those who were bitten began to show signs of transformation as well. Could it be an issue with Rapids Fortress? Xiaoguzi pondered aloud, gazing at the towering walls and structures surrounding them. "Impossible," Luther quickly interjected. "We have been in this place for many years without any similar incidents. Now that Rapids Fortress is finally showing promise, I absolutely do not wish for any rumors detrimental to its development." Suddenly, a scream pierced the air from outside the building, followed by the frenzied entrance of Feng Feng, who stumbled in, rolling and crawling. "We're doomed. We're doomed. They've all transformed. We must flee at once." Feng Feng shouted incoherently while hurriedly barricading the door behind him. Outside, a cacophony of piercing roars could be heard. "Block the door," Luther exclaimed as he joined Feng Feng in reinforcing the entrance against the relentless force. "This is not a solution," Shuapong cried helplessly. "What can we do?" "Delaying for a moment is better than nothing." Feng Feng grit his teeth, spitting out a few words through clenched jaws. With a thunderous crash, the door was hurled open from the outside, sending Luther, Feng Feng, and others sprawling. "Stop them!" Xiaoguzi trembled as he looked at the zombies ready to charge. It was likely that no woman would remain unafraid upon seeing such grotesque creatures, their greenish skin, gnarled teeth, and oozing pus. A line of soldiers hastily raised their rifles, aiming at the entrance. However, they were aware that this would merely buy them a moment, for their ammunition was limited, while the zombies outside were seemingly endless. With even the deceased rising again, yet another zombie fell. The horde, which had surged like a tide, suddenly ceased to appear. "What is happening?" The group inside, granted a brief respite, exchanged incredulous glances, looking towards the entrance. "My apologies for alarming you." A figure slowly emerged from outside, smiling at the crowd. "Wang Tang, it's you, Wang Tang. You have finally arrived." Even Shuapong, who had previously harbored reservations about Wang Tang, could not help but feel tears welling in his eyes upon seeing him, almost overwhelmed with the urge to rush forward and embrace him. After soothing the crowd for a moment, Wang Tang led them out of the hall. The once chaotic scene, reminiscent of an apocalyptic nightmare with people fleeing from zombies, was now under control, with only a few stragglers subdued effortlessly by those dressed as sailors. "Wang Tang, those zombies cannot be killed. Even if they are defeated, they will revive," Xiaoguzi said, a hint of terror in his voice as he stood behind the others. "It's all right. They're afflicted by a type of plague, and with proper treatment, they will recover," Wang Tang replied casually to a lady clad in sailor garb sprinkled white powder onto a controlled zombie. Moments later, the creature's body seemed to ignite, engulfed in green flames. The previously unfeeling zombie began to roar in agony, and shortly thereafter, the green flames dissipated, revealing visibly restored flesh, and the zombie transformed back into a human form. Where did you find such remarkable individuals? Ah, a secret. After a day of relentless labor, the epidemic at Rapid's fortress was finally brought under effective control. Oh my goodness, I thought we were truly finished this time. Zyguzi gasped, his petite frame seemingly sinking into the chair. What do you think about this plague? Wang Tang inquired, glancing at the now normal Bingmeng Wanxin. Compared to others, Bingmeng Wanxin had likely been one of the first to show symptoms. Initially, Wang Tang believed it might have arisen during their search for the old king, but it seemed the situation was more complex than that we are not entirely certain. Bingmeng said, equally bewildered. They must have directly contacted or consumed something infected with the plague. Remarked Samaya, the sailor who had used the white powder to restore the zombie. Given Bingmeng and her companions' levels, they have likely been active near Stormwind City. Thus, the source of this plague must be in proximity to Stormwind City. Wang Tang hypothesized. Near Stormwind City, Varian, now going by Old K, suddenly stood up in astonishment. Wang Tang shot him a glance, signaling him to remain calm. The initial victims were all around level 26 or 27. Indeed, lacking any high-level individuals, Xu Apong considered, the most plausible suspect, he mused while stroking his chin, might be that apple. Apple? What apple? The crowd looked on in surprise. Bingmeng, do you recall when we were on that ambush mission? And someone sent us to Clara's cottage outside Stormwind City to fetch fresh apples? He turned to Bingmeng Wanxin. Yes, I remember. I even took a bite. It was particularly delicious that I secretly saved one for Mr. Wang Tang, Bingmeng Wanxin said bashfully, reaching in her satchel to oh my. How has it come to this? She pulled out the apple, now completely rotten and transformed into a blackened puddle, and quickly discarded it in disgust. I believe this must be the source of the plague, Samaya said, bending down to examine the black mass at Clara's cottage. Could it be in Goldshire again? Wang Tang suddenly recalled that Clara was indeed a resident of Goldshire. Is it possible that Goldshire harbors not only the minions of the old gods, but also this plague? This is dire, Old K exclaimed. If what you say is true, then Stormwind City must already be surrounded by zombies. The crowd gasped, their eyes widening in shock. If Stormwind City were truly besieged by zombies, it would spell catastrophic trouble. Meanwhile, within Stormwind City, in the Stormwind Keep, a man clad in black armor wielded a massive sword. Facing none other than Bolvar, the regent of Stormwind City. Frostmourne, why do you possess Frostmourne? Bolvar gazed in astonishment at the figure clad entirely in black before him. Humph, is there really only one Frostmourne in this world? The man in black, known as Chunyu, raised the colossal sword, shimmering with runic light, high above his head. I am the true Lich King. In an instant, Chunyu surged forward like an arrow released from its bow. Charging at Bolvar. With a resounding crash, Bolvar managed to intercept the giant sword with a massive shield held in one hand. Straining against the force, a flicker of surprise crossed his brow upon realizing he had successfully blocked the attack. Yet he did not falter. Drawing a one-handed sword, he lunged towards Chunyu. Humph, mere parlor tricks, Chunyu mocked, witnessing Bolvar attempt to counterattack while still defending himself. Before the words left his lips, Chunyu swung his colossal sword with all his might, forcefully knocking Bolvar's shield aside. Seizing the opportunity, Bolvar rolled backward, awoo. At that moment, a gigantic ghoul appeared beside Bolvar, its claws glowing with a sinister green light, lunging towards him. Bolvar had no time to react and could only brace himself for the impact. Smash! A massive fireball hurtled in from the distance, striking the ghoul and sending it flying. Chunyu turned his gaze to the side, where a lady in a dark gown approached slowly. Countess Kathrana Prester? The Countess surveyed the fallen Bolvar and the enigmatic man in black before her. The tremors in her hands and the bulging veins on her face betrayed her fury. Who are you? She shouted at Chunyu, initially anticipating a spectacle. However, the man before her was far too bizarre, especially with a weapon capable of overpowering Bolvar, who was renowned for his might. Humph, a swarm of ants. Chunyu sneered at the two, showing no signs of anxiety at the Countess's arrival. In his eyes, he was the strongest in this world. The weapon you wield is not Frostmourne, Bolvar declared, managing to stand upright. His brow furrowed as he addressed the man in black. Humph. What is Frostmourne to me? Chunyu replied, caressing the giant sword. With this weapon, I'm the mightiest in Azeroth. Ha ha. Utterly laughable. Do you truly believe that your strength makes you the strongest? You are but a frog at the bottom of a well. Bolvar retorted with a mocking chuckle. It seems you lack the authority to make such claims, my defeated foe. Chunyu pointed his colossal sword at Bolvar. Then let us engage in a proper duel, Bolvar said. Glancing behind him to see that the young king had been safely escorted away by his guards, he then assumed a combat stance. Eyes fixed intently on Chunyu. Charge! Bolvar unleashed a warrior's skill, racing toward Chunyu. Unfazed, Chunyu lifted his colossal sword in readiness, preparing to clash with Bolvar. Crack! The two weapons collided, producing an ear-piercing sound. Suck! Chunyu let out a low growl, and a multitude of green energy streams erupted from Bolvar's body, transforming into small rivulets that flowed into the sword, subsequently coursing into Chunyu. That a look of satisfaction spread across Chunyu's face. As his body seemed to swell, his eyes morphing into an eerie shade of dark green. Bolvar instantly felt as though his life force was being siphoned away, his strength waning, placing him at a disadvantage. As Chunyu sensed Bolvar being gradually subdued, he suddenly lunged forward, crashing into Bolvar once more and sending him sprawling to the ground. Without granting Bolvar a moment to breathe, Chunyu leaped into the air, aiming to strike him down. Divine healing. Bolvar, witnessing the impending attack, sprang to his feet and unleashed a paladin skill, instantly revitalizing himself before charging back into the fray. So you also possess the skills of a warrior and a paladin? Chunyu remarked, somewhat taken aback by Bolvar's display of a paladin's ultimate ability. Outside Stormwind, on the sandy beach, splash, 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 one individual observed the suddenly agitated Ashburner behind him, puzzled. What has gotten it so excited all of a sudden? Perhaps it has detected something thrilling. Another teased, I can't believe you remain so calm. This is your Stormwind, and with such chaos, you can still smile? The man shrugged, exasperated. Rest assured, if such a trivial crisis could topple Stormwind, that would indeed be laughable. Upon closer inspection, the newcomers were none other than Wang Tang, an Elder K disguised as Varian, alongside a group of disguised Naga guards, all disembarking from ship at the port. It seems someone has come to welcome us, Wang Tang remarked, drawing the dual blades from his back as he observed the approaching ghouls. Let's show these fellows our might. Samaya, wielding a long spear, positioned herself in front of Elder K and charged forward, followed closely by the others, each brandishing various weapons. Wang Tang, however, did not dare to underestimate the situation, though he had reached level 46 through recent trials. The ghouls before him were all above level 50. Where is our priest? Elder K bellowed. What is that old coot, Archbishop Benedictus, doing? Archbishop Benedictus. Wang Tang recalled Elder K's furious outburst, suddenly reminded that aside from the Black Dragon, there was indeed another formidable boss in Stormwind. Yet could he directly inform Varian? Would he believe it? Moreover, what role did Bolvar play in all this? Wang Tang furrowed his brow, an influx of questions flooding his mind, uncertain of how to proceed. Sigh, we'll take it one step at a time. For now, let's resolve the issues in Stormwind, he decided, following closely behind Samaya as they charged ahead. Is it just me? Or is Ashburner growing increasingly agitated? Wang Tang noted, observing the intensifying vibrations of the dual blades in his hand as they advance. It seems something lies ahead that it eagerly anticipates, Wang Tang mused, glancing at the distant Stormwind keep. My lord, the ghouls have overrun all of Stormwind. Shouldn't we make our move? An anxious female priest in white robes implored. The light will guide us. Archbishop Benedictus prayed fervently. Trust in the light. All will be well. May the light lead us. Hearing the calm of his disciples behind him, Benedictus wiped the sweat from his brow and hurriedly exited through a side door from the cathedral hall. My lord. A band of uninvited guests has invaded Stormwind. What should we do? A shadowy expression crossed Benedictus's face as he knelt before a crystal ball, seeking guidance, his demeanor starkly contrasting with his previous piety. In this chaotic and shattered world, new upheaval shall inevitably unfold. The power of death is but a jester. The true threat lies in the unknown. The wheels of history have been set in motion. Join them in welcoming the revelry. Benedictus repeated the cryptic prophecy emanating from the crystal ball, pondering his master's intentions. The power of death is merely a jester. Benedictus suddenly lifted his head, a glimmer of understanding in his eyes. I comprehend my masters will do as you command. I shall join in this revelry. With that, he rose and strode toward the hall's exit. Let the light descend as a new omen. Together, let us cleanse the deathly forces outside. A resounding voice echoed through the hall. Charge! After a moment of silence, the crowd erupted in fervent cheers, and a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed throughout. Fortune hides within calamity, and calamity leans upon fortune. Order or chaos, life or death, light or void, all shall partake in the revelry. The future world is once more shrouded in uncertainty. After Benedictus departed, the crystal ball continued to resonate with prophecies, lingering in the room's atmosphere. Great holy light, purify these evils. A female priest burst forth from the church, only to be confronted by a recently risen ghoul that lunged towards her. However, the priest remained unfazed, lifting her staff with a single hand. In an instant, a magnificent beam of light descended from the heavens, ensnaring the ghoul within its radiant grasp. Under the purifying power of the light, the ghoul's body ignited in flames, its anguished screams echoing through the air. In death, it welcomed a new life. The bead of sweat trickled down the priest's forehead, yet the flames enveloping the ghoul began to wane. Gritting her teeth, she tightened her grip on the staff above her head. Suddenly, the flames surged once more, enveloping the ghoul in a fierce blaze. In a heartbeat, the ghoul was reduced to a pile of ashes, from which a glimmering soul ascended slowly into the sky. The power of holy light could eradicate the corruption of the ghoul's form, but those who had transformed into ghouls were directly purified by the divine radiance. Such scenes unfolded ceaselessly across Stormwind. As the priest's cohort intervened with fervor, flames and beams of light erupting in every corner. Where am I? I recall being attacked by a ghoul. Moments later in the graveyard outside Stormwind, groups of chosen ones bewilderedly resurrected. The resistance ahead seemed to diminish. Suddenly, Samaya, who had been forging the path, shouted, "Let us press on with vigor and charge into Stormwind Keep. Anduin awaits us there." Old K gazed at the distant Stormwind Keep, unable to restrain his excitement. Wang Tang gritted his teeth, steadfastly following the crowd's lead towards the keep. "What troubles you, old friend?" Wang Tang noticed the increasingly agitated tremors of the twin blades in his hands, akin to a hungry beast discovering a beautiful maiden. Even he could hear the eager howls of the blades. With a final crack, the last ghoul succumbed to Samaya's white powder, and the group finally entered the grand hall of Stormwind Keep. "Who are you? Release Bolvar." Old K bellowed at the armored warrior clad in black plate, who had Bolvar firmly pinned beneath him. Chen Yu furrowed his brow at the unexpected intruder, feeling an uncanny familiarity with this individual. "Charge!" Seeing that the warrior remained unmoved, Old K dashed towards him. Chen Yu quickly sidestepped to avoid Old K's assault. "You have already failed." Old K regarded the man encircled by his allies. "Humph. Do you think this will compel me to surrender? Behold the true power of death." With that, Chen Yu thrust his massive sword into the ground, and immediately, black chains erupted from the earth, shooting towards the surrounding crowd. The others instinctively raised their weapons in defense, but were all repelled. The weaker among them, such as Old K, found their swords shattered in two. The group was tightly bound by the chains. "Great death, grant me your power!" As Chun Yu let out a hoarse cry, visible energy surged from the ground through the massive sword and enveloped him in dark smoke, runes appearing on his body akin to those on his weapon. "Answer my call. Awaken, my subjects." Chun Yu's voice transformed, sounding as if it belonged to another being. No, it was as though a roar from the depths of hell. Moments later, the floor erupted, and countless ghouls clawed their way up, their eyes glowing red. After a brief moment of confusion, they fixated intently on the crowd. Be cautious. These ghouls are entirely different from the ones before. This is the true essence of the undead, Samaya warned, struggling against her chains to no avail, speaking helplessly to her comrades. Yet, the others could only watch in despair. "Stormwind shall ultimately become our domain. Let us embrace the realm of death together," Chun Yu proclaimed slowly. Who are you? How do you possess such formidable powers of death? Bolvar strained to question Chunyu. Mortals submit to death. Before the Grim Reaper, you are utterly inconsequential. Chunyu's voice had completely transformed, emanating from the depths of his being, or rather, from the massive sword he wielded. With the black chains tightly binding him, Wang Tang gazed in astonishment at the twin blades in his hands, which seemed to autonomously strike against the chains. Bang! With a resounding crash, the twin blades broke free of their restraints and charged towards Chunyu, aiming for the massive sword he held. Chunyu, wholly focused on Bolvar, was taken by surprise when he realized someone other than Bolvar could escape the binding chains. Thus, when he sensed an assault approaching, he hurriedly raised his massive sword in defense. However, due to the proximity of the attack, he was unable to properly position himself and was swiftly knocked to the ground by the incoming twin blades. Seize the opportunity! Although the bewildered Wang Tang had yet to grasp the situation, sensing his advantage, he lunged at Chunyu, striking with his twin blades. Impudence, just as Wang Tang unleashed a few skills. Chunyu, having regained his composure, swung his massive sword forcefully, forcing Wang Tang to retreat. "Dado, you are Wang Tang, the so-called future king of the Rapids Fortress," Chunyu remarked, observing Wang Tang wielding the twin blades of Azeroth with an expression of realization. "So you are indeed another emissary from a different realm. But which faction do you represent?" His voice was now hoarse and deep, reminiscent of a demon from the abyss, despite suffering injuries from Wang Tang's earlier attacks. Chunyu remained indifferent, casting a disdainful gaze upon his prey, Azeroth's twin blades. "So you were sent by that Illidan fellow. What faction do you represent? Life? Or perhaps..." Chunyu tilted his head in a contemplative pose. "Enough of this. You shall meet your end here today," he declared, leaping towards Wang Tang. Seeing this, Wang Tang quickly raised one of his Azeroth blades to defend himself. However, as the massive sword approached, Wang Tang lifted both blades in a desperate attempt to block the strike. Impressive. Wang Tang found himself pinned beneath the weight of the massive sword, unable to move, merely struggling to hold it at bay. Yet this only slowed the descent of the sword. "Illidan thinks your paltry magic can alter the course of this battle? How laughable!" Chunyu delivered a powerful kick towards Wang Tang, who, utterly overwhelmed and unable to retaliate, was sent flying like a cannonball. Truly pitiful, unable to defeat a true warrior, let alone a mere imitation. "TSK, how disgraceful." Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in Wang Tang's mind. "Wow, you're still alive?" Wang Tang growled in frustration. "Look at you, just as I said, lacking in skill yet brimming with temper, right?" The voice's mind seemed to converse inquiringly with another presence. "Enough with the banter. If you keep this up, I'm done for," Wang Tang exclaimed, glancing at the advancing Chunyu. Bang! Once more, Wang Tang was sent hurtling by the massive sword. "I now offer you a chance. Join us. Align with the forces of death, and you shall gain greater power," Chunyu urged, surveying the defiant Wang Tang on the ground. "Delusional, you evil fiends." Wang Tang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and shouted in fury. "Evil? Ha!" Chunyu laughed heartily, her laughter echoing throughout the grand hall. "What is justice, and what is evil? Who then defines these standards? Order or chaos? Life or death? Light or void? Merely different manifestations of various forces, which upon reaching a realm, have inexplicably morphed into synonyms for evil and justice. Does life truly embody justice while death signifies evil? For countless millennia, we have been commissioned by the King of Fear, lurking amidst the great powers. Our perceptions far more profound than those of you mere mortals, as our master anticipated. In an endeavor to subvert our enemies, some challenges have proven more formidable than others. Yet, each faction harbors its own vulnerabilities, rendering them susceptible to manipulation. Only by comprehending the desires of each faction can we exploit them. Humph, that damned fool. Had it not been for them, I might not be facing such consequences today. The figure in my mind, upon hearing Chunyu's gentle persuasion, immediately erupted in anger. "Wang Tang, rise and assist me in punishing this despicable wretch." "I would, but alas, it seems I lack even the strength to stand." Wang Tang quipped self-deprecatingly. "Humph, strength. Do they alone possess it? Suddenly, an inexplicable power surged into Wang Tang's body. Have you never read a novel? Wang Tang rose abruptly. What novel? Chen Yu inquired, bewildered. Are you not aware that villains perish due to excessive dialogue? With that, Wang Tang grasped his twin blades tightly and charged at Chen Yu. Wang Tang, be cautious. Burwal and the others were still unable to free themselves from their chains, offering only mental support. Clang! The twin blades struck the massive sword with force. Chen Yu frowned, resisting fiercely. It appears your master has started to sweeten the pot for you. Chen Yu mocked. Humph! How loquacious you are! Wang Tang felt an unending surge of power within him, as if it were perpetually increasing. Die. Wang Tang imitated Chen Yu, delivering a kick to her abdomen that sent her flying a considerable distance. Yet he offered no respite, continuing his advance. Humph! With your prowess. You are unworthy to kill me. Minions, protect your master. Chen Yu rose, her breath noticeably shallower than before. Suddenly, the surrounding ghouls lunged at Wang Tang. Hurry, come help me. Wang Tang swung his battle blade to the side, instantly severing the chains that bound Burwal and the others. Slay these wretches! Burwal roared desperately. Having never felt so stifled in his high position over the years, the group clashed with the surrounding ghouls. Yet, no one noticed that Countess Katerina had quietly slipped out through a side door, leaving the hall. Chen Yu, observing the advancing crowd, wiped the blood from her lips and smirked, a minor setback. Yet our objective has been achieved. What other goals do you have? Wang Tang gazed incredulously at the defeated foe before him, unsure of what she meant by her objectives. Chen Yu turned her gaze to Burwal, grinning wickedly. The artifact hidden within the Stormwind Grand Prison ultimately belongs to our Lord of Fear. Haha. With that, a swarm of bats emerged from her body, taking flight with astonishing speed, swiftly vanishing from sight. Wang Tang did not pursue the bats, instead focusing on Burwal, who was furrowing his brow, while the old K mirrored Wang Tang's confusion. What artifact could be so mysterious? Wang Tang pondered. He felt profoundly bewildered by the Stormwind Grand Prison, a mysterious instance not present in the Warcraft universe, of which he had only heard whispers. However, he had never encountered any mention of the artifact within. Lord Burwal, may I inquire what artifact lies hidden within the Grand Prison? Wang Tang knew well that Burwal would likely be reluctant to divulge the secrets of the artifact. However, his curiosity compelled him to ask. Furthermore, he was unaware of why Chen Yu and her associates would launch such a grand offensive to seize this artifact. Yet he believed that this artifact could potentially influence not just Stormwind, but the safety of the entire world. Burwal's brow furrowed as he pondered for a moment before replying. It is not a special artifact, merely one crafted by the High Mages of Dalaran. Nothing of great significance, just an artifact made by the Mages of Dalaran. Wang Tang retorted, dissatisfied with this apparent evasion. You are the one who inherited the keep of Hillsbrad from Galen Tormban. Mr. Wang Tang. Suddenly, Burwal smiled at Wang Tang. Wang Tang was taken aback, realizing this might be Burwal offering a trade. Do you wish to know the secret, or do you desire the keep of Hillsbrad? Yes, indeed. What is your stance on this matter, Lord Burwal? Wang Tang did not hesitate, throwing the question straight back at Burwal. Stormwind has no objection. After all, that fellow Galen Tormban has already consented. What can we say? Burwal chuckled heartily. These seemingly simple words represented Stormwind's stance on the keep of Hillsbrad. Then, thank you. No, we ought to thank you. After all, without Mr. Wang Tang as assistance, the crisis in Stormwind would have been exceedingly arduous. Burwal continued. The crisis in Stormwind has yet to be resolved. We still have much to address. Perhaps it would be best for Mr. Wang Tang to rest for now. We shall take our leave. Wang Tang nodded, seemingly understanding Burwal's intent. Realizing that their conversation had reached its conclusion as he watched Burwal and the others hastily depart. I almost forgot to mention, that black dragon. Wang Tang suddenly recalled something and hurriedly called out to the departing Burwal. Shoo! The old K beside Wang Tang quickly restrained him, signaling for silence. Right? You are the king of Stormwind. You should have the authority to deal with that black dragon. Wang Tang suddenly remembered that this fellow before him was indeed the king of Stormwind, while Burwal was at most a regent. There's nothing to be done, at least not at this moment. The old K sighed, expressing his frustration. What the hell? You are the king of Stormwind. and you say there is nothing to be done." Wang Tang exclaimed in disbelief, unable to fathom that the once omnipotent King Varian would utter such words. Countess Katarina's current power is far too substantial. Moreover, she has not overtly committed any heinous acts. Thus, even as king, I am powerless without clear evidence. The old K frowned at Wang Tang rubbed his temples, feeling the treachery of these power struggles while simultaneously igniting his desire for strength, as well as the diplomatic acumen and cunning of those wielding power. These are precisely what Wang Tang desperately needs at present. However, he wished even more to retain his innocence and goodness. So, do you wish to remain in Stormwind, continuing as your king, or shall you accompany me back to Hillsbrad Keep and observe the unfolding events? Wang Tang inquired. I wish to stay in Stormwind. However, now is not the time for me to reveal myself. I must ensure that the moment is unequivocally right before I can emerge. Very well. You shall decide your own course. Wang Tang no longer harbored any illusions about the seemingly ineffectual old K, for this fellow might merely be half of the hero he envisioned. I have just conferred with Samaya. You may lead a contingent of guards back to Hillsbrad Keep. After all, your situation is no better than mine, the old K said, observing Wang Tang's discontent. Thank you. Wang Tang accepted the evident assistance graciously. Departing Stormwind with over 20 guards, there remains one location that requires Mr. Wang Tang's personal inspection, the humble abode of Clara in Goldtire. Mr. Wang Tang, is it true that the apples they spoke of were taken from here? Samaya, standing outside the door, inquired softly. Behind them trailed over 20 Naga guards, accompanying Wang Tang as they prepared to return to the Rapids fortress. Yes, indeed, it is this very place, Wang Tang replied, surveying the modest dwelling before him, which at that moment stood empty. He stepped inside, noting the thick layer of dust that had settled on the furniture, a clear indication that the owner had vacated the premises some time ago. On the table, a decayed apple lay in a dish, unmistakably signaling that the plague had emanated from this spot. What is happening? Capture him. Do not let him escape. A sudden commotion erupted outside, prompting Wang Tang to rush out of the house. He beheld the guards bringing forth a defiant's ambusher, and, why, Lord Wang Tang, we discovered this scoundrel lurking nearby, and he attempted to flee upon being spotted, one of the guards reported. Humph, you Stormwind dogs. If you possess any courage, just kill me. The defiant's ambusher retorted defiantly. I believe you are mistaken. We are not from Stormwind, Wang Tang clarified. However, your presence piques my curiosity. Let us see if you possess anything of value. With that, he signaled to the guards. Nothing of worth. He carries no valuables. They declared, I am intrigued. Why does one of your stature find himself in this place? Wang Tang pressed, realizing that any useful information would need to be extracted from this individual. The defiant's ambusher remained unfazed. If I were to claim that I am from the Rapids fortress, would you not have something to say? Wang Tang finally conceded, feeling exasperated. What? You are from the Rapids fortress? The defiant's ambusher's eyes lit up with excitement. Has old man Velan arrived at your location? Yes, they have been safely accommodated in the Rapids fortress. You need not worry about their safety, Wang Tang assured, though a certain figure resurfaced in his mind. Very well. I shall divulge the truth. The defiant's ambusher began after a moment of contemplation. We came here seeking a cure for the plague. The revelation stunned Wang Tang and his companions. Since you are from the Rapids fortress, I shall share all the secrets with you. The ambusher then recounted the entire saga surrounding their plight. It turned out that the Defiant's Brotherhood had a significant flaw since its inception, the absence of any priestly members. Initially a guild of stonemasons, it included warriors, mages, and even summoners, but lacked priests. One must wonder, who has ever seen a priest wielding a heavy hammer? The Brotherhood's primary territory lay in the Westfall region, bordering the Duskwood, a place rife with undead and ghouls. Consequently, many among the Brotherhood fell victim to the plague, and without priests, they were powerless to halt its spread. Why then, are you here? Wang Tang inquired, puzzled. He was aware of the plague afflicting the Defiant's Brotherhood. Observant players might recall that in a certain tunnel branching off from the Death Mines, numerous undead could be found, a location tied to the quest Collecting Memories and My Brothers, where many abandoned the quest out of frustration due to low drop rates. Additionally, a tower within the Dusk Plains, adjacent to the Westfall and Duskwood border, was required for a rogue's quest, revealing some Defias members transformed into undead that we considered abducting a few pre-stayed us. However, those of lower levels were useless, and those of higher levels posed too great a challenge. Just as we were at our wits' end, our scouts discovered that undead plague had also emerged in Goldtire. Thus, we followed the trail and stumbled upon Clara's abode, where we uncovered some unusual findings. Oh, is that so? Wang Tang frowned, contemplating the implications. How could such occurrences transpire beneath the very nose of Stormwind? While Varian and his cohorts remained oblivious, allowing the Defias Brotherhood to track them here, was it truly a testament to Stormwind's inadequacy, or were they intentionally concealing something? We observed a group of unidentified masked individuals frequently entering Clara's, Princess Mies, and the nearby Skinner S abode. Disturbingly, eerie sounds reminiscent of the ghoul's howls from Duskwood emanated from these seemingly ordinary locations, the Defias ambusher reported, pausing momentarily. Does that not echo the wails of the ghouls from Duskwood? Wang Tang interjected. Yes, precisely that sound, the ambusher affirmed. However, just as we hesitated to investigate further, an outbreak of the ghoul plague erupted in Stormwind, diverting our focus entirely. Upon our return here, we found these dwellings deserted. Clara, Princess Me, and the Skinner. Are they all missing? Wang Tang asked. Indeed, they have vanished, Wang Tang mused. Realizing he had perhaps underestimated the situation, he had possessed the opportunity to extinguish these threats, but had misjudged the danger during the pursuit in Goldtire, believing it merely the work of the old god's minions. Now, it appeared the situation was far more complex than he had anticipated. Let us proceed to those locations and ascertain whether any clues remain. We shall first visit Princess Mi's dwelling, Wang Tang decided, leading the group toward the nearest abode. Moments later, at Princess Mi's residence, Samaya reported, Mr. Wang Tang, there is no one here either. Wang Tang glanced around, noting the emptiness mirrored that of Clara's home. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a painting on the wall, depicting a creature entirely white, save for its lower legs, tail, and face, which were black, seemingly fixated on him. Why does this creature seem so familiar? He pondered, a fleeting thought eluding his grasp. Mr. Wang Tang, I found a note here, Samaya exclaimed, producing a piece of paper from a corner. Curse you, invader, the note read, widening Wang Tang's eyes in disbelief. Could it be? He mused, turning back to scrutinize the painting. This time, he noticed a small inscription in the lower right corner. M.R. Thiglesworth at ITE seemed a visit from Varian was warranted. Within the Rapids Fortress, a heated dispute unfolded. You pig-headed brutes, this is Alliance territory. You horde swine, be gone. Ice Dream bellowed. Who do you think you are? Just because you say so, we shall leave. The Tauren Amuti retorted indignantly. Ice Dream, what is the meaning of this? This was Mr. Wang Tang's directive. Why are you suddenly demanding the horde to vacate? The remnants of the once broken walls have been hastily repaired, transforming the area into habitable quarters, now designated as a temporary gathering point for the horde. The argument escalated, drawing more horde members who, upon hearing Ice Dream's words, wore expressions of disbelief. After all, their intentions were never genuine. They merely came to lend their support due to their connections with the undead thieves and the likes of Mei Lu. Bing Meng, this is Mr. Wang Tang's grand plan, so please desist from your unreasonable antics, he urged, grasping Bing Meng firmly. The Alliance and the Horde are sworn enemies who cannot possibly unite. Mr. Wang Tang simply fails to see the true nature of this band of horde swine. Thus, he harbors nothing but delusions that, in my opinion, they ought to be dealt with decisively, exterminated completely. Bing Meng Lan XN showed no concern for her presence in the Horde stronghold. These treacherous Alliance scoundrels, having just been aided through their crisis, are already scheming to dismantle the bridge behind them. I believe the Alliance harbors ill intentions. It would be prudent for us to leave this place at once. Yes, indeed, the Alliance and the Horde can never coexist peacefully. After Bing Meng Lan Xian finished speaking, the surrounding individuals immediately began to murmur. Their discussions centered solely on the prospect of leaving. It seems this is not your place to speak. The undead maiden slowly emerged from behind AI Muti. Bing Ming, I am aware of your close friendship with Mr. Wang Tang. However, our purpose here is to assist Mr. Wang Tang that if he truly wishes to expel us, he may do so directly. What is your presence here meant to convey? Undead maiden, this is not Mr. Wang Tang's idea. Please do not misunderstand. Realizing she could not dissuade Bing Ming, she stepped forward. Friends, whether alliance or horde, we can all be allies that in this moment of dire straits. It is imperative that we do not engage in internal strife. Such actions would only exacerbate our difficulties. Only through unity can we surmount these challenges. Enough! Which side are you truly on? Bing Ming interrupted, voice raised in anger. Bing Ming, cease this disturbance. Your actions will only undermine Mr. Wang Tang's grand scheme. She urged, haha. What a lively gathering we have here. Lord Luther, Miss Wang Ling called out respectfully. Lord Luther, she also grasped Bing Ming's arm, saluting the newcomer. Meanwhile, other members of the horde cast resentful glances at Luther, who had now joined the assembly. Rest assured. Dear friends, the stronghold of Rivermar is not solely an alliance bastion. It is also the stronghold of Rivermar for the horde. Mr. Wang Tang's ambition aligns with the aspirations of us old-timers in Rivermar, which is to create a magnificent city where both alliance and horde can coexist peacefully. Luther concluded the dispute. This goal necessitates the collective effort of everyone present. With that, Luther bowed deeply to the crowd. The members of the horde, recognizing Luther as the second in command of Rivermar after Wang Tang, were inclined to trust his words. Thus, they glared fiercely at Bing Ming before retreating indoors, opting not to engage further. We should depart as well, Bing Ming. Observing that the crowd had dispersed, Bing Ming realized that continuing her outburst would serve no purpose, and she left with an air of displeasure. Undead maiden, what is your perspective on this matter? Mei Lu approached the undead maiden from behind. There must be something amiss. Miss Wang Ling did not turn. However, it seems there are indeed many in the alliance who oppose us. We must remain vigilant. But this is certainly not Mr. Wang Tang's intent. Chiding, you received a precious gift from Wang Tang, and now you speak in his favor. Miss Wang Ling teased. Indeed, I've stated before that upon receiving the diamond crystal from Wang Tang, I became his most loyal friend, Mei Lu candidly replied. However, your crooked-faced companion seems to be utterly uninformed. I wonder where he might be. We shall find him eventually. I have faith that in the town of Gold's Hire. Princess Mi's cottage, Mr. Big Was, Varian, disguised as Old K, gazed curiously at the painting on the wall. Indeed, the illustrious Mr. Big Was. I assume His Majesty has heard of him. Wang Tang emerged from behind Varian. Are you referring to Kel'Thuzad? Varian inhaled deeply. These matters cannot be evaded. The crisis has already reached your doorstep. Mr. Big Was, any veteran of the Warcraft series should be familiar with this fellow, as the sole living creature within the floating fortress of Naxxramas. He may represent the last link between Kel'Thuzad and the realm of the living. Whenever players enter Naxxramas, there are always those with itchy fingers who, upon casually slaying a neutral-named yellow creature, would invoke the leader's infamous trifecta of quality, resulting in a DKP deduction and ejection from the raid. Moreover, each time it is slain, the Lich Kel'Thuzad would exclaim, "No, curse be you, greedy adventurers. The Lich King's army will crush you." What does this signify? Varian pondered silently for a moment. As a human archmage, it is hardly surprising that Kel'Thuzad left behind some personal belongings in Gold's Hire. Although aware that his opponent was dodging the issue. Wang Tang found himself at a loss for words. The apple from Clara's cottage has been confirmed as the source of the plague. What is your stance on this? The cult of the damned was indeed founded by Kel'Thuzad, and it is hardly surprising that remnants of the cult linger in the place of his mortal existence. Wang Tang was once again rendered speechless. Very well, come with me. With that, Wang Tang took a map of Gold's Hire, pulling Varian along, marking a black dot on the map where Princess Mi's cottage stood. Clara's cottage, another black dot on the map. The Skinner's cottage, yet another black dot. The blacksmith shop, yet another dot. If my conjecture holds true, there should be another cottage here. Wang Tang pointed to a location on the map. Following the map, the group arrived at the location of the fifth black dot, only to discover it was an alchemist's cottage. If one connects these points, you will see. Wang Tang concluded, drawing lines to connect the 5 points to the pentagram. The crowd exclaimed. Indeed, but why? How could such a peculiar occurrence transpire right under the nose of Stormwind? Do not tell me this is merely a coincidence. Wang Tang handed the map to Varian. Why do you possess the Ashbringer? Why do you wield power rivaling that of fish in the water? Varian refrained from answering Wang Tang's inquiries, instead turning to pose 2 questions of his own. I wish to know, which faction do you represent? Wang Tang was taken aback by Varian's sudden barrage of questions. I am uncertain of what I represent. Wang Tang replied candidly. Are you a planar envoy? A planar envoy, a planar envoy. You have all spoken of this envoy. Yet, what exactly is a planar envoy? To this day, I remain in the dark, Wang Tang exclaimed in exasperation. Varian scrutinized Wang Tang for a moment. After all, I represent Stormwind, I represent the Alliance. There are many matters I cannot hastily conclude, and I hope for your understanding. Upon hearing these words, Wang Tang suddenly had an epiphany, and the events of the past could now be explained. Whether it be Bolvar or the Varian before him, they were all wary of him. Thus, with regard to your stronghold of Rivermar, we must adopt a cautious stance. Should we determine that your presence introduces uncertainty for us, we may even consider erasing you. The Varian's expression turned menacing as he regarded Wang Tang. Infuriated by Varian's words, Wang Tang glared back, unable to comprehend why he had gone to such lengths only to rescue an ungrateful wretch. At this moment, the ungrateful wretch dared to utter threats of annihilation against him. Wang Tang longed to charge at him and settle the score, but reason dictated that now was not the time. True character is revealed over time. I hope that when we meet again, we can still be friends. With that, Wang Tang turned to leave. There is someone who may resolve your doubts, Varian suddenly spoke. In the Plague Lands, there is a female gnome named Croy. It is said that she knows the heavens and the earth. And perhaps she holds the answers to your inquiries. Thank you. With an expressionless face, Wang Tang replied. Moreover, are these guards also going to leave me? No need, Varian responded. These guards can now protect me well. I feel relatively safe in Stormwind. Wang Tang did not answer, turning away to leave Stormwind. Samaya and the others followed him without hesitation. Sigh, Wang Tang, as a ruler, you are still too inexperienced, Varian thought as he watched them depart. Many matters are far more complex than you perceive. Lord Wang Tang, where shall we head next? Samaya inquired, catching up with him. Aren't you supposed to protect Varian? Why are you coming with me? I have a feeling that perhaps you could help our Naga tribe realize our aspirations, Samaya said, glancing at the double blades behind Wang Tang. Following her gaze, Wang Tang looked back. I do not even know what sort of person I truly am. Perhaps, as Varian suggested, I should indeed seek out Chromie. However, our immediate goal is to return to Refuge Point. Regardless, I must grow stronger. Are you not afraid? Samaya asked anxiously, recalling Varian's earlier warning. Despite Varian's present indecisiveness, Wang Tang hesitated before answering. He will certainly not be a tyrant. Although he publicly claims he will annihilate me, he is also reminding me to develop myself without delay. Understood. Then let us hasten back to Refuge Point. I wonder how the others fared after the plague. I hope Little Dog and the others can hold on. Contemplating the recent series of upheavals, Wang Tang was uncertain about the current sentiments of Little Dog and her companions. Inside Refuge Point, what? You're saying you wish to leave Refuge Point? Little Dog exclaimed, gazing incredulously at the undead maiden before her. Indeed, the undead maiden replied, we will resolve the matters concerning Ice Dreams swiftly, and Mr. Wang Tang will return shortly, Little Dog hurriedly asserted. No need, the undead maiden interrupted. The discord between the Alliance and the Horde cannot be resolved in a day or two. Ice Dream's emergence might merely be the tip of the iceberg. If you leave, all our prior efforts may be in vain. I would also like to hear Mr. Wang Tang's opinion. Mei Lu turned to the maiden Wang Ling, who observed her in return. Now is not the time for gratitude. You must recognize the current situation. Both the Alliance and the Horde harbor grievances. As far as I know, skirmishes between the two factions are ongoing in Southsea Town and Thornvale, relying solely on a city and Mr. Wang Tang is insufficient to mend the rift between the Alliance and the Horde, the undead maiden stated. Thus, we should assist Mr. Wang Tang, should we not? Mei Lu suggested. However, The undead maiden pondered for a moment before continuing. You can see that if we do not take the initiative to leave, our people will depart one by one, and in the end, we will be left with nothing but a hollow command, which would render us even more passive. Oh no! Oh no! The merchants have left Refuge Point. At that moment, a small cow named Silly Man rushed in. What? Even the merchants are leaving. Mei Lu frowned. Upon speaking, the two hurriedly pushed the door open and dashed outside, discovering that the once lively tribal camp was now deserted, with only a few injured and elderly onlookers remaining. Why is this happening? Why is everyone leaving? Mei Lu's eyes brimmed with tears upon witnessing the scene. Oh dear, I will not leave. I shall stay with my beloved. Suddenly, a troll hunter with the ID of inferior clung to Mei Lu's leg, calling out in a playful manner. Meanwhile, in a hidden chamber within Stormwind, several individuals gathered around a long table. The plague in Stormwind has nearly been resolved, one person remarked. Yes. Through this undead plague, the noble factions in Stormwind have been significantly weakened. Archbishop Benedictus, seated at the head of the table, observed. This will greatly facilitate our subsequent actions. However, whether it be Chunyu or the later emergence of Wang Tang, their powers appear formidable. Should we not activate our planeswalkers? One individual suggested. Not yet. Our master has instructed that our void planeswalkers must not be exposed until the very last moment, another replied. But with our current strength, I fear we might not be able to contend with either Chunyu or Wang Tang. Even that fellow Bolvar could not withstand Chunyu's onslaught. Do you think Bolvar possesses only such minimal strength? He is merely concealing his true abilities and waiting. Until the last moment, he will not reveal his might. Additionally, it seems our plans in Gold's Hire have been discovered by Wang Tang and his group. Let them discover it. The area has already lost its value, Benedictus smirked. I initially thought the power of death would cause some disturbances in Stormwind, but unexpectedly, it attracted a big fish like Chunyu, throwing the military and noble factions into chaos. The forces of death have departed. Should we continue to track them? There is no need that in the coming days. The power of the nobility and the military in Stormwind will be nearly on par with ours, and there will be no significant changes in the short term. As for King Varian of Stormwind, there is still no news. Continue to arrange for people to spread rumors about Varian's abduction, and then, as per our original plan, direct all accusations towards Bolvar and that black dragon. When Varian returns, he will inevitably launch an assault on Bolvar and the black dragon. That time, Stormwind will surely descend into chaos, and amidst that chaos, our opportunity will arise. Your wisdom is unparalleled. My lord, heaven bestows great responsibilities upon a person. They must first endure hardships and labor. A quote from Mencius echoed in Wang Tang's mind, one he had memorized thoroughly for exams. Yet he could hardly fathom that one day he would find such wisdom applicable. Wang Tang surveyed his surroundings, muttering the phrase repeatedly, for he feared that without doing so, the sight before him would surely infuriate him. The vast living area, devoid of life, made Wang Tang feel as though he had stumbled into a desolate wasteland. Were it not for the occasional patrol by a few guards. Mr. Wang Tang, I apologize, Little Dog said as she approached him with the others. Wang Tang turned to glance at her and the members of the Shi Yuan Guild behind him. He understood that despite their lack of ties, they were exerting considerable effort. Yet he had remained aloof, bowing deeply. It is not you who should apologize, but rather I owe you all an apology. I, Wang Tang, failed to gauge the situation properly and let down your goodwill. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but lower their heads. They had all invested tremendous effort into Refuge Point, only to see it reach such a dire outcome. No one could feel pleased about that. Nevertheless, it was not yet time to despair. Even if everyone had departed, he still had ways to bring them back. Wang Tang suddenly straightened up. Do you have a means to contact those friends from the Horde? Yes, Mei Lu replied. They said that if you return, you can find them at Hammerfall in the Earthy Highlands, and they will send someone to assist you at any time. Good. Then please assist me with one more task. Contact the Horde and let them know that in an hour we shall remain here. I wish to prepare a small surprise for everyone. With that, Wang Tang stepped out of their sight and entered the fortress. Wide Lin, Xingu, where are you? Come out quickly. I have urgent matters to discuss. As soon as he entered the fortress, Wang Tang called out in haste. Where could they have gone? Why are they not appearing? Forget it. I will handle it myself for now. Having called out for a while without response, Wang Tang, feeling too anxious, made his way to the inscriptionist's abode. There he found two workers busy, their palms clasped together, shimmering with a wondrous light. Subsequently, he nonchalantly placed the finished products into a nearby box. Greetings. May I inquire how many sheets of parchment are currently available for use? This marked Wang Tang's inaugural direct interaction with these workers. Previously, he would convey the general idea to Whiteling Shinga, who would then make the necessary arrangements. Hello, my lord. Due to supply issues, we currently have only 1,000 sheets of finished parchment. However, now that the raw materials are abundant, we can produce nearly 300 sheets daily. 300 sheets. While that may not be in abundance, it suffices for our needs. Please provide me with 500 sheets for now. I shall return for more later. With that, Wang Tang retrieved 500 sheets of parchment from the box. Approximately an hour later, at the plaza of Jiliu Fortress, Wang Tang glanced around to see Mei Lu, the undead maiden, along with several tribesmen and Xiao Guzi standing to the side, all eyes fixed upon him. First and foremost, I would like to present something to everyone. With that, Wang Tang distributed the parchment he held among the gathered crowd. This item is known as parchment. It may appear ordinary, yet its utility is quite extensive. The onlookers handled the parchment, noting its pleasant texture, soft and flexible, making it quite suitable as a towel. Some even wiped it across their bodies. Could it truly serve as a towel? The crowd collectively gazed at Wang Tang in confusion. Wang Tang, not one to prolong the suspense, stated directly, "May I ask, who here is an enchanter?" "I am an enchanter." "What of it?" exclaimed Feng Feng, raising her hand. "Very well. In future, feel free to answer without raising your hand at she replied. "Under normal circumstances, what steps would you take to enchant an item for someone else?" "It's simple. Just trade with the other person, placing the item to be enchanted in the lowest transaction slot. Then you enchant it and click trade to complete the process. Indeed, it is quite straightforward. But this method necessitates both parties to be present for the transaction. Is there a possibility to treat enchantments as a product, allowing them to be listed directly on the auction house for interested parties to bid on?" "What nonsense! If that were the case, I would have struck it rich long ago. Instead, I find myself in dire straits, as if enchantments were merely intended for Xiao Guzi and his companions. But I have compensated you, haven't I? Here, take this. While you're at it, could you settle my account? It totals 42 gold coins, so a round figure of 40 would suffice." With that, Feng Feng produced several receipts from her satchel, which read, "On date X. Xiao Guzi owes Feng Feng X gold coins for enchantment services. Enough of this, behave yourselves. Mr. Wang Tang is currently occupied." Xiao Guzi interjected, shifting the topic. "Now let us test if you can directly enchant this parchment." Wang Tang instructed. "What? How does one enchant it?" "Simply treat this parchment as if it were an item of equipment and give it a try." Upon hearing this, Feng Feng, perplexed, followed Wang Tang's instructions and prepared to enchant the parchment. Lo and behold, it truly works. After completing the process, Feng Feng stared in astonishment at the enchanted parchment, marveling at its functionality. Enchanting chest armor with enhanced life. This formula is quite impressive and can be utilized by anyone. Wang Tang took the enchanted parchment from Feng Feng's hands and turned to Xiao Guzi. "Click on the parchment, then apply it to your chest armor and observe the effects," following Wang Tang's guidance. Xiao Guzi complied, and in an instant, the previously dull chest armor shimmered with a newfound luster. Moreover, his life attribute increased by 35 points, mirroring the effects of direct enchantment at O. The crowd's eyes brightened at the sight. If this item could be sold at Jiliu Fortress, it would surely attract a portion of the populace. "Mr. Wang Tang, can our tribe sell this as well?" Mei Lu inquired, having witnessed the parchment's efficacy. For she understood that Bing Meng Lan Xin was Wang Tang's closest companion. Yet her attitude towards the tribe appeared less than favorable. "Of course not," Wang Tang replied succinctly. It seemed to be the case. Even the undead maiden harbored similar thoughts at that moment. Instantly, Mei Lu's eyes glistened with moisture. What then is the purpose of our tireless efforts to assist Wang Tang? Meanwhile, when Siyuan, one of the most renowned enchanters in Ironforge, was loudly proclaiming from the Iron Bridge, Affordable enchantments. A variety of enchantment for you to choose from. No risk of being cheated or scammed. Alas, to earn a few gold coins, I must spend over 10 hours each day hawking my services, luring in mere handfuls of customers. When will this endless cycle cease? Despite his incessant grievances, when Cun had no choice but to continue his vocal promotions, which only served to irritate the passers-by. What enchantments can you perform? Can you enchant shields for endurance? A passerby abruptly interrupted when Cun shouting. Yes, indeed. I can do any enchantment currently available on the market, upon seeing a potential customer, when Cun eagerly began his introduction. Oh, you poor fool. Are you unaware of the existence of enchantment scrolls? You can purchase them directly from the auction house without needing to visit an enchanter. At that moment, a night elf, visibly annoyed by Cun's incessant shouting, deliberately addressed the potential customer loudly. What? Enchantment scrolls? What are those? Immediately, a dwarf warrior pushed through the crowd, his eyes wide with curiosity, gazing at the night elf, whose ID read stockholder. You still don't know? Enchantment scrolls are such advanced items. Simply click the scroll and use it on the corresponding equipment to directly apply the enchantment effect. Yes, that's so. Surely those scrolls must be quite expensive. The curious one wore an expression of astonishment. Expensive? They're merely a slight markup over the cost of materials. Indeed. That's right. If you don't believe me, I'll demonstrate. Just watch. With that, the night elf produced a seemingly soft piece of parchment. Gripping it firmly, and suddenly a radiant light emanated from it. Oh, it appears this individual is also an enchanter. When Cun regarded the two with a scowl. Humph. Fellow competitors, here to cause trouble, I shall see what tricks you have to display. As a well-known enchanter in Iron Forge, and indeed throughout the Alliance, when Cun had achieved his current status through considerable effort and sacrifice, seeking out various unique enchantment formulas, even at the risk of financial ruin. To attract more customers, he would spend over 10 hours daily in Iron Forge, all for a handful of pitiful clients and a mere few gold coins. It may seem contradictory, risking everything for just a few gold coins, but when Cun was resolute, he believed that enchantments were among the few avenues to enhance one's power and would play a significant role in the future. Consequently, the profits from enchantments would inevitably soar, yet he was not the only one to perceive this potential. Thus, he faced countless competitors, both overt and covert. However, through unwavering determination and unparalleled perseverance, he had arrived at this point, and his reputation continued to grow. Reflecting on this, when Cun leaned against the iron bridge, disdainfully observing the duo still performing. With a sharp sound, a scroll glowing faintly appeared in the night elf's hand. Behold, this is an enchantment scroll. Just click it and use it on the equipment to apply the effect. This particular scroll enchants chest armor with enhanced life. What are you doing? The night elf was preparing to apply the enchanted scroll onto his breastplate when, unexpectedly, the character known as Wang, who had been standing idly nearby, suddenly darted to the elf's side and snatched the scroll from his grasp. Humph, my dear brother, since the effect of your scroll is so potent, why not allow me to demonstrate how it works? Wang scoffed at the elf before him, whose ID was Feng. On what grounds do you presume to showcase my belongings without compensation? Feng hastily pursued Wang, attempting to reclaim the scroll. Halt! If you come any closer, I shall cast this scroll into the abyss beneath the bridge, rendering your trick futile. With that, Wang held the scroll precariously over the edge, knowing that a mere release would send it plummeting into the molten lava below. Although a layer of iron grating obstructed the fall, the proximity and the fragile parchment would surely result in its incineration. No, please don't throw it. That scroll is my treasure, Feng pleaded desperately, bowing repeatedly in supplication. Observing Feng's clear distress, Wang felt his conviction solidify. Indeed, this was an opportunity that if you wish for me not to discard it, then reveal your true intentions to everyone that be why leveraging this scroll as leverage. Wang was certain that Feng would divulge the secrets of his trick, thereby enhancing Wang reputation as an enchanter and attracting a plethora of future clients, effectively advertising his own services. That a sly smile crept upon Wang's lips. My aim is to inform everyone that we need no longer endure the hardship of hawking our wares in one location. Simply acquire a piece of parchment, and you can inscribe enchanting formulas upon it, allowing for free trade with others. Of course, if time is of the essence, you may also store your enchanted scrolls at the auction house, where interested parties can purchase them directly. Feng Feng recited the lines he had practiced countless times, biting his lip in anticipation. This little rascal is too clever for his own good, he thought, chuckling inwardly. He had prepared numerous scripts for this encounter, yet Wensuin had unwittingly walked right into his trap. What? Wensuin's brow furrowed in disbelief. You think enchanting is merely a trick to fool the masses? He was now engulfed in a fit of rage. You realize that to attract even a few clients, I toil for over 10 hours each day, subjecting myself to the ridicule of others. I would sacrifice everything for a mere few enchanting formulas, and you presume that with a simple piece of parchment, you can trivialize the art of enchanting. You are desecrating enchantment itself, perhaps even mocking the divine. At this juncture, Wensuin's features contorted in fury, resembling a ravenous wolf poised to pounce on its prey. Have we perhaps gone too far? Whispered the dwarven warrior, a shareholder, to Feng Feng. It seems so. This fellow is on the brink of madness. Feng Feng replied, rolling his eyes. Then what now? The shareholder blinked, seeking counsel. Hey, Wensuin, don't misunderstand us. We are merely trying to promote a product. Nothing more, Feng Feng hastily assured, concerned that if this continued, Wensuin might genuinely lose his composure. Humph. Now you see the error of your ways. It's too late. Then what do you propose? With Wensuin seemingly entrenched in his role, even Feng Feng was at a loss for how to proceed, merely echoing Wensuin's sentiments. What should we do? Wensuin was momentarily stumped. This was the first instance where he had exposed another's trick, and yet the other had not fled, standing resolutely before him. Don't back down. Keep pressing forward. A voice urged from the crowd. The onlookers, eager for a spectacle, rallied to stoke the flames of conflict. Apologize, Wensuin, lacking experience in such confrontations, felt his anxiety mount as he could think of nothing more than this suggestion. Apologize? You must be dreaming. Feng Feng rejected the notion vehemently, declaring himself a steadfast man who would not bow to such demands. What then? Wensuin, feeling a twinge of uncertainty, realized that while he genuinely wished to reprimand Feng Feng, he had not anticipated drawing such a crowd. Why don't we place a wager? Feng Feng proposed slyly, eyeing Wensuin as though he were a defenseless lamb. What happened to the narrative where I was the valiant hero standing against the tyrant? Feng Feng pondered, feeling as though he had become the antagonist. Fine, what shall we wager? 50, Feng Feng suggested, though his heart softened at the sight of Wensuin's distress. No, make it 30 gold coins. All right, 30 it is. Wensuin contemplated, realizing that 30 gold coins would require nearly a day's worth of effort to earn. No small sum indeed. However, he insisted, I must perform the task myself. As he remained unaware of Feng Feng's true intentions. Very well. Do as you wish. With the prospect of 30 gold coins soon to be his, Feng Feng could hardly contain his glee. Another one bites the dust. The shareholder remarked disdainfully, observing Feng Feng's gleeful demeanor. What must I do? Wensuin inquired. Click on the scroll. Yes, just like that. And then apply it to your breastplate. Precisely so. Feng Feng guided Wensuin through the motions, following Feng Feng's instructions. Wensuin clicked on the scroll, and moments later, a brilliant light erupted from his breastplate. What is this? Wensuin stood agape, utterly bewildered. Surely, something had gone awry. He scrutinized his breastplate repeatedly, yet the glowing green text indicating an increase of 35 health points confirmed the successful enchantment. How could this be? Wensuin was rendered momentarily catatonic. Look, the enchantment scroll has taken effect, the dwarven shareholder exclaimed, his astonishment palpable. Indeed, it truly has worked. No way, is it really that simple? Hey brother, how many of those enchantment scrolls do you have left? Sell them all to me. No way. Sell me a few as well. Instantly, the crowd surged toward Feng Feng, clamoring to purchase scrolls in this era of equipment upgrades. Many players frequently sought new gear and to achieve optimal performance. They desired the finest enchantments as swiftly as possible. Traditionally, this required a tedious journey back to the main city, wasting precious time. Now, with scrolls, they could carry them like potions, a remarkable convenience. Where can I acquire that parchment from earlier? After a brief period of shock, Sun quickly regained his composure and directed his inquiry at Feng Feng. Yes, with that parchment, I can have my guildmates craft enchantment scrolls, which would be far more advantageous. The crowd seemed to awaken from their stupor. This parchment was purchased from Stormwind Keep. However, I must warn you, supplies are limited, so act quickly, or it may be gone for good. Feng Feng replied, shaking his head. What the hell? Who just stepped on my hand? In an instant, the crowd surged like a tidal wave, leaving a single unfortunate soul sprawled on the ground, marked by the imprints of many feet. In a short while, countless griffins surged forth from the grand gates of Ironforge, and similar scenes unfolded in locations such as Orgrimmar Point 5 days prior. Within a conference room in Stannard, Wang Tang turned to Luther, seated beside him, and inquired, Luther, how can the guards of Stannard be upgraded? The question arose from Wang Tang's concern, as the guards had remained at approximately level 40, including Captain Luther himself, while this posed no issue in the original Stannard. Given that the surrounding creatures were of comparable level, it was evidently insufficient for Wang Tang's aspirations for development in the capital. It is as follows. Luther composed himself and explained, the level of city guards is directly correlated with the prosperity of that city, such as its population and economic standing. Therefore, as the population of Stannard increases, the economy will follow suit, resulting in a significant rise in the guards' levels. I understand now. It seems we must hasten our efforts. Wang Tang remarked. Xiao Guzi, how are the merchants from the Alliance faring in attracting business? Thus far, we have successfully drawn in a total of 15 merchants, including grocers, tailoring suppliers, and alchemical vendors. 15. Wang Tang mentally estimated the number of merchants needed. Pondering, which commercial positions do we currently lack? At present, only the bank and auction house remain unstaffed. Could it be that our tax rates are too high, with a year of tax exemption followed by a mere 5 thereafter? As far as I know, this is already the lowest in all of Azeroth. However, due to Stannard's current desolation, many prominent families dismiss our modest incentives, leading to their refusal to settle here. Only a handful of lesser merchants have accepted our invitation. What lesser merchants? They are merely insignificant traders. Were it not for the year-long tax exemption and the relentless persuasion of Xiao Guzi and others, these petty vendors might not have come at all. Thank you for your hard work, Wang Tang sincerely expressed. Mei Lu, how is your side faring? Our situation is quite similar. Only larger families can manage the bank and auction house, hence we too lack personnel. Mei Lu replied with a hint of resignation, "Do not fret. We will ultimately find a solution." Wang Tang contemplated aloud, "If all else fails, I shall seek out that Livy Gotzi, if it were not for dire circumstances." Wang Tang would prefer to avoid dealing with that individual. Since Stannard was attacked, Livy Gotzi had become aware of Wang Tang's schemes. In the face of such danger, not a single so-called bigwig had appeared. "Mr. Wang Tang, there is something peculiar outside seeking your attention," a guard announced as he entered the room. "Why do battles ignite? Why do autumn leaves fall? Nature cannot be seized. We too harbor doubts within our hearts. For whom does the clenched fist raise? To guard the nation and punish the wicked, to eliminate the inner demons according to the natural order. The war is unceasing, yet confusion persists. For what purpose do we fight?" Upon hearing these familiar lines, Wang Tang immediately turned to gaze outside, exclaiming, "Who dares call me thing?" The gathering was taken aback by the arrival of this individual. "Is there truly a leader in our world?" One whispered to Xiao Guzi. "Hush, what leader? That is a bear. Do you not know?" "A bear," Xiao Guzi retorted, mimicking a fierce expression with his paw. "But who knows? Look at that one over there. He clearly resembles a pig-headed man. Yet he insists he is a bull-headed one at little girl. Are you seeking death? I will say this once more. I am a bull-headed man." Immet, seated opposite, angrily pointed at Xiao Guzi. Misunderstanding. Xiao Guzi hastily grinned and apologized to Immet, although her expression belied sincerity. "Respected Mr. Bear, may I ask why you have come here?" Wang Tang, upon recognizing the visitor, was taken aback, for this individual was renowned in the annals of Warcraft history. "I heard there is someone named Wang Tang seeking me. So I came to see." The bear glared menacingly at the guard who had previously reported, clearly irked by the earlier reference to Thing. Wang Tang waved his hand dismissively, signaling the guard to leave, and extended his hand in greeting that, if I am not mistaken, you must be the esteemed Chun Stormstout. Chun Stormstout, one of the leaders of the Bear People, was a highly prominent neutral hero in Warcraft 3. Players familiar with Warcraft's lore undoubtedly held a deep impression of this bear. With the assistance of Chun Stormstout and others like Rexer, Thrall was able to survive and establish the original Horde. Thus, in principle, Chun should be considered one of the founders of the Horde. However, being inherently free-spirited, the Bear People were sincere and friendly towards all, which is why he remained a neutral figure rather than joining the Horde. What a serendipitous twist of fate. A mere request to the Tide King, Lou Gask, had led to the illustrious Chun Stormstout's presence that, I truly did not expect that there would still be those on this continent who recognized my title. Stormstout. Even Xiao, Guzi, and Immet were astonished, unable to fathom why Wang Tang would know this furry individual. Allow me to introduce everyone. This is Chun Stormstout, the brewmaster of the Bear People. He is a friend to Thrall, Bane Bloodhoof, and Rexer, and even Lady Jaina from the Alliance shares a commendable friendship with this brewmaster. While the assembly was uncertain of what a brewmaster entailed, merely hearing the names of such notable figures indicated that this bear was no ordinary being. Everyone, today's meeting shall be adjourned for now. I will later inform you of future arrangements. Mr. Luther, please prepare some refreshments for our esteemed guest from afar, and do not forget to procure some fine wine. Just as Chun Stormstout was about to interject, upon hearing the mention of fine wine, he withdrew his outstretched hand, reasoning that a friend should indeed partake in a little. Mr. Chun Stormstout, please follow me. Wang Tang gestured invitingly, leading Chun to another room. Upon hearing the mention of fine wine, Chun Stormstout's demeanor visibly softened. Mr. Wang Tang, there is no need for such formality. You may simply call me Old Chun, Then I shall not stand on ceremony. Old Chun. May I inquire why Mr. Wang Tang sought out a bear such as myself? Although Chun had participated in various matters involving both the Alliance and the Horde, his footprints on the continent of Azeroth were few. Often solitary, outsiders remained largely oblivious. Thus, Wang Tang, knowing his name, was curious enough, but sending someone specifically to find him was even more perplexing. Once, with your assistance, the Alliance and the Horde signed a truce. Yet look at the current situation. Wang Tang unfurled a map of Azeroth, pointing out locations like South Shore, Stranglethorn Vale, and even Hillsbrad, Earthy, and Alterac Valley, where large-scale battles between the Alliance and the Horde were rampant. I truly wonder when the next great war between the Alliance and the Horde will arise. Old Chun remained silent, pondering deeply. As a neutral party and a bear who cherished peace, he held no allegiance to either the Horde or the Alliance. Yet in his heart, he wished to avert the approach of war. Therefore, I hope you, Old Chun, can act as an intermediary to help ease the currently tense situation, and moreover, to prevent the flames of war from spreading to Pandaria. Are you suggesting that our homeland could be endangered by the Alliance and the Horde? Old Chun's expression turned grave, tinged with disbelief. Pandaria, the homeland of the Bear People, was a vast island residing beyond the confines of Azeroth. More precisely, a substantial landmass upon the back of the great turtle Shunzin Su. Isolated and rarely in contact with the outside world, it was indeed a possibility. Indeed, as you can see, Wang Tang pointed to a blank area in the midst of the ocean on the map. If my estimations are correct, Pandaria is likely situated right here, in this realm. As the technological advancements of the Alliance and the Horde gradually unfold, it is destined to become an integral part of significant trade routes. By that time, do you believe that Pandaria can remain unscathed? Wang Tang does not speak lightly. In the near future, during a naval confrontation between the Alliance and the Horde, Generals Taylor and Nazgulin will simultaneously arrive in Pandaria, successfully igniting the flames of conflict on its shores. Chun Fongbao furrows his brow, for he clearly perceives that the location pointed to by Wang Tang is likely that of Pandaria itself. If what Wang Tang asserts holds true, then it is inevitable that Pandaria will be engulfed by the flames of war to avert the mutual slaughter between the Alliance and the Horde. I propose the establishment of a city, a place where both factions can coexist peacefully and thrive together. I have chosen the site of Stonard for this endeavor. What would you wish for me to do? Assist me as you once aided Sal and his companions in thwarting those malevolent individuals. Malevolent individuals. Is there truly anyone who does not wish for peace between the Alliance and the Horde? Indeed, on one hand, there are those within both factions who regard each other as abominations, desiring to annihilate one another. I believe you are well aware of this, that I understand. The reason he aided Sal and others was due to the human admiral, Dalen Proudmoore, who could not tolerate the presence of orcs. That on the other hand, there are hidden forces that incessantly watch over this vibrant continent, ever hoping to bring about its ruin. Such forces exist not only in Azeroth, but also in Pandaria, Northrend, and even the vast seas beyond. What? Hidden forces? Have you not noticed that Pandaria has recently become quite unsettled? Chin's brow furrowed even tighter, for his intentions in coming here were not only to seek out Wang Tang, but also to request assistance. Pandaria is unsettled as well. What has transpired? Has the Mantid begun their assault anew? Wang Tang blurted out upon hearing Chin's words, recalling that during the mists of Pandaria, his gameplay had been rather lackluster, with the Mantid and the Yongol being the most prominent external threats. You even know about the Mantid? Chun stared with wide eyes, astonished. Pandaria has long been shrouded in mist, with few outsiders daring to tread its soil. Ahem, I heard it from a friend. Wang Tang awkwardly replied, that is it not the Mantid? It is not the Mantid. Chen did not linger on this point, but rather revealed that significant discord had arisen among the Pandaren, leading to a division into two factions that have even resorted to violence against each other. What? There are issues within your own kind. Wang Tang gasped. I end the storyline of Mists of Pandaria. The Pandaren were forcibly divided into the two Shui and Huajin factions due to narrative necessity, as they were to join the Alliance and the Horde respectively. However, at that time, the Alliance and the Horde were nearly at each other's throats, necessitating the split. Up why now? One would expect the Pandaren to be living in harmony. Otherwise, how could they have contained the Shah for so long? What are the other races in Pandaria now? Wang Tang inquired hastily. Other races? Are you referring to the Jinyu and the monkeys? Not just them. There are also the Tauren, as well as various other creatures such as the Mogu and the rabbit folk. Chun cast a suspicious glance at Wang Tang, while pondering deeply, then furrowed his brow and remarked, your words suggest that they too have been behaving quite unusually of late. Although the Jinyu and the monkeys have traditionally been foes, they have never engaged in such large-scale conflict. As if they have been possessed by some dark force. This. Wang Tang felt a twitch in his heart. Possessed indeed? So, what are your intentions in coming here? Initially, I had hoped that Sal and his companions would dispatch troops to help me quell this strife. But I have come to realize that Sal has changed. Chin spoke helplessly. Of course he has changed. The Sal that you, Chun, and Rexer once assisted was a wandering soul, akin to a lost dog. Back then, Sal was diligent in securing a future for his people. However, the Sal of today has become the war chief of the Horde. The once dragon-slaying youth has now transformed into a malevolent dragon. The lands surrounding Orgrimmar are teeming with beasts, and the orcs are incessantly besieged by the boar people. Even within the city of Orgrimmar, there exists a raging violence. Yet it seems that Sal and his high-ranking officials have turned a blind eye to these crises. Their primary focus now being the struggle against the Alliance. Grizzly Hills, Alterac, and even Earthy Highlands have become the focal points of their competition that I once helped Sal and his faction escape the Alliance's pursuit, even delivering a significant blow to them. However, I do not wish for Sal to devote his primary energies to battling the Alliance. Observing the self-reproachful expression of Chun before him, Wang Tang remained silent. For he understood that not only the Horde, but the Alliance as well had similarly placed their primary focus on conflict with the Horde, entirely oblivious to the lurking dangers behind them, the Black Dragons, Elemental Lords, Undead, and even the Old Gods. The Pandaren are a peace-loving race. We have never sought to provoke others. Hence, Chen has grown disillusioned with the current state of the Horde, prompting him to leave Orgrimmar. Thus, I aspire to reconstruct Stannard here, where the Alliance and the Horde can not only coexist peacefully, but also support one another as a family, Wang Tang declared. The Alliance and the Horde supporting one another? Is that even feasible? Chun frowned and turned to survey his surroundings, which revealed nothing but ruins and desolation. What was Orgrimmar like back then? And what is it now? if Sal and his companions could achieve it. I firmly believe I can as well, Wang Tang asserted confidently. Oh. Upon hearing this, Chun felt a stir of emotion within. The Orgrimmar was nothing more than a wasteland, even less hospitable than the current standard. After years of development, it has now become the capital of the Horde. Furthermore, Mr. Chun, I would advise against seeking assistance in Azeroth for a simple reason. Should the Horde dispatch forces to Pandaria, the Alliance would inevitably respond in kind, resulting in a situation far worse than the current one. Alas, perhaps you are indeed correct. I may have oversimplified my thoughts. It seems I have come in vain, Chun lamented, having endured great hardships to return from Pandaria to Azeroth, only to find his efforts fruitless. Not entirely, for if I am not mistaken, there may be clues regarding the crisis in Pandaria that can be uncovered in one particular location. Wang Tang pondered before speaking. What clues, Mr. Wang Tang, could you enlighten me? Chun inquired urgently, as he wished to avert further bloodshed. Upon your return to Pandaria, seek out a scholar named Joshua. Near the Qinglong Temple, there lies a massive stone tablet, which should bear hidden inscriptions that may provide you with valuable insights. Joshua, Qinglong Temple. A stone tablet? Very well. I shall return at once and follow your guidance, Mr. Wang Tang, to seek it out. Wang Tang refrained from disclosing the matter of the old god to Chun. While this knowledge could expedite the resolution of their disputes, the very fact that an outsider could possess such awareness of the isolated Pandaria was deeply unsettling. Although you cannot bring the armies of the Alliance and the Horde to Pandaria, you can invite the people of Pandaria to Azeroth. Invite them to Azeroth? Yes. Pandaria has remained isolated for far too long. You have existed within your own world. While there is nothing inherently wrong with this, it has rendered your perspectives and actions rather narrow, akin to a frog at the bottom of a well. If possible, I would like to extend an invitation for the Pandaren to visit us here in Stannard. Chin contemplated this, remaining silent on Wang Tang's invitation. My intention in doing so is twofold. First, to encourage you Pandaren to step beyond your own confines. Second, I require a cadre of peace-loving neutral parties to assist me in achieving the goal of harmonious coexistence between the Alliance and the Horde. I shall discuss this matter with the leaders of the Pandaren factions, and whether it comes to fruition will depend upon their decision. Old Chun did not acquiesce to Wang Tang's invitation. Yet neither did he outright refuse it. Wang Tang, not in a hurry to achieve immediate results, believed that Old Chun, upon returning and discovering those stone tablets, would inevitably react with a sense of urgency. He prepared to depart as soon as he obtained a lead. He harbored no suspicions towards Wang Tang. On one hand, he was astonished by Wang Tang's familiarity with Pandaria, and on the other, he was too preoccupied with the turmoil caused by the split among the Furbolgs to entertain doubts. Wang Tang made no attempts to retain him. Given his current state, he was akin to a clay figurine crossing a river. Were it not for the assistance of those who valued connections, he truly wondered if he could persist. Nonetheless, Wang Tang harbored an indescribable sentiment towards the Furbolgs, if circumstances permitted, once affairs here settled down. A visit to Pandaria would be warranted. After Old Chin's departure, the meeting at the Rapids Fortress continued. Since we have nearly completed preparations with the merchants, our most pressing concern now is the reconstruction of the Rapids Fortress, Wang Tang remarked, surveying those present. Although he had long desired to reconstruct the fortress due to the recent chaos, he had been unable to attend to it, compounded by the lack of personnel and resources. However, under Luther's command, the guards of the Rapids Fortress were now on the right track, especially with the arrival of the Stonemasons Guild. Are you counting on Rivagaz? Wang Tang could not help but roll his eyes. Upon hearing about the reconstruction of the fortress, Luther exclaimed with excitement. Indeed, both the Alliance and the Horde have gathered in the original territory of the Rapids Fortress Guards, while it may not be overcrowded. Given the current tensions between both sides, this is ultimately not a sustainable solution. Moreover, these merchants cannot indefinitely remain outside in tents. My current thought is to hire a group of chosen ones to assist our guards in reclaiming a piece of territory from the opposing side. We aim to seize only a portion, rather than the entirety of the Rapids Fortress, correct? In response to Luther's confusion, Wang Tang elucidated, our personnel, particularly our security forces, are utterly incapable of supporting the entire Rapids Fortress. Our current situation is exceedingly delicate, A moment's negligence may allow the enemy to exploit our vulnerabilities. Luther, upon hearing this, felt somewhat disheartened. Understood. However, please trust that once our strength increases, we will undoubtedly reclaim the entire Rapids Fortress. That is my goal. Very well, my lord. The guards of the Rapids Fortress will heed your command. Shao Guzi, may LV, we now require you to assemble a group to assist Luther's guards in reclaiming that territory across from us. As for the expenses, you need not worry. I will arrange that. Rest assured, personnel will not be an issue, both replied in unison. Very well. Wang Tang stood up, expressing his gratitude to everyone for their unwavering support. Without further ado, I assure you that once the Rapids Fortress is successfully reconstructed, your contributions will yield significant returns. Now, time is of the essence. Let us expedite the clearing of the opposing territory. After which I will arrange for the stonemasons to commence reconstruction. Agreed. Watching everyone exit the meeting room, Wang Tang also departed, following the path deep into the territory. Samaya, how are Velan and the others faring? Wang Tang inquired of a wheat-skinned beauty. Samaya, the Naga leader who had returned with Wang Tang to the Rapids Fortress, had come at his request to guard the area. Velan, the elder whom Wang Tang had welcomed during the arrival of the stonemasons, was also mentioned. Their physical condition is satisfactory. However, their spirits are somewhat low, Samaya replied. Thank you, Wang Tang expressed, feeling no surprise. Although these individuals could not claim noble status, their standing was undeniably significant. The magnificent capital of the human kingdom, Stormwind, had been constructed by their hands. Yet, at this moment, they bore the heavy burden of treachery, forced to languish in the dilapidated Rapids Fortress like wretched dogs. Who could maintain a positive spirit under such circumstances? How has Velan been lately? Ah, it is you, Lord Wang Tang. Please have a seat, Velan urged, his face lined with wrinkles as he struggled to muster a smile, but we are simply grateful to have food to eat. Is that so? Wang Tang observed the elder's murky eyes. If that is the case, I may have to entrust the reconstruction of the Rapids Fortress to those goblins. What? My lord, are you truly preparing to reconstruct the Rapids Fortress? The elder exclaimed, his previously ashen countenance suddenly brimming with vitality. Indeed, that is imperative. If the Rapids Fortress is allowed to fall into ruin, there would be no reason for me to invest such effort into it. The elder fidgeted, his hands rubbing together anxiously, glancing at Wang Tang as if hesitating to speak. If possible, I genuinely hope you can assist us in the reconstruction of the Rapids Fortress. Wang Tang, perceiving the elder's expression, understood his underlying thoughts. For those laborers at the very bottom of society, their aspirations were modest, particularly for craftsmen like them. Certainly, we can assist. A tear slipped down the elder's cheek as he responded. However, we fear we may impose upon you. Suddenly, the elder seemed to recall something, becoming even more despondent. You need not concern yourself with anything else. Simply tell me whether you are willing to undertake this task. Wang Tang urged, fixing his gaze on the elder. The elder hesitated for a long moment before finally taking a deep breath. Since you, my lord, hold us in such regard, I shall give it my all, willing to brave any hardship. Good, I have been awaiting those words. However, time is of the essence. I hope you can expedite the design of the plan so that we may commence reconstruction at my lord. What do you think of this design? The elder turned around, retrieving a key from a nearby box, then bending down to pull out a wooden chest from beneath the bed. After brushing off the dust, he excitedly opened the chest to reveal a meticulously wrapped blueprint. Wang Tang, noticing the elder's seriousness, quickly took the blueprint with both hands and began to unfold it slowly. This blueprint. Wang Tang examined it intently, turning it over and over again. Why are you so fixated on this? Stormwind has become a relic of the past for you. Indeed, Stormwind represents the most profound pain for us. The stonemasons.it was the construction of Stormwind that led to the destruction of our families and our displacement. The blueprint the elder presented was, astonishingly, the current design of Stormwind. However, as stonemasons, Stormwind remains our everlasting pride. If possible, we hope you can grant us an opportunity to restore the glory of the stonemason brotherhood. The elder spoke with trembling sincerity. Wang Tang silently regarded the weeping elder before him, uncertain of how to respond. Stormwind, as the capital of humanity, was undoubtedly grand and magnificent. Yet, if he were to replicate Stormwind within the Rapids fortress, Wang Tang could hardly predict how the nobles of Stormwind would react. Moreover, he ultimately sought to guide the Horde as well, that if he were to recreate Stormwind, dissatisfaction from the Horde would likely ensue. Most importantly, the functions of Stormwind no longer aligned with Wang Tang's vision for the Rapids fortress. My dear elder, I understand your pursuit of craftsmanship as an artisan. Yet my ambitions may extend beyond the grandeur of Stormwind as it currently stands. Wang Tang stated, I comprehend, my lord. After a moment's contemplation, the elder realized that his earlier proposal had indeed posed a challenge for Wang Tang. If so, might you share your vision with me? I can reconfigure the design according to your desires. There's no need for a complete redesign. Simply modify these few maps as necessary. Wang Tang continued, First, I desire a large port. After all, maritime transport will be crucial moving forward, especially since the Rapids fortress is situated by the sea. Second, I wish for both the Alliance and the Horde to be accommodated, so I hope for some stylistic differentiation. The Horde's aesthetic leans towards the primal, while Stormwind's overall design favors comfort. Third, I would like to construct a separate embassy alongside the fortress, where leaders of different races can convene to discuss various matters. Lastly, if feasible, I wish to establish a dedicated teleportation array. Wang Tang gradually offered suggestions to the elder. However, as time passed, he began to realize that this was not the visage of Stormwind after its reconstruction post-Cataclysm. Although the overall outline still bore the faint shadow of the original Stormwind, it had evolved into something far more sophisticated. After all, Wang Tang had experienced the official version firsthand. After a few hours, with the guidance of Wei Luan, Wang Tang successfully manifested his vision on paper, awaiting only the clearance of the adjacent area by Luther and the recruited personnel before implementation could commence step by step. Mr. Wang Tang noticed Wang Tang hastily emerging from within, hesitating as he regarded him. There's still no news about Bing Ming. Wang Tang furrowed his brow and inquired, news? Yeah. I've scoured all the possible places she might have gone. And currently, no matter how I attempt to reach out, she does not respond. Do you think she should be fine? Wang Tang interjected. If she were truly kidnapped, the captors would have contacted us by now. Besides, I cannot fathom what value that individual would possess for such a scenario. Silence enveloped the room as he lowered his gaze. Has there been anything unusual about that individual lately? Wang Tang, perceiving the expression on the other's face, understood that they could not grasp the significance of Bing Ming in his life. Simultaneously, he deeply felt the bond of friendship between himself and Bing Ming. That individual has indeed been acting rather strangely. He pondered aloud. Strange? In what way? Ever since she was infected by the plague last time, it seems as if Bing Ming has transformed entirely, becoming cold and distant towards everyone around her. Especially towards the tribe, for reasons unknown. She has developed a profound aversion to alliances with them. I recall when we encountered Mei Lu and her group in the Dustwallow Marsh. Bing Ming was not like this at all. After the plague, Wang Tang contemplated for a moment, yet still found himself without any clarity. Mr. Wang Tang, the guards of the Ragefire Chasm and the mercenaries are fully prepared. When shall we commence? Luther rushed over, addressing Wang Tang. Soon. It had barely been half a day, and already they were fully staffed. Mr. Wang Tang, you should go about your tasks, that I will inform you as soon as there is any news, he said, turning to leave as he noticed Wang Tang had other matters to attend to. Very well, it must be done, Wang Tang acknowledged. The reconstruction of Ragefire Chasm was indeed urgent, and time had already been squandered. Luther, notify everyone to assemble in half an hour at the center of the road and expedite the clearance of the opposite side. Understood? I shall make the arrangements at once. Meanwhile, in the eastern Plaguelands, amidst the necrotic woods teeming with the undead, a secluded corner harbored a group of humans clad in blood-red crusader attire, their eyes fixed hungrily upon the human warlock before them. May I inquire whether I should address you as Desohan or Banazar? The figure before them was none other than the missing Bing Ming Langson. Upon hearing her words, the blood-red retinue behind her stared in astonishment at their leader, Saidan Desohan. Who exactly are you to summon me? Saidan Desohan queried, seemingly unfazed by the reactions of those behind him. With a swift motion, a red light flashed from Bing Ming's hand, darting like a meteor behind Daesohan. Moments later, the blood-red Crusader followers were obliterated, their remains scattered and drenched in blood, transforming the already terrifying woods into a veritable hell on earth. Daesohan began to rise in defiance, only to find the red light poised at his throat. Tear, cut, carve. Countless streams of blood and essence surged forth. It has been far too long since I savored the taste of flesh. Moments later, the red light revealed itself to be an unusually shaped giant sword glowing with crimson luminescence. Ravinia, Emperor Denasius, Sidan Daesohan's eyes widened in terror as he beheld the massive sword hovering before him. Hissed, a crimson line appeared on Daesohan's neck, and blood began to seep forth. You shall address the master as Raven Des, Sovereign of Shadows, Tooth of the Abyss, Blood Ancestor, Stoneborn Demon Commander, King of Windsur, Emperor Denasius. Otherwise, the fate that befell those behind you shall be yours. The proud sword bellowed in anger at Daesohan. Master, I beg your forgiveness for my disrespect. Upon uttering these words, Daesohan's form shattered like glass, and in an instant, the blood-red Crusader Daesohan transformed into a fearsome demon lord with massive wings, kneeling before Bing Meng Langson. Demon Lord Nazareth, like you. I too am beholden to the Master. Bing Meng coldly regarded the now-revealed Banazar. Upon hearing the name Nazareth, a torrent of ancient memories surged into Banazar's mind, affirming his belief that the figure before him was indeed the Master's emissary. Nazareth heeds the Master's call. Rise. Bing Meng retracted the red giant sword. Thousands of years ago, to quell the fury of the gods, the Master feigned expelling you from your homeland, banishing you to Nizrisa. Thereafter, you lurked within various factions, not only obliterating the Pantheon, but also transforming the mightiest titans into destroyers, as infiltrators. Your contributions are commendable. Thank you for the praise, emissary. However, the Alliance and the Tribe, which were originally at odds, have recently shown signs of unification, a development we must not allow to transpire. Unification? I beg your pardon for my ignorance. Ragefire Chasm. Bing Meng paused briefly. Under the command of that fence-sitter Torbane, Ragefire Chasm would not have stirred any significant upheaval. Yet an unusual human has emerged, replacing him and gradually orchestrating a coalition between the Alliance and the Tribe. Although they currently pose little threat, I am certain that if allowed to develop further, they will become a stumbling block to the Master's plans, and thus we must intervene. An unusual human. Are you referring to Wang Tang? Oh, you are aware of Wang Tang? Bing Meng inquired with curiosity. Had it not been for Wang Tang's intervention, Chunyu would have stirred up chaos in Stormwind. Chinyu? That cannot be, Bing Meng asserted confidently. Given my understanding of Stormwind and Bolvar, Chinyu absolutely lacks any possibility. However, in Chinyu's possession lies a weapon. That weapon is merely a counterfeit crafted by Windsur, based on the memories of the weapon's master, while its appearance and effects bear resemblance to the Master's prize creation. Frostmourne, its efficacy pales in comparison. Yet it is said that Bolvar was dealt a severe blow during that encounter. As Banazar spoke, he seemed to suddenly realize something, pausing mid-sentence. That old fox Bolvar must be attempting to draw out those lurking in the shadows by feigning weakness amidst this turmoil. I see that I had regretted not aiding Chinyu sooner, Banazar said, a sense of dread enveloping him. Fortunately, Wang Tang appeared. Otherwise, we would have truly been in peril. Humph. Bolvar is indeed ruthless, Bing Meng gritted her teeth. However, the artifact that Chunyu pilfered from Stormwind has played a pivotal role. Otherwise, Ravinia would not have been able to arrive in our plane. Our plane? What do you mean? Banazar questioned, puzzled. You need not know too much. Our immediate task is to thwart the development of Ragefire Chasm and crush it at its inception. Understood, emissary. Should we inform Arthas? If the undead army led by Arthas marches south, both Ragefire Chasm and Stormwind would succumb to the iron hooves of the undead. Arthas has refused. Bing Meng took a deep breath, her tone tinged with resignation. What? Arthas has refused. Could it be that those two artifacts cannot control him? Banazar exclaimed, for both Frostmourne and the Helm of Domination had been secretly procured from the Shadow Realm by Nazareth and entrusted to the Burning Legion. Nazareth understood the power of these artifacts better than anyone. Your foremost task now is to gather all available forces and ensure the obliteration of Ragefire Chasm. Bing Ming did not linger on the matter further. The Blood-Red Crusaders are currently under my command. However, we cannot mobilize their strength just yet, as they will serve other purposes later. The Necromancer Academy and the Undead of Stratholme. Do you feel confident? After a moment of silence, Banazza replied, the Necromancer Academy should pose little issue. However, the boss of Stratholme, Baron Rivendare, may present some challenges. Limonia, assist Banazza. You have 1 day to fully seize control of the powers of the Necromancer Academy in Stratholme. Mr. Wang Tang, after nearly a day's endeavor, was on the verge of clearing this area. After Wang Tang swiftly dispatched a nearby Defias thug, Luther rushed over, joyfully calling out to Wang Tang. Wang Tang stood upright, surveying the scattered guards around him. Though few in number, they had effectively occupied the entire region, and soon the subsequent reconstruction efforts could proceed smoothly. Mr. Wang Tang, we have news of Ice Dream. Suddenly, a figure dashed out from a corner. Breathless, where is Ice Dream? Wang Tang exclaimed with excitement. Despite their brief acquaintance, Ice Dream held immeasurable significance in Wang Tang's heart. Just now, Ice Dream sent me a message saying she was trapped by a horde of undead in a dilapidated house in the Western Plaguelands. Unable to escape, and she wanted us to provide support, came the panting reply. The Western Plaguelands? How could Ice Dream venture there alone? Wang Tang pondered, bewildered. I am not quite sure. After a few messages, Ice Dream ceased to respond. Then we must depart immediately. Although a hint of confusion lingered, it could not quell Wang Tang's urgency. Yet upon turning, he noticed countless individuals still diligently engaged in their tasks. Little Dog, Fong Fong, and the members of the tribe, including the undead rogue. Wang Tang, you need not concern yourself here. Things are nearly sorted out. You should focus on your own matters, Little Dog advised. Observing Wang Tang's hesitance, it's all right. Go ahead. We are all here to support. Echoed Mei Lu. The group, each chiming in, urged Wang Tang not to worry. Wang Tang felt warmth in his heart as he looked at them, then smiled faintly, saying, Thank you all. It seems I am once again to be an absentee landlord. However, I shall return as swiftly as possible. That Mr. Luther, here are all my gold coins. I entrust you with the reconstruction of Tidal Fortress. The Western Plaguelands lay far from Tidal Fortress, and even with a griffin, the round trip would take at least 2 days. When did you become so indecisive? Worry not, Luther replied as he accepted the gold from Wang Tang, gently patting his shoulder. Wang Tang did not linger, heading directly toward a nearby griffin. The true Azeroth was far more expansive than it appeared in the game. Thus, after nearly a day's journey on the griffin, traversing the earthy highlands and even making a special stop at the Eagle's Nest in Synthral to switch mounts, they finally arrived at the Western Plagueland. It's so cold that, as soon as he dismounted, a gust of frigid wind swept over him, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Indeed, the name Icewind Dale was well-deserved. Which way should we go? He wondered, gazing at the 2 paths leading in different directions. Excuse me, have you recently seen a human warlock pass through here? Wang Tang inquired of the nearby High Priest Martinil, feeling somewhat at a loss. I am sorry, sir. I have not seen any human warlocks, High Priest Martinil replied after a moment's thought. However, if you have the time, I would appreciate your help in collecting samples from the plague cauldron of Dhalsim's tears. I apologize, but we are in quite a hurry. Wang Tang understood that this task would take too long, and he simply did not have the time to fulfill it. Let us take this path instead, Wang Tang said, pointing to the leftward northern route. With no leads to follow, it seemed best to choose a direction at random. Moreover, Wang Tang knew that both paths ultimately led to Andoril, once a center of grain exchange. Now a forsaken city of the dead, tightly controlled by the undead. With that, the duo mounted their horses and proceeded along the northern path, steadily advancing into the distance. Awoo! A chilling howl echoed from the thick fog ahead. Be careful. There are over 50 undead creatures up ahead, Wang Tang warned, glancing back at his companion. Though the latter had been diligently leveling up, their current level was still merely 45 due to the short time frame. Just as he spoke, a ghoul emerged from the mist, claws bared, charging at them. Watch out. Wang Tang quickly dismounted, sidestepping to the ghoul's rear. Backstab. He executed a skill, cleaving the ghoul in two, though the lower half continued its charge due to momentum. only collapsing into a pile of shattered bones mere inches from Wang Tang. I could see that moment. His companion stood frozen, either in shock or simply taken aback by the turn of events. "Are you all right?" Wang Tang called out, shaking the dazed individual. I'm fine, came the stammered response, as they fought to suppress their discomfort. Wang Tang glanced at the fallen ghoul. They had only just reached the outskirts of Andoril. Yet the undead creatures here were already at level 51 for someone still at level 45. This was an insurmountable barrier, and as they delved deeper, the undead's levels would only rise further. "Perhaps you should return to the camp and wait for me." "I will certainly find Ice Dream. I'm sorry, Mr. Wang Tang, for causing you more trouble," they acknowledged, realizing that continuing to follow would only burden Wang Tang and impede his progress. "Do not worry," Wang Tang replied, having no time to linger. After ensuring his companion reached a safe location, he plunged into the mist of Andoril alone. Approximately an hour later, after dispatching a massive abomination with his dual blades, Wang Tang stepped into yet another wooden structure, but he had lost track of how many such houses he had searched since entering Andoril, scouring each one along the street without any sign of Ice Dream. "Help! Please!" A piercing cry for help suddenly pierced the air. Wang Tang wasted no time pondering and dashed out of the wooden house. Spotting a fleeting figure through the fog, he dared not make a sound. In a ruin like Andoril, teeming with the undead, any misstep could lead to being overwhelmed by a tide of foes. That thought, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Wang Tang's forehead. Unnoticed, the undead outside noticed Wang Tang retreating into the house. They merely turned their heads, making no other moves and failing to swarm in as he had feared. However, the ominous sounds of bones clashing and ghoul moans from the throng of monsters serve as a constant reminder of the lurking danger. What is happening? Why aren't they charging in? Just as Wang Tang hesitated, contemplating whether to test the waters, he suddenly heard Little Dog's voice. "Mr. Wang Tang, it's bad. Countless ghouls have suddenly breached Tidal Fortress. We can hardly hold them off." "What is going on? How could ghouls appear at Tidal Fortress?" The Twilight Fortress is situated within the Earthy Basin, a mere day's journey from the nearest realm of the undead, the Western Plaguelands. While the Eastern Plaguelands and the distant undead of the Forsaken lie even further away. The notion that beings could silently manifest at the Twilight Fortress from such vast distances is utterly implausible. We remain in the dark about the events that transpired half an hour ago, when ghouls began to assault us. At first, we could withstand their onslaught. However, the most bizarre occurrence has been the inability to revive our fallen comrades. Despite our best efforts to reclaim their bodies, neither priests nor paladins, nor even the druids' resurrection abilities have proven effective. Our fighting force dwindles by the moment. What? Unable to be revived, as the chosen ones. While death incurs some losses, the resurrection skills of priests, paladins, or druids typically allow for swift revival, enabling participation in battle once more. Yet now, revival is impossible. What could be the reason for this? Hold your ground. I shall return at once. Wang Tang peered through the narrow gap of the window, and his gaze fell upon the lich, Alaric, who stood amidst the throng of monsters. It appeared that Alaric could sense Wang Tang's scrutiny. As he directed his own gaze towards the gap, meeting Wang Tang's eyes. Remarkably, Wang Tang could perceive an inexplicable thrill and a hint of disdain reflected in the lich's expression, given the circumstances. Even if a mountain of blades and a sea of blood lay ahead, there was no choice but to press on. Otherwise, entrapment would be their demise. Resolving this, Wang Tang swiftly retrieved a vial of stone blood from his pack, which would enhance his maximum health by 1,300 points. This brought his health to over 12,000, a formidable amount for a freshly minted level 55 rogue. Additionally, he clutched a vial of rune healing potion in his hand. Prepared for emergencies. In an instant, Wang Tang vanished into a shadowy illusion, cautiously advancing towards the door. 0.3 meters, 0.2 meters, 0.1 meter. Just as he reached the threshold, countless massive Acheron eyes emerged from the shadows, their green light shooting towards him. Wang Tang immediately revealed himself from the darkness. Ensure he does not escape. Eliminate him. Alaric roared from a distance upon spotting Wang Tang. The previously dim voids of the surrounding undead's eyes ignited with pale, blue, ghostly flames. as if they had suddenly come to life, charging at Wang Tang. What on earth? How could there be Acheron eyes in the Western Plaguelands? Has the Order of the Black Blade Knights arrived as well? Wang Tang had no time to ponder this, as a barrage of ice arrows was launched from the distant necromancers, while the ghouls, now within arm's reach, brandished their sharp claws, leaving Wang Tang with only two options, to charge forward or retreat indoors. Damn it, I will fight. Huh. The massive claws of a ghoul descended, yet the spot where Wang Tang had stood moments before was now empty, while countless ice arrows aimed at him collided with the ground. Their targets vanished, resulting in a series of loud crashes. The ghouls that had surrounded him mindlessly searched for his whereabouts. What skill is this? Can rogues even possess such a skill? Alaric, witnessing Wang Tang's figure dissipate before him, was filled with confusion. This individual certainly possesses something extraordinary. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, a commotion erupted nearby. There, attack! Alaric lifted his gaze and saw Wang Tang reappear not far away, immediately conjuring an ice arrow to unleash upon him. Shadow cloak, dodge, dash, blade flurry. Wang Tang sought no entanglement here. Escape was his sole thought. Thus, he unleashed every defensive measure at his disposal and swiftly navigated through the gaps between the horde of undead. Propelled by his formidable agility, when faced with unavoidable foes, a single blade flurry carved a path through the chaos as he aimed to extricate himself from the encirclement. What is happening? Alaric observed in disbelief as his own ice arrow, upon striking Wang Tang, failed to inflict any negative effects. It disappeared as if swallowed by the abyss. Meanwhile, the attacks from the ghouls surrounding Wang Tang also fell entirely short. It seems this Wang Tang must have acquired some extraordinary skill that renders him immune to our spells. Do not cease your assault. Continue to target him. That skill cannot last indefinitely. Unlike other undead, Alaric, as a high-ranking lich, possessed the capacity for independent thought. Upon witnessing the faint black mist emanating from Wang Tang, he immediately drew this conclusion. Instantly, the previously sparse ice arrows began to rain down upon Wang Tang once more, relentless and abundant. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed in quietude, as Wang Tang's speed reached its zenith. Yet, due to the overwhelming number of undead, he still could not see an escape. Smack-100. An ice arrow struck Wang Tang's back with a resounding impact, causing a red number to flash above his head. The most dire consequence was that his speed began to plummet under the arrow's influence. This is bad. The duration of Shadow Cloak has expired. -120 to -110. In an instant, a multitude of red numbers cascaded down, and Wang Tang's health plummeted dramatically. Left with no choice, he swallowed the healing potion in his grasp, which would merely prolong his survival by a few seconds. Is this truly how it ends for me? Wang Tang glanced at the seemingly endless horde of undead, then at Alaric behind him, the thought of his impending demise looming unbidden in his mind. Have you given up? Cease your futile struggles. Death is your true destiny. Alaric's face twisted into a grotesque expression of exhilaration, as the chains that had previously flowed around him began to whirl with alarming speed. No, it cannot be this simple. Could it be that the pup's words about revival are true? A sense of foreboding enveloped Wang Tang's heart as he realized that the tremendous power being unleashed by his foes could not merely be for the sake of a singular revival. He absolutely could not perish here. A powerful survival instinct surged within him as Wang Tang's health bar visibly dwindled, dropping by half within mere breaths. Kill him, Alaric commanded excitedly from a distance. Though this Wang Tang had proven to be unexpectedly troublesome, he could not fathom that gathering the entirety of the undead forces from the Western Plaguelands would not suffice to ensnare him. Did not the master say to contain him? A nearby abomination named Bone Gut murmured. Humph, you must discern whom you truly serve. Clock or that wretched girl, Alaric retorted disdainfully. Upon hearing Clock's name, Bone Gut fell silent, lowering his head. His health was nearly depleted. It was time to unleash everything and eliminate him. Greed gleamed in Alaric's eyes, the pale blue flames betraying his desires if he could slay the individual before him. The promises made by Clock would be within his grasp, along with rewards he had long coveted. countless ice arrows surged towards Wang Tang in unison. Time trap. Suddenly, a feminine voice rang out from the surroundings. And in an instant, both Wang Tang and the surrounding undead, as well as the very ice arrows poised to strike him, all froze in a surreal stillness. Bronze dragon breath. Instantly, waves of force cascaded from the sky, crashing down upon Alaric and the surrounding lesser undead. Alaric had never encountered such a technique and could only clumsily attempt to evade, while those lesser undead who failed to escape were obliterated, reduced to piles of bones. Alaric looked back at the spot where he had stood, now transformed into a deep pit, his heart racing with trepidation. Although liches possess protective artifacts that ensure their survival, the lingering vestiges of fear from his humanity still governed him. Suddenly, Araki seemed to have an epiphany and immediately turned to gaze into the distance. Where's Wang Tang gone? Find him for me. Even if it means digging 3 feet into the ground of the Plague Lands, I must have Wang Tang brought back. Listening to the piercing howls from outside, a terrified Wang Tang slumped beside the window, gasping for breath, until a melodious voice pulled him back to reality. Hello, my friend. Did you enjoy my previous performance? Thank you. Without you, I might have met my end right there. Wang Tang turned towards the source of the voice and beheld a cheerful female gnome, clad in simple, priestly garb that perfectly showcased her petite yet curvaceous form, exuding an adorable charm. Greetings, warrior. I am Chromie, the guardian of time. It is a pleasure to meet you. With that, a pair of chubby little hands reached out towards him. Chromie? You are indeed Chromie, Wang Tang exclaimed in astonishment. Shoo! Although I have created a barrier to keep us safe from those monsters outside, I must confess, I cannot guarantee that there won't be any peculiar characters among them. Oh, hello, my name is Wang Tang. I have long admired your reputation. Wang Tang quickly lowered his voice, speaking softly to Chromie. Wang Tang, you are the one from the Rapids Fortress? No wonder Araki has gone to such lengths. Chromie observed him with curious eyes, scanning his figure, Shiner's twin blades, Solidal's fury, and a plethora of intriguing gear. It seems we have another planar messenger among us. With a resigned sigh, Chromie addressed Wang Tang. A planar messenger? What exactly does that mean? Moreover, you mentioned another. Are there others besides me? Wang Tang recalled hearing the term planar messenger before, remembering that Varian had once mentioned Chromie might know the truth of his origins. Wang Tang, where are you? At that moment, Wang Tang received a message. What happened? He hastily replied, We suddenly lost contact with the pups. I don't know what has happened, so I want to go back and check on them. Wait for me. I will come find you shortly. With that, Wang Tang rose abruptly. Although he yearned to unravel the mystery within him, he knew that the well-being of the pups took precedence. Do you not wish to know the secrets of the planar messengers? Chromie asked with a smile, pursing her lips. That I do. But compared to my friends, this is trivial, Wang Tang replied, turning to leave. But if you head to the Rapids Fortress now, even if the Griffin's speed is unmatched, by the time you arrive, a full day will have passed. Why then? Who knows what may have become of your friends? You. Wang Tang turned back, glaring at Chromie. How do you know I'm going to the Rapids Fortress? Relax. I mean no harm. I merely wish to present you with a choice. Either you leave now and endure a tedious journey to reach the Rapids Fortress only to find your friends' corpses, or you stay here and allow me to finish speaking, after which I can teleport you directly back. Wang Tang pondered for a moment. Though Chromie's words were infuriating, he understood that a day's time could mean the difference between life and death for his friends. With that thought, he sat cross-legged. I hope you keep your promise. Wang Tang recalled a mission where an NPC, Harleen, had kicked him from the peak of the Blue Dragon Cave in Winter Spring directly into the lake of the Plague Lands. So he had no doubt that Chromie possessed a similar spell. You should know, I am a mysterious and noble bronze dragon, and our mission is to safeguard time and uphold the path of destiny. Specifically, we are tasked with protecting the myriad timelines within this world. Each timeline represents a distinct plane. Under normal circumstances, 2 separate planes would not intersect. However, exceptions exist, and you are one of those exceptions. Me. Indeed, you do not originally belong to the plane you currently inhabit. Through special circumstances, you were drawn from another plane into this world. In other words, your original self does not belong here. Wang Tang's eyes widened in shock. as if a deeply buried secret had finally been unearthed. Rest assured, while we bronze dragons are guardians of time and must eliminate any factors that threaten it, we also believe that your presence in this plane serves a purpose and a mission. Until we uncover the true reason, we shall take no action against you. Now, tell me, what is the situation in your plane? What situation? Wang Tang inquired, perplexed. Share with me the events that have transpired in your plane. One by one, only then can I ascertain the ultimate purpose of your arrival here. After a moment's hesitation, Wang Tang recounted the various battles he had experienced in the World of Warcraft, including the imminent conflict at Blackrock Mountain, as well as events in Outland, Northrend, and even Draenor, right up to the Shadowlands. However, he refrained from revealing that it was merely a large-scale game he was playing. Chromie furrowed her brow, deep in thought, until Wang Tang finished his narration. Then, what role do you play in these battles? Finally, Chromie posed the question that had been weighing on her mind. Though Wang Tang had kept his descriptions brief, many of the entities he mentioned, be they old gods, titans, or the powerful beings of the Shadowlands, were godlike figures capable of causing cataclysmic devastation to the mortal realm, yet they were merely recounted as past events by Wang Tang. My role? Wang Tang was taken aback by Chromie's inquiry that if one day someone would tell him that he was merely an NPC in a game they played, he couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't be killed in disbelief. I'm just a lowly soldier of the Alliance. Ha, a soldier. Yet you wield. Chromie gazed curiously at the Ashiner's twin blades and his impressive equipment. However, she did not press further on this topic. Did I die in your timeline? Chromie asked, her voice trembling. You don't know. Why would I? Aren't you a bronze dragon? This time it was Wang Tang who was astonished. He had always assumed that as a member of the bronze dragon flight, Chromie would possess the ability to know the intricacies of every timeline. True, I am a bronze dragon, but whoever told you that we are privy to the specific details of every timeline? Though I can sense that I may fall in the near future, the exact manner of my demise, and who may cause it remains beyond our foresight. But isn't it said that your leader, Nozdormu, can manipulate the flow of time at will, even to the extent of erasing timelines? Which turtle brain fool said that? Chromie retorted angrily. The bronze dragonflight is noble and powerful, but we cannot simply erase a timeline at will. Not only do we lack this capability, but even the old gods, titans, or the beings of the Shadowlands you mentioned do not possess this power. If those formidable entities truly had such abilities, why engage in battles at all? They could simply eliminate any timeline they found displeasing. What you say does hold some merit. Our duty as bronze dragons is solely to protect the various timelines, ensuring they can operate along their predetermined paths, preventing any disruptive factors from interfering to that moment. Chromie suddenly fixed her gaze on Wang Tang. And you are one of those disruptive factors that, you upon hearing this. Wang Tang was startled and nearly leapt to his feet. You need not worry excessively. I've already assured you that we will take no action against you, at least not for now. Chromie smiled slyly. Wang Tang, observing Chromie's grin, could not help but swallow hard. You just mentioned that there are, besides myself, other destabilizing elements. Indeed, there is, Chromie replied. Not long ago, a human sorceress arrived here, wielding formidable power, as she effortlessly seized control of the undead calamities in both the West and East plagues. That sorceress, without a doubt, is also a destabilizing factor. Much like yourself, the human sorceress? Could it be Ice Dream Blue Heart? Wang Tang exclaimed in astonishment. Dai seems that is indeed her name. Chromie mused thoughtfully. Wang Tang was taken aback. He found it hard to fathom that Ice Dream Blue Heart was, like him, a transcender. But why do you consider her a destabilizing factor? Wang Tang pressed on. Because she possesses a colossal red sword known as Rimonia. What? Rimonia? Yes. Although I am unaware of its origins, I am certain it does not belong to this timeline. Indeed, it should not belong to this timeline. Wang Tang gently shook his head. It is the sword of Emperor Denathrius from the Shadowlands. Emperor Denathrius? I fear we are doomed, Wang Tang lamented as he slumped to the ground. Perhaps everything is lost. Collectively, we may not even stand a chance against her. Reflecting on Ice Dream's sudden departure and recalling Alaki's earlier assassination attempt, Wang Tang was engulfed by a sense of helplessness, struggling to comprehend the situation. What are you saying? That all of us together cannot match her? Chromie interjected. Let me illustrate. if my level is 70. Then Ice Dream's equipment is at least level 120, perhaps even higher, while the highest level in this timeline does not exceed 60, that a level 70 can easily crush a level 60. I dare not exaggerate. In this timeline, I can handle 5 monsters of my level alone, and under favorable conditions. Even more, in other words, here, I am perhaps an invincible entity. Invincible? Chromie scoffed. With your prowess, do you not feel embarrassed? Suddenly recalling his arrival in this world, which could hardly be described as anything less than perilous. He remembered how a war djinn named Hog had nearly felled him upon his arrival. Every individual or creature has its limitations. Just look at yourself. While you may be formidable, it is only against those lesser foes. Chromie still regarded him with disdain. However, you should meticulously assess your equipment's attributes and whether they align with your current stats. Upon this, Wang Tang experienced a revelation regarding a troubling question that had plagued him. Despite donning T6 equipment and feeling powerful, why did he still face difficulties? Even that initial Hog had breached his defenses and reduced his health by nearly half. Each timeline is fundamentally parallel and disconnected. Some destabilizing elements may transcend the confines of their timelines to reach others, yet they will inevitably adapt to the new timeline, meaning they will be assimilated by it. Assimilated, so when a high-level entity enters a low-level timeline, their once mighty attributes will be diminished to match the lower tier. Naturally. Otherwise, as you suggested earlier, that brainless individual could traverse timelines, arrive in Draenor, and effortlessly obliterate everything in sight without any effort. Do you expect him to lead a group of low-level minions in a counteroffensive against a high-level present? Suddenly, Wang Tang felt his mind struggling to keep pace with Chromie's insights. He had blindly followed the path of glass shards without questioning its logic. Should a level 60 screw truly be weaker than an 80-level dwarven black iron from Northrend? Was it reasonable for a world-shattering overlord to be bullied by a mere wild boar? Countless questions flooded Wang Tang's mind. Perhaps the glass shards merely regarded Azeroth as a game, a mere tool for profit, with little concern for its rationality. Illidan was redeemed for the sake of more scoops and greater profit. The next to be whitewashed would likely be Sargeras, as he too aimed to protect Azeroth from the Void's invasion. Pondering this, Wang Tang chose not to dwell further on the matter and finally exhaled deeply. Murmuring, "I see. Have you finally grasped the concept?" Chromie smiled at Wang Tang, who appeared enlightened. "It seems you do possess some merit. Oh, that's why I feel so inadequate. It was the timeline's influence that it seems I am indeed quite strong. Am I not? To a degree, I would say you possess strength." "What? What strength?" Wang Tang inquired excitedly. "Your tenacity," Chromie replied, exasperatedly raising her hands. "That you the entrance of the high tower in Tidespring Fortress, a tide of undead creatures amassed. What is happening? Why are the little pups unable to resurrect?" A human warrior with the ID name Isho shielded himself alongside several comrades, desperately fending off the encroaching ghouls. "I have already activated resurrection twice." But to no avail, he shouted, his face contorted in agony from the barrage of frost and shadow arrows illuminating his features. "It is unclear at this point. We have fought for at least an hour. Hongzhuang, grant me another activation." At that moment, a panting dwarven priest called out to the druid. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the ever-present Shuopong. That the flash of light enveloped Shuopong, rejuvenating the weary priest, who immediately rejoined the fray. "Shuopong, what on earth is happening?" the druid Hongzhuang asked, bewildered. "I do not know. Originally, after clearing Tidespring Fortress, we intended to commence reconstruction. However, for reasons unknown, hordes of ghouls surged into the fortress, forcing us to respond hastily. Initially, a few ghouls posed no threat, but we soon realized that there were also some boss-level monsters among them." Having spoken, the group instinctively turned their gaze toward the rear of the ghouls, where a massive lich was coldly observing them, its name being none other than Kel'Thuzad. "Isn't Kel'Thuzad the boss of the Necromancer's Academy? How could he possibly be here at Tidespring Fortress?" Although the group had yet to reach the level of the Necromancer's Academy, Ishio was still aware of Kel'Thuzad's infamous reputation. "I am unsure. Ever since that individual joined the fray, we have been steadily retreating." Strangely enough, at this moment, Shuopong instinctively turned to look behind him, where countless corpses lay scattered, including his companions, Dagger, Foam, and even the little pups. Seeing this, tears streamed down Xu Peng's face once more. What about Wang Tang? Why hasn't he shown up? A human warlock named Qianjiu asked while unleashing a rain of fire upon the dense throng of ghouls. His eyes red with suppressed emotion, he seems to have gone in search of a human sorceress named Ice Dream Blueheart. Xu Peng replied thoughtfully. What? You all have been here for so long. Merely accompanying a slacker? Qianjiu exclaimed in anger. Zhou, be cautious. Suddenly, a shield appeared around Qianjiu, and almost simultaneously, a grayish beam struck the shield with a resounding crack, causing it to shimmer ominously. Lady Anastari, have you stirred a hornet's nest? How did bosses from the Necromancer's Academy and Stratholme end up here? Upon the utterance of her words, the female demon, Baroness Anastasia, suddenly materialized beside the crowd with a piercing shriek. Not only did it terrify those in the rear, like Qiaodian Zhou and Xu Peng, but even the frontline warriors, such as Ishio, were instantly engulfed in fear. Their combat effectiveness diminished in an instant, and the once impeccable formation crumbled to dust. Advance, less Frost Whisper, quick to perceive the opening, immediately commanded the ghouls to charge forth, ready to unleash a massacre. Blink, Frost Nova. In an instant, a human mage teleported to the breach, freezing several ghouls that had already surged forward in their tracks. Brothers, we rely on you. As soon as the words left his lips, countless ice arrows and shadow bolts rained down upon the mage's fragile shield. Xianyu. The onlookers cried out upon witnessing the fallen mage. Steady, warriors, hold the line. Hong Zhuang, transform into a bear, withstand the Baroness. With the precious seconds bought by Xianyu's sacrifice, Qiaodian Zhou swiftly regained composure, embodying the demeanor of an exemplary commander. These individuals were the true backbone of Xian. When the likes of Xiao Guzi realized they were utterly incapable of resisting the onslaught of the undead calamity, they promptly sent out a distress signal. Fortunately, the others were nearby, hastening to their aid. Despite the brief turmoil, under the captain's guidance, they swiftly re-engaged in battle with renewed vigor. Xu Peng cast a protective barrier against fear for the warriors. The healers ensure Hong Zhuang is well cared for. Rear, concentrate fire and eliminate the Baroness first. Humph. If you wish to bring me down, you still have a long way to go. Meanwhile, not far from the raging fortress, a contingent of human soldiers watched intently as the tide of undead loomed ominously. Remember what you said. If we intervene, you must relinquish everything you possess. A man spoke with a menacing tone. Humph. Rest assured, although we are deemed brigands, we are far more trustworthy than your regular army. Are we not? A woman retorted with unabashed disdain. Are you implying that Ice Dream Lanxin also hails from another realm? Wang Tang inquired, puzzled. It's certainly a possibility. You mentioned earlier that Emperor Denasius has been hiding within Limania since his defeat. Chromie replied, one more thing I may not have articulated clearly. Despite our attempts, including the use of holy light, we have been unable to inflict any harm upon Emperor Denasius, who is concealed within Limania. Just as we were at our wits' end, Nazareth, the entity you now refer to as the Lord of Terror, ambushed our stronghold and abducted Limania. Since then, neither Emperor Denasius nor Limania has been heard from. Could it be that the Lord of Terror has transported Limania, containing Emperor Denasius, to this timeline? Wang Tang conjectured. That seems unlikely. While I acknowledge the Lord of Terror's formidable power, they lack the capacity to breach the barriers of time and traverse freely across timelines, unless Chromie abruptly halts. Unless what? I'm unclear about the exact nature of the events that have transpired. However, there's one thing I can disclose. Chromie reflected for a moment before sighing it. No artifact, including the Ashenath or the solidal wrath of the stars you hold, can be wielded by ordinary beings to traverse the streams of time at will. Could it be that our internal matters are at play? Furthermore, do you know who is responsible for transporting you from another timeline to this world? Honestly, I do not know. I only recall that when I faced grave danger, a mysterious voice would assist me in resolving the issues. It seems a profoundly terrifying occurrence has unfolded. Chromie mused, in the past. Any fluctuations across timelines were purposeful. Thus, the bronze dragons could address these disputes accordingly. Yet this time, despite having detected anomalies, The bronze dragons have failed to uncover the motives behind the arrivals of individuals such as Wang Tang, Ice Dream Lanshin, or even the earlier appearance of that enigmatic figure, Chenyu. While their actions have undeniably impacted this timeline, their true intentions remain elusive. For what I understand, there should be at least one individual capable of such feats. Wang Tang suddenly remarked. Wang Tang. Chromie abruptly interrupted Wang Tang. I initially intended to accompany you to assess the situation at the Raging Fortress. However, I now believe I have more pressing matters to attend to. Wait, didn't you say you would swiftly return me to the Raging Fortress? Wang Tang exclaimed urgently. Rest assured, while altering the flow of time to transport an individual to another area is within my capabilities. By the way, there's something you ought to know, Chromie interjected suddenly. What is it? If Emperor Denasius truly resides within that Limania held by Ice Dream Lanshin, then any human or other beings tainted by it may be rendered incapable of resurrection by angels. What? Wang Tang suddenly recalled the message Xiao Guzi had conveyed to him. Our fallen comrades cannot be revived.